Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Where do we go from here with Draymond Green? Where do you go from here? As we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, what is happening? Drive safely, especially during this holiday season. A lot of crazy is out there. Good morning to all the students, teachers, cops, firefighters, beauty drivers, conductors, and to the Green family. To the Warriors organization, for that matter. Spinoni, as he's here for Joe Shasky once again. Big John's in the building. Sam Lubman's here. Where do we go from here with Draymond Green? 888-957-9570. And I'll start it off with this, Spinoni. And I tweeted it last night, and I'll just read the tweet. What's disappointing is Draymond Green, before training camp started, he said that it was the most important season of his career. And Spinoni, right now, I just keep coming back to that. This was supposed to be the most important season of his career. And by the end of the night, he did miss half of the team's 24 games.
I mean, he was kind of right, though. It's turning into the most important season of his career because this is his legacy on the line at this point. This is the future of his NBA career on the line. And good morning to you, Bonte. It's been kind of just a crazy 24 hours in this whole, Draymond Green saga. And ultimately, the league doesn't, and I don't want to sound too cynical here, but it's the facts. The league really doesn't care about, Draymond Green's feelings or how he's feeling. They care about their image. Yeah. And that's why they're doing this ultimately. Because he's ruining the image, not just his team, but of the league.
Yeah.
So that's why, they handed down this indefinite suspension. They've done something similar with Ja Morant, the only one that I can remember in recent memory under Adam Silver. So is it going to turn into 25 games? That's basically what it was for Ja, but it could have been more if he doesn't do the counseling and all this sort of stuff. So there's lots of questions still to be answered, but it's a gut punch for the team right now. They need Draymond on this court, and there's going to be opportunities elsewhere for Kuminga, obviously. If he can, this could be a blessing in disguise for him and for the youth of this team going forward, but it's a massive gut punch for the organization.
Massive.
No pun intended with the punch.
Massive. I mean, if you're the Warriors right now in the short term or long term, what do? You just handed a guy $100 million, 4 years with the player option. And that was after last season, after everything that happened. Before the season, during the Sacramento Kings series, during the Lakers series. I mean, the guy said coming into training camp that, and that's Draymond Green, that he didn't enjoy coming to work last year. Now he's happy to come to work, and he's so jacked up about the season, and he said that it was the most important season. I asked him at media day, what does that mean? He looked at his stump. So this for the fifth ring. We got to go get number 5. Well, right now, we're not even in a position to talk about the playoffs. We just try to get a win out here in the Bay Area for a basketball team. That's it. Tonight. That's all.
Big game tonight.
Huge game. I mean, it's a huge game. No Gary Payton II, and obviously no Draymond Green, as he was suspended indefinitely by the league. Now, they could be waiting for the Warriors to do something about it. And according to Chris Haynes of TNT, he's stating that Draymond Green can still practice with the team. But, man, I mean, I just feel disappointed, Spinoni.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I was exhausted. It's just disappointing that we're in year 12. And here we go again with these youngsters. And with Steph at 35 playing at a high level and basically the twilight of Clay's career with the Golden State Warriors. And Andrew Wiggins has been MIA this season on the court. This happens again. The guy so he's going to go seek help. I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know where to go from here with Draymond Green.
Well, you mentioned it, the word disappointed. You're a dad. I'm a dad. You've been a son. That's the worst thing you could say about someone is that you're disappointed in them. It feels worse than when your parents upset with you, right? Because I get it. Like parents get angry, but they're disappointed in you. You really effed up this time, right?
Yep.
And as a parent, you take responsibility for that. That's why you say that. And the Warriors, this is their responsibility. They got to wear this one. Because you know what? They let him run rampant over this organization for a decade, Bonte. Well. Going back to the Kevin Durant era, going back to the 73-win team, going back to last season when he punched his own teammate, Jordan Poole, in the face, did nothing about that, and now the league is getting involved. And when the league gets involved, They're making calls to the owner, to Joe Lacob, talking to Mike Dunleavy, who's now talking to, Draymond Green's agent. Obviously, they're trying to get everything sorted out. So I'm sitting here this morning on December 14th, 2023, the year of our Lord, and I'm thinking to myself, is Draymond's career with the Warriors in jeopardy at this point?
Well,
is his career in the NBA?
Well, no, he'll be back in the NBA. The NBA, that's a little
as a championship contender.
As a championship contender, is he going to be on a championship contender again? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. But if you're the Warriors, you do have to explore all options.
Yes.
You do have to explore every situation to get this team right. And if that includes moving off, but here's the thing, Spinoni, who's going to take on Draymond Green's contract? Who's going to want Draymond Green at this point? I'm the king of always said, there's always a sucker in the NBA. Well, if you could get somebody to agree on this, and now you don't want to do that right now. You want to get all the information. You want to see how long he's suspended. But when is enough? And Monty Poole had this tweet yesterday. NBA is image sensitive. Media contract expire in 2025. Negotiations are underway with billions of dollars at stake for the next deal. More money benefits all. The league seethes when the conduct of Draymond or, say, John Morant jeopardizes appeal and value. And that's what he's doing. Not only to the league, but just think about the Golden State Warriors. We're about to have a slew of home games. 11 of the next third. They come home. I think it's 11 and 13 at home. And all these fans who bought tickets, they go see him play. They go see the Warriors at full strength. They contend for another championship. All of a sudden, they don't get to see Draymond Green. And there's people out there who still love Draymond Green. There is.
Oh, there's a lot.
You saw the Gatehouse a few weeks ago when they said free Draymond Green. They were chanting it out there.
He's turned into like a martyr for the organization and for the fans, it feels like. But let's relax here. He's costing this team a chance at another championship at this point. That's the rat on the table right there.
Well, you might not even make the playoffs. Forget championships.
Exactly. Well, yeah, at the very least.
I mean, I don't even know if you're a championship team with him. Oof. Without him, you may not be a playoff team, but there are some silver linings here. It's not going to be all doom and gloom. The silver lining is we get to finally see what Kuminga's all about. He's going to get an extended runaway. That excites me. I've been waiting for Jonathan Kuminga to get his moment. Well, his moment's here.
And maybe he feels a weight off his shoulders. You know what? He was tight with Jordan Poole last year. Like the younger guys, they felt that, that response from the Golden State Warriors, them basically doing nothing to Draymond Green. I don't think that resonated very well with the young guys on that squad. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, I know Brandon Podziemski, he's a rookie. If I'm those guys, I'm looking at this as a huge opportunity to try to change this season, turn it around, and we're going to be the reason why. Well, if you could do that, then you could change the narrative. You know what? Draymond out of sight, out of mind.
Well, Draymond, he didn't just lose the youngsters. He lost everybody.
It's facts.
Everybody. The organization. It was tough for Steph to get over that. And he got $100 million last summer.
And see, that's where I see it. He gets $100 million. And I see Steph and Clay playing golf with them. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way, to be honest, Monte. When they had the match, whatever it was, with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, they're all happy in Vegas. Draymond's, he's drinking. They're all having a good time after he signed the contract. And I was like, really? After you just got ousted by the Lakers and how awful a lot of you guys play in that series, after the disappointing year, how it started with the punch and you got paid and you're out. I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way. And leading into the season, Draymond saying it was most important, not only on the court, but off. And it's just, it's just been a mess.
So
a mess.
You think about a guy, you brought this up, not the legacy stuff, because the legacy stuff is like Steph's good, Kerr's going to be good, Clay's going to be straight. Draymond Green's legacy will take a hit because we're always talking about, what could have been, and some of the stuff that's happened on the court that's cost his team in big spots. But you think about a champion. And I was thinking about this last night as I was going to bed. When he comes back 10 years from now, what is the reception going to be?
Man.
Because it took a while for T.O. to get back here. Just off the top of my head. Terrell Owens. But Draymond Green is a four-time champion. Four-time champion. And I run Dub fans all the time. There's so many Dub fans who are out on him. And I can't stop them. I can't tell them how to feel about a player, how to feel about a champion, how to feel about a future Hall of Famer. But But everybody's just exhausted. And the word I keep coming back to is disappointment. Disappointment. You got a 4-year, $100 million contract. You talked about regaining leadership. So here's one thing, Spinoni, I don't want to hear for the rest of the year. And I love Day-Day, I do, for what he's done in this community, what he's done for his organization. But I don't want to hear about him being a leader. I don't want to hear about him being a good teammate. I don't want to hear about any of that stuff. Because his acts have been selfish. You had to know, Nurkic. Oh, you're trying to sell a foul? Why? Selfish, Spinoni. Selfish.
That brother needs help. That's kind of just sticking in my mind right now for Yusuf Nurkic to say that after the game. Like, I don't know what's going on, but he needs some help. And hopefully he gets it. He's got to want it, though. Like, that's what we were talking about yesterday. Like, ultimately, and people are calling in about the mental health side of it. Yep. Like, hey, this guy clearly needs help. I was like, well, he's got to want it. And anything, you have to want to get help first. Otherwise, I could tell you to do this, tell you to do that, try to force you, but ultimately, that's not going to work.
No.
He's got to want it. And I don't know, like, I don't want to get too in the weeds of the psychoanalysis and like the all that. I don't want to get into that. He's just got to want it. And I don't know if there actually is a huge problem for him. I don't know if he views this as a very big problem. We all do. The league does. The Warriors do. Does Draymond think he's a big problem right now? Well, at the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to. And if he does, and if he changes his acts, like, that's the thing ultimately. If he comes back, do we expect his game to change on the court, Monte? Do you really, in your heart of hearts?
No. He's going to be who he is. And the sad part is he's actually playing good basketball.
That's the thing.
He's playing good basketball.
Like, he's not going to change.
But the other stuff is not going to. I mean, he picked up a technical in his first game back from the 5-game suspension in Sacramento. Picked it up. Picked up a technical.
Unbelievable.
This first game back. So what is the word that you have to describe the Draymond Green situation? Mine is just disappointment. If you had a word, Spinoni, what would your word be?
Frustration. Just frustrated over the entire thing, because I use that word because you see the talent.
Yeah.
You see it, the flashes, the spurts of just defensive greatness at times. You know, when he's going up against the Nikola Jokic's of the world, when the best player in the sport says that's the guy that is most difficult to go against, that's when it's like, man, that's our guy. We love Draymond Green.
Right.
And everyone else hates him, but he's ours. But then he does these things where it's just like, like, we love you, Draymond. We love that edge and that passion, that fire that you play with. You toe the line. But there's a right way to do it, right? We compare him to Dre Greenlaw right now. We're comparing him constantly. I was like, you know what? For all this, for Dre
he's not Dre Greenlaw.
No.
Yeah, that's not fair to Dre Greenlaw.
No, it's not. But that's what I'm saying. At this point, if I'm Dre Greenlaw, I don't want to be associated with that guy.
No doubt.
I don't want anyone to be associated. If I'm a player in the league, I don't want to be compared to Draymond Green.
Nope.
No, not with his reputation, which is getting worse and worse by the day. So it's frustration for me, Bonte, if I'm a fan. 888-957-9570. What's the word for you?
What's the word for you, Lubman? What's the word for you when it comes to Draymond Green?
I mean, frustration's a good one. It's disappointment's a good one. For me, it's getting to be an exasperation point with him. Draymond's always been one of my favorite Warriors. I mean, one of my favorite basketball players just in general, ever since going back to Michigan State. And it's exasperating getting to the point where it's like, I'm tired of having to defend the guy. I'm tired of having to make excuses for the guy. I mean, that point passed for me a while ago, but yeah, I'm exasperated with all of it.
Exasperated is a good one. That's how I felt yesterday. Now I'm just disappointed. We're going to go play the Clippers to end the 3-game road trip. We're going to play the Clippers in a 3-game road trip. And no Draymond Green.
Clipper is one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
One of the hottest teams. They're surging. They figure something out. Because you know why? Ty Lue holds people accountable.
That's a fact.
The Warriors, they get to play.
And also, I'll give credit to a guy on that team that has been largely known to be selfish, in Russell Westbrook, taking one for the team. I'll come off the bench if it means we're winning again.
Yep.
He had that self-realization at his career, and it's not ending, but it's on the back end of his career. You know what? I want to win a ring. I've never done that. I'm going to sacrifice. And now Draymond Green is, going to be sacrificing a lot, but not because of his own accord. We're taking it away from you, Draymond, and it's affecting the team.
It's affected his team. It's affected his wallet. I think he'll be fine in terms of the bank account.
Oh, yeah, he's made there.
It's affected the team and their organization for the second straight year. Second consecutive season.
God,
and there's just so much there. I mean, we got over 2019, 2020. When Steph and Curry got hurt 4 games into the season, Klay Thompson was out, and Draymond Green admitted to mailing it in. He admitted to all of us. In spite of spending our money for tickets, or a lot of fans spending money for tickets, because you guys know I don't. Been on the media hype for a long time. It's
Big shot over here.
I mean, no, not even. Just doing the Lord's work, doing my reporting duties. But no, seriously, he mailed it in and admitted to it.
Not only that, doesn't get up for games in March.
Doesn't get up for games in March.
OKC, is that what the team was?
I heard somebody talking yesterday. It was like, well, Draymond, he needs to get lathered up and to get ready to roll. And, he's got to get up for these games. What?
No. When you're getting paid the money you're getting paid, this is the most competitive league in the entire sport. And this is a privilege to play in this game. And you have to get up for that? The greats of the greats don't have to.
No.
LeBron James, Kobe, Steph, MJ, they get up every single game.
Duncan.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. Because they know little Billy down the street, this is his first ever game. I got to put on a show for him. All right? These people are coming to see us play. And you know what? The league knows that too. And the league is seeing Draymond Green. These people are coming to play, and you're doing this. This is not the image we want in our sport. Not even close.
Let's go to Miguel and Hayward.
Miguel.
I'm disappointed, Miguel. Good morning to you, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm disappointed, Miguel.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, me too. Pretty much just let me say that, I love y'all's show. I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
When I get out of work. But yeah, man, I'm pretty much disappointed about Draymond Green because, we gave him all this good money. And every time I watch the Warriors, I always tell myself, we're about to win this game. But Draymond Green just can't hold it in. Just don't hit nobody, bro. It's like, come on now. And then when I watched that last game, man, he hit him pretty hard. And then I'm watching his interview. He kept on, saying, I'm sorry, I apologize. And I think that he was trying to get himself, probably, telling the NBA, hey, don't try to suspend me. And then I'm at work today, and I found out that he got suspended for good. Hopefully he gets some help. I love Draymond Green. Go Warriors tonight. And that's all I pretty much have to say, man. But I love y'all. I love you guys, man. You guys take care.
Hey, you too, Miguel. You too. We love you too, man. 888-957-9570. Give us one word to describe this situation with Draymond Green. One word. And we could peel this onion in so many different directions.
I love onions.
I do like. When I was young, I hated onions.
Love them. Oh,
I love them now. I eat them raw.
Italian,
it's crazy.
You always get the diced onions. You get garlic. You start heating that up. It's the greatest smell in the history.
I'm all about it. I'm all about some good onions right now.
Ogres are like onions. Shout out Shrek. There you go. Bullies. Shrek was viewed as a bully early on, and you know what? He changed.
He did.
Got a friend named Donkey.
Shrek 5 next year.
There you go.
Shrek 5? They're on 5?
Oh my god!
Coming out next year.
After Shrek 2, I was done.
Yeah, come on. That's too much.
That's too many.
888-957.
But bullies, you know what?
Yeah.
Bullies get their just due.
They do.
And he's getting one right now in Draymond Green.
888-957-9570. Give us your one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. Also, what should the Warriors do? What should the Warriors do? What should the Lakers and Dunleavy do? Is it time to make some moves? Is it time to shake things up? Because it's not just Draymond Green that we have issues with. We got on-court performances from Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. They have not been up to par.
That's the thing. And we'll talk about it on the other side.
Yeah.
There's a lot more problem. Peeling back that onion, there's a lot of layers to this.
A lot of layers to this bad boy. Well said, Spinoni. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch and the Comcast Business Text Line. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by AC Transit. Your phone calls. One word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. We'll take your calls on the other side.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadone in for Shasky. Today is a Warriors Game Day. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Draymond Green, we asked the callers, give us your one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. Spadone actually had another question, too. Who's still defending Draymond Green? Or the Draymond Green truthers out?
I want to hear from him. 888-957-9570. Come on, if this is still your guy and you think he is being wronged, if it's a witch hunt against Draymond Green, call in, please. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from you.
Now,
because this is ridiculous.
Philly 510. Damn, since we left Oracle, fans have gotten soft. Well, what were we soft about? Because since we left Oracle Arena, Draymond Green basically admitted to mailing in the season, 2019-2020. The play-in season, we know what happened that year. It was all kind of things happening, including the dumbest, greatest shot ever when he bricked one to San Antonio from 45 feet away. All right. The play-in game, then he comes back the next year, and look, they were able to get through it, win the championship. He played well, but he also got benched in Game 4.
He got benched in the finals. He
got benched in Game 4 the fourth quarter, said he was shook, but also was not happy about it. All right? And then we know what happened all last season. And we know what's happened so far this season. So what? Since we left Oracle Arena, Draymond Green is...
You know what's funny, Bonte?
I mean, what do you want us to do?
You know what's funny? You know what the worst thing of all that he's done in the eyes of Warriors fans? The worst thing it's not the punches, it's not the hitting, it's not the suspension, it's not that. It's hugging LeBron James after getting eliminated.
Whoa.
That's the line. He cannot be friends with him. You know what? You can't have that. Punching your teammates one thing.
Right.
But hugging LeBron, I'm finished. Like, come on. Are we serious, people? Oh,
Not
my
everybody,
God.
man. Not everybody. Let's get to the lines, man. I'm just disappointed. I don't know what to say anymore about this situation.
Frustration,
He's suspended.
disappointed.
He's suspended indefinitely. This team is 10-13. This was supposedly the most important season of his career. You know, my boy Ralph from Coyote Creek is texting me right now. What up, Ralph? One word, selfish.
The golf course?
Golf course, yeah.
I want to go golfing there, Ralph.
Yeah. We'll see.
Oh,
We'll see.
okay.
Big Ralph.
Thumbs up from John over there. It's a good course.
You know,
I always drive past
Coyote
it.
Creek. Oh, don't kiss Ralph's ass now.
But that's Morgan Hill, right?
You said Coyote Creek stunk.
Well,
So it was hard to
I've
hit the
never been
greens
able
there.
to play the tournament course, so.
Oh, gotcha.
But the other course at Coyote Creek is the Muni is great.
Sure.
I'll vouch for Ralph and Coyote Creek. I like Ralph.
You guys
Good
suck
guy.
it up.
I like Ralph's the store, grocery shopping. There you go.
Yeah, no, listen, I got to get down there, though. I miss Ralph Miles.
You still picking up golf? You still doing that?
Well, I haven't had time.
It's
the
a-
clubs
yeah.
clubs look good, though. They're shining.
This is
Also
the best
pretty
time
cold out there.
It's the best time of the year though, because we get to golf and a lot of other parts of the country do not. So this is when you
yeah.
utilize it.
Well, yeah, I got to get some days off. Maybe when I take that week off during the holiday, I'll get out
Maybe
there.
you'll go out with Draymond.
Yeah. Well, I don't
He's
know.
got some time.
I don't know. He still has to practice with the team. But I'm honestly, I'm at a loss for words. Because we were just discussing this 3 weeks ago when he got suspended for 5 games. It's like a broken record. Just keeps spinning. It's spinning. It's spinning. It's spinning. I don't.
What's that song? You spin
Look,
me right round,
you know, so-
round. We'll come
so-
back with that
So
later.
Philly, I go back to you, Philly 510. You go, what are we doing? Let's move on. Where do you want to move on to? You want to move off of Draymond Green?
It's the biggest story in sports right now.
Well,
We're
no.
not moving on.
I want to talk to him because obviously he's a Draymond Green fan. What do you want us to move on from? How do we move on when one of our core guys who's getting paid $100 million is getting suspended and by tonight would have missed 50% of the team's games this season? And only 2 of them have been due to injuries. 1 due to personal reasons. You've been kicked out of 3. You've been suspended for 5. Come on, man. He's slot Nurkic. And trying to say he was selling a foul. How do we move on from this?
Don't even know what
Come on, man.
I don't even know what that means.
We can't
selling a
defend this. I
foul.
love Draymond Green. I do the Warriors pre- and post-game show. You can't defend this anymore. You can't. Come on, man. Let's go to Kim in Maryland. Kim, what's happening? Good morning, Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I've been a Warriors fan since 2014, somewhere around there. I think the problem, the word I would use for Draymond would be accountability, lack of accountability. And that definitely goes to the Warriors organization. If they had held him accountable when he punched out Poole, then we probably wouldn't be here today having this conversation. But because you rewarded him and gave him a contract and shipped Poole out, there's no accountability, which means he gets to do whatever he wants to do.
It's a fact.
So the Warriors organization needs to look at themselves as well.
Yeah. No doubt.
I agree with that, Kim. It's like when you, again, going back to the parent here, because I'm just using this because you know what? In this scenario, the Warriors are the parents and Draymond Green's the kid right now. And when your kid is acting up, he's being a spoiled brat, you know, he wants all the candy, he wants this, he's not playing nice with others. You don't go out there and take him to Target and go buy him a gift, Bonte. No, that tells me that, you know what, that's okay. You know what, Draymond, we're fine with all that. That's fine. No, you don't do that. You sit him down, timeout, whatever you need to do with him. But you don't reward him. And that's what they did last year. They didn't even give him a slap on the wrist. That's why I keep going back to that word for me. It's frustration.
He missed a couple practices.
Wow.
He was there for ring night.
That's luxury for him. Oh, I don't have to practice?
Yeah,
Sweet.
No doubt.
Come on.
Let's get to the lines. Let's go to J-Dub, Union City. What up, J-Dub?
How y'all doing this morning?
Oh, man, a little frustrated. A little frustrated. A little disappointed. Actually, just disappointing. You know, just feel empty.
No, it makes sense. And I mean, look, I put it this way. My one word, if I had to put one, is expected. And I hate saying it, but it's expected. And here's the reason why. Look, in the sports world, you know, we have this saying that's either you coach it or you condone it. And how many times have, to a previous caller's point, have Draymond's actions been just tolerated and allowed to go on? And I find it actually pretty ironic that this all happened with, guess who on the other side of that sideline? Kevin Durant, right? Like, think about what Kevin Durant said about when he left and why he left. It wasn't even the actual situation with Draymond himself. It was how the Warriors handled it, right? Like, that, I find that pretty ironic in all of this, too.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Speaking of Kevin Durant, he was asked about it yesterday after the Suns game.
Yeah, that was insane to see. Glad Nurk is all right. Never seen that before on the basketball court in the NBA game. I hope Draymond gets the help he needs. It's been incident after incident. So I know Draymond, and that's not, he hasn't been that way when I was around him and coming into the league. So hopefully he gets the help he needs and get back on the court and, put all this stuff behind him.
I hope he can put it behind him as well. I hope he can get the help that he needs. But, boy, it's gone too far. It's gone. And the league has said so. The league came in and said, you know what? We're not going to wait on the Warriors to police this guy. We're going to do so.
Because you're making us look bad. So we're going to step in because you guys couldn't handle it. You guys let him run amok. You guys let him, basically just run rampant in that organization. Right. No one's holding him. Again, the word that the caller went to, accountability.
Accountability.
It's none.
Jordan, expected. So we got accountability, expected, exasperated, frustrated, disappointed.
I love
Big
this.
John's word.
You didn't ask me.
Oh, I thought I did.
No.
He has a thesaurus out right now, actually, just looking at ones.
No, my word is relieved. Because as much as I love Draymond, it's always seems like it's something. And so I feel like now we can kind of put that behind us. Focus on basketball, focus back to getting back to some sort of identity. Because right now with Draymond, it's just Draymond.
I think a lot of fans actually agree with that. There is a sense of, you know what, I'm done. I'm tired of this guy.
Yeah, we don't want to hear heart and soul. We don't want to hear leader. We don't want to hear great teammate.
I don't want to hear high IQ anymore either when it comes to basketball.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear that either. I definitely don't want to hear that. And he's a smart basketball player, but right now it's not appropriate to use that term. You cost your team. You're costing your team. And now we're on the outside looking in of the play-in tournament, the playoffs. And boy, it does not get easier. Brooklyn just beat Phoenix last night. They'll be in Saturday. We saw what happened with Portland last week. The Clippers tonight. Boston's coming to town on Tuesday.
Oh, Christmas right around the corner, Monte.
The Denver Nuggets. And you know what? He's going to miss the Poole game.
Oh.
Jordan Poole coming back to Chase Center. Draymond Green won't be there for that. Nope. Popped.
How many games do you think this is going to last?
At least 10.
At least 10. Okay. So that's a month.
We might not see him until 2024.
It's unbelievable.
It is. We're good to everybody. Peter, Justin, Chucky, David, May Buddy, James. We're good to you all on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
George Sedano covers the NBA for ESPN, does a hell of a job with them. He'll join us at 8:30. They get the nationwide view. I guess we'll still talk to David Lombardi about some Niners. So I'm to break it apart. Why not? We need a little positivity in our life. Because right now, the Warriors, there are a couple positives here. Curry's still playing at a high level. We're going to get the opportunity to see a lot more Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Brandon Pajemski, and Trace Jackson Davis.
TJD?
TJD.
Let's go.
So there are some positives. We get to see the youngsters. They're going to play a lot. They're going to get minutes. And it's a trial by fire. It's a great opportunity for them. It really is. And Curry's going to have to do this on his own, leading his team, because that's who the real leader is. Curry's been the leader. He's been the heart and soul. He's been the best teammate. Let's not get it twisted.
He has been. He's also been kind of an enabler for Draymond, though, too. If we're going to keep it a buck. Like, he's also been a little bit, you know what, this is my guy. I'm tied to him. He vouches for this guy, Bonte. Like, that's his guy.
Well,
and
I know last year he was really disappointed the first 3 months.
He was.
He was very disappointed. Their relationship took a hit for a little bit.
But I go back to the match and how happy him, Clay, Dre, like all of them, and like just living the life in Vegas, like everything's all hunky-dory. And I get it. They're not going to stop being like best friends because they all came into the league together. So this is a very difficult thing to kind of accept down here.
Yeah.
And I'm not ready to call it I'm not ready to call it dead yet.
Yeah.
With that core trio. I'm not ready just yet, but it's on life support.
You know what? The Steph situation. What should Steph do? What would the fans want Steph to do? Maybe that could be the question for the 7 o'clock hour.
He's the leader of that franchise.
He is.
He's the face of that franchise, and right now, Draymond Green is trying to tarnish that image. And if I'm Stephen Curry, I am not happy with that. What we have built up, what we have accomplished here, getting this new arena, come on.
I just want to know what fans would want Stephen Curry to do. What would the expectation be for him to come out and say? What would make fans happy? You know, he's not a leader. He's not going to be demonstrative. He's not a yeller.
He's not.
You know, Tim Duncan was never a yeller, but he got people's attention. He worked hard. He got to work on time. He got there early, stayed late. He worked his ass off. That's what people lead in different directions. So people yell, so people don't.
But I'll say this with the Spurs and Tim Duncan, they had a guy that will get in your face. That's the head coach.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if Steve Kerr's going to do that with Draymond Green. Has he shown that he's going to do that?
Well, they have gotten into it many times.
They have, but ultimately it feels like Steve Kerr caves to him at the end of the day.
It does feel like that.
It feels like that.
I can't disagree with that. Let's go to David in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. David, what's happening?
We're everywhere, nationwide.
What up, David?
Yo, you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Hey, I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on if you trade Draymond Green, who do you think you can get in return for him that would fit?
I don't know. I don't have a name.
Boy.
I would like size and athleticism, but who would take on Draymond Green right now? What team out there would take on Draymond Green and the rest of his contract? Remember,
I mean, it would be a team that, I don't think any contender has the finances to take him on. And if they do, they're giving up a piece that they probably want to keep. So they're not doing that unless they're giving, chump change in return. And if you're Mike Dunleavy, I'd say, you know what, I'll just stick with Draymond at that point. Then you look at some bottom feeders. And if they're a bottom feeding team, they're going to keep all their good prospects, you would think. And then you're just looking at scraps. Again, his value is at an all-time low. And that's kind of the tricky part here, too. When you start looking at the value and you're starting to change things, you start looking at the guys like Wiggins, like Clay, like the value is not high right now.
Yep.
So this is also a massive opportunity for some other guys around them to, to step up the young guys. This is also just a massive month for this team, not only for the future and trying to make the play-in, the playoffs, whatever, just the overall future of the team. What's going to happen next year?
I don't know.
It's going to lay the foundation these next couple months, I feel like.
Well, looking back at Draymond and that contract, he's got the player option. He was able to get a player option. So it makes it that much more difficult to move him if you decide to move him, if that's the plan here.
Because he's got all the power.
He's got all the juice.
Yeah.
And you know he's going to opt in to $27 million by the end of that fourth year, 2026, 2027. So I don't know what you do, man. Where do we go from here? But we got one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. Let's continue on that. Let's go to May Money. May Money, what's happening, May Money?
Hey, in the building, what's up? Good morning.
On, May Money?
Okay. Well, a lot. So I guess my word, I had to pull out my thesaurus on this one, guys. I would have to say disheartening.
Oh.
Is that? Yeah, because he's the heart of the team, and now we're disheartened.
Yeah, I like
good,
that.
right?
I like that. That works.
Not mad.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, no, it really is, though. I've been through disappointment after disappointment after disappointment after this entire year. And I was looking forward for the Warriors to, really, I was looking for the Warriors basketball, something to just make me feel good this year. And it is just, not.
Yeah.
I couldn't even really get myself to watch the game. I was like, you know what? I don't even think I'm going to watch this game.
What?
And I did. And of course, we saw how that ended up. So, it's disheartening. And honestly, I don't even know what to say. But I do have one message for Klay Thompson. I kind of feel like I got a weird, when you get somebody's wrong mail. I had a dream where I was with him and CP3 at the lake, and he was really sad and all down and whatever. And CP3 said, then instead of playing for the fans and proving why don't you play for you and play because you love the game of basketball, basically. So I feel like I got the wrong, got a message for him. He needs to play with his heart instead of with his head, because that's the only thing that's going to get him out of the rut, I feel like. So, and now that we don't have Draymond, now it's time for the young guys to step up, because they're kicking ass. So it's not something to really look down on. It might be a blessing, because I feel like Draymond at this point he's disheartened the team, and the only way to get out of it is to look forward and look up,
Yeah, good dreams there.
Yeah, you're deep into it as a fan if you're dreaming about the players. I'm going to say that.
Well, CP3
you're really
made
deep
a
in the
dream.
weeds.
Oh, CP3 made a Warriors fan dream. That's unbelievable. Who would have thunk it?
CP3. He's the key to all this, Bonte. Who would have thought? Oh,
He's
my
the
God.
key. Oh, boy.
Chris Paul is on the team and on the roster, and he hasn't even been the biggest problem this year.
All right, I want to go.
Draymond Green.
It's
Oh, my God.
Draymond Green. What is Chris Paul thinking? Let's go to Chucky in Oakland.
That's a fact. He's thinking he wants off this team.
Yeah, he's looking for that next team. He's trying to figure out where he's going to go. Chucky in Oakland. Chucky, one word to describe this situation with Draymond Green.
Chuck.
What is it?
Hey, good morning, Bonte, Evan, man. I enjoy you guys so much. I listen to you and Evan Chansky all the time. I just normally call in with Steiny and Guru. But, my word is trickeration.
Oh.
And I say trickeration, man, because, look, when I saw Draymond make that play to get him ejected from the last game, I said to myself, this dude trying to get traded, man. He's trying to get traded. He hijacked Lakers for the 4 years, $100 million. And I'm saying, why is he trying to get traded? And then as I look and analyze the situation, I see that there's less communication between him and Curry this year. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it seems like there's a rift between him and Curry. There's no communication on the bench like it used to be in past seasons. They both not at the interview table post game.
Yeah.
And Curry's last interview, he said that we gotta stop. We gotta stop talking and talking. We gotta start doing it. And I think that was a jug at Draymond. Because he doing all that running his mouth, talking about this gonna be his best season and most important season, and he doing stuff like this. And I think that's straight disrespectful to Curry, man, because Curry said we got to come together, and he's still doing, and he need him on the floor with him. Yeah. And Draymond's continually doing stuff to not be on the floor. And I like to say my last thing, man, is I don't think it's a coincidence that Wiggins played his best ball during Draymond's 5-game suspension. So I'm going to predict Wiggins going to go for like 20 and 7 tonight. He going to have way more energy. That's what I think, man.
Oh, wow.
Well-
Chucky in Oakland making a call. Trickeration. Did you expect trickeration to be a word?
No, I also didn't expect him to call me Evan, but that's okay. Shout out Evan Giddings doing a hell of a
I thought
job.
he was Evan, too.
Yeah, well, there you go. Not all 5'10" white guys sound the same. It's okay. Evan doing a hell of a job with the Warriors.
You guys got a sad. Hey, you guys got a sad game tonight. Raiders Chargers Thursday night.
Oh yeah.
football.
Evan Giddings, one of the Chargers fans in the building. I, being a Raider fan, Easton Stick versus Aiden O'Connell. You're not into that?
We have one weird station. We got a Broncos fan. We got a Chargers fan.
We have the
got
whole
a Raider
AFC West.
fan, we got a Laker fan. We got a Cowboy fan. We got a Pirates fan.
We got a Florida State fan.
Well, yeah, we do have a Florida State fan. We have a Miami fan. Do have a Florida State fan.
Al Michaels is going to be in peak form tonight, and not a good way. Calling this game.
Oh, well, you know what? We got Warriors and Clippers. You can watch us on NBC Sports Bay Area.
All honestly, they needed, and we'll get back to the Warriors in a second, is either the Chargers or the Raiders to just win the game last week, because this game would have meant something. Then they would have been 6-7. They won this game. They're back at 500. They're in the thick of it. Both of them are done. If I'm a Raiders fan or a Chargers fan, I don't want to win this game. I'm trying to get a top 5 pick.
Not going to lie, I am thinking about betting on the game.
No, you're not, you degenerate. Oh, my God.
It's probably a disease.
Devontae Adams is, if I'm Devontae.
What's the Devontae Adams prop? Oh, and actually, they got good quarters in with the
Chargers. That's what I'm going to say. This is going to be another 3-0 stinker.
I'm probably going to lay off this
Max
one.
Crosby, go with his over sack total. Do that one.
I'm laying off. Let's go to James and San Leandro.
Oh, no, I got
word.
Khalil Mack's going to have at least 3 sacks tonight because he gets up for Raider games.
He does get up. Oh, I may take the sack. I may look at that during the break. One word to describe this situation with Draymond Green. James and San Leandro, you're on deck. What's up? Deserved.
My word would be deserved. It's been a long time coming. I'm a big Draymond Green fan, but man, enough is enough, man. You know, the antics, sometimes it's just like, you really out there playing basketball, or are you just trying to find a way to get yourself kicked out of the game? Like, come on, bro. Like, show us that you've been there before. Show us Warrior fans, why you're the heart and soul of the team. But honestly, he deserves it, and I really do hope that he gets the help that he needs, whatever it may be, mental health, personal issues in his life. He definitely deserves it. And, I hope that the Warriors can rally behind him. And when he does come back, that he'll be a new Draymond Green. And, we're going to support him for me, I'm going to support him until the day that I die. So, Big Draymond Green fan, definitely deserved.
One can only hope, right? One can only hope. But is Draymond Green without being boisterous, without being intense? Can Draymond Green play the same style of basketball without having that emotion? And
Not even close.
Yes, well, then that's a problem,
That's
right?
his heart and soul of his game is predicated on being the tough guy, predicated on being the rah-rah guy. I'm going to get in your face. I'm going to jaw at you. They just don't take that away.
It does feel like the league, though. Players around the league. Number one, they don't feel the Warriors anymore.
No.
That's obvious. But number two, I don't think they fear Draymond Green in that way.
Nope.
And they're sick of it. Anthony Edwards last offseason said, I want to go at Draymond Green because all he does is talk.
It's turning.
And it felt personal.
No, it does. And I'm sorry not to cut you off there,
you're
Bonte. It does feel like it's turning into more of like a clown act, a clown behavior. When I say clown, it's like a circus. And it's just like, I'm comparing it to guys like, we were talking about Dennis Rodman yesterday.
Dennis Rodman, his act wore old.
It did.
He got him, and he still could play.
I'm thinking of another guy that played for Detroit, Draymond's favorite team, the Bad Boy Pistons, Bill Laimbeer. That act got old. And look at his reputation now, Bonte. What is it? It's not very good. Goon.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't.
He was.
Bill Laimbeer, I guess, like his dad was like a multi-billionaire. He didn't even need to play basketball. He was set for life, but he just wanted to prove it to him. That's the kind of son I want. You know what? Prove it to me, buddy.
So you ripped Laimbeer. Now you want him.
I kind of like him, actually.
Now you kind of like him. Now you talked yourself into Bill Laimbeer. That is a work of art right there.
You go.
That is magic.
I'm going to prove
that
you,
is
Jack.
magic.
I don't need your $1 billion industry.
Man.
I'm going to play basketball.
What about Arthur Smith?
There you go.
Head coach of the Falcons.
There you go.
See his father?
What? Oh, that's right. Oh, it's FedEx, right? That's right.
He doesn't need to coach. Why is he going through the stress of coaching the Atlanta Falcons?
And Desmond Ritter, yikes.
Why is he going through that?
That division sucks.
It's great
and
mustache,
they're going to host
though.
They're going to play. Yeah, it's a great mustache. They're going to host a playoff game too.
And lose.
Maybe.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM at AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app if every 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. Spadoni in for Shasky. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. We got Big John in the building. And Lubman, of course. One word to describe Draymond Green, this situation with Draymond Green. Let's continue to roll with our main man, Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, happy holidays, brother. One word to describe the Draymond Green situation.
Comical comedy to me, because I think that this is Draymond. If we notice in his career that it's when it's tough, like and the Warriors are losing or anything, and we're not, I would say, front running for him, he tends to get kicked out the game, or like you said, he doesn't get up when Steph and they're not there. So when the tough times get tough for me, when I see it, he's always like doing some type of antic to get out. And like the last caller said, I do think he's trying to get traded somewhere else where he could be on a contending team, go to a lower team, get bought out, and then go to a contending team. Because I think that's the only way he plays now, is like he has to be on a team that's winning so that they can, those little antics that he does, some of those teams will deal with it because they're winning and he's helping them win.
Interesting.
If I'm a winning organization right now, I don't want anything to do with Draymond Green. I don't want that on my plate at all. If I'm the Boston Celtics, if I am the Denver Nuggets or anything like that, the league's telling you they're not putting up with it.
Well, they're not, but I guarantee you there's a team out there who could use his services defensively and as an extra ball handler. And would he be able to get away with this in another organization?
Yeah.
The fact that he grew up in his organization and helped them win 4 championships, and he's in and out, and he's been in the war rooms, and he's had so much input on there, it's a different situation if he goes elsewhere. You go elsewhere, and all of a sudden that organization's like, hey, this ain't the Golden State Warriors. You didn't grow up here. This is how we do things.
Correct.
You have to adapt to us, and we're not taking anything for granted. There's no margin for errors with you, Draymond Green. So that's that. I think it'd be different if he went elsewhere. But ESPN, you just pointed to something on the screen, Spadoni, and ESPN's already rolling with it. And you best believe over the next month or two, if the Warriors continue to scuffle, and they're losing games left and right, ESPN's starting right now. The question will come up, and it's a very uncomfortable question for everybody out here in the Bay Area. Will Steph finally say, you know what? It's time to move on? What will Steph do? Because now he's out there on the island by himself, and he's got the youngsters, and Steph is still playing at a very high level, and all Steph wants to do is win. Win, 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 win.
No matter what.
No matter what. And I don't want to have this conversation today because I don't think Steph's going anywhere. But ESPN's already starting with the conversation. Should Steph ask for a trade?
That's always when the going gets tough. What do you see for any place? Should Devontae Adams be asking for a trade? Now, should Stephen Curry be asking for a trade? Steph's not built like that.
No.
That's not his thought process. He is all bought in on this franchise, on this area. He loves it. His wife, the beautiful Aisha, they've got all their culinary, stuff out here. The family's a family man now. He gives so much to this community. I have a very hard time seeing Stephen Curry walking away from the Golden State Warriors or forcing himself out. I don't see that happening very early, but that's going to be the discussion.
Yeah.
Hey, if everything else is going to chaos around him and Steph is the only constant, it's a fair question to ask. But I think it's a little early.
Let's go to Skinny Bob. I'm with you. It's a little early. But ESPN doesn't stop.
But I tell you this, if they don't make the play-in or they get ousted, don't even make the playoffs in this summer,
will be noisy.
It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
They need to you don't trade a player like Steph.
No.
I think he's a lifelong warrior.
No.
But, let's get to Skinny Bob and El Granada. El Granada, Skinny Bob. What's up, baby?
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, my one word is disastrous. I'm not a basketball expert. I'm 78, and I like watching the game. And I know talent. Dre's talent, and his nickname's Day-Day, but it's Night-Night now because he's embarrassed. The coach, Curry, his 2 companions that aren't playing well, Wiggins and the other guy.
Oh, Clay.
This team, Clay. And, boy, he's let those guys down. They need him. And his talk is one thing. His actions are different. But what the organization needs to realize is these kids, and he's not a kid, but when you throw that kind of money around this league, and I mean, that kind of money, they need a permanent shrink on board. What's the shrink cost? Maybe $5 million a year. We got how many coaches? We need these kids getting financial advice, and I'm sure they're getting it, but this just goes to show what one guy can do to an organization. And it is night time. My wife says he's a brute. He belongs in jail. That was a roundhouse. He should have been arrested.
You should have heard Tim Hardaway Sr. Thanks for the call, Skitty Bob. Tim Hardaway Sr. on his Instagram page. Maybe we'll play. I don't know if we play it. Maybe it uplifts us because it's kind of funny. We'll do that on the other side. Tim Hardaway
excited.
Sr.
Yeah, I didn't hear what he had
Tim
to say.
Hardaway Sr. I got it sent last night to me. I watched it this morning.
Boy. He's known to say some outlandish things in broadcasts too.
Yeah, we'll leave that alone. I like Timmy Sr.
I know.
He's a roaster. He's a roaster.
Dude, the entire morning, by the way, they're just showing all the Draymond Green lowlights.
Oh, it's
that
bad.
punch he had on Poole. I haven't seen it in a while because we watched it ad nauseum.
Every time.
God, that was vicious.
Spinotti, every time I watch it, to this day, because I think you were on the show back then.
Yes.
You were a part of it. And we watched it during the break. Remember that?
Yes.
We huddled around. We watched it during the break. And the first reaction I ever had was, oh, I still do it to this day.
I cringe, man. That was a vicious ball. And he didn't even get disciplined for that. It's just,
Boy, 888-957-9570. Now, there are some positives here. We're going to see what the youngsters are all about. Kuminga, Moody, TJD, and Pajemski.
Youth movement. When I was heading into this season, I was like, you know what? Brandon Pajemski, this guy needs to be at the forefront.
Tonight, if I'm Steve Kerr, I say F it. I'm starting Curry. I'm starting Pajemski. I'm starting Kuminga. I'm starting Moody. And I'm starting Sarge. Or Looney. Well, it doesn't matter to 5. I'm bringing Clay Wiggins off the bench. Let's see what it looks like
Clean
tonight.
slate right now.
Clean slate right now.
I like that.
I like the veteran bench, the veteran presence off the bench, and Clay and Wiggins. Clay and Wiggins can play with TJD off the bench. And we'll see what the youngsters are all about.
Wouldn't it be
out there, guard Kawhi and James Harden and Paul George?
Wouldn't it be a little interesting if the Warriors end up going on a nice little run here without Draymond Green?
Would be very fascinating.
That would open up a lot more questions to me about his potential future on this squad.
Well, again, his future with the squad. He's got 3 years left and $100 million and 75.
He does.
So it's a tough contract to move.
It's tough.
They can move it. I've seen a lot of things happen in this league. You can move contracts. There's always a sucker. But, boy, you're going to have to find a dummy this time around because he's got the player option. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green suspended indefinitely. Decision takes into account repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts. Joe Dumars dropped the hammer down. This is 6th career suspension. So Draymond Green, as we go into the night against the LA Clippers, would have either he would have missed 12 games due to injury, suspensions, or ejections. Think about that. In 12 of the 24 games the Warriors are about to play, he's been ejected in 3. He's been suspended for 5. That's 8. He sat out the first 2 games of the season with the ankle injury. Sat out the Denver game due to personal reasons. And he's going to be out tonight due to another suspension. Now that's 6 games of suspensions. Damn. Most important season of his career. So disappointing. That's my word. Disappointed. 888-957-9570. Anybody out there want to defend Draymond Green? Why is Draymond Green in the right?
You have the floor. The
floor is
Draymond
yours.
defenders, the Draymond truthers, please come and tell your side of the story.
There it is. There it is. What's coming up in the game sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your calls.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for...
I know we're back. I see Big John. Keep the beat going. I got protein bars all in my mouth, coffee. We're talking kids.
We're crushing it.
Well, we're going to get back to the lines, but this is how my day started. So my Nespresso machine wasn't working this morning.
I watched your little Twitter story, yes.
I'm sad about that. So no Nespresso, because these shots that I have, they last throughout the day. I don't even need coffee.
Nespresso, is that the George Clooney commercials, the Nespresso, right?
I don't even know.
You a big Nespresso guy
I'm
now?
a Nespresso guy. It's just quick and easy.
It is.
Quick and easy.
I'm a big Americano, which is basically like the espresso shots and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like those. Yeah. And then I just find out in one of my leagues.
Oh, no. I
survived the last week of the regular season of fantasy football, won by 1 point. 1 point. but a stat correction has bounced me from the playoffs.
No.
Jared Goff was charged with the fumble instead of the center earlier today. And so the group thread is just going crazy. Like, why did the matchups change? I got bounced out of the playoffs. Out of the playoffs.
Because of Jared Goff.
Because of Jared freaking Goff. And I have Christian McCaffrey on my team.
So what you're telling me, when the Niners play the Lions in the playoffs, it's personal for Bonte. It's personal for Bonte.
It's not even personal no more. Look, Jared Goff, not Jared Goff, but Justin Herbert. I tried to tell you guys about
hate Herbert now, too.
Listen, it got personal with Justin Herbert, but also the realization was like, wait a minute. This is the guy that y'all thought was better than Patrick Mahomes?
Oh, please.
And now we come a year later.
I think that was Mike Martz that said that.
No, Mike Tannenbaum said it.
Oh, my
Mike
God.
Martz said it. There's some broadcasters here in the Bay Area who said it. I mean, it was unbelievable.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
It is a shame. And then you guys came to the realization about Justin Herbert this season. And it was funny. In all the fantasy drafts, he was just lingering. It almost clicked. I was like, ooh, should I do it? Nope, not going to do it. He'll never, ever be on one of my fantasy
You would have been
teams.
better off just waiting for Purdy at the very end.
I would have been
a
better
baller.
off. I started Jared Goff instead of Trevor Lawrence because Trevor Lawrence had the sprained ankle.
Yeah.
He was in Cleveland. I thought, okay, playing the Chicago Bears, let's give me a touchdown pass. Jared Goff stunk in that game.
And
but it's
Trevor
cost
Lawrence,
me a playoff spot.
and Trevor Lawrence's ankle looked fine.
But I will say, in this other league that I'm in, my Players Club league, it's been going around for 25 years. We will get back to the calls. We'll talk about Draymond Green. He's suspended indefinitely. What do the Warriors do here? We got a lot of calls about one word to describe Draymond Green's actions. And so far, we've gotten all different words. It's been unbelievable.
I want people, if you're still Draymond Green apologists or truthers, whatever the hell you are, come defend your guy. How do you defend this? I want to hear from you. Try to sell me why, you know what, the bigger picture, it's fine.
So this warms my heart, though. In my 25-year league, the Players Club. Shout out to Harry B., Judd, Drew Payne.
Joe Rappaforte, right?
Yeah. Who else is in there? Big Dog City, but he sucked this year.
I need to meet Big Dog.
Only at your own.
Bring him in studio.
So this guy, Mike Williams, who goes to the O Club. And remember, he's the guy I ripped earlier this season because he was texting the text line, oh, beat Bonte. Yeah. Oh, Bonte, blah, blah. And he was lying about beating me in the playoffs, and he's always bragging to Shasky about this. So the last playoff spot came down to him and I.
Oh, boy.
And so comes down to you and me next week for the last playoff spot. If I win, I am in via head-to-head. So I added a tight end at 9:52 because I had no tight ends. I added the tight end from Cincinnati. He actually scored a touchdown. But I lost the game anyway. $1 billion waiver ads right now. And I said, so last night I thought about it. I go, man, no text from you? Nothing to say congratulations? You don't respond to me. Why would I say anything? You weren't even up for a little camaraderie. Then, come to find out, he goes, the default setting for ESPN League is head-to-head. Max said, no, we had changed the setting to points. I filed a protest with the commissioner and was denied. He filed a protest over fantasy football. So it makes me that much more happy that I got the last playoff spot and he didn't. Who the hell files a protest over fantasy football? Get your life in order, Mike Williams.
I think we had a former host here at the station during the fantasy football year. Someone tried to file a protest because I traded Darren Waller for, who was it, Dalvin Cook straight up, and someone didn't like that, and they tried to file a protest. Didn't work.
File a protest, you loser. Come on, man. Be following the protest. What are we doing?
That's weak sauce.
That is
Come
weak.
on.
But you know what's weak? Is that he's not in the playoffs and I am.
You love it. You love that. There's certain people you love beating in fantasy.
Yeah, and I love beating him.
Especially in family leagues, too, with a certain brother or cousin you have. Shut him up. Oh.
He should be Big Dog City, but, actually, Big Dog City benefited from Justin Herbert and his kneel downs last year against the Colts.
You told me that.
Yeah.
He lost it because of a kneel down.
In the semifinal classic.
Oh, my God.
Always lose the big games to him. Let's go back to the lines.
Let's go to the phones.
Big Dog City. How's he feel about Draymond Green?
I'm second to last this year in our fantasy league. I didn't even make the consolation bracket. I'd decimated with injuries. I didn't finish last, though. That would be Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Of course he did. After winning the baseball championship.
I would run around this studio naked.
No one wants that, Gil.
Yeah, we don't want that. By the way, he's been going on some rants, man.
He's fired up about these Warriors. I think a lot of these callers are, too.
All right, let's go to Marcus in Pacifica. Marcus, one word to describe Draymond Green and his actions.
You know what? I jumped in a little later in the conversation. Mine's is change. I'm not sure if someone threw that out there.
No.
But, so change, I've been watching basketball for 35 years, and over those years, I've seen a lot of teams hold on to their star players a little too long. I look at Klay and what he's doing out there. I'm a huge fan of Klay Thompson, but I'm a bigger Warriors fan. I've been through those 19-win seasons. I know what losing looks like, and it can happen. The Lakers did it when they held on to Worthy and Showtime a little too long, and they went through the Van Exel years and trying to Del Harris, trying to figure out, how can they put a winning franchise out there again. It takes a while. It's not as easy as people think. As a Warrior fan, I haven't forgotten. I still got the scars from what that looked like back in the 80s and the 90s, trying to see them win and then getting into the 2000s. It was rough. So I'm optimistic. I'm looking at Moody, Kuminga, Pozinski. Of course, Klay. His contract's expiring. Wiggins, I think, is movable. Draymond, to the ask that you guys had as far as someone going to try and defend him. I think the thing that we trick ourselves in, Draymond's Draymond. People want him to be a professional, but he's a dog. And, Rasheed Wallace was a dog. You look at Rick Mahorn, he was a dog. Bill Laimbeer, dog. These are guys we're expecting more from Draymond. And the caller from Oakland who said, when things get rough, Draymond goes in hard. That's what he knows. That's when we were playing against Boston. Our back was against the wall. Dre came out. He went out. He started getting in people's faces. He started fouling people hard, and he helped to turn the page.
So you don't want him to change?
No, I'm not saying that he's going to change.
You're just saying he's going to always be this guy, and we have to live with it?
I'm not. Hey, trade him. If you don't like it, he is who he is.
Yeah.
And we've got championships because of Draymond Green. So I'm not going to turn my back on him. We've all had those guys we knew growing up. He's going to be him. And to expect him to change this late in his career, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so we basically have to live with it, or the Warriors are going to have to change. And they're going to have to change who wears these jerseys. They're going to have to change this roster. Hell Mano just spent $2 on YouTube. Trade Klay Thompson. Okay, what does that do? Klay Thompson's not the biggest issue here.
He's gone after this season if he continues to play this way anyways, so it's not like Draymond's you're stuck with right now.
And Andrew Wiggins has
Wiggins.
Hey, let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? First off, let me start with Draymond. It's pathetic at this point, my guy. You done won 4 championships. You're on the highest stages. You know what I'm saying? You're on TV. You get paid to be a journalist too, and you still out here acting a fool like the. And then I blame Kerr for this because Kerr allowed this stuff to fester. And I'm always say this: Draymond don't get enough buckets to be acting the way he does. I understand the defensive part, but at the end of the day, you win a championship with guys who can get you a bucket. And to me, he does too much. Like, bro, calm down. You good. But to me, this is what I learned about Draymond is when he feels something not going great, he don't quit. And this what's going on. The Warriors, the Warriors run is over. Okay, if you watch any dynasty from the Bulls all the way back to the Magic to Magic Johnson and Lakers, it always comes down to it's not going to always. It's going to come to an end. Mm-hmm. So Warrior fans, just enjoy it. Quit complaining about everything. Enjoy it. And all these Klay Thompson haters, I don't understand how Klay Thompson got haters. This is unbelievable. I just feel like this guy was a huge part in winning y'all championships. He had games where he had to literally save y'all to keep y'all into it to get the ring, and then he can't have a bad game. I just feel like the Warriors, they're done with Klay. I feel like they've decreased his minutes this year. He's taking about 6 less shots a game, so we expect him with the same production, but yet you're not giving the same opportunities. If this team is trying to win games right now, Curry needs 25 shots a game. Klay Thompson needs 20 shots a game. And then one more thing. I hear people some mad, let Draymond be Draymond. He's been the same his whole career. Okay, that's fine then. Klay Thompson's been a shot chucker his whole career. That's why he's Klay Thompson. So we want him to stop doing what's been helping the Warriors win championships.
Yeah.
If he wasn't a shot chucker, y'all not winning championships. So why can Klay just be him?
It is a little weird to me. You know how I feel about Klay Thompson.
Look,
Klay in his last 10 games has had 3 straight up clunkers. Straight up clunkers. But damn, Wiggins has had 3 good games all year.
Yeah. And he's missed more time.
Clay from the 3-point line, the percentage is coming up. From the floor, it's not pretty good. It hasn't been good. But it is the hate on Clay because we know what he is. Like, think about when Clay came back. Think about this. How many Warrior fans, when Clay came back, including myself, whenever he jumped, we cringed,
you got scared.
thinking that we got scared.
Yeah.
We didn't get comfortable with Klay Thompson, heck, until midway through last year.
Yeah.
We didn't know what was going on. We were like, oh, Clay's jumping. Oh, he's jumping off one leg. Oh, he's jumping off two legs. Oh.
Well, even Clay, he was afraid to push himself in the offseason after the championship.
Right.
So he was afraid to hurt himself more. Like, and I get it. There's that mental block you got to go through as a player that's gone through major injuries, 2 of them back to back, and being like, can I push myself like I used to? So there was a mental hurdle he had to get to. He got over that, but now it's the mental hurdle of the realization of my body just isn't going to be what it used to be.
And listen, Draymond Green has done more damage to this organization, to this team, in this season alone than Klay Thompson has in his career with the Golden State Warriors. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
And all season long, all I hear about is Klay and Wiggins. Wiggins and Klay. For good reason. They've struggled. But also, we talk about Draymond Green and his inability to stay on the court. So Rob just said Bruno's on it.
Keep the same energy.
Keep the same energy. It's just the slander with Klay, and I get it. People get frustrated. I get frustrated when he misses a shot. I understand he's never been a good ball handler. So when we see him against Sacramento, the Lakers struggle handling the ball. Well, guess what? He's always struggled handling the basketball. That's not his game.
That's not his game.
So he's not moving the same. We get it.
And I want to go to a part of what Rob was calling. It was a great call from Rob and San Bruno. He was talking about, hey, fans, you know what? Just you got to get over it. This is what it is. It's easier said than done that way. When you're seeing the end of a dynasty potentially and seeing the favorite players of your life, the players that you have won championships with, that you've been, I don't want to say you've been a part of, but you've been a fan. So in a way, you are a part of them.
Yeah.
Like this is a part of you,
right?
Of the soul of a sports fan. These are your guys. And to watch that slow decline, it's never easy. It wasn't easy to see, and it's rare when it ends happily. Like even with the Jordan Bulls, and it was the final one, he got the 6th championship, he even came back. That wasn't easy for Bulls fans to see their guy, a shell of himself, and even a shell of himself, still balling. But like the Kobe years, tore his Achilles. That was rough to watch Kobe Bryant, one of the biggest competitors of all time, be a shell of himself late.
I think back to Steve Young getting knocked out on Monday Night Football against the Arizona Cardinals and the official death of the 49ers. And then you go through 10 years where, I wasn't accustomed to the 49ers losing games. I was born in 82. So by 88, when I'm watching Niner football, I'm 6 years old. All I knew was winning. All I knew was 10 wins at least and Super Bowl or bust. The death of the dynasty here, the Warriors, I've been around when they've been bad. I've seen it. This is probably the highlight of my life when it comes to Bay Area basketball. It'll probably never get as good as this.
We may never see another run like this with any of the sports in Bay Area history again.
Never.
This is one of the greatest teams, if not the greatest, assembled in the history of basketball.
So it is hard. And it's one of our own who is killing us within, and it's Draymond Green. It's one of our own. He's done it to himself. He's done it to the coaching staff. He's done it to the players. He's done it to this organization. He's done it to this fan base. Disappointment is the word I'm using today. I'm disappointed.
And you have the right to be that disappointed. I think a lot of fans are. They're frustrated.
He got $100 million for no need all season.
And
$100 million.
$100 million. He got rewarded.
After last season when everybody played Jordan Poole.
When he said he was a part of the dark cloud that was created. And that dark cloud, well, maybe it's gone now. Maybe this is going to be a good thing for the team. Getting back to it, maybe Draymond being there wasn't the best thing for these young guys and all these players. Maybe we'll see that when he is out with this indefinite suspension. We shall see. But it's interesting to think about, as a fan, you could realize and come to the realization, my team's just not on the level of another team. If the Denver Nuggets are just better than you, I can take that as a fan, right? The Lakers last year, if they were just better than you, that's fine. I can come to that realization, all good things come to an end. But when it's your own teammate, that's causing, when it's the guy that you root for on your own team, that's caused the divide and the struggles of it, then it's like, you know what, dude, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Like, come on. Like, we're not good enough for you to have these antics anymore. It's fine when you have Kevin Durant on your team to shadow.
Well, even then, you got into it with Kevin Durant.
And even then.
Got into it with Kevin Durant. Remember what that season was like. And that didn't end well.
You could have had Kevin Durant still on this team. I think about that. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe ultimately it was Kevin's decision, and he just wanted to be on his own, to be the own guy, and he didn't want to live in Curry's quote-unquote shadow, even though he was, I believe, the best team on those championship squads. He got the finals MVPs. But it didn't help.
No, it didn't help. It didn't help. So when you think about it, where do the Warriors go from here? In case you're just joining us, in case you're just waking up, you don't know what's going on. It was reported yesterday by Adrian Wojnarowski, Shams Charania. Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has been suspended indefinitely by the NBA for striking Phoenix Suns center Yusuf Nurkic in the face during the third quarter of their game Tuesday night against Phoenix. Warriors were up 5, 8:23 left, and Draymond Green said he was trying to sell a foul. Well, the league said the penalty handed down by operations chief Joe Dumars begins immediately. This is already a second suspension this season. The NBA said he will be required to meet certain league and team conditions before he returns to play. Now, Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy, Green's agent Rich Paul, Clutch Sports are expected to meet today to start discussing a path of counseling and assistance for Green to move forward. The league didn't want to put a specific number on the suspension, but wants to allow Green the time he needs to deal with the challenges he's facing. He'll be docked $153,000 per game if his suspension is fewer than 20 games. And if it's more than 20 games, we're talking about $200,000 a game.
Wow.
So his 3 ejections in the first 23 games are tied for the most in a season for him.
Rasheed Wallace, the other one, I'm sure.
But for Draymond Green.
For Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, 3 ejections already.
It's unbelievable. It really is.
And then Steiny and Guru played his entire presser from Tuesday night where he says, I'm not one to apologize for things I mean to do, Spadoni, but I do apologize to Yusuf because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. So I was selling the call, and I swung, and unfortunately, I hit him. Now, we're going to get back out to the lines in just a second.
Selling calls? You're a 4-time champion.
I know.
And we're out here doing that childish behavior.
We're selling calls.
Come on.
Which is basically flopping.
Yes.
It's flopping. You're flopping.
And I thought they were going to start outlawing the flopping too. I don't really know if they've been calling that. But
before we go to Tim Hardaway Sr., let's get to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Doing today, man. You know, I'm going to tell you like this. I'm a longtime Warrior fan. I'm from the town. But one thing I don't like is that Draymond is no excuses for that. I'm like, as soon as he did it, I told my wife, they're going to suspend him, because just what happened. But that's happened. Everybody know Draymond. So don't everybody coming down this hole now, but they understand that when he's helping us win. His attitude hasn't never changed. This is on the NBA and on the Warriors. His attitude hasn't never changed. For everybody to act like he just committed a homicide, it's really getting on my nerves. And not only that, he gets what he deserved. He gets what he deserved. That's what NBA need to do. But my thing is with the fans. All these bandwagon fans is coming down Klay Thompson's throat. That just really show you how much the hate is, because I don't care about none of that. I turned my knee up too. Klay came back. The injuries aside, he's having a bad start of the season. But with that bad start of the season, they come down this throat like that, I just show me that's no love. That's called bandwagon fans. And when I watch the game, because everybody know my podcast, when I watch the Warrior game, I watch all the games. And our fans, the fan base, they're not playing, but the energy in the crowd, just to see Steph the other night, had to tell them to start cheering. They don't start cheering until we start winning. When did that start? When they was at Oracle, they started cheering from the point. We need our fans to start being more invested, too. And the team right now needs that when they come home. Our home record is horrible. It's horrible. And we always play good at home. And the fans need to start. I'll be at the next game. My son is home from college. I'll be at the game. But the fans, we need to start giving more energy to our crowd, to our team. But not only that, Steve Kerr, he has to coach. We have the talent. When he did the last game, he sat him on the bench. You got to play the youngsters, too. You got to energize.
Well, the youngsters, hey, Oscar, you're fired up right now, and I appreciate it. You're right about Klay. Look, I don't get where all that. Klay was one of the most lovable Warriors. Outside of Stephen Curry, he may have been the most lovable Warrior. And all of a sudden, everybody started to tag.
Definitely the most lovable nationally.
Right. Yeah,
everyone loves Klay Thompson.
And it gets to Klay. Trust me, it gets to Klay. He's a very sensitive individual.
Yes.
He cares so much about it. It gets to him.
And we
mentally.
He's
vulnerable to it.
Yeah. I didn't want to cut you off there, Bonte,
No,
but we
go ahead.
learned a lot about that with Clay, right? Because during or I should say prior to his injuries, he was just like, nothing phases this guy. He's the same. What's the meme of Clay sitting there smiling with like 0.0, like everything's zero?
In the finals.
In the
he's
finals.
just like
He's
sitting there, fouled
it's
out.
whatever.
Just like,
I love that meme. But that was Clay Thompson. That's what we all thought. And then he had the injuries, and we're like, oh, his personality changed a little. Like, that happens, though.
I love this.
When you go through devastating injuries, people change a little bit.
Days like this is always very interesting.
Oh, what do you see? What do you got?
Well, I got Carol Hearn. Bonte is one of the top Clay haters.
Oh, my.
Well, which one is it?
Oh, my God.
Because 2 days ago, I was one of the top Clay apologists. Somebody earlier said I'm always holding Clay's hand.
I love getting those. I get the text every morning at the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Joe Spadoni, the biggest homer for the 49ers at 95-7 the game. You know me. Big Niners guy, Joe Spadoni over here.
Oh, man. I love
Big
you, Carol
Clay
Hearn.
hater, Bonte
Clay
Hill.
hater. Yeah, right. But you got to get the crowd something to cheer about. And that's what the Warriors, they've gotten off the slow starts in these basketball games. You got to get the crowd something to cheer about, especially
You got to
today.
win. Winning
They're
cheers
spending
on.
their top dollar.
Yes.
Go win. Play well.
I don't blame them.
Play fast. Don't turn it over. Get a fan something to cheer about. Now, Tim Hardaway Sr.
Oh, boy.
Of course, he should have his number retired with the Golden State Warriors.
Should.
He's now in the Naismith Memorial Hall of Fame, Basketball Hall of Fame.
Son had a good game the other day for the Mavericks.
Tim Hardaway Sr.
Yeah.
Jr. was playing very well. Now, here's Tim Hardaway Sr. on Draymond Green.
I saw that play Draymond Green did. Come on, Dre. Come on, man. You stole on my man. That's not a basketball move. You don't swing and say that's how you sell a call. That's not a basketball move, and you know that. You actually stole on that man and hit that man in the jaw. And you should really apologize and feel bad about yourself. And another thing, Andre, you have to understand, you're hurting your team. They need you out there. You're hurting your organization. They need you out there. You one of the big three that they need out there so y'all can win games. And y'all out here, and you out here, flailing and getting kicked out and ejected and hurting your team. All right? So that's you, man. That's you. All right? So I'm going to tell you this. The guy who had his hand around your hip over here, he wasn't pushing you out. He didn't have a knee in your butt. He wasn't pushing you out so you didn't have no positioning. All right? That's the first thing.
That's the first thing. What? Come Andre in there, by the way.
You called him Macho.
Oh, my God.
What's this other cut? Can I just play it? I
want more of this. Absolutely. Please give me more.
And I'm disappointed in you, basically. You didn't learn from your last time by choking Rudy Gobert. All right? So come on, Dre. You better than that, man. Your team needs you, my man. All right? And you actually stole on that guy. And I wouldn't be surprised if you get 2 or 3 games suspension from this act that you did. All right? So you better than that. Hope you learned from this. I hope you learned from the last time, but you didn't. So you cost your team another 2 or 3 games of losing. All right? That's what I want to get off my chest. Draymond, you got to be better, my man. You got to be better.
We started the video off by saying, Happy Hump Day, Happy Hump Day. Did you hear that? I love it. Why did you? Can you just isolate that? Happy Hump Day, Happy Hump Day. Oh, Tim Hardaway Sr. There's a lot of people. Eddie Johnson yesterday at Sirius XM NBA Radio. I was listening to Eddie Johnson.
Love Eddie.
The boy. He was going in on Draymond. Going in. This is a league-wide thing.
He's been around the block, Eddie Johnson.
And this is our guy. We protect Draymond Green more so than anybody else in this country when it comes to Draymond Green and his team. But outside of the Bay Area, boy, and even in the Bay Area now, he's losing fans. By the second.
We're hearing from all of them this morning. Like
By the second.
Full phone lines, and I'm looking at them right now, the descriptions. Not great. I see callous, booty, and surprise.
Booty.
Booty's a good one.
Oh, boy. You speaking of booty, let's go to Miguelito. I think that's his word. Miguelito. One word to describe this Draymond Green situation.
Booty. Hey, fellas, I was just going to call also about if I owned the Warriors, I'd be as cold-blooded an owner. I'd be as cold-blooded as Michael Corleone, and I would like, man, what was I going to say? As far as they asked somebody asked what you could give for trading Draymond Green, And I'm asking what you can get for trading Steph Curry, because he's not going to win a chip with this team. And if you really love Steph Curry and want to see him win a chip, he should get traded. And I'm wondering what you think he could get.
Yeah, I'm not there yet with trading.
You can get a lot, but we're not talking about that.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there. I'm never going to be there.
I don't think the Warriors are ever going to be there either.
Yeah, boy, you talk about business taking a nosedive. You trade Steph Curry, and we're going to be getting free tickets here at 95.7 The Game for all of us and the roasters.
Yeah, we're going.
People still won't show up.
I will go down with this ship with Steph and Curry.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing as an organization.
Yeah.
Now, as far as everyone else on the team, it might be open season for trades. Chris Paul, I would at this point be very shocked if he was still on the roster come what was the trade deadline?
February, what is it, 14th?
Yeah, come 12th? March, I'd be very shocked if he was on the team.
No, the Warriors. It would not shock me right now, and I'll say this right now. It would not shock me if the Warriors were working the phone lines today.
Wow.
To gauge interest on
December
some of the players.
14th, and we're already here.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I wouldn't be surprised if they started gauging calls and taking calls today or making calls. And that's for everybody. That's for Wiggins. That's for Clay. That's for Chris Paul. Hell, I think Moody and Kuminga may be on the block. I think everything's on the table outside of Steph and Curry.
I mean, they're at a crucial point of the season, too. So if you're going to make the calls, it's now you're 2.5 back from a play-in spot. You're the 11th seed. I know it's early. You still got 60 games to go, less than 60 games to go. There's a lot to be basketball to be played still. But also, if you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., if you're Joe Lacob, you got to have these questions. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Rich Paul, the agent for Draymond Green, they're going to meet about plans. So we'll see if that therapy is going to take place, what the course of action there is. How long is it going to be? Is he going to show remorse? There's so many questions that still need to be answered. That's why when you say, indefinite suspension, that's where it's like, as a fan, how long is that?
Yeah.
Do you expect Draymond Green to, show, compassion or show like a remorse, if you will, that he made a mistake? Not the Draymond I know.
Well,
he's going to have to play the game, I guess, in that case. But we're seeing John Morant. When was he suspended?
Yeah, in the offseason, 25
And I know
days.
it's a different thing, but it was an indefinite.
Well, that was after 8, and he went to rehab, and he came back and ended up being 8
So there's
games.
different situations, but
that was his first, kind of strike there. This is strike number 15 for Draymond Green.
Right?
And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games until the new year. I'd be a little surprised if I saw Draymond Green playing basketball before the new year.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised. Yeah. I'm expecting him to be back in 2024. Maybe they just mid-January. But you know what? You got some games here. The Clippers, the Nets, the Blazers, the Celtics, the Wizards, the Blazers, the Nuggets, the Heat, the Mavericks. 9-game stretch? Boy, there ain't no gimmies on this schedule. No gimmies.
The Warriors are the gimme.
And you know what? The Suns sitting out Kevin Durant. I think the Clippers may sit out Paul George. That's how teams are looking at the Warriors.
Wow.
Hey, we're going to set our starter this game. Don't even trip. We got this.
That's something you do against the Spurs.
Yeah.
That's what the Lakers did with LeBron last night.
KD, chill. We got this. KD, we just rest the ankle for extra 24. We'll be all right.
Bradley Beal making his season
Ty Lue
debut.
telling PG, hey, man, we got Kawhi, we got James. Russell Westbrook come off the bench. They can't play defense. They got no rim protection. We're all good.
Let Zubac cook, basically.
Basically.
He will, too.
He always cooks against the Warriors.
He always does.
Let's go to, we got a few minutes to the injury report. We'll get some calls in here. Let's go to KC and Marin. KC, what's happening?
I love KC. Is KC the guy with 2 Christmas trees?
Oh, he has about 5 Christmas trees in his house. I think.
Yeah, gentlemen, good morning. That was during COVID because I had 2 young kids, and we had to Christmas the crap out of COVID just to get through the survival. So, hey, my word is reset. And the previous gentleman who called in took my thunder. I'm a much, much bigger fan of the name on the front of the jersey than the name on the back. And as much as I love Chris Mullin, and as much as I love Clay and Steph, the front of the jersey is worth way more than any name on the back. And you're either going to die with an old, uninspired, expensive team that is just going to drop you out of contention for anything, including using draft picks that have been given away, or you're going to realize real quick there's not a ring in our future, and we better sell everything real quick before we can't sell anything, and they just become a basement team with Steph and Dre and every other cast-off who needs to be signed to a minimum vet because they've got no future unless they sell. And as much as Steph represents this franchise like no other previous Warrior ever, he is the face of the Warriors franchise now and forever. You can't keep him until the day he retires. You have to trade him. Why not get 4 or 5 ones and a couple of amazing young players who are on their first contracts?
Wow. We're there now.
We're a year removed from a title. We're talking
there now.
Trade Steph Curry?
We're there now.
Oh, my God.
We're there now.
Let's relax on Steph. He's not getting traded.
But there's a lot of fans asking that question.
Because of
I have to
Draymond
respect
Green?
them. No, because of where this team is at. This team right now is on the outside looking into the play-in tournament.
Let's see how the young guys respond.
Listen.
Let's see how the young guys respond.
Yeah, we'll
here.
see, but the play-in game, right? The Warriors are 2.5 games back of the Phoenix Suns for the 10th spot in the Western Conference. 10th. They're 2.5 games out of the 10th spot. So if the season does spiral out of control, those questions will arise. Stephen Curry will say, hey, what direction are we going in? What's going on? How do we revamp? How do we retool? But I don't think we're there yet. But I can't come down fans' roads for thinking about it.
Well,
there's a lot of fans who think, just like Casey and Marin, let's go ahead and reset this bad boy and get picks. Now, it's a generational talent here. He is the face of the franchise. I have a problem trading with him or even talking about it. I feel very uncomfortable.
He's a top 10 player, maybe top 5 in the history of basketball.
Yeah, you don't do that.
No.
You ride it out with Steph. Not all money is good money. Not all those picks can be good picks.
No.
Hell, they just had the number 2 pick. How'd that work out? He's in Detroit now.
It's a crapshoot. It really is.
Yep.
Just like it is in the NFL. Like you think you know, but you just don't. And then you look at the Western Conference, to your point, like a lot of those teams in front of them, outside of the Houston Rockets, who have played well, I don't think they're a play-in team.
They're 11-1 at home.
I know, but look at they're 1-8.
I know,
1-8 on the road.
I know.
They got 1 win though. T-Wolves, they're for real. Thunder, for real.
Yep.
Mavericks, they've been playing very well, and Kyrie's been out. They're still playing. Luka, new dad energy. That's a thing. Nuggets, they're the defending champs. Lakers, they'll be there. Kings, they'll be there. Clippers, I expect that. Pelicans, Suns, all the teams in front of you. I don't think they're going anywhere outside of maybe the Rockets.
Sack. We'll be
okay.
I think Sack's a little fraudulent.
Okay.
Don't tell Kenny Caraway and Damian Barling that.
5-5 in their last 10. They're 500 team at the moment, but they'll be around the play-in.
They'll be around. No, they'll be around. They'll be around.
So outside of like the Jazz, Blazers, Grizzlies, Spurs, I think all those teams are done. You're looking at a dogfight to even get into the play-in.
Memphis is probably feeling like, hey, we get Ja back.
Oh, we'll see.
We're going to go on the run.
We'll see.
Real quick, let's get to Austin in the Bay Area. You've been on hold for a while. Austin in the Bay, what's happening?
What's up, Austin?
I ain't nothing much. Hey, I'm here. I'm on Draymond's side, whether he punches a teammate or not. I feel like this league got soft. Y'all remember when Jordan punched Steve Kerr? Didn't get nothing, didn't get fined or anything, just punched him, took that to the chin.
Real quick, Austin, real quick. That's Michael Jordan. Draymond Green's not Michael Jordan.
I'm not saying he Michael Jordan. I'm just saying the league got soft. That's all I'm saying. Then they went on and got Dennis Rodman. Jordan, like, I like what Dennis Rodman doing. Bring that here. Win, lose, or draw. Bring that same energy. What you call it? The players should have swung back on Draymond. Plain and simple. And everything is a touch foul this year, nowadays. All for the shooters and everything. So if someone touch their shoulder or something with their hand or finger, it's a foul. But stay off Draymond, off his tip.
So you think Draymond, what he's done is just basketball? You think it's just basketball? It's just hard playing, hard nosed basketball. That's what you think, Austin?
No, I'm not thinking just hard nosed. I mean, he shouldn't have did it, and I had no reason to do it. But at the same time, man, other dudes should have swung back.
Oh, so you want Nurkic to swing back so he could get suspended and start a brawl? You see what we're saying here, Austin? This ain't the playground. We're not playing at Panhandle Park. It's the NBA. This league has changed. You got kids watching left and right on their cell phones. You want people fighting? You want kids to see this stuff?
Yeah, like, come on.
Whether we like it or not, kids are watching.
Yes.
They're picking up habits. I don't want Nurkic to swing back. What are you talking about?
Hey, Vontae, who are kids right now? Who's their favorite player in the NBA?
Stephen Curry.
What team does he play for?
The Golden State Warriors.
Who else plays on that team?
Draymond Green.
And who's getting all the shine right now? Who's getting all the attention right now in the media?
Unfortunately, Draymond Green. And everybody's saying, come on.
And that's a problem if you're the NBA, and that's why they stepped in.
So Draymond doing what he's doing, you can't defend that. Now you want Nurkic to swing back? Dude, Devin Haney just fought Saturday at Chase Center. That was your fight right there.
It's just...
What are you talking about?
You want Jordan Poole to swing back after he got sucker punched? Like, come on. I told you, the people are just... Austin was the defender of him.
Yeah, Austin
There's
is
people
good
that think
call.
like that.
I'm not mad at you, but you lost me when you said Nurkic should have swung back.
And let's be honest.
He's on the floor after getting slapped out of nowhere.
Yeah. And you know what else is out of nowhere? The injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Tim, you're the first call when we get back. Appreciate the patience, staying on hold. Caesar, Andrew, Dave, Coach Hall, we're going to get to everybody here. 888-957-9570. The way we've been kind of going through this morning is give us one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. Because I think we're all at a loss for words. We can't put together sentences anymore when it comes to defending Draymond Green. We've seen it all. We're exhausted. So one word to kind of describe your feelings about the Draymond Green situation. We'll continue to roll on that, plus other things. There's some silver linings here. We'll see what's up with the youngsters, Kuminga, Moody, all that stuff. But the injury report, the Niners, well, they got a lot of guys absent yesterday at practice. 8 players were absent from practice yesterday. Among them were defensive lineman Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. Hargrave is questionable for this Sunday's game against the Arizona Cardinals with a hamstring injury, while Armstead is not expected to play as he continues to heal from a foot and knee injury. Quarterback Travis Ward also sat out of practice yesterday as he rests an injured groin. Niners beat up a little bit going into the desert. This is a quote-unquote trap game. You got to watch out for the Cardinals. They play hard. They're coming off a good win against the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they're going to be ready to go in Glendale, Arizona.
The Cardinals.
Oh, calm down, because you did this with me with Cleveland, and we lost that game. We got to chill. This is the NFL, buddy. Any given Sunday. I'm not going to hear that from you and the Raiders. No. You're not allowed to say that, Spinoni.
Ain't no Connell season. For how long?
What a disaster of a game tonight. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls as we continue to talk about Day. One word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. That's coming up on the Morning Roast.
'Twas a holiday evening, and all through the house, everyone was bored.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I see you, Eric D on YouTube. Hashtag free Draymond. Free Dre. Free Dre from what? He's suspended indefinitely. He'll still be able to practice with the team, according to Chris Haynes of TNT. But Draymond's out for a while, folks. He's out. We don't have a number of games yet. We just know he's out indefinitely due to the latest action that he had against Yusuf Nurkic Tuesday night in Phoenix. 8:23 left in the third quarter. Warriors up 5. Said he was trying to sell a foul. Was right hand connects with Nurkic's face. He's down on the ground. Nurkic said that brother needs help. Well, he's going to get some help. And Dunleavy and Rich Paul are going to meet in L.A. with Draymond Green today to figure out the next course of action. But where are we at, fans, with this? We got full lines here, and we've been asking everybody out there. 888-957-9570 as Joe Spadoni's in for Joe Shasky, the butcher, doing a hell of a job. Got Big John in the building, Sam Lubman. Give us one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green. My word was disappointed. Yours
Mine was frustration.
Yep. What was Big John's? What was your word again, Big John?
Relieved.
Relieved, because you want to see some of the youngsters play, right? You want to see some of the youngsters get minutes. And you know what? We're going to see that. Kuminga, Moody, TJD, and Pajinski, your time is now.
I'm coming around on it, Bonte, the young guys. You know what? I'm starting to think, this might be the best thing for the Warriors this month.
Wow.
I'm kind of kidding, but also kind of not. This could be a blessing in disguise for the team with Draymond being out. You get a chance to see what Kuminga's got.
Yep.
And we've wanted that this entire time, and it felt like it took Draymond Green getting indefinitely suspended and for Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins to be playing like absolute garbage for Steve Kerr to finally be like, all right, Jonathan, it's your time to shine. It sucks that it took this long for him to get this kind of a rope, but at least, we hope we're getting it tonight against the Clippers.
Get a good question. This is a very good question. I'm seeing the Comcast business text line. Any clause in his contract that voids his salary due to actions? It's a very good question. And I don't have the answer to that, but you better believe as soon as I go to a call, I'm texting a couple people here to find that out for you 408 because I want to know it. What can the Warriors do in this situation? What can the Warriors do? Somebody else asked earlier today, can you just fire Draymond Green? What does that mean about the money? Well, I still think you would have to pay him. This isn't like football where you just cut the cord.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to pay him guaranteed dollars.
Yes.
Guaranteed. But we'll find out if there's any clause that voids his salary due to actions.
You would hope the Warriors would have learned from all of the past transgressions of Draymond Green and, put something in there where he gets suspended indefinitely. Yeah. But you know what? They seemed fine with it in the past, so maybe they were fine with it and we're like, we're good.
No doubt. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? George Sedano covers the NBA for ESPN. He'll give us a national perspective on the Draymond Green situation and where the Warriors go from here. He covers the NBA for ESPN. He does a hell of a job.
Around the horn.
George
George
Sedano's a real good dude. Really good dude. Love when we have him on the show. David Lombardi at 9:20. We will get to some 49ers. We got to break down the Cardinals. Football Friday tomorrow. We got to get ready to know the Arizona Cardinals.
Kyler Murray.
James Conner.
Hollywood
Brown.
There you go.
Mr. Wilson playing wide receiver.
We're just naming Cardinals until we can't anymore.
Yeah.
Who else is there, Bonte? Head coach.
Pat Tillman.
Head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Pat Tillman.
Great veteran, R.I.P.
Rod Tillman. Or Rod Tidwell.
There you go.
Rod Tidwell.
Sure.
Tim McDonald.
There you go.
Aeneas Williams.
Nice.
Ricky Prohl.
Mm-hmm.
Neil Lomax.
Benjamin.
Oh, Benjamin with one of the truck sticks of all time. We don't have that. We don't have that ready. That was old building.
Old building.
We got to find it though for you.
We got Kevin Kugler out just because of that call.
Colt McCoy's not there. Don't worry. Cliff Kingsbury sneakily actually had a good record against Shanahan.
So if Draymond Green misses more than 20 games, he's going to miss $200,000, about $200 to $2,000 per game if the suspension reaches 20 games.
That's a lot of cheddar.
Yeah. If it's before 20, if he doesn't serve 20 games, he'll miss about $154,000 per game.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's a lot of money. Draymond,
go bye-bye.
Yeah.
That's
just how it feels. It's just.
It does. I'm just saying, Spadoni, I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated that we're 23 games in. The Warriors are 10-13. They're struggling after the 6-2 start. If Draymond Green is serving a second suspension, and we're not even in the new year yet.
It's pretty crazy.
It is insane.
We're a year removed from a championship in which Draymond Green had his 4th championship ring. He was all in the hashtag new media. He was doing podcasts with JJ Redick. Everything was fine. Still waiting for the latest pod. Maybe we'll get one during this break for him. Maybe we won't. But it's just been a whirlwind the last, calendar year now, going back to the punch.
Yeah,
and is that where it all went wrong?
Rumor has it that
shout out Adele.
The podcast is going to be coming back around soon. It's probably not coming back around anytime soon.
Could you imagine next week? Emergency podcast.
Yeah, it's not happening.
I've been indefinitely suspended. Here's what I have to say. Here's why I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely incredible. That'll probably be shelved for a while. Let's go to Tim on 680. Tim's been waiting on hold for a while, man. Want to make sure he gets on. Tim on 680, what's happening, man? One word to describe this situation with Draymond Green.
Hey, good morning, guys. I would say the word callous. I just think that I think Draymond, my opinion, and of course I respect the guy, right? But it feels like he doesn't care that much anymore. Like, he's a smart guy, right? So he knows what he's doing, but yet he's missing games for at least one game personal reasons. There's other people that have that same opinion. Like, he just doesn't care. And I want to make a point too. Bunty, I think it gets worse, right? Because even when he comes back, what happens, right? The other teams target him and they agitate him. And they know then, like, how to beat the Warriors. So this is a very, very complex problem. And can I do a quick shout out real quick?
Absolutely.
Hey, Bobby, this is to you, man. I think you're the guy that represents the working class, and I want the roasters to kind of know that, you do pre and post the Warriors, you do this show, and I just hope that someday, like, ESPN gives you like $100 million contract, and I just think the show is great. I think you're a great guy, man.
I appreciate the shout out, Tim. But I'm nothing without Spadoni. I'm nothing without Lubin. Nothing without Shasky. Nothing without 95.7 The Game. Look, we all want $100 million.
If you get $100 million, just don't slap Yusuf Nurkic in the face and get suspended.
No, we get $100 million.
We
get $100 million. I'm buying this station.
Don't go to ESPN and slap. Who's my guy? Stan Verrett, Neil Everett, one of those guys.
Oh no, it was Hugh Douglas.
Hugh Douglas. Oh,
it was Hugh Douglas, our guy.
I love Hugh Douglas.
Yeah. I know you do. Hugh Douglas doing well at WIP 94 WIP. I appreciate the kind words, Tim, but it's truly a team effort, man. I'm not good. Like, same thing with NBC.
Yeah.
Without Mully, without Fezzi, without Monty, without Kareth, without Zena, without D.A. Bernstein, Justin, Matt. It's a
team effort.
Yeah, it truly is.
And that's what it is with the Golden State Warriors now.
They carry me half the time. They do carry me.
Just like Stephen Curry carries his franchise, even with these moments.
Well, he's going to have to now.
He has to.
Marcus Thompson, the second row, somebody athletic. It's a good story. Steph Curry's going to have to lead the way by himself.
The Athletic is doing some really good. Tim Kawakami had a very interesting one in regards to Draymond Green and his future with the team. That was a good read on The Athletic. Obviously, our own Anthony Slater joining the Shams, amongst others. Callous was the word of the last caller.
Callous from Tim. That was
for those that don't know what it means,
callous.
And I'm very educated, so clearly I know what it means, but I just looked it up for the general audience.
So you didn't know.
For the
San
general
Francisco
audience,
State University.
I knew what it meant.
You graduated from SF State University and don't know what callous means. Go ahead and explain it.
Well, I knew what it meant. I'm just helping people out there that maybe haven't. Our great state schools. I'm fighting for the state schools. All the teachers. Hey, I'm with you guys. They deserve to get paid. Showing or having an insensitive and cruel disregard for others. Quote, his callous comments about the murder made me shiver. Draymond Green's callous comments about the slap made me shiver.
These are some amazing words. We haven't not had the same word. Not had the same word yet.
Smart audience, that's what it tells me.
No, the Bay Area is a very sophisticated audience.
That's right.
They are some deep thinkers.
People like to sleep on us as sports fans goes, but we're so much more nuanced than everyone else. It's not even close. Just ask those clowns in Philadelphia.
Oh, I haven't heard from them.
Where they at?
In a long time.
I smoke with Mike, though.
All right.
Yeah, he would.
Italian Philly coach.
When I found out with Hugh Douglas wanted to be here.
He did.
He's like, I like those Bay Area guys.
Well, he was wearing that red sweater, too, when you guys were on the face or Zoom or whatever.
Yeah. No, Hugh wants to come back to the Bay.
He also looked like Santa Claus with the beanie and stuff, too.
He liked us out here. He had nothing for us, too. He was like, man, these guys are pretty good. Except the guy, Joe.
Giglio.
Yeah. And the little fella.
Hugh liked when he called him little fella, by the way. He thought that was
because they don't
hilarious.
respect the little fella because they know the little fella's a clown. Andrew in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
It's going.
Unsurprised. That's my word. We're all talking about this. We're struggling, and this happens. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I mean, but it starts at the top. Ownership, management, coaching, and then Draymond. I mean, how many chances are we going to give him for us to realize that he's not going to change, and we're just going to let him keep costing us already 2 championships? So, I mean, we already have to sit with that. And then, speaking of the suspension being anywhere from, I think is going to be anywhere from 15 to 20 games, I mean, we're going to have to trade him no matter what, because if we do good without him, that just speaks that, okay, we can manage without him. And then if we do bad, then, okay, well, now we got an excuse to get rid of him. Well, not an excuse, but, even more reason to get rid of him. I mean, and the other thing is, I think it forces Kerr's card to actually play the young players because he's never going to do it, but he has to now.
No choice.
And it just sucks that it's come to this point to finally play the young guys when you should have been playing them last year. And it's just, you see something. What's going on?
No, I just...
You got a grin on your face. Like the
Am I
Grinch.
more disappointed in Draymond Green or the Giants? Draymond Green. I don't expect anything from the Giants
are
right
making
now.
moves. I'm not worried about the Giants.
No, I'm not. There's nothing to be disappointed about.
The grandson of the wind?
Yeah, grandson of the wind.
All-time name.
Charvarius Ward was on Eric Armstead's podcast. So they were talking about the Niners and Chiefs Super Bowl. Charvarius Ward said the game play was to put the ball in Jimmy's heads.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's what I needed this morning.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
That's a great drop.
There you go. Shout out Guru.
But, knowing that Jimmy was limited, that's what makes me even more disappointed about Shanahan in that football game. You knew who Jimmy was. Run the damn ball.
Run the ball.
Run it.
Mike McDaniel's doing the same thing. Raheem Mostert's having an awesome season, second only to Christian McCaffrey, and they keep putting the ball in Tua's hands. How many times do we have to watch Tua on the prime time slots choke it away?
Yep.
God, drives me nuts. Just run the ball, Mike.
Just run it. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, one word to describe the situation with Draymond Green as we get ready for George Sedano at 8:30. What is your one word, Dave?
I'm gonna say entitled. And I feel like Dre's been having this self-entitlement for a few years now, and what sucks about this whole Draymond thing, and I think it's kind of getting lost in this whole story, is the one guy that has had his back the whole time, he turned his back on him, and that's Steph Curry. I feel like Dre, you got all these opportunities, TNT, the podcast, everything, because you're a teammate of Steph Curry. Now, I get it. You played a role in the championship team. I get it. So did Ron Harper. But Ron Harper wouldn't be Ron Harper if he didn't play with Michael Jordan. So I feel like it's just sad that I feel like he took advantage of Steph's calmness, his demeanor, his leadership, because he knows Steph ain't going to say anything. And it's like Steph could easily go to the podium after all these instances and say, you know what, man, like, we can't have that, or go to the manager, I can't play with this guy. He has never done that. And for Draymond to be this, selfish, it's crazy that all the opportunities you rewarded because of him, you don't owe it to the fans, you don't owe it to the world, you owe it to him. If anybody or the staff could, you know what, I need to clean it up because he's counting on me, and I keep turning my back on him.
Yeah, and you would have thought after last year and what happened in training camp that he would have learned that enough was enough. You just got to be better. You can still play with force. You can still play with fire. You just got to know when the line is drawn. And the referees this year have not given Draymond Green that benefit of the doubt. They'll allow him to yell for about a minute. And after that, it's over. It's like, no, you can't do that. And he has let down Stephen Curry. He's let down his fan base. He's let down this organization. And he has to live with that for the second year in a row.
I don't know if he cares.
No, he cares.
Does he?
I just don't. I don't know.
That's
It's a good question.
That's the thing.
I don't know. I can't.
Because
I don't know
he
what's
keeps
running through his mind.
Because
but man,
he keeps
it's
doing it.
It does feel selfish, Spinoni.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. It does feel special. Selfish. 2 seasons in a row, and I keep going back to what he said. Not me, not you, not anybody out here. It's what Draymond Green said. He said it was the most important season of his career. This is the most important season of his career. I asked him at media day, what does that mean? He goes, got to get that ring, man. That's what it's about. We got to stay focused. We got to stay locked in. It's good teammates. Most important season of his career. And in the first 24 games, Draymond, in 12 of those games, will either be ejected, suspended, or out due to personal reasons, or miss the first 2 games of the season with an ankle injury. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, long time no talk, man. What's going on?
What's up, Coach?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Real quick, Monty, I appreciate you calling out the Rosenthal dude yesterday about, the city problem. That was me that had tweeted you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Issue.
Yeah, that we could get into that, too. It's disgusting what's going on with that situation. Don't even get me started.
Yeah, man, but my one word is tired, man. I've been just side-eyeing Draymond ever since that Lakers series last year, where I swear he didn't have the same smoke for AD and LeBron that he had for Sabonis, and I felt like he mailed it in. So I just been looking at him like, come on, dude, really? But if I was him right now, I'm getting lost. I'm turning into the best defensive coordinator ever, because that's all you can do, and that's all you can do to, redeem yourself right now is to help the young guys in the background. I'm not tweeting. I'm not podding. None of that. And then from a basketball standpoint, we're going to miss Dre, but we only got 2 losses, right? Above 10 points this year. We're a very tough team to beat, but at the same time, we're kind of easy because we give it away in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're going to do to address that. But obviously we got some good in this because we keep building these double-digit leads. I'm just not sure, where do we go from here? Who's going to step up? Because we don't have no trade assets, and none of the guys have any trade value right now. So, man, we just going to have to ride it out and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see what Dunleavy, what comes into that meeting today.
Hell of a
Rich
first
Paul
season
and
for
Draymond.
Mike. Hell of a first season.
What is he going to do? What are the Warriors going to do? They're 10-13, and Joe Lacob's paying over $400 million of luxury tax and salaries. Think about that. Joe Lacob didn't pay for a team to be under 3 games under 500. You think Joe Lacob's happy right now? He can't be happy, especially after giving Draymond Green $100 million.
Hey,
saying, look, you're going to retire a Warrior.
He has said, hey, if we are winning, I will do whatever it takes to spend. But the moment he starts seeing some leaks and some cracks in the foundation, and we're seeing a huge one right now in Draymond Green, anything's open.
Anything's on the table.
Joe Lacob is unpredictable.
Yeah, anything's on the table. And his partners with the Golden State Warriors, other owners who are saying, hey, man, we can't keep doing this.
Correct.
We're not even in the play-in tournament right now. We can't keep doing this. So what is Lacob thinking today? What is Dunleavy thinking today? Will they pick up the phone and start fielding calls for trades?
What's Bob Myers thinking today? That he got out just in time?
Well, he'll probably be tonight's a TNT game / NBC. No, it's just NBC.
Oh, interesting.
But Bob will probably be on ESPN.
I'm interested to hear what he has to say in regards to this, because I know there was a lot of ribbon going on, him and Barkley, when they were fusing both of them for the in-season tournament, TNT and ESPN. And Barkley's like, hey, you got off the Titanic. Good job. He's like, I got friends over there. I think they'll be fine. Bob Myers was the one guy that could command Draymond Green's respect. And it was very unique when you see, Draymond losing on the sideline, that your general manager, in this case, the president of basketball operations at the time, Bob Myers, goes over there and calms him down. That's very unique. And that spoke volumes to me that it wasn't the head coach. It wasn't a teammate. It was your president of basketball operations. And now he's gone.
Let's flip it real quick, Spinoni, because 9 o'clock is going to be mostly Niners. I guess we'll be back on Draymond. This is a hot story. We'll talk to David Lombardi at 9:20, 10 minutes to get a little preview of the Cardinals. Tomorrow will be more Niners-Cardinals on a Football Friday, but it's Draymond Green situation. Who doesn't think, 888-957-9570, who thinks the NBA is doing too much when it comes to Draymond Green? Because I just saw a tweet from our boy Pilo. What up, Pilo? And he's quote tweeting Adrian Wojnarowski 15 hours ago. And Wojnarowski, obviously, hey, the NBA is suspending Draymond Green indefinitely. No timetable, just indefinitely. Pilo has a quote tweet. This is doing too much. There's some fans out there who think the NBA is being harsh when it comes to the punishment for Draymond Green. Does anybody out there believe that right now? I don't.
I don't think so either, because I don't view it as just punishing Draymond Green.
No.
I think they're punishing the Golden State Warriors
for not policing
him. This is them saying, you know what? Get your S together, Warriors.
Yep.
What are you doing over there?
Yep.
You're allowing this guy to not only punch his own teammate, but to now assault people on the court. Like, what are we doing? He put Rudy Gobert in a rear naked chokehold, and they didn't. And they gave him a 5-game suspension, and then right after that, he's smacking Nurkic in the face. Like, come on. Like that. So they're saying, if you're not going to police your own guy, we will.
Yeah.
And we're going to put you and your franchise on notice.
No doubt.
That's what Adam Silver's doing.
Yep.
He's not playing games when it comes to this stuff. When it comes to the image of the league, and he mentioned it earlier, when it comes to the dollars and cents, there's a lot of contracts up. There's a lot of TV numbers fluctuating, all that sort of stuff. I don't know. I'm not super in the weeds when it comes to that stuff, but it's important. Yeah. And when you the one of the big names of your league, and Draymond is, whether you like him or not, whether you think of him as a player, people associate him with the NBA because he's on TNT, he's talking, he's everywhere, he's doing podcasts. He's a big voice in the NBA. And when you have him doing these things, it affects the bottom line, and it's a bottom line business.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's go to, we got 2 minutes here. Let's go to Bob in Mountain View real quick. Bob in Mountain View, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey guys, I'm not here to defend or crucify Draymond. I think everybody, for the most part, everybody is right now on your show. But my question is, what if the NBA should be more like hockey and forgiving of these things, or even encouraging it? I'm not suggesting we encourage it. Or what about Greenwald when he took a swipe at a security guard and even made contact in the face? And where was all this outrage when Draymond did this? And we talked about it yesterday. Nobody was so outraged. I think it's the punishment that we're outraged about. And let's talk about, should the NBA be so harsh and above it all? Should we all be so above it all and crucify Draymond? Whereas if he were in football or he were in hockey, he would be lauded for what he did.
Well, it's different sport. And also, if you were listening yesterday, we were crushing Draymond Green.
Yeah, it wasn't even.
We were not excusing him.
Yeah, it was mostly Draymond Green. We had nothing but calls about Draymond Green. Maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was Steiny and Guru. Maybe it was Willard Adiz, because I was kind of out of commission yesterday. So I don't know what they exactly discussed.
But on this show,
I know for sure, because we keep receipts, trust me.
It was Nick Bosa and Draymond Green. Yeah. That was it.
So anyway.
We'll discuss more with George Sedano.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Everybody on hold, stay on hold. We're going to get to everybody. You're going to get your chance to talk and speak about Draymond Green. George Sedano's coming up here. He covers the NBA for ESPN. We'll get his thoughts, a national perspective on Draymond Green from George Sedano, one of our day one roasters. He does a great job for ESPN. We'll talk to him on the other side here on 95.7 Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, that last segment, or this segment, is sponsored by AC Transit. Get on an AC Transit. My brother, Brioni, working at AC Transit, driving those big old buses. Shout out to Mook. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too. It's like when Monty Poole joined Steiny and Guru yesterday. You know, Monty had a lot to say about the Draymond Green situation. Real quick, let's squeeze in a call. Let's go to Johnny in San Mateo. Johnny in San Mateo, we got about a minute here before we get to George Sedano of ESPN. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
All right, the first word first word I thought was time, because everything runs out of time. The second was waste, because that's what we're doing with Steph. But I'm finishing on succession. Joey runs this like a business, and he needs someone to come in and do the dirty work like Tom Wamsgams did. And so Dunleavy, this is his time. I think we're going to see something happen here, because Joey doesn't like to lose. You scared me when you said Steph might start sniffing around, and this will be the time that the future of the organization is in the front office's hands.
We should see.
Joey. I like how we're just calling him Joey Light. Not Joe Lacob, it's Joey.
Joey Light.
Let's see what he turns in. Well, he turns his hat. What is it? The backwards hat thing with Colin Coward. Front hat is Joe. Backwards hat's Joey Light years when he turns. Yeah. We'll see, man. The patience level for these guys, for billionaires that are used to winning, it's not very high.
Did you hear Cam Newton?
Oh, God.
You hear Cam Newton on...
I hear his hats whenever I see them. Those things are loud.
Look, I like Cam. He was an NFL MVP, Heisman Trophy winner, national champion. I thought Cam was a good quarterback.
Very good.
But sometimes he just talks and talks and talks. It's like, Cam, dude, you're not that guy. We'll squeeze that in the 9 o'clock hour in case you missed what Cam Newton said about Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I sent that to the thread. I was very, again, using a word disappointed.
Disappointed at Cam. Disappointed. Let's go to... Father Time and Napa, then we got a couple special
Father
guests.
Time's undefeated.
Father Time is undefeated.
LeBron's
What's
trying
up,
to give
Father
him his
Time?
first loss, so.
Yeah, LeBron is. He said, I'm trying to give him that first L.
That was kind of hard.
That was a good bar. I'm not going to lie. What up, Father Time?
Hey, fellas. My word is recidivism. This is no fun for anybody. And the other words are pride, pathetic, predictable. I've hit this top. I feel justified, I guess, having talked about this going back to these contracts. Who do we sign? Who do we sign? Who do we sign? You got to remember, the great Bill Walsh got rid of people a year or two before because you get nothing back if you wait too long. The Warriors are in a position now where they're going to get a bag of hamsters for anybody they try to trade. The league hates them, first of all, because Joey Lightyears is way in front. It's going to get really dark. Now, on the Draymond side, it just makes me crazy that we don't learn, because this experience happens in our own lives. I have a very close relative who got into trouble 3 times, went to Folsom Prison for 4 years. That's what took him out of society and made him feel like, I've got to do something. I am in no way suggesting this is the same. I know that sports are different. I know you can say what you want in the locker room and punch people. I know if you try doing that at your job, Bonte, see what happens.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to try.
Recidivism, by the way, the tendency of a convicted criminal to reoffend. Now, he's not convicted, but I understand
I'm not
where
going to call him a criminal.
He's not a criminal, but I understand where he's trying to say that he's a repeat offender is basically what he's
a
getting at.
repeat offender. But
Never been to prison, though. Let's relax on that stuff. This is sports. This is sports, people. This is sports.
Let's be careful. All right. A lot of calls here to get to. A lot of calls. I can't wait to get to this next call. And I think I see somebody else on the call. Oh, man, we got some good calls coming up.
Heavy hitters?
There's been heavy hitters all day. Heavy hitters all day. Joe Dumars. All right. Joe Dumars is working with the league office. He's the NBA executive, vice president, head of basketball operations. And Joe Dumars is very close with Draymond Green. Draymond Green used to stay at his house at times. Here's Joe Dumars earlier today on First Take discussing why Draymond Green's suspension was indefinite.
A lot of times people get caught up into like a number, like what's the number? And we didn't want to do that. What we wanted to do was, first of all, we knew that there would be some level of punishment, but we didn't want that to be the focus. We wanted the focus to be on how can we help Draymond as well. And we thought indefinite was the best way to do that. So people don't get caught up on here. What's the number? Is it too low? Is it too high? Indefinite means get yourself right. We want to see you at your best. And the best way for you to do that is to get yourself mentally and emotionally back to where you need to be. And so that's how we got to indefinite.
So that's Joe Dumars' explanation on why Draymond Green was suspended indefinitely. They didn't want to put a number on it. They're actually caring for his well-being. They want to get the young man help. And Joe Dumars has known Draymond Green since he was a little teen, 12, 13 years old. He used to stay at his house sometimes. So obviously there's a personal connection there. Joe Dumars is looking out saying, hey, I'm not going to give him a number. I want the guy to get some help, and then we'll revisit the basketball situation.
And Draymond's going to want to have to, like, he's going to
need to accept it.
He needs to accept it.
Yep.
He has to want to at the end of the day. This is the same thing. If you've ever been a part of an intervention, anything like this, and I'm not comparing it to a drug or alcoholic addiction, anger management, what have you. Everything's different. But at the end of the day, when it comes to therapy, you have to want it. You can't just force someone to do something they don't want to do. And I know the league is forcing the Warriors' hand at this point in Draymond Green's because, hey, if you're not going to get the help, then you're just not going to play. So if this is the final wake-up call, maybe I just have a hard time at the end of this, whenever it's done, believing that he's going to change on the court. We'll see.
We'll see. You know what? I have to think, though. I have to think that Draymond Green being out and his son, Draymond Jr., sitting around there, he's got to be disappointed because he let his kid down too.
Yeah.
He brought his kid around. He was bringing him around to practices and games, and he was traveling with the team, and he wanted to be a role model for his kid, to play the right way, not get into all this back and forth with the officials and other players and flailing his arms, trying to sell a foul or coming in. You know, Draymond Green, I'm sure he feels disappointment saying, I got to be a better dad for my son.
Yeah.
Because my son's looking up to me. I got to explain to him, hey, that's not right. If his son tries to do it, what if his son's playing youth basketball? He tries to, hey, Dad, I got that from you. It's like, no, you're not supposed to. You got to play the right way.
I mean, we were talking about before the break, like the Warriors get eyeballs, Bonte. They are the franchise right now, North America. They are one of the most valued franchises, if not the most right now, since Joe Lacob has taken over. They get eyeballs internationally. And a lot of that, and most of it is Stephen Curry, but also Draymond Green. And he's viewed in that. So, like, yes, people might think, like, oh, Bonte, you're really doing, think of the children and stuff like that. Well, kind of.
Right. That's
what the league's saying. We're trying to cater to not only the adults, but the youth of America, too. And we can't have this guy and this guy, John Morant's a different guy. I'm just using those two because those are the two that have been suspended now indefinitely. And now Jaws, I guess, he's doing some work.
25 games.
25 games, but apparently he's working now in practice, so maybe he's going to be coming back too. But the league's now making...
We'll see.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
It's for guys like Ja, for Draymond, we're all about that action, boss.
Yeah.
We're done with the talking.
Yeah.
We're done with the words. Kenny Smith said it a couple weeks ago on Inside the NBA. At some point, the apologies just fall on deaf ears.
Mm-hmm.
It just does.
And you've had people like that in your life, right? Where they just keep making mistakes. Oh, no.
Excuses,
I'm sorry.
Excuses.
This happened. It's just, no, dude. Ultimately, it comes down to you. Whether you were late, whether you didn't apologize, whether you didn't show up, whatever. That's on you at the end of the day to take care of it. Real quick, my guy Bobby Spang, our guy Bobby Spang, former producer here. Yeah. We like to talk. Bobby obviously worked here at the station. Love me some Bobby Spang. And, he was like, hey, Joe, great point on the Bob Myers situation with, Draymond, taking care of him and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. He was the guy. But let's also not forget, Draymond kind of blamed Bob Myers.
Oh, he did.
For the Kevin Durant thing.
Oh, he did.
So the one guy that had Draymond's back, Draymond threw him under the bus too.
That was
so it's a great point.
You know what's crazy? I remember that all season because it was before the championship season. And Ben Simmons rumors were running rampant.
That's right.
And this one, Ben Simmons was...
His stock was still up around the league. His stock was still up a little bit.
Competent basketball player.
His stock was not nearly as low as it is now.
No, and we were talking about trading Draymond Green, 3-team deals. It was the year the championship season, that all season, because Shaska and I went up to Sacramento. I remember looking at Shaska. I said, hey, I've got a trade proposal for you tomorrow on the show. I'm not going to give it to you. And it took off. It took off, right?
It's a huge team.
And it was a 3-team deal. It was like McCollum going to Philly, Ben Simmons coming to the Warriors, Draymond and another player going to Portland. Draymond and Dame Dollar could play together. And the lines took off, and people were like, we'll drive Draymond to the airport. And then later on that summer, Draymond Green sat down with Kevin Durant and said, Bob and Steve bleeped that situation up. And I remember Bob Myers. Remember Bob Myers walked in on Shasky and I at Chase Center? And Shasky kind of jokingly brought it up. I was like, all right. Bob Myers was like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. And I saw his face. I read his body language right away. He was not happy about that.
Bob's an emotional guy.
Bob for that.
Yeah.
You call Kevin Durant the B word because he was clapping at you. And you blame Bob and Steve for that situation?
Bob Myers is also like the nicest guy I've ever met in my entire life.
Bob and Steve blew it. Draymond, you're the reason why it all started. Accountability. Somebody used that word earlier. Who was that, Kim in Maryland?
Yeah.
Accountability. That's all we want.
Man in the Mirror, Michael Jackson. He's got to be playing that song during this entire suspension, Bonte.
Are we allowed to say Michael Jackson?
Yes, we're allowed to. All right?
All right, I'm just saying.
Come on.
Allegedly. Oh, God.
Still hear his music on the radio? No? It's just, don't talk about that. Where's my Jim Barnett drop now? Got me all self-conscious over here.
Next question.
Thank you, Clay. Next question. Clay is going to be the next question. Andrew Wiggins.
It is there.
It's coming.
It is there.
Now that Draymond's not here, and we're going to, we're not going to forget, but during this stretch when Draymond Green is out, he's going to be in the back of the mind.
Oh, yeah.
Insert Klay Thompson, insert Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And the youngsters. And we're going to figure out what the youngsters are. They're going to get some runway to play. And if Draymond Green does come back and the youngsters are playing well, then what do? Now Steve Kerr's got to tweak the rotation again. What do? I think tonight Steve Kerr should bench Klay and Wiggins, and let's just go play the youngsters.
I like the clean slate approach.
Clean slate. Let's do it. This is what our roster looks like right now. We have to approach the rest of the season as if Draymond Green is not playing. That's how we should approach the rest of the season. As if he's not playing, he's not going to be here for us. So let's make the move. Wiggins and Klay can come off the bench, and I think they'll be pros about it. And they'll come in and they'll play well. They're smart. And let's see what happens. Let's go to BPA. Brian and Palo Alto.
Yes.
What's happening, my man?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Brian?
I think, yeah. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good. How you enjoying the Giants offseason? And people crapping on the city, literally.
Oh, man, what are you going to do, you know? They took the, one piece of good news they've had in a long time, and they screwed it up, obviously. But what are you going to do? You know, it's not a relevant organization. Warriors are relevant. And, I think, look, it's over. As the core stands, it's over, right, if anyone's going to be objective about it. And, I think it's an opportunity with Draymond. I can't fathom any other scenario where this is a cause for contract termination, for cause, when a guy is, literally sabotaging an organization by playing half their games because he's getting suspended. And so, if that were possible, terminate Draymond's contract, let Klay expire, let CP3 expire, and, you have roughly, I think that's, 70, 80 million in cap space, with a free agent class coming out this next offseason that's nothing short of elite, right? There are a ton of really, really good players, and Steph's going to have to be a recruiter, right? He's going to have to go find his next running mates. And every organization, the Niners of the 80s, right? You do go through multiple, right? You don't necessarily have the same core group if you want to extend the run. And they're going to have to find, sort of the next couple guys to pair with him. But that's the way I'd look at it if I'm the Warriors. This year's over. Draymond ensured it's over. Not extending Klay is a gift at this point that they didn't do it. And so that's the way I'd look at it if I were Dunleavy and Lakeup, which is we have an opportunity to totally remake this roster for whatever Steph has left at a high level. And that's, but I would look at this as an opportunity for the Warriors.
Yeah. I hear you.
Thanks, Brian. $2.239 million in his career since 2012. He has forfeited because of ejections, technicals, what have you. $2.239 million.
Will never make that money in my lifetime.
God.
Kim Love. Let's talk about what's going to happen with the Clippers tonight. Well, Kim, I'll give you this because you can watch pre and post beginning at 6 o'clock.
Evan Giddings as well.
Giddings as well. You want to listen to Evan? Actually, the Warriors play at 7:30, so we'll be on at 6:30.
There you go.
Wow, a little later night. Boy, gonna be struggling tomorrow morning.
It's Friday. Come on.
Yeah, it is a Friday. 6:30. Evan Giddings will start too. You can listen to Evan. You can watch me. You can put on the closed captioning if you want. But Kim, you want to know about the Clippers game tonight? Let's just discuss what happened a couple weeks ago. Warriors beat them on 11/30/23 day. And then they lost that Saturday afternoon, blowing a 22-point lead. And so now the Clippers, when you look at what they're doing right now and the way they're playing, they're a hot team. All right, they're 7-3 in their last 10. They've won 5 games in a row. They're now 13-10 after losing their first 5 games with James Harden. So if you want to talk about the Clippers game, I tell you what it is. You can't foul. These guys will draw fouls. Kawhi, James Harden, if we'll see about PG if he plays or whatnot, but they're going to attack the rim in ISO situations. They're going to drive and kick. A lot of pick-and-roll action. A lot of one-on-one. So you got to stay in front of your guy. You must stay in front of your guy. All right? You cannot foul against this basketball team, and you can't give them extra possessions. I guess we could say that for every single game. But against this team specifically, you don't want to get this team in the bonus, in the foul column, because that's all they look for with the Clippers. A lot of one-on-one basketball, a lot of jump shots, a lot of pick and pop, pick and roll. So you want to keep these guys out of the paint, and you want to just not foul. Can you play a clean game without fouling?
And you're going to be relying on some young guys, so there's going to be mistakes along the way, but you got to learn from the mistakes. You got to let these things ride out, right? So if you're playing a lot of minutes for Kuminga, for Moody, for Podziemski, let them make mistakes and let them work through it right now. I think this is the time to really lean into the young guys. If you're a Golden State Warriors fan, get behind them. If you're Steve Kerr, get behind these young guys. Empower them going forward, because that's the only way the season's ever going to change. If the young guys start playing well and they go on a little run here and they get back into over 500, hey, all of a sudden, the season, the whole dynamic changes. It shifts.
Right.
Then you got hope. That's the one thing I'm looking at if I'm a Warriors fan right now.
You need some hope.
I need some hope.
You need some hope.
Luke Skywalker, a new hope, Bonte.
You need some hope.
It always comes back to Star Wars.
For you, it does. For Shasky, not for me.
George Lucas, Bay Area icon.
I live in reality, buddy.
Hey, you know
this ain't
what?
no movie.
You know what?
This ain't no movie.
Art reflects reality.
Trust me. This is not no movie.
Art.
So the Clippers are playing well. They just beat up on the Sacramento Kings the other night. They had the Kings down 30. All right? So they're playing well. This is going to be a hard game to get. This is going to be a hard game to win. They're going to blitz Steph. They're going to double Steph. They're going to get the ball out of his hands. But they know about Podziemski now. He's on the scouting report. They know about Kuminga. He's got to put pressure on the rim.
God, if a win like a win at this point for the
we need
Warriors,
a win
though,
today. If there's ever a chance to get a win,
massive for the mentals for this team going up against the Nets on Saturday and getting got the Blazers the back-to-back there on Sunday. Then you got the Celtics. So this little mini stretch here for the weekend, it's huge for them. Huge. And that's oversimplifying it maybe, but listen.
No, they've got to just get some wins. They've got to get some wins.
You got to get something positive happening. There's so much negative right now. There's so much negativity around this organization. Get a damn win, right?
We'll talk to David Lombardi because there's no negativity coming out of Santa Clara right now.
Not
The
with
49ers,
David either. A lot of positive.
A lot of positivity. We'll talk to David Lombardi about the Niners and Cardinals, the injury report, what's going on with that, some of the rhetoric about Brock Purdy. Just silly. Maybe we'll do that at 9 o'clock. Let's go to Nate in the city. Nate in the city. What's happening, Nate?
Monta, what's up, man? It's your guy, Nate Ford.
Oh, man, SF Rebels in the building. What up, Nate Ford? Man, the heavy hitters really are calling. You don't never call anybody.
Hell, man, I gotta weigh in on this Draymond situation, bro.
Yeah, you've been coaching. Hold on. Now, let me set it up for you, Nate. You've been coaching Ernest Ingle, the SF Rebels. You've been running that organization since I was a kid. You guys won a lot of AAU championships. You helped a lot of kids get into high school, helped a lot of kids get to college, all over the city. You're a legend. You're an icon. So you've been around the sport. You've been around a lot of players. So I'm really eager to hear what you got to say about Draymond.
Yeah, I'm. First, I want to say Draymond is a great guy in the community. I want to get that out there first. He does a lot of things without the cameras, without the glamour. He's done a lot for our program. So I want to start there. I don't want to crucify him, but I do have to say that 2 points. Draymond needs. There's something going on that he needs some help. So we have to look at our mental health. Our mental health. There's been a lot going on. We don't know what's going on off the court. But there's clearly something going on. I think it needs to be addressed, and it needs to come from his true friends. I think true friends, when you listen to your true friend, and you don't want to, you tend to listen a little more. Secondly, I think what my last point on this is, he is a big deal in the African American community, and he's kind of let some people down. He let me down. And I won't be afraid to tell him that. Yeah. And I think he knows that. I think he needs to just address his mental health right now, get better, and hopefully he can come back stronger than ever. and help us win some games.
Good call, Nate. Good call.
Great call.
Because he does a lot in the community. That's why it's hard for me to get on athletes. We're in this spot, Spadoni, but these guys do a lot in the community. They donate a lot of money. And the Warriors have been at the forefront of many organizations when it comes to community work. Bullen still goes out there to Willie Brown Elementary School last week signing autographs. Festus Azili's always out there. Darrell Wright's always helping them pick up trash at Lake Merritt or whatnot. And Draymond Green has helped out this community.
No, I've
my neighborhood, they love Draymond Green.
Absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I don't know if I told you the story. Like, the first time I've ever met Draymond Green, I met him at the Target in Emeryville, like in 2015. Randomly, he was walking around. I was like, "Oh, what is Draymond Green doing here?" Jade, my now wife at the time, my girlfriend at the time, like, "Oh, hey Draymond, how you doing?" and stuff like that. He's like, "Hey, what's up?" And we saw him take a couple kids from Oakland, and just, you know what? Hey, buy whatever you want. It was during Christmas time, and that's the guy who, like, no one was announced. He was just walking around like a normal guy. I'm sure they had it all planned out and stuff, but no one, like, there was no press there or anything. No. It was just him, a couple of Target employees, and a couple of kids. Like, he's a good dude.
When he's off the right,
yes,
he's a funny guy. I shot commercials with him and stuff like that. Alec K on YouTube. He's gonna come back as Draymond World Peace.
That's really good.
That's a 3. That's a 4.
I'd made the comp yesterday to Meta World Peace doing the elbow on James Harden. I didn't know he was there.
He'll be back as Draymond World Peace.
That's really good.
But, he did. But like Nate said, he let a lot of us down. Because we know, whether it's fair or not, he is African-American, and he's one of our guys. He made it out of Saginaw, Michigan. He made it out of the hood. And he's got a great life.
His story's amazing.
It is. Second-round pick, DPOY, 4-time champ. We just don't want to see it end like this. No. And spiraling. And in the most important season, what he said it was the most important season of his career. It can't end like this, can it? Can it, Dub Nation? It can't end like this. Let's go to Steve. Actually, let's go to Jose first in Daly City, then we'll get to Steve in the city. Jose, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Monte, what's up, buddy? It's Santana calling.
Oh, man. Hey, we got Santana's banger, Spinoni. Santana's banger. Remember we played it?
Yes,
the Niner anthem.
I remember.
This is Jose right here.
Oh, what's up, Jose? How you doing? It's Joe.
I always see Jose. Hey, Jose, why do I always catch you in restaurants, man? I'm going to eat a Big Mouth burger, and I feel like you're following me to snitch on me, as if I'm cheating on the soda diet or something.
Come on, brother. Birds of a feather. You already know how that
goes. What up, baby?
So listen, man, just, this has nothing to do with Draymond's, philanthropy in the community or anything like that. But in the same token, like, if you're doing all this good stuff in the community, then you have to carry yourself like that on the court too, because you have kids that are looking up to you. That's not even the original purpose of my call, but there's kids that are playing basketball that are looking to you. And what if they start acting like that on the court? But my word is toxic, and it really is the Warriors organization, because all they've done is continuously reward his bad behavior. You know what I mean? There's going to be an apology coming, right? But that apology ain't going to be sincere until he puts the work in, because you're only apologizing because you got caught, brother. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And the Warriors, when this whole thing went down with Kevin Durant and Draymond Green called him a female dog, the Warriors had an opportunity to probably cater to Kevin Durant and keep him around. I'm sure Kevin Durant, if Draymond Green wasn't here, he probably would have wanted to stay around. And then what happened last year with Jordan Poole? Look, Jordan Poole was balling for us for a little bit. Last year, what happened at the beginning of the season? Draymond Green took his soul out of him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But he was gelling with us. There was a good game plan. And what did the Warriors do? The Warriors, again, rewarded Draymond Green. And they keep his behavior, they just keep like, whatever. Even when the Jordan Poole thing happened, what was the Warriors' reaction to his to suspending him or any kind of behavior? You know what I mean? I know that there's other people calling, but it's just like, brother, you have to look at yourself. You have to improve your behavior, and the Warriors need to stop rewarding bad behavior is what I think is the big issue here with him.
Hey, Jose, that's a hell of a call.
Great call.
Hell of a call. And let me know when some new music come out. We'll always play it on the roast. He's a good dude. He's been performing at Niner games for years, man. The nephew of the
I was going to say, he's related to Carlos Santana.
Yeah, that's his legit. That's his legit uncle. No, that's it. Jose's legit, man. He said a lot of great things here. And it does go back to the kids. It does go, we're all performing, and I got to watch myself sometimes because I meet a lot of kids at the Gatehouse. I met a lot of kids at Fruiter who are just we watch you all the time. Everything we do, Spinoni, kids are looking up to you. Benny's looking up to you. He's watching every action. Sometimes I'll let out an F-bomb or something and baby Ches.
Yeah.
You know? Like, and I'm like, oh, I can't do that. You know, but
I felt bad yesterday, Bonte, because I got a little bit of like road rage, and I felt bad that I snapped because I'm turning into my dad, and I hated when my dad did this too. And I had a moment there. I was like, and then Benny's like, "Don't yell at him, Dad." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
The little stuff like that gets to you. It's like, you know what?
Yep. And then I raise our voices, and baby Ches, she only checks me about it.
Of course.
Papa, no yelling at Mama, okay? No yelling. It's like, oh great, you're not going to go to Mama, just going to Papa. Huh?
Of course.
That's cool.
That's what happens.
But no, Jose made a lot of good. Nate made a lot of great points about the community. Like we're disappointed in Draymond. He's one of ours, man, and we're disappointed. When is enough enough? It just continues to go on, and this is the way it's going to end. Really, we got to end the dynasty like this? Oh, God. This is the death of the dynasty. This is how it's going down.
I can't believe this is how it's going down. I have too much faith in Stephen Curry from what I've seen from him. I have too much faith in that man to just say it's over. But it's feeling like it's on life support, Bonte. That's what it's feeling like.
Tonight against the Clippers, man. It's a tough matchup for them. But I do. But look, they were up 22 on the Clippers.
That's the thing.
They've blown 4 double-digit leads on the road in their last 4 road games.
They were controlling that game against the Suns until they weren't. Until the Nurkic thing happened. It's like,
OKC. You know, and then you turn the ball over 29 times, and you lose in overtime.
29 times they did. Good God.
He had a 24-point lead in Sacramento for a spot to play for the in-season tournament. Yeah, you had to win by 13, but you're up 24 rolling.
Yeah, you should have.
Should have blew them out by 30. Now all of a sudden, Sacramento feels like they got a finals championship. They've done nothing since that game.
You did give them a little mental hurdle there that you did not want to give them. That's a fact.
You know, so I don't.
Just win the game.
I just can't believe
win.
I can't believe we're still discussing Draymond Green and suspensions. This is just wild.
He'll be here forever.
It's just wild to me, Spinoni. It's just wild. He's suspended indefinitely. We have no idea when he's going to come back. According to Chris Haynes, he will be allowed to practice with the team, but he's going to talk to Joe Dumars today. And here's Joe Dumars on First Take earlier today explaining why Draymond Green's suspension was indefinite.
A lot of times people get caught up into like a number, like what's the number? And we didn't want to do that. What we wanted to do was, first of all, we knew that there would be some level of punishment, but we didn't want that to be the focus. We wanted the focus to be on how can we help Draymond as well. And we thought indefinite was the best way to do that. So people don't get caught up on here. What's the number? Is it too low? Is it too high? Indefinite means get yourself right. We want to see you at your best. And the best way for you to do that is to get yourself mentally and emotionally back to where you need to be. And so that's how we got to indefinite.
That's how we got there.
Mentally and emotionally where he's got to be.
Yep.
He's got to want it.
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 That's what it ultimately comes down to with Draymond Green.
We've got full phone lines here. I want to get to everybody before
Man, the
David
fans
Lombardi.
want it.
The fans want it. The fans, I love the fans here at 95.7 The Game. As Steiny always says, I don't know if he says it anymore, but we don't talk at you. We talk with you. Yay! That's why we're the Bay Area sports station. And that's why we're dominating this market right now. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. Steve, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I want to say that you guys are the GOATs of the Bay Area.
Thank
you. First and foremost, yes, sir. First and foremost, I want to just, when you guys see, I think we all see Steph sitting on the bench, just peering out into the fans. You know he's thinking, is this where I'm going to lay my hat for the rest of my career, man? Have you guys ever seen Blood In, Blood Out?
Oh, of course. It's a classic.
I have not.
We have to take out El Mero Mero. Okay, we have to put Steph on the trading blocks, man. Now that he's worth something, we have to whack Paul Castanado. I know it's a horrible thought. It's got to be done, guys.
Okay.
Got to be done.
Well, to his point, that was Steve, right?
Steve.
The 1,000-yard stare I've been seeing from Steph a lot lately.
He has been.
Where he's just sitting on the bench, just in a daze, like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
That's it. It's just, he feels like he is speaking for the entire fan base right now. When I see Steph just looking like perplexed, like, how do we just blow this lead? I feel him, man. Like, he's doing everything he can. That's what's frustrating if you're Stephen Curry. He's trying, man.
Well, here's Steph. Here's Steph Tuesday night after the game.
I always say about our team, like, all the pieces fit for a reason. They have for a very long time. So when you're missing one, it's tough. We still had opportunities, to win the game tonight. I didn't shoot the ball well in the second half. We obviously mixed up lineups, and we're trying to find some chemistry. Our bench played amazing again. So you want to be able to overcome the incident and his ejection, but we just weren't able to get it done. But we need everybody available. That's how we're built. It's no secret to our success.
And you guys want to trade that guy? No, we're not.
No, I'm not getting rid of Stephen Curry.
We're not there.
I am going down with the ship. If that's what it means, if we don't win one, I'm still keeping that guy.
I'm not even close.
He's a lifer. I can't see him in another uniform.
Think about what it does for the business. That's where people aren't thinking.
Yeah.
What does it do for your business by trading away Stephen Curry? Well, all of a sudden, Chase Center, you don't have this long wait for season tickets, right? All of a sudden, prices go down dramatically. Steph didn't play in the game. I think it was the second Minnesota game when Draymond Green got into it with Rudy Gobert. I think the prices were so affordable that day once people found out Steph wasn't playing.
Oh, that was last year I went to. I took Benny to a game and Steph did not play. The price, it was the Timberwolves.
It was Timberwolves. I remember that with Anthony Towns at the three.
Yeah, correct. Luka Garza had a great game, actually, surprisingly, that one. That's what I remember. But it's very cheap because there's no Steph. Like, he is the lifeblood. Remember when LeBron left Cleveland for the first time? I know.
The economy lost like $30 million a year in Cleveland.
And then so much so Dan Gilbert had to apologize and please come back. I'm sorry.
Right.
I know I said never come back.
I mean, so you trade Stephen Curry fans for the people who want to trade Stephen Curry now to get picks. Joe Lacob is going to have to look at a lot of empty seats inside of Chase Center. And ticket prices will be slashed.
Yep.
And guess what, folks? That ain't good for business.
No.
Your team store will all of a sudden not be packed.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you don't do that. Not right now.
It's not good business. And
no, it's terrible business.
Joe Lacob is in the business of making money at the end of the day. That's why all these guys are. That's why the league is doing this, because the league wants their dollars. And Draymond Green right now is messing with their dollars.
So world's biggest junkie on YouTube. Not my business. My
World's
season ticket
biggest
prices
junkie?
will go down. I could see that being a good thing. Sure, your season ticket prices will go down. But guess what? The team may be losing. You want to sit through a bunch of losses? It ain't good luck trying to sell tickets to a game you can't go to. Yeah. Guess what? You're not getting face value, buddy.
No.
No. Let's go to Will in Oakland. Will, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, Will?
What's up, Will?
Yeah, I just want to jump in there. I feel like the Draymond Green suspension is the best thing that could have happened. Reason being, like, I don't feel like he's been really playing basketball the last 2 or 3 years. In my opinion, just the jumping off people's chest and punching people and grabbing people, like, it's ridiculous. Like, you don't need to do all of that to play basketball. And I did appreciate Jose, that call earlier. Like, he made a whole lot of sense. Shout out to Jose. But, like, this gives the Warriors a chance to develop the players they have that's willing to show up and just play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's it. Yep. That's it. That's all. Let's get Julian Oakland real. Julian Oakland. We're taking a lot of calls today. Spinoni had his word, frustrated. My word with the situation to describe, if I had one word to describe the Draymond Green situation, it was disappointed. Again, Spinoni was frustrated. Big John was relieved, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And what was Lubman? Exasperated, right? One word. Julian Oakland. What is going on? Good morning, Julie.
Shameful.
Shameful.
Good morning.
Shameful. You coming in hot, Julie.
Shameful for Warrior Nation. I mean, who did not see this coming? It's like the kid that you tell him, no, and he goes right back and not only continues, but does worse. Disrespects the coach, disrespects the refs. You know, I do believe that Clay and Wiggins, they're not playing up to par because they see this dark cloud looming over them. Like, when is this guy going to go off? You know, how are you going to play a good game, happy game, be together like they used to be? The other thing is, you know, he's looking on, or he's banking on a TNT deal that he's got. I will not watch TNT anymore. I mean, Is that a good look for TNT, for their brand?
Yeah,
If not for Raider Nation, he needs to be gone.
Yeah. Well, Julie, you make a lot of good points. We brought this up the other day. What does it mean for his broadcast career after the fact? Like, he'll still have a podcast. He'll still be able to do some things. But what does TNT think? Especially when Kenny Smith was so outspoken about Draymond Green. And we know how Charles Barkley feels. Charles Barkley felt like the Warriors should have policed Draymond Green themselves. Here's Barkley yesterday at a Dan Patrick show.
When your boss says, hey, you know what? It's time for us to sit you down because, you just lose money when the league suspends you. I think you need to be embarrassed when your boss says, hey, you know what? You're hurting the team. I'm going to do something to you. So I think it's up to the Golden State Warriors to, hey, you know what, Draymond? You've been great for this organization, been great for the team, but you're not worth the effort. We tired of dealing with this BS. So I think the Warriors need to step in and say, hey, even before Adam does anything today, because he's going to get suspended, if the Warriors came out and said, hey, can we handle this situation? I think that would be the right thing to do, Dan, personally.
And they didn't. They didn't last year when they should have, when he punched his own teammate in Jordan Poole, and they didn't, and with all his other transgressions. They're not doing it.
I wonder if the Warriors had any plans to suspend Draymond Green themselves. But I don't know because they didn't do it with Jordan Poole's situation. Didn't. That was a perfect time to set an example.
Did Mike Dunleavy Jr. have the stones? He have the guts to do it, Bonte? Because Bob Myers didn't. He didn't. And we love Bob. He didn't do it. That was the hardest thing to do. Was you know what, Draymond? You can't play for ring night. You're going to be out this game because of what you did. And they couldn't even do that.
Damn.
Couldn't even do that.
We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
2 minutos.
You got something to say, Big John?
Well, I was just going to ask you guys, if this was the Warriors instead of the NBA giving out this punishment, how do you think the pushback would be with fans here in the Bay Area?
I think a lot of fans would have said good for the Warriors for finally stepping up. I think the fans would have appreciated that.
Yeah.
I do.
Some level of accountability.
Right. Then you just gave him $100 million, so it's just like...
It rings hollow, though, right?
Well, it's just... What rings hollow to me is he said it was the most important season of his career. And maybe that got to him. Maybe it did. Maybe the losing piling up. I don't know. I have no idea. But he said it was the most important season of his career. By tonight, he would have missed half of the games. Eric is San Ramon. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Real quick, Eric, sorry. Do you think that punch is still weighing on him? You think that's weighing on Draymond Green?
Well, no, because he talked about, hey, I could come into work today now. Remember that? He said, I enjoy coming to work.
I know he says that. I think
he's over it. I don't know. I think he's over it.
We'll see.
He didn't have to deal with the well, in that sense, he didn't have to deal with the humiliation.
Yes, that's true. That was all Jordan Poole. I'd feel bad if I was that, though. But again, the bully mentality, I don't know.
We'll get the break. All right, well, Eric, hang tight. We'll get to you on the other side. George Sedano, 925. He'll join us. He got a little wrapped up. We'll get him on for 10 minutes. We'll get to everybody here. Eric and San Ramon, Bobby in the city. We got Jim in the 707, Zach, Dave. You guys are all getting on the show today, baby. One word to describe Draymond Green. That's been the theme of the show. One word to describe this situation with Draymond Green. What would that word be? That's all coming up, brought to you by AC Transit.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive the East. people. Happy hump day.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was Tim Hardaway Sr.
That's going to be a regular every Wednesday now.
Happy hump day.
That's right.
You give it to me one more time.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
I actually thought it was Wednesday when he said that. Like, is today Wednesday? No, it's Thursday. It kind of tricked me out.
I said, damn, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. It's touched the name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit Freeman's Appliance today. Wait, it's Thursday. The fact that I know that read off the top of the dome is a sad and good thing.
Yeah, same with Football Fridays and Monster Mondays, First Five California.
We need it.
Toxic stress. Draymond Green needs to visit first5california.com. Am I right?
Yeah, I need to
snip
log
that,
into
take it to sales.
I've logged into first5california.com.
So have I.
I'm stressed out right now. I'm stressed.
I actually do. For new parents, it's what it is for specifically First Five California.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it. Some good techniques there.
Yeah, some very good techniques. What about sports? Maybe I need to call my therapist back. Lightfoot, where you at?
There you go.
I need therapy.
Everyone needs therapy.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad thing to have therapy. I love therapy, but I may need it now. We haven't even got to Cam Newton this week. We haven't even got to Buster Posey this week. I mean, come on.
We got Jim Irsay saying some stuff.
Jim Irsay's wild. He's always firing off some tweets. We got Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Pacers and Bucks score crazy because Giannis scored 64. The Pacers took the game ball.
Maybe we'll have George Sedano of ESPN coming up. I want to ask him about that. And I'm wearing my Giannis shoes today. I don't know if you saw this. I'm wearing my Giannis shoes. People on the YouTube.
Look at you.
There you go. It says Giannis on the tag there.
You're
Pretty
not
sweet.
flexible enough.
No, I'm not. I don't do yoga. I'm not Matt Chapman.
What I do is just take off the shoe.
All right, hold on. Let me. There we go. Let me see if I can pull up my camera here. The YouTube chat scares me, so I've been avoiding it a little bit.
No,
there you go.
Don't be scared of the YouTube chat.
There you go.
Show them shoes.
There
show
you
them
go.
Greek freaks.
There you go. Shout out Kohl's. Got them on sale. There's great. Yeah, there you go. Actually, the missus got them for me. But they're very comfortable. And Giannis Antetokounmpo, I guess, had 64 points, career high, franchise record.
64 points.
Without scoring a three-pointer, by the way. Him and Shaq, the only ones to score 60 in the last 30 years without making a three-point shot. Pretty incredible.
It is.
He wanted a game ball for it, Bonte.
There it is. He did want a game ball.
But apparently, the game ball was already given out to some guy on the Pacers. And
Who's
I'm calling
making his NBA debut.
Apparently, but that's not the thing. Steiny was just telling me this. This wasn't his debut bucket. Because he scored in the in-season tournament final, but that doesn't count in the regular season. So that was the big beef going on.
Giannis and his brother, what's his brother's name? Thanasis, who's just a clown. I mean, this guy is acting fake like a fake tough guy. Hold me back. He's hooking Jay Crowder's arm, trying to get held back. It was just a circus act. And the Bucks are all in their locker room yelling at them. And then Giannis at the end of the game said, I didn't get the game ball. I don't think that's a real game ball. I know what the game ball feels like. I've been playing basketball.
It
feels like a new ball.
And apparently they have two balls they give away. One specifically they probably gave to Giannis, and then Rick Carlisle after the game, the head coach. Like, what is going on here?
We'll effort the Rick Carlisle sound when we get George Sedano on. But Rick Carlisle sounded like a fool.
Jim Carrey, so they call him.
It's just, what is going on in this world?
NBA champion Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, he did. He did a hell of a job that season. Eric and San Ramon, what's happening?
Hey guys, Bonte. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Love your guys' show.
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to. I'm very disappointed, just like all the other fans, about Draymond. But I just kind of came up with this crazy thought. You know, given that the Warriors don't invest in big men, he's like the only guy that's basically the main guy, a shorter guy playing defense all the time. So I wonder, over time, does he just get frustrated going against these guys, pushing them around? I'm not a Draymond defender, but just kind of came up with that thought. So just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts about that.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, Eric. At this moment, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just disappointed right now. I'm disappointed.
What's the next move for the Golden State Warriors?
I can't make any more excuses.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where my mind is. What's next? We're gonna watch the young guys tonight against the LA Clippers. 7:30 tip-off. You can listen to it right here at 95.7 The Game. If you can't listen to it, you can watch us on NBC Sports Bay Area.
You know, we keep talking about Draymond Green, and rightfully so. It's the biggest story in sports right now. It's suspended indefinitely. But the Warriors play basketball tonight.
They do.
And starting tonight, Draymond's not going to be a part of it. So you know what? I'm not talking about a guy that's not contributing on the court going forward. All right? And now if they suffer because of it, that's one thing. But I'm going to be focused on Pajemski, Moody, Kuminga, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, Trace Jackson Davis now, Stephen Curry. Like, I'm going to be focused on the team because they're the ones out there that's going to suffer without him potentially. Yeah. Like, that's the thing in all this, Bonte. It's the on-court product that's going to suffer because of it.
Well, also, you have a lot of home games coming up with Draymond Green. A lot of people bought season tickets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, his bobblehead was just given out last week against the Portland Trailblazers. First 10,000 fans received a Draymond Green bobblehead. And so a lot of fans spent a lot of money on these tickets to go see Day-Day, to go see championship basketball, championship-type play. And this guy hasn't been here. And when however long the suspension ends or goes, 24 games will have been played by the end of tonight for the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green would have been ejected, suspended, been out for personal reasons, or an ankle injury for 2 games in 12 of those games. 12 of the 24. Not to mention Anthony Edwards popping off at him, getting him going on that Sunday evening against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
People don't fear him anymore. You keep saying that. Anthony Edwards,
no, they
these
don't
young
feel
guys,
the Warriors. The fear factor's gone.
Gone.
Fear factor's
and
gone.
Anthony Edwards is up for the challenge.
Oh, we got one more. Oh, we got George. We got George.
Oh,
man, we got Big George.
Let's
George
go.
Sedano, ESPN. Let's go. George does a great job covering the NBA for ESPN. I love George's work. ESPN Radio down there in LA. He does it all. He's a man of many hats, and he knows this league inside and out. So as the Warriors get ready to play the Clippers, and the Clippers are hot, folks. 7-3 in their last 10. They figured things out. Now that James Harden has come aboard, they lost the first 5 with James Harden. All of a sudden, they've been rolling, including the win over the Warriors a couple Saturdays ago when they rallied from a 22-point second-half deficit. George, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Spinoni in for Shasky. I'm Bonte, of course. George, what's happening?
Bonte, what's up, man? Joe, nice to meet you over the phone, buddy. Thanks for having me, guys.
I appreciate you. I've been watching you since I've been in high school and around the horn, man.
Yeah, you don't need to tell them who you root for.
Well, it's all right. Big Laker fan. It's all good.
Oh, man.
I deal with Laker fans every day, so I get it. No worries.
You get it. You don't deal with many Clipper fans? How many Clipper fans are down there?
Not many. Now, here's what I would say. They have a very small niche diehard group, but they're just small. Like if I had to break it down, it's easily over 90% Laker fans when it comes to basketball fans, and whatever's left is Clipper fans, as far as the LA natives are concerned.
Yeah, no doubt. They are playing better, and we'll get to the game in just a little bit here. Obviously, the big news of the day is Draymond Green being suspended again. And before the season, George, and you know the Warriors inside and out, he said it was the most important season of his career, coming off of what happened last season. And we know how last season played out for the Golden State Warriors from beginning to end. Well, he's been suspended twice now. He's been ejected in 3 games. He missed the first 2 games due to an ankle injury. Missed another game due to personal reasons. We know about the choke with Rudy Gobert. We know about yesterday or Tuesday night with Yusuf Nurkic. I mean, what were your thoughts on the latest Draymond ejection and suspension? What's your thoughts about that?
Well, my immediate reaction was, what is he going through? Like, that was just my immediate reaction, that he thought that because I remember listening to the explanation and him trying to draw a foul. And look, I get if you're trying to draw a foul, you flail your arms, but that wasn't flailing his arms. That was legitimately, and I've covered the UFC in the past for a number of years, that was a legit spinning back fist, but not just open-handed, right? Like, that was what he did in that scenario. And I immediately said to myself, oh, he's going to get at least 10 games. Like, that's just what popped into my head after that, after digesting it. And the indefinite suspension, I will say, is a testament to Adam Silver and just kind of his willingness to be a partner with teams and players. Because David Stern would not have done that.
No.
David Stern would have levied probably a 15 to 20 game suspension, maybe more. Maybe I'm even being light. And again, I think that Draymond should thank his lucky stars that it's Adam Silver's NBA and not David Stern's NBA. But he certainly needs the help. I think that the approach is smart. I don't know what he's going to need to do to be to remedy this, both from a personal perspective and from a league-wide perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the thing. It's the perception is the reality now. And he is always a player, as you guys know, who has played on the edge, but now he's completely over the edge at times on a very regular basis. And you can't have that if you're the Warriors or the league, for that matter, or him especially.
Yeah, he's already missed half of the team's games. It has been a whirlwind with Draymond Green. What do the Warriors as an organization fall into this place? Because remember, they didn't really punish him after the Jordan Poole incident. He got to practice a little bit, not with the team, but at night. But he didn't get suspended for any games. And they didn't really police him during that year. And we know about his resume going back to 2016 in the NBA Finals. Have the Warriors organization failed him? And I don't want to call them enablers, but it feels like they've enabled him to act like this and haven't really checked him along the way. And here we are today with another suspension in 2023.
Perhaps. I don't want to say that, but I mean, I'm not going to rule it out summarily. But I just think ultimately they know that his leadership and his passion have been a big part of what have driven them to championships, right? He has been an incredible component to what they've been and what they've accomplished. I'll give you a perfect example as to how that team, and particularly Steve Kerr, feels about Draymond. So the year that you guys lost everybody except Draymond, remember a couple years ago, I think it was...
Oh, yeah, 2019, 2020.
Was that 19?
Yep.
Yeah. So right before the pandemic. Right, exactly. So I remember doing a game early in the season, November. You guys were playing Boston, and it was really just Draymond and the kids on the floor that night. And it was third quarter. Game was fairly close still, like within reach. And you guys were playing your asses off against a team that was clearly better based on who was on the floor. And I remember sitting there courtside next to my guy, Raymond Ritter, and I noticed Steve, as Draymond checked out, stopped him and had a legit conversation with him, gave him some love, right, and then just kind of kept it moving. So in my third quarter interview with Steve, this just happened coincidentally, before I went on cam, I said, hey, I saw you talk to Draymond. Can I ask you about that? He's like, yeah, no problem. So I asked him, I said, you had a fairly long conversation with Draymond as he was stepping out. And he said, I just wanted to tell him that I understand the challenges we're dealing with and the leadership that he brings and how much we love him and how much he means to what we do. So that, to me, encapsulates the feeling of the organization towards Draymond. They have a debt of gratitude that is, I mean, it's almost uncomparable, right, to anything else, unless you've been in one of those championship moments or one of those teams that has been through the ups and downs, right? And the Warriors had never been really through the downs at that point, and they were dealing with it in real time. And Draymond was the guy who was leading them through that ridiculously difficult moment of their franchise's history, right, where everybody was hurt. So to answer your question, say they enable him, I guess, like I said, maybe, but I think it was they enabled him or they coddled him or they loved him and emoted towards him that way because of all the things that he's done for them. And I think this stuff has just really kind of been a more recent phenomenon. So I don't really think one has to do with the other, but, maybe some small sliver of it does have to do with it, but I just don't believe that's the overwhelming reason why he's acting this way.
No doubt.
So a big part of Draymond Green's, tenure here, obviously Bob Myers was there. And Bob was this guy that, he could corral Draymond, if you will. He was the guy that would go on the court, and he's now your teammate over at ESPN, obviously former president of basketball operations here. He would go on there. Hey, Draymond's freaking out. The president of basketball operations, not the head coach, not a player. It was Bob Myers going down to console Draymond Green a lot of the time. Now he's gone. Enter Mike Dunleavy Jr. And what a hell of a first season for Mike. You get rid of Jordan Poole. You bring in Chris Paul. Now Draymond Green is indefinitely suspended. Andrew Wiggins has been a no-show a lot this season. Klay Thompson, obviously, coming off 2 major injuries. There is a lot on Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s plate right now. And I feel like it's going to be very telling in the next month or two. What's the trade market going to look like? What's going to go on with Chris Paul, with Klay Thompson, with Andrew Wiggins? What is your sense of what the Golden State Warriors are going to be doing this next month, George? Are they playing for the playoffs, for a championship? Like, where are you at with Golden State right now, December 14th, 2023?
They've got to figure out what they are. And it's going to be very difficult to do that without Draymond. Let's start with that. But they need to be a playoff team first. Like, I don't know if they're a championship-level team. I don't believe so at the moment. Now, that can change. To your point, there is a trade deadline. Clay is a notorious slow starter. I believe in 5 of his 11 seasons, he shot 40% or below in the first basically before the turn.
Yeah, first month of the season.
Before the turn of the calendar. Right, before the turn of the calendar. So I'd like to see what January and February looks like with Clay. Because remember last year, slow start, and then January he had the highest scoring month of his career.
Yep.
And then February he had the 3rd highest scoring month of his career. So I'm going to give Clay the benefit of the doubt and see what it looks like until the All-Star break, which, by the way, is also around where the trade deadline is. But I think we are teetering here, guys, in my opinion, and I say this with the ultimate respect because they have been arguably the premier franchise in the entire sport for a decade. But we are teetering on their championship window closing right now, and this era potentially closing right now.
There's a lot of good teams out there. Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver, the reigning champs. The Lakers are, they're going to make moves, and they're a legit team. They're a top 4 team in the Western Conference. And then you get to the Clippers, George. They make the big deal for James Harden, and right away, it doesn't start off great, right? 0-5. Westbrook requests to go to the bench, but what do you know? They were 7-3 in their last 10. They blew out Sacramento the other night. They beat the Warriors a couple Saturdays ago. They're now playing better basketball. I believe they beat the Nuggets during that stretch as well. The Clippers now are a team that you have to worry about here. So when you talk about the Warriors being a championship team, hell, George, I don't know if they're a playoff team right now because you look at the Western Conference right now, and it's loaded. And now the Clippers are finding their groove here down in L.A.
And boy, was that noise loud when they were 0-5 to start, okay? The noise locally, because Lakers fans, besides trying to win championships, the thing they love the most is to razz Clipper fans. And they were giving it to them here in L.A. And then nationally, the noise was loud, okay, because of the trade for James Harden. But I was a staunch believer then, and I am a staunch believer now that Ty Lue is one of the top 3 to 5 coaches in the NBA. And when you're that kind of coach, I think you can figure it out. I feel like Ty's motto, and I know him a little bit from covering him over the years, that you give him the talent, he'll figure it out. And this one may have been more difficult to figure out than the previous iterations because there's a lot of mouths to feed on this one, but he seems to have righted the ship, slowly but surely here. And I'm with you. I think they're dangerous. And as long as everybody can figure out what their role is going to be on that team on a given night, I think that they absolutely can be a championship contender. And I know that most people will dismiss that because of their history and because of some of the players involved, particularly James and even Russ to some extent and Paul George, because we all know Kawhi can be a killer when it comes down to it. Yep. But I think that when you look at those other guys, I think there's a lot of questions, right, about what kind of players they are. Are they 16-game players? Because they certainly are 82-game players. And I think that Ty can make them 16-game players. And they're still deep beyond that. We haven't even talked about guys like Norman Powell, right? Like, they've got a bunch of guys.
I like Zubac.
Right. Yeah, right. Perfect 20-minute, 25, 30-minute player for you at center, depending on the matchup. They've got plenty of pieces. So they're incredibly dangerous. And, yeah, I look at Ty as I mentioned, a top 3 to 5 coach. I put him in the same category as Steve and Spo and those type of guys right now, that if you give them a squad, they're going to do really well. Pop is obviously in that category, but he doesn't have a squad right now. He's got a bunch of young kids that have lost 18 in a row or whatever it's been. So, but I think that Ty is in that category, so I'm not surprised that they were able to right the ship.
George Sedano with us right now, covers the NBA for ESPN. And George, talking about the Clippers there, and ultimately it's going to come down to health for them. And they got Zubac. I still can't believe that trade, Mike Muscala for Ivica Zubac. It's just a horrible trade. That's the Magic Johnson special right there. But who has the most trade value on the Warriors outside of Stephen Curry right now to you?
Whew, man, that's a tough question. Wow. You stumped me on that one for a second, because here's the thing. If Draymond wasn't suspended, right? If he wasn't suspended indefinitely, it might be him.
Wow. Is it Andrew? Where's Andrew Wiggins at? Let me help you, because Andrew Wiggins has his 4-year extension just kicked in, And Andrew Wiggins.
That's the problem, though. That's the problem.
It's a lot of money left on their books, and I'm sure teams would ask, hey, why'd you miss 2 months? What's going on with the average of 12 points a night? Like, is it Jonathan Kuminga maybe because he's raw but shows a lot of potential? Maybe it's Moody. Maybe it's Clay on an expiring contract. Maybe CP3. I don't know.
So that they all none of those situations are perfect, right? For other teams, they're not. None of those situations are situations that everyone certainly is going to clamor for. Because here's the thing. Let's tackle them one by one. Clay, and I love him. Okay, Dad and I work together down here in LA. I love the family. They're incredible. Clay has always been awesome with me whenever I've had to deal with him. But you mentioned, yes, it's an expiring. That part is good if you're a team trying to make a deal. But you got to pay him, right? And then what does he want to get paid at this stage of his career? So I think that is something that, I could see teams having some trepidation. The Chris Paul deal, again, similar, right? Some trepidation there with whatever's left on his deal. Because I don't think you're going to have to pay him again in a big way, but you're still going to have to deal with some of the financial ramifications. And Wiggins, here's the thing about Wiggins. I think that Wiggins is now at the stage, because remember, he's played basketball for a long time. Yep. Remember, he came into the league 18, 19 years old. So he's been in the league for a decade, okay? And I think for the first time in his career, he's no longer the guy that can just walk in there and be like, oh, I'm ready to play, even though I haven't done a ton in the summer, right? You know what I mean? Like, where I can work. Kids, when you get to a certain age, you no longer can work your way into shape, right? Because most NBA guys do that. And I don't know if that's what Andrew does or not, but I get the sense that, he was just so naturally gifted as an athlete that he just could kind of go and get himself ready and right in a very quick fashion. And it feels like he's starting to see a little semblance of mileage on him. And I think because the new contract is kicking in, if I can see that, I guarantee you other teams see that, okay? So I think that's why that scenario, I don't know how interested teams would be, because what is he at this stage, and look at what you have to pay him.
Yeah, that's a great point there. Warriors have some decisions to make. They got to win some games here. If they win some games and get back into it, then it's a moot point. But, boy, 10-13, Clippers tonight, Brooklyn Saturday, Boston's coming to town Tuesday, can't sleep on the Blazers on Sunday. How they just played the Blazers, and the Blazers had the lead up until the 8-minute mark in the fourth quarter. So there's no kibbies for the Warriors right now, especially without Draymond
and by the way, let me add this about Wiggins too. I'm not saying like he's done. That please don't. Let's not misinterpret that.
No doubt.
What I'm saying is, at a certain stage of your career, after 10 years and that kind of mileage, you have to treat your body differently. You have to activate yourself almost year-round to an extent. And I say that as someone who has covered LeBron for over a decade, right? And know what he does with his body. I've been around Chris for a long time. And, Chris is not young by any stretch of the imagination. He's nearly the same age as LeBron. And say what you want, he still moves around pretty well out there, considering he's nearly 40 years old, okay? So I think that you hit a certain stage of your life in basketball life, and you have to just apply things to your lifestyle that are different than you used to prior to that spot in time, right, where it all of a sudden flips. It happens to all of us as natural human beings. I don't know about you, but when I turned 40, I couldn't go to LA Fitness and just play pickup basketball with 25-year-olds anymore. So imagine trying to do that against professional athletes who are always going to be bigger, stronger, faster, younger, more athletic. You know what I'm saying? Than you are. Every year, someone is going to be stronger, faster, or more athletic than you as you grow older in the NBA.
That's such a good point there, George. George Sedano, ESPN. What's your next game? What's on deck for you this weekend?
So I've got a bunch of college football bowl games, a lot of play-by-play on that, and then I've got NBA Christmas. I've got Phoenix, Dallas.
Oh, that'd be good.
And then a bunch of games in January too. So.
Luka, KD, nice.
Yeah, that'd be really good, really good. And the bowl games, I still love bowl season, man. Who doesn't love bowl season? I think I might go down to the Rose Bowl to see Michigan, Alabama. I got to see those winged helmets at the Rose Bowl one time. George, man, always good having you on, man. We love your insight. Continue the great work at ESPN, brother.
Appreciate it, guys. Don't forget the great thing about bowl games, swag. Everybody gets swag. Players get swag. Even the broadcasters potentially get swag.
So what bowl games? Now I got to ask. Cheez-It Bowl? Is it Emerald Bowl? Is it? I think the Cheez-It Bowl's done, by the way. What are you looking forward to? Which bowl games?
3 bowl games. I've got the Frisco, Texas Bowl, which is Marshall and Texas, San Antonio. I've got the Guaranteed Rate Bowl in Phoenix on the 26th, and then the Liberty Bowl on the 29th.
Oh, yeah, out there in Memphis, Tennessee, the old Liberty Bowl. No, I like that a lot, man. George, good stuff, man. We'll be listening on those bowl games.
All right, man. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day, great show, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too, George.
Christmas.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, all that good stuff there. George Sedano, ESPN.
Swag. You know what it stands for, right? Stuff we all get.
Oh, wow.
Michael Scott. There you go.
First bowl game I ever covered. First media event I ever had was the Emerald Bowl between Cal and Miami. And they were giving out the free pistachios, the free peanuts.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the credential, and I walked on the field for the first time, and I thought I was going to get arrested. I was looking around. Guy just opened the gate for me. I was like, this credential gets me on the field?
Big time. Big time, didn't you?
I took a picture in front of the Sports Center sign. It's like 07. 07, I'm not going to lie, I took a picture with the cheerleaders in Miami.
Hey, you got to. Come on. It's all about the U.
I threw up the U with them. And let me tell you.
Feels good throwing up that U.
Hey,
it did that day.
Throwing it up with the cheerleaders. I mean.
This is not good radio, Anna. Sorry.
Sorry, Anna, but I didn't throw up the U with Rocky McIntosh. I threw up the U with Santana Moss and Clinton Portis because they were in town playing for the Washington professional football team the next day against the 49ers. It's Jim Tomsula's first game as head coach, as an interim coach for Mike Singletary.
Did they win that game?
They won that game in the throwbacks, and they carried Tomsula off the field.
Oh, my God.
They lifted him up.
That was 16 years ago. I was a freshman in high school.
Javid Bess at Cal, wrecking shop there. Oracle Park was packed.
That was good. I was at that game, too. He went off on that game. That was a really exciting game. Remember, Longshore hit, connect with Anthony Miller in the end zone towards the end. That was a very thrilling game.
This is pre-Miami Loveman?
That was actually the night where I first got interested in going to the University of Miami.
Wow.
That's where it all began.
Why?
Well, so we were sitting right next to, we were sitting in section, what was it, 114-ish in that area, right by the garlic fry stand. Of course, that's where we're sitting.
And it was baseball guys,
right next to the Miami band. So we had a bunch of Miami fans around us, listening to the Miami fight song all game long. People are throwing up the U in our face. After 3.5 hours of that, it's like, you know what? I should look into that. I need to go to college someday. And it snowballed from there.
It's a beautiful arena for football, too, because you just have, anytime you have that backdrop, I don't care what sport it is. Play hockey out there. We have fun.
No, it was a lot of fun that day. I got the pictures up on Facebook. 07, a young Bonte Hill, first credential. I was loving it.
Oh, Facebook. 07 is when Facebook was popping.
Oh, dude, it was big popping. I threw those photos up. People were like, "Are you on TV?" I was walking on the field with Jeff Tedford as he was accepting the Emerald Bowl trophy. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I did ask. I met the AD of Miami at the time, where he was the AD or the SID. I forget which, but I was like, can I go to Miami as a Florida State fan? I was like, you guys have a good broadcasting program.
Oh, my God. They do.
I wanted to go there for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, of course. South Beach? Come on.
Yeah,
it's a solid broadcasting program.
I would have never been in this spot had I gone to the University of Miami or Florida State, which is like voted
number
best
one party
college,
school.
Yeah, party school for like 5 years straight or something.
Yeah, they've overtaken ASU.
Well, I don't know what it is now, but like Girls Gone Wild, remember that whole thing?
Oh.
Florida State, ASU. Anyway, back to the calls.
Back to Draymond Green.
Bobby in San Francisco. One word to describe Draymond Green. This situation with Draymond Green. Bobby in the city. What's happening?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Don't talk about that.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Can I have any of you guys ever lived with a toxic ex-girlfriend before?
Oh, I'm not gonna
That's a loaded question, but no, I have not.
I have. So at some point when she acts up for the millionth time, you walk into your closet, you throw all her clothes out from your balcony, and then you kick her out too.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a toxic situation that I don't want to be a part of.
Yeah, I
would probably just leave the house.
For this one.
I would
Maybe
take
you
my
calling
own
the wrong
clothes.
show. You're calling the wrong show.
I think he was probably going to bring that back to Draymond, like the Warriors got to throw
I know
Draymond's
exactly
clothes
what
off
he's
the
trying to
balcony.
say.
Poor delivery.
that was a little cringeworthy. By the way, Ed just texted me and I thought it was about that last segment, but it was not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. Thank heavens.
In the clear.
Let's go to
Draymond gone wild.
Draymond's gone. I don't know. This show's gone wild. Zach in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
I wanted to, I got just 2 points. First one, kind of a response to what your guest George asked. What's going on with Draymond? Look back to when Draymond was down low with like Carl Landry. Remember that? He was a big body. He was strong. He was finishing, right? I think over time he took over that role as more of a ball facilitator, kind of helping Curry out because Clay was comfortable as a spot up shooter. Maybe not anymore, but I think enter Chris Paul this year. Draymond's plays on offense is just kind of I think he's a little directionless. I mean, that would be my word for him. He's still, I think, a powerhouse on defense, but I think, as you were saying, with that huge salary, with, saying most important season of his career, I think it's just getting to him that he kind of feels out of place because, he's not anymore, he's an average finisher, maybe, below average shooter, as we all know. And so his great role on offense was being this kind of facilitating forward so Curry could go off ball, but we don't need him to do that anymore. We got Chris Paul out there.
It feels a little redundant, but Chris Paul's acting, we got to run here because we're running up against it. It's a good call. You're right. We missed the low post Draymond or just finishing around the rim. Sometimes he doesn't even look at the basket. Mm-hmm. It's just like you got to be in a triple threat position, right? You got to be looking at the basket. You got to be looking at dribble, looking at face up, looking to score, looking to do something. You can't have your back to the basket 25 feet away from the rim.
No.
Like that's not basketball. You know what I'm saying? Now he's gotten away with it a lot, but they need him scoring. And to his credit, dude is shooting 45%.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's shooting threes. Like, that's something we've asked of Draymond. Can you start shooting more threes? Because when he came into the league, like, he did that. That was part of his game. Now he's not shooting them in the second half or the fourth quarter. But if he hits a couple early on, then you feel like, okay, he's at least contributing that way. But it needs to be more.
By the way, happy birthday, Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
Shanahan's birthday today.
Hope your birthday is booming, Kyle.
Hey, what do you think Nick Bosa got him?
Oh, some Skims. Some underwear.
I do want to try some Skims on.
There you go.
I do want to try them on. I'm telling you, good underwear, good boxers. I mean,
apparently you'll look like Nick Bosa when you try them on too. So that's nice.
Ladies, let me know. But ladies, they're like, yo, you need to be comfortable, dude.
Well, anything Kim K touches, just turns to gold, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Maybe that's my final thought. Let's go to Jim in the 707. Jim, then we'll get to David and Caesar in the city. Jim in the 707. What's happening?
Yeah, Kanye didn't turn to gold.
What's up, fellas? Hey, Bonte, do you ever sleep?
Do I sleep? Yeah, I got my sleep app here. I'll let you know how many hours I slept last night.
They have an app to track it?
Yeah. No, I got yesterday 6 hours and 49 minutes.
That's good in this industry.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me. My sleep score was 81 out of 100. So not the best, but
that's a B-.
It's a B-.
So a word on Draymond that I feel is exasperated. Man, he's been given every opportunity. He's like that dog down at the end of the street that gives you the side eye. But when you walk by him, sometimes he's okay. But the next time you walk by him, he starts showing his teeth and growling. You just can't trust him. And I think anybody that wants to trade Steph Curry is a freaking kook. This guy.
All right, I don't know if you're allowed to say that on air. It's just,
dump it just in case. You can double dump it.
Yeah. It just never felt on this show. It only happens on this show, huh? People only curse on this show. Why?
Well, pregame show 5 to 6 Monday to Friday as well. They like to do that, but FCC's not as active, buttoned up at 5 a.m.
Well, it is 8 o'clock on the East Coast.
That's true.
Dude, FCC's going to find us, and we're all going to be out of jobs. So somebody said, "Hey, Bonte, you would have a job without the fans." Well, you're the same guy who's going to cost me a job for cursing all the time on the show.
Well, who was it? Eminem that said FCC can't mess with me, right? Or let me be me.
Right, let's get to Caesar real quick. Caesar in the city.
I got bars.
You do got bars. Caesar.
Bonte, my guy, how you doing, baby?
I'm good, baby. This Caesar from Chase Center.
Absolutely.
What up, Caesar?
Absolutely.
Hey, Caesar, pizza.
Look, my one word not only goes for Dre, but it goes for Clay and Wiggins, and that's Vanessa. That's my wife. She's a therapist. She's been talking about this since last year. She said, give her 1 month with these guys. She'll have them back on prime. Why do you think I'm always like butterflies and rainbows, baby? Because I live with a unicorn.
No, Caesar, that's not true. How long have you been married with her? Because
I'll have them back on prime time.
No, because last year, as the Giants were starting their season, you said, Bonte, I'm not spending a dime, and you were irate. You are irate about the San Francisco Giants. So you weren't all butterflies and rainbows and sunshine, Cecil. You're lying to me.
Hey, but I was irate for a reason. I'm still butterflies and sunshine. I always give you a smile.
You do. You do. I love Cecil.
You know what else gives me a smile, Bonte?
What?
The Xfinity Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Yes, Tyler Miller, we're going to miss the first matchup between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole.
Oh.
I highly doubt Draymond Green will be playing basketball on December 22nd.
Yeah.
But you never know. You just never know.
When's the second game? And where's in
it's
Washington?
Be in DC. Yeah,
when's that going to be? I need
That's
to
not
look
going
that
to be
up.
the same.
It's not. But if it's Draymond's first time playing, there'll be something February 27th. Okay.
Wow.
All right. I'll be in on that.
Post All-Star break.
That's right.
What you got, Spadone?
What do I got for my final thoughts? The callers. You guys have been awesome the last 2 days. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. And you guys have been en fuego. You're letting your voices known. And honestly, outside of what, 2 or 3 calls, Bonte?
Well, Bobby in San Francisco, he's still affected by that toxic relationship.
He is. Toxic stress. First5California.com. You got to go there. And no, don't put yourself in that situation. Bobby did say that. I'm taking all my girlfriends close. No, you don't do that.
No, you don't do that.
You get yourself out of the toxic situation.
You got to be like Elsa. Let it go.
Let it
go. Let it go.
The cold never bothered Bonte anyways.
It never bothered me, baby.
That's my final thought.
Love is an open door, Bobby. It's an open door. My final thought, what are Warriors going to look like tonight against the Clippers? I have no idea what to expect. No expectation. I don't know what to expect. But I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see JK, Moody, TJD, Pajimski, and I think Steph, Clay, and I know Clay, he ain't no punk. But Stephen Curry ain't no punk either. He's not going to let this team go out like no suckers. So you know what? I'm excited for tonight against the LA Clippers.
Are you locking in a dub tonight for Dub Nation?
I'm not going to lock in a dub. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that.
Does Steph still tweet that?
Look, I'm wrong all the time. We got the soundbite. I'm wrong all the time, so I'm not going to do do
All right, my final
I'm
thought.
optimistic about that.
You know you've made it when the dictionary starts trolling you. The dictionary dropped in a new word indefinitely with a picture of Draymond. It's an adverb having no exact limits.
What dictionary was that?
Merriam-Webster.
Oh, that's big time.
Wow.
They're trolling.
The dictionary.
Wow.
I actually watched a little documentary on the Webster Dictionary.
Hey, I love the Webster Dictionary.
It's fascinating.
It is fascinating.
Yeah.
I love a good Webster's Dictionary. I do. Spinoti. Lubman. God dang it.
Guys.
I didn't have my espresso.
Guys, lost in the kerfuffle of yesterday. It was Taylor Swift's birthday yesterday. It was Taylor Swift's birthday yesterday.
Oh.
Happy belated birthday, T Swift, NFL superfan.
The Swift curse, it's real.
Well, she said
2 in a row.
Yeah, and you know what she said, though? What she said, I've been missing out my whole life. Football's amazing.
Can't disagree with that.
No.
The one she went to is when they played the Bears and they won. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
By the way, I'm looking at it right now. The Chiefs are going to get the number 1 seed in the AFC, by the way, and they're going back to the Super Bowl. I know they're bad. They're down bad right now.
City.
You know who they're Week 15, the quarterbacks. Zappy, then O'Connell, Browning, Easton Stick. All backups the rest of the way against Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
There you go.
I want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Oh, you want that revenge?
I want the Chiefs. All right, we got to go. Love is about
Bye-bye.
to freak out. Bye-bye. Davos Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. Bye-bye. Brought to you by Next Generation TG Network. Bye-bye. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Study Guru. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Switch to
Last game in a Warrior uniform because that's how big this thing is to me. Am I crazy?
No.
For coming, like I went there and I don't like it.
Possible. It's possible.
Indefinite? Who had that?
By the way, if you're on the YouTube chat, we got your sound. We know what's going on.
Oh, okay. No, so that
I do
that crossed your mind.
Hey, Steiny, do you think it's within the realm of possibility that Draymond Green has played his last game for the Warriors? Yeah, it's in the realm of possibility.
And the big three would then be over, and who had it ending like that?
Well, it was specifically nobody, but in general, that's the way it's gonna. That's the way it may end up ending.
And let's hope it's not that.
8-8. I don't know. What if it's the best thing for Draymond?
Now. He has no support. Okay, Frankie G, smart ass, $3.
That is cold.
Why would you laugh?
Because I chuckled.
And Evans like Guru here on a Thursday.
I chuckled.
I'm dealing with family stuff when I'm out, guys.
Do you want me to set it up or do you?
Yeah, you set it up.
All right. Obviously, that's cold, Frankie
You're
G.
You're laughing again.
But it's a radio laugh. Frankie G has paid $3 on the YouTube chat. Anytime you pay money on the YouTube chat, it becomes a priority, and we must repeat it on the radio.
Look at Evan.
If you come down Guru's Road, I want to see at least $10.
Frank, I agree. This is a cheap shot, a literal cheap shot at $3. Guru here on a Thursday. I'm shocked.
The rap sheet.
That's cold.
If I told you what I was dealing with,
exactly,
then why'd you laugh? And Evan, when Evan laughs, it hurts. Go ahead. But dude, we got Monty Poole some point today, Stania.
11:30.
What's Joe Lacob thinking? I gave you a contract, and this is how you pay us back. Like, is that far fetched? Is that out the realm? I rewarded you with $400 when some said I should say night night.
I don't think Joe Lacob feels much differently today than he did yesterday or the day before.
Boy, I vehemently just disagree with that.
Well, he knew something was going to happen.
Not an indefinite. This thing could go 20, or he could do the John Morant.
Maybe he wants it to go 20. Maybe Joe Lacob thinks he has a problem.
Wow.
And says to Joe Dumars and Adam Silver, you know what? Whatever you do, we'll support. I mean, that's what I heard yesterday. Take a listen to Joe Dumars of the NBA.
A lot of times people get caught up into like a number. Like, what's the number? And we didn't want to do that. What we wanted to do was, first of all, we knew that there would be some level of punishment, but we didn't want that to be the focus. We wanted the focus to be on how can we help Draymond as well. And we thought indefinite was the best way to do that. So people don't get caught up on here. What's the number? Is it too low? Is it too high? Indefinite means get yourself right. We want to see you at your best, and the best way for you to do that is to get yourself mentally and emotionally back to where you need to be. And so that's how we got to indefinite.
888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green's been suspended indefinitely, and he does have access to the facility, which to me tells me that there's a consistency there. And whether you think it's PR or not, if Joe Dumars comes out and says, first priority is we got to get this guy some help, we want to see him at his best, you can't take away the gym from him. You can't take away shooting and lifting weights. So from that aspect, he will be allowed in the facility to practice. Now, the interesting thing is, this is where you wonder if Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy say, you know what, Draymond, you have all the access in the world. Just don't come around when the team's here for a while. Would they do that with Draymond Green? See, that to me is, I don't know if it's a small thing or a big thing, but if they're saying, look, he's suspended, but he can use the facility, if I'm the Warriors, I'm saying when we're not around for a while. That's what I would do. But that might not even matter a smidge.
I think if I passed tomorrow and you and Evan came to my funeral with all my imperfections, I think you would say Goo had a good heart. And the reason I say that is what I'm about to say next, I don't want to sound heartless, but you let me know. Stoney, Draymond is who he is. He's got to want to change. okay? And I don't want to sound like a Neanderthal, but all I care about right now is the Warriors are 10-13. They are about to play I don't know how many games without Draymond Green. What about the state of the team? What are we looking at? And I asked Evan pre-show, is it all just on Kuminga, or is it by committee? Like, I'm asking you, what do we expect tonight in LA without Draymond Green? Because this season already without him, they're not good. It hasn't been good. Like, that's the part that Warrior fans are really bothered by. Where does that leave your brothers? When you do come back, what are you coming back to? Are we a 13th seed? Do we even got a shot?
No. Do you think they have a shot?
I wouldn't. Okay.
Yes.
They can rally. Sometimes people rally when people are counted out. So I'm not going to rob them of that shot.
No, why not? What about the Blazers have a shot?
No, they never had a shot, though. They're young. So
they're not nipping at the Warriors' heels right now.
But I'm getting scared with a season.
Radio scared.
A bad season, basketball scared. What a bad season can do to Steph Curry. What, like the byproduct of a bad season, how he would feel. Because let me tell you, partner, he ain't going off into the sunset on the back nine, not making the playoffs or stuff like that. But Dre's put him in that. And the one thing about Dre, I'll say, it's kind of funny because I hadn't heard a podcast all year. He has no outlet to talk about this, I don't believe. I don't think it would be good PR if he came out and said something. So I know he's probably seething that way. But at the end of the day, Steiny, you didn't see Denzel in Training Day. He was a crooked cop. I'm not calling Dre that. But he ran roughshod over the neighborhood, and there's a scene where he's yelling at everybody in the neighborhood, and they're outside. He's like, I'm King Kong. And it just falls on deaf ear. That's where Dre's at. There's nobody supporting him. And I wonder, like, I'm asking you, Stein, I know you're not Dr. Phil or Dr. Ruth. What's going to change?
The one thing that's going to change is he's not going to play for the next.
Well, you got me
I think
there.
it's safe to say there's no way he's coming back.
By the new year, before 2024, Evan threw that out.
Well, if he gets 10 games, that brings him back essentially on January 4th.
What's the checklist look like, you think? Oh, I talked to somebody.
It's probably like a 12-step program. Yeah. I don't know what it is. So 10 games would get him back here January 4th-ish. I don't think it's going to be any less than 8 games. But that's just a guess. That's just
indefinite. Who Willard didn't even have that as an option. Vegas.
This is more Joe Dumars.
The reason we don't have a number is because the help that he needs to get, getting himself better, is what's most important. And I don't want to, Adam doesn't want to, we don't want to put a number on, you have this many games to go out and get the help that you need to get better. And so leave it as indefinite until that time comes. And that's why even when you say indefinite and then you throw out a minimum number on it like that, Stephen, you're not really living up to what you're saying that you really want to do. And so we're going to leave it as indefinite for him to get better. And when that time comes, he'll be back.
Yeah, here's the other thing. This is a forced intervention is what it is.
Elaborate on that.
Because Draymond has no say in this right now. It's one of the few things he has no say in.
But when you go to the principal's office, you have no say. It's on them.
That's
like
what I just said.
When you go in front of the judge, they don't care.
I said he has no say. Like, that's the fact. And what Joe Dumars is saying is the reason we're not putting a number on it is because we ain't going to guarantee this guy's coming back. He's not coming back.
Where would that leave the team?
It's bigger than the team. This guy's messing with the league. Bigger than the team.
Wow.
So, I mean, I think he's getting at least. I mean, he's getting more than he just got. I think we can say that. And they're also saying to Draymond Green, like he's getting help. You got to go to class. You got to go to anger management. We got to figure this stuff out.
We didn't laugh, but you saw something I saw. Did you hear Kevin Durant? His quote about Draymond Green.
Yeah, that was insane to see. Glad Nurk is all right. Never seen that before on the basketball court in the NBA game. I hope Draymond gets the help he needs. It's been incident after incident. So I know Draymond, and that's not, he hasn't been that way when I was around him and coming into the league. So hopefully he gets the help he needs and get back on the court and, put all this stuff behind him.
That was KD.
Wow. Soft-spoken, Steiny. He said it was insane. He'd never seen it on an NBA court. And then he kind of threw out and alluded to Dre wasn't like that when I was around. We did call you the B word, KD, during the game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green's been suspended indefinitely. If you're a Warrior fan, where are you at right now? Do you think mostly about Draymond Green? Do you think, well, how many games are we going to be without him? Do you think, did he just ruin another season? What's the, do you guys realize you play the Clippers tonight?
Wow.
In LA?
And a 13-10 Brooklyn Net team Saturday on ABC.
I mean, I'm just an observer. And my first thought is, like with everything going on with Draymond, and it's not the first time we've had this turmoil around Draymond. My first thought is, well, they're done. Like they're done. And I mean the Warriors. And what I mean is, how can you play 10 more games? And listen, I understand he's not the player he was, but
stop.
No, I'm not going to stop.
We don't know. I feel you because you're not the only one that feels that way. But until we see it, in regard to them being done.
He's not going to play. Well, but that's my point. They're done. That's what I think. You can't play. You can't have the biggest focus of your offseason being, let's go re-sign Draymond Green to give ourselves one last swing at it.
Yep.
And then this be happening. We're 23 games in. It's now going to last to 33 games in. If and when he gets back that soon, which he may or may not, you got to reincorporate him into. This team's not going anywhere. That's what would piss me off as a Warrior fan. Now, could Kuminga, now the silver lining. Well, forget him. The silver lining to me would be, and we've said it a few times, can Jonathan Kuminga in the next however many games that Draymond Green doesn't play in, can Jonathan Kuminga please show some significant consistency and positive play over the next 12 games so that maybe we can start envisioning life without Draymond Green? That's, to me... But the problem is we've said it before.
And he didn't take advantage,
right.
Kuminga, of the last time Dre was out for those 5 games. But to that point, he is playing his ass off right now. So we'll see how he takes a baton. But let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco, Steiny. Another blessing in disguise is if you're right about maybe some guys side-eyeing Dre and mad about Poole being gone, I'm talking about Wiggins. Then I could go look at Wiggins when Dre was gone for 5 games and look at that production to see, but maybe he shows a pulse. I don't know, but I know they're not going to lay down tonight. They may get beat, but that's what's scary. Who had this be the ending, the script, if Draymond somehow doesn't come back?
I mean, somebody had it. Somebody had it. And that's the part that we can't ignore. Who had it ending? Who had Draymond? Some people sure did. Some people have been watching the last, his whole career. Can you believe this is Yes. I think we can all believe it. We've all seen it. And now, did it hit me hard when I heard suspension and it started sinking in? Yeah. Damn, this guy's in trouble.
Right.
We agree. This guy's in trouble.
And so is the team.
Right.
And the franchise.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about the franchise. But this year's team has been put in peril. Not just because of Draymond Green, But now this has become the focal point. And once again, Andrew Wiggins, get those thank you cards out. Draymond Green has another thank you card coming. It's going to be another day we don't talk about how poorly you've played this year.
By the way, this was from Chris Haynes last night. Draymond Green will be allowed to continue to practice with the team while serving his suspension.
Oh,
that's standard.
What if they go 7-3? You think Lakeup is like just what you said? You know what? Life without Draymond, I know it's only 10 games, short sample size, but okay. I'm wondering.
What else can he do?
This thing could go side. This thing could get sideways. I know you're saying it's tipped over.
This thing, I mean, Guru, this thing could get sideways. Yeah. Wiggins is having the worst year of his career. Clay is a shell of himself as of right now. Draymond's never been in more trouble with the NBA or the team than he's been now. Steve Kerr, how's that contract extension looking? I'd say we're sideways. 10-13?
Yeah, Josh Ram on YouTube chat agrees with you.
Monty Pool, 11 a.m., Monty Pool's NBC Sports Bay Area. Filmo Mike, start us off.
Let's go.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man. You know, this year has been a struggle, man. Struggle with Draymond, a struggle to win games, a struggle to keep leads. It's just been a hard year. But with the Draymond situation, you were talking earlier about what are they saying to him? What are they saying to him? You was like, what are they saying to Draymond? Right? But sometimes you mess up so bad that when someone that you messed up with, maybe your dad or your mom or your girlfriend, your spouse, they don't say nothing to you. That even hurts you even more.
That's true,
and
Philmo.
Sometimes you need that.
Wow.
And sometimes you need that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like Steph is probably like, bro, if I was Steph, I wouldn't even talk to him for about 3-4 days.
What is there to say? You're right. You're right. Filmo, we didn't do that to you, buddy. But he's right. And that's kind of,
then he's not getting help then if you do that.
Yes, he is. From professionals. He needs help from professionals.
Clinical.
But the point is Filmo Mike, I completely agree with you on that one. We've talked a lot over the last week or two. Curry needs to sit him down. Don't you get it? That's been done for 10 years. Now it's like Curry's like, Draymond, you know what? Fix it. Get yourself right, bro. There's no talks. There's no talks. There's no talking anymore. No sitting down and having a watershed moment. Posy in P-Town, a $5.
I don't see it. What they say?
We missed it. It says you'll be playing basketball in Pelican Bay.
Oh, that was a shoe program. That's what Denzel, another line in training.
Okay, well, he paid $5 for it.
King Kong ain't got nothing on Draymond.
There you go.
Oh, man.
I got to be careful here.
No, you don't.
If you and Mike and others, because the one Filmo Mike, one constant, he's getting no support. I would just say to the league and Joe Dumars, and I'm not trying to just stick it to Draymond, if you guys are telling me, okay, silent treatment, isolation, why are you allowed to practice? Why are you allowed to practice?
Because
the real takeaway is you need to stay at home and talk to who you need to talk to if that's it. I don't think he has an issue. Some people are just who they are. This thing's been going on since 16. You've never checked them so now you think this dog and pony show that he's gonna that's the John Morant stuff, and then 2 days later, Jaw's in the car with the gun. No comparison. I'm just saying people are who they're going to be. And this man is 30 however old. He ain't about to change. But I'm just sitting here I'm trying to convince myself.
You don't think Draymond's got a problem?
No, he's just a bad boy. Does
Draymond Green have a problem?
Yeah. I don't think it can be fixed. Like, it is what
Okay, well, then he can't play in the NBA anymore.
But he's done it for his whole career.
Right, and they're saying it's too much. They've reached the breaking point. I think, I don't
think it can be fixed in the amount of time.
There is no time.
But
he's got plenty
behind
of time.
closed doors, there is. Like,
With who?
With the NBA, if it's 10, 12 games.
The NBA doesn't care. He's got to do whatever the NBA wants him to do. If he doesn't, he'll never play in the league again. Like that's
but
and this is what I'm talking about.
Practice. Should he be afforded practice?
It remains consistent. Him being able to practice remains consistent with your number one message that you've come out with, which is we want to help him. So you can't help him and then say, we're taking away the gym. You can't work out. You can't shoot baskets. I understand that. If you say you're going to help him, you got to let him work out and try to stay in some semblance of shape, because we also know that a physical health has a very big connection to mental health. That's a fact. All right. Odyssey app, download it now. We can do that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into it on the other side. Full lines on 95.7 A Game.
I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still right.
say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we got Steve Wilt's lazy ass out of the booth. Started playing some defense.
Yeah. Arizona, we ain't been, well, Draymond been kind of hijacked everything.
You think?
What about Giannis last night? What Carlisle's a punk. Remember I liked him? He's a punk now, Steiny. Why would they do that to Giannis?
There's a story behind it.
All right, well, yeah.
It's actually it's such a funny story, actually. So Giannis, we'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll get right into Draymond, but this was good. Because there's a couple facets of it that people may not know. I don't know the guy's name for the Pacers, so I'm just going to say the guy.
Rookie.
Yeah, the rookie.
Scored one first point.
So I guess there's a little bit, Pacers and Bucks got a little something going. Giannis had 64 last night.
He's incredible.
And so he wanted to get the game ball.
Yeah, and they're at in Milwaukee.
But the Pacers have a rookie on their team who scored a bucket last night.
First.
It was his first NBA bucket. And the Pacers say anytime anybody scores their first bucket, even for the other team, they get the ball. First NBA bucket. So we had a guy, and he wanted the ball. Now, the thing that's amazing is apparently they have 2 official game balls.
Right.
For
Giannis
each
feels
game.
like he don't got the ball.
So Carlisle was like, fine, he can have the real game ball. Well, our rookie will take the other ball.
Yeah.
That was
duplicate.
an official game ball. So here's the punchline. The rookie did score. He scored in the in-season championship game that the Pacers had against the Lakers, but that game didn't count in the standings or in the record books.
Which I hate.
So technically,
Giannis feels like he has the wrong ball. How about that?
I don't know how it ended up, but we're talking about Draymond Green and what's going on.
His future.
Suspended indefinitely. Let me ask you, and you just said it right there, and this is where I'm at too. You just said his future. I care more about the Warriors' future.
That's deep. And
I really do.
You know I do too, right?
Yeah. No, I know.
Do you think he's a part of it? Honest,
I don't know.
Right now. I don't. Something's going on, man. That we do not. I'm telling.
I mean, I agree. If I were to ask Warrior fans just what's hitting you today, and somebody said, "What's hitting you today, Steiny?" It's like, you know what? This is all more serious than I guess I thought it was. This is a big deal. I kind of treated it like the latest Draymond incident, but clearly it's much bigger than just the latest Draymond incident. That's what's hitting me today.
Right. And I feel like I just feel bad for Curry, Clay, it's just a whole team. But miss me on Chris Paul, who I'm not blaming, but I thought his leadership, his veteran savvy would rub off on Dre, Steiny. I'm not blaming CP3, but he's acted worse with another veteran caliber of CP3. Like, I'm telling you, man, the training day analogy is what I'm seeing. It's what I'm hearing. And some people are trying to put this at the doorstep of the Warriors, the doorstep of Steph Curry. But, I mean, Dre is a smart, intelligent father, husband. Steiny, I don't know how we got here, man. But I do know this, and I'll just say it for the people in the back that didn't hear me yesterday or the day before. I think this is as egregious as the chokehold on Gobert, and I'll just leave that there. There are a lot of people, you, the boss, Evan, that feel like, it ain't up there. But he knew what he was doing, and he landed. And for Kevin Durant, his former teammate, who they won 2 chips with, for him to say, I've never seen that on a basketball court, like, and Nurkic, like those things, those are echoes, Steiny. The league is looking at Dre like, this ain't cool, man. I might get hurt. And they might be just trying to hate on the under, but he's giving them that fuel. And now the Warriors embark on, dude, I'm telling you, man, I hope somehow they go 7-3 in their next 10. Because if they don't, man, he'll have ruined 2 seasons in a row.
They can't win a championship without him. Shout out to Benny and Anthony from the local 483. Shout out to Benny and Anthony from the local 483, and that's from Blanche from the Bay.
Probably
pay $4.99 for me to read that. We should get some percentage of that.
Don't be greedy.
All right, let's take some calls. Let's get into it and just kind of where you at right now with Draymond Green and the Warriors. Where are your first thoughts?
Clippers tonight
starting to come in. Let's go to we can start with Bobby in Los Altos. See if he can. Yeah,
Ricky Henderson.
But it's easy for Bobby. When he comes into a show in the middle. Gets to run up and down, get loose.
Now there's pressure.
Right. Now he's got to come out.
Me at the knockout tournament.
He's starting now. So we need Bobby to
bring it.
Yes, exactly. Right from the tip. What's up, Bobby?
All right, fellas. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Listen, I'm going to say this. First of all, I'm going to say to everybody, and also to you, Steinmetz, let's just relax. Before I talk about why we need to relax, I really wish I could see the text exchange between Steph and Dre that went on. Because, if I was Steph, being, not trying to hurt the relationship, I would write things like, that punishment was BS. But in my mind, I'd be like, you reap what you sow. It's like it would be a very disingenuous text. But I would say to Dre, if I was Steph, hey, take this situation as an opportunity to prove to the league and prove to the public that they are wrong. I know he doesn't need professional help personally. I know he can figure it out. Now, the reason I say relax is that the NBA, unlike the other sports, that's 80% of the teams get in the playoffs. It's very early in the season. It's one thing to say you have a team with no talent and no hope. Let's call them the Detroit Pistons. It's another to say that you have a team that has the potential to win more games than they lose, but just something isn't clicking. They got more than enough time to figure it out, and they got more than enough time to be one of the top, I don't know what it is per conference anymore, 12 teams to make the playoffs. So let's just relax. I don't even care about the regular season in normal circumstances, because in the NBA, you got to play 28, 30 games in the playoffs, which is 40% of the season. So let's just calm down.
You're not,
Bobby, I'm shocked.
Bobby, you're not worried they could maybe miss the playoffs.
You need to be.
They could miss the playoffs. They could, but they have the potential to make them. And how many games are we in? A third of the season?
23.
Come on, man. This isn't like this happened, with 14 games to go. We got plenty of time. Clay will figure it out. He always does. We'll do enough to limp into the play-ins or whatever they're called.
Let me say something to
him. Figure it out.
Hey, Bobby. But okay, you limp into the you limp into the play-in. Then what?
And then we turn it on. And you can say, what's the chance of that happening? But we have that championship DNA. Would you rather limp in and be Detroit or limp in and be the Warriors?
Well, thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it. You're the man. Detroit can't even limp in.
Lost another game. My point is, Draymond Green, you tell me if I'm wrong. If I had $1 for every time somebody said he was the heart and soul of your team, and now your heart and soul is on a sabbatical, we don't know when he's coming back, how can people not be panicked? How can you not be upset? And Bobby, you need to wake up. They're 10-13 already. That can grow and get worse. So, hey, Bobby, more power to you. Nothing to see here. But Steiny, if you go to the doctor and he says, "Hey, Guru, you got a hangnail," you're good. But if he says something's up with your ticker, then you're in trouble. Your heart and soul has been suspended indefinitely.
Yeah, and I wish Bobby were on the phone because I hate responding to somebody when
he's listening.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is Bobby's plan is Bobby saying, get to the playoffs, limp in, and see. That wasn't what we were told. We were told this was a team that could win a championship as recently as 5 days ago.
Trey said it was Bonte said it too all day. It was his most important season. He said that in training camp. And this is how wow.
Monty Poole in 15 minutes, NBC Sports Bay Area. This is right. This is absolutely true from the 530 on the Comcast Business text line. And it's the kind of thing that I love to point out. Does telling someone to relax ever work? Feels like it winds people up more. I think you're right. Goo, relax.
R-E-L.
Relax.
He made that famous, though.
Relax.
I'm fine.
R-E. No, you're not. No, you're not. Relax. You say that enough.
No, that's
you
like
get knocked out.
Little Johnny, black folks didn't use timeout. You got knocked out. Timeout, please.
Hey, let me ask you one. Here's one that I heard about not heard about. Here's one from back in the day that we used to do today. Does this ever happen? Go to the corner.
The dunce hat.
Go stand in the corner.
We called it the dunce
with your back to the class.
With the
what
dunce
are you talking
hat.
about?
That
I'm
was
talking
bullying.
about you walking to the back of the classroom, finding a corner, and turning around.
It's even worse than to make you go to the front of the class and turn around in the corner.
Oh,
so everyone has
gosh.
to look at you.
Let's go to Zach. Zach's in Morgan Hill. God, what's up with the traffic in Morgan Hill? What's going on, Zach? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys?
Doing well, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so the main thing in this world is we can all agree to disagree, right? So
Sure.
my opinion, no matter what happens, I'm going to be loyal to Draymond. We got to 6 finals. We won 4 championships. I'm kind of done with hearing people like Brian Windhorst throwing us under the bus, Mr. Checkbook Win, I think we need to stick by our team, be loyal, and whatever happens. At least I know I'm not no bandwagon fan. I was loyal, and I supported my Warriors.
Okay, let me ask quick. Zach, you there?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
there. Could you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. You were loud and clear. So if there's a Warrior fan just like you who's kind of done with Draymond and's like, you know what? Do you consider them not a real Warrior fan or no? I understand that.
I'll put it this way. There's a lot of sheep, not a lot of shepherds. I'm a shepherd. I don't just follow the media and throwing Draymond under the bus.
Sure.
I feel like Adam Silver needs to do a better job with this league. We got tournament cups. They should have changed it to the LBA, the LeBron Basketball Association. Just handing out gifts,
Well, let me ask you this before you go. Isn't Draymond the bus? You're saying like something's unfair. He's out there clobbering dudes, choking dudes. How can you defend that?
No, I'm not necessarily defending it. What I'm saying is I'm going to be loyal.
Yeah, ride or die. I get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that with my kids. When my kids make mistakes, I don't pile on. Let them go through the process. Let's see what happens.
That's fair. All right. That's fair.
Not out there
Thanks,
like
Zach.
John Morant,
Okay. No, that's fair.
But if we miss the playoffs because we got a problem.
What's that?
If we miss the playoffs because of your redundant actions, that's why I wish I could see Steph's phone and let me send a text. MFR, what are you doing, Dre?
Yeah, see, that's not what.
Come on, Day-Day.
That's not where my head's at right now. Like, to me, what if we miss the play? That's on the table. Like, to me,
with him playing,
they're 10-13.
Yeah, with him playing, it was on the table, and we were losing our hair.
Exactly. Them not making the playoffs is absolutely on the table. That's why when Bobby goes, maybe we again, if we are sitting right now in
fifth seed.
I was going to say Orlando, but they're good.
Detroit,
Toronto.
Oh yeah.
If we're sitting in no, they want a ring. If we're sitting right now,
like Phoenix.
Oh, yeah. We're sitting right now but now I've been so circular that I can't remember what I was going to say. No, if we're sitting in Phoenix right now and say, maybe get into the playoffs and see what happens, it's like, okay, I can go with that. We're in Golden State. They got 4 titles.
Yeah. Trying to get to 5th.
Whether they sneak into the playoffs and win a round, or whether they miss the playoffs completely, or whether they get into the playoffs and lose in the first, to me, I feel like it's all the same. Because unfortunately and fortunately, the standard you have is championships. And your coach said a week ago he thought it was a championship team. Real quick, Goo, your favorite Sheed.
I was just about to read them.
Is paying $5 for this text. So much for a respectable ride off into the sunset, end to the era. This is the Titanic after Draymond drove them into another iceberg. Blow it up.
I wonder how much of Dub Nation feels that way.
Oh, there's a few more. Yeah, but I was also can you get the numbers again on the Titanic?
Oh,
it just wasn't as wasn't that bad.
It wasn't
wasn't as bad as you think.
Yeah, like half of them survived.
Exactly.
I think it was like 700
went down, guys.
The ship went down. Not everybody went down.
Like 750 people survived.
Exactly. Nothing like the Andrea Doria. Now that was a nightmare.
It's a great movie. Read it. We got another one.
What movie? Andrea
No, the Titanic.
Oh, never saw it. It's too long. Okay, I'm scrolling through to find the next one.
From Blanche by the
Thank
Bay,
you.
shout out to Benny and Anthony.
No, we got them already.
From the local 485. And then the last one is from Jesus Cristo. Grab your popcorn, everybody. This is The Last Dance.
But they finished together. I'm worried that Dre might not be back. The indefinite hit me, man. We got Monty coming up. Well, Steiny, what's Joe Lake? I keep going there, but it matters. What's he thinking?
Who?
Joe Lakeup. And I know they're meeting today. Dumars, Mike Dunleavy. Speaking of which, how's his career? Great start, huh? Man, to watch Bob do what he's done under him, and then I take over.
Well, he re-signed Draymond. It's his fault. I mean, I don't mean that to say.
Lakeup signed.
Okay, then they all do.
I ain't putting that at Dunleavy. On Dunleavy.
Well, he'd be the only GM not responsible for making moves then.
Well, you heard Joe say we do it by committee.
Hold on a sec, though. And this is where
I
get exactly what you're saying, and I think there's absolutely some merit to it. But what I'm saying is, before Mike Dunleavy got hired, if he's saying to Joe, why wouldn't he say, Joe, you want me to be the GM? We got to move off Draymond. Mike, I'm not doing that. Okay.
I still want the job, then I move forward, Stoney.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. And I've always said this about Mike Dunleavy. He has got a ton of juice. A ton of juice. Mike Dunleavy absolutely could have said, and I don't know if it's okay, maybe he wanted to re-sign Draymond. Maybe they both wanted to re-sign Draymond. But if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I feel strongly that we got to move off Draymond Green.
Yeah.
I am not accepting the job at Golden State knowing that my first move is one that I'm not on board with.
And you know what? Hearing you say it like that, I believe he was on board with it.
And you know what? I think they all probably were on board with it because it was the best of two bad decisions. Alex in San Francisco. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to touch on something that Guru mentioned before the break about the suspension.
Yep.
How he's still going to be allowed at practice. The Warriors have yet to make any kind of statement, basically saying, look, Dre, you need to stop. We need to stop accommodating your behavior because it's not helping the team. Telling him that he's not welcome at practice, I think would have done that. But unfortunately, if they were going to do that, they would have made that statement already.
Great point.
Another thing I wanted to say was that I don't know if you guys heard this yesterday, but there was some comment about how Shanahan, he's targeting people with some emotional instability to kind of get them off their game. Now we know Draymond will come back; it's just a matter of when. But now I think we can say that other coaches are going to be targeting him to get him to react the way that they're accustomed to him reacting. Now, Guru, you said before that you don't think he could change. We saw the best version of Dre the first year he took over for David Lee. He played smart, he played hard, and he didn't talk all that junk. After the championship, after that chip, then he started mouthing off. But he's been allowed to do that for so long that I don't think he could get back to that better version of himself. So basically, I just want to agree with you on that point. And that's all I want to say.
Well, that's the one thing that Kevin Durant, we listened to what Kevin Durant had to say.
Oh, boy.
And if you notice, he referenced that, too. He made a point to say, this isn't the same guy who came into the league.
No doubt. He wasn't that way when I was there.
Little comparison with Terrell Owens? Terrell Owens?
Well, I think Colin might have brought it up yesterday. There's no real veteran voice in the locker room or even in the organization that Draymond has a connection to as a player because Andre Iguodala is gone, but also someone like Sean Livingston is no longer with the organization. Bob Myers isn't there. So Draymond's the oldest guy in the room, and there's no one really to check the checker if and when he goes off the rails like he has recently. And I think that's a big part of it, too.
Man, Evan, that is so profound, but a part of me, all of me says you have a coach, you have a GM, and you got an owner. And you got one of a top 5, arguably best player in the league. So, Steph, if you ever had a demerit, it would be you've kind of, in a sense, by not publicly trying to, not shame, and I don't want to sound like I'm piling on, but like that, just check Draymond verbally out loud so at least we could say, well, that was done. They've created Frankenstein, and now this is it, man.
Again, when we get to what you're talking about, saying something publicly. So are you going to embarrass him? You know he's not going to respond well to that.
Well, he's embarrassing us.
Why is it Steph Curry's responsibility to get in Draymond's face?
He's the only one I believe that has a gravitas to do it.
And he's the only one who doesn't have the personality to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't feel comfortable. I get it. You really want, you know what? How about this? Maybe Curry's afraid to because this guy's so volatile. You got to be careful with how you talk to him. But you want to undress him publicly?
Well, I'm not. Now,
well, you said publicly. Yeah. That's different.
Yeah.
Then,
what about
then let's
Evan,
get into a
give
room
me this.
man to
I'm
man.
Steph Curry at the podium after. You know what? Okay. We're disappointed in Dre's actions. He knows this is bad PR over and over again. Because guess what's not coming, Steiny? The wins.
Not yet. But I'll tell you what. And I'm not a big guy on this. I'm really not. But the Warriors are 10-13. I don't know what that winning percentage is, but I think there's an absolute chance they'll play better basketball for the next 6, 8, 10 games. I really do.
You're right.
Because
the season would then be, we still got
silver
action.
lining would absolutely positively be 10 games from now, the Warriors are 16-14 or whatever, 18-15, and we're kind of playing well. We got some joy back. Kuminga seems to be happy. Most important, we've won 7 of 10. Draymond, welcome back. You're the 12th man right now. I mean, I don't know what you do. Hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast. They had Nick Bosa on yesterday. He was actually great. And not that I didn't expect him to be great, but Bosa was a great interview.
Gave Purdy some love.
Terrific job by the guys there. Willard and Dibbs. They chat with Steve Kerr every week. They'll be doing that again tomorrow. So you want to download that Odyssey app on 95.7 The Game. Search for that. 888-957-9570. Monty Poole on the other side, and then we'll get back to your calls on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers.
on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you.
We got the man.
Obviously, Draymond Green is the topic of conversation. Over the last 24 hours, he's been suspended indefinitely by the NBA, and we want to talk to Monty Poole about it. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, longtime writer and columnist in the Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. Monty, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, my man.
You got it, my man.
You know what? I was just thinking about the way I felt yesterday and the way I feel today. I'm just going to start a conversation. The thing that's hit me in the last 24 hours, and maybe people will say, well, no kidding, Steinmetz, but we got a problem with Draymond Green that feels like the league is further along than the public about how detrimental this behavior is, and that this is more than 4 or 5 games or 6 or 8 games.
Yeah, at this stage, it's not about how many games he misses. I mean, I think the league has already discovered that suspensions are not, they don't help. They don't make a difference. And it's really more about Draymond getting to a point where not just his basketball, but his life. I mean, obviously there's something going on, and it needs to be addressed beyond what, a coach or a teammate can do. No amount of talking up Draymond. I mean, the Warriors have met with Draymond so many times over the past few years, so many times. And we're still here. We're still here. And in fact, it's accelerating. You're watching this over the course of this season. It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. And so, we were talking about this on the post-game show the other night. I was talking about this with Festus Ezeli. And to do, at this point, it's really about Draymond. The Warriors have their thing to deal with, and Draymond has his, and they are separate. They are separate because the Warriors cannot, on their own, say, we'll talk to Draymond and we'll get him right. No. Draymond has to talk to somebody else, and somebody professional. He has to seek that kind of help. It's right at that stage right now. So we all know what kind of basketball player he is when he's not involved in the sideshow. And there were a couple of games there where I was like, Draymond seems to be okay. He's going to play basketball now. The game in L.A. against the Clippers, the Warriors lost that game, but Draymond played really well, and he did not get involved in the sideshow. I was like, is this progress? Is this progress? He can play basketball really well and not get caught up in his antics. And then a couple games later, boom, here we are. So, it's not about 5 games, 10 games, 15 games. Like Joe Dumars said this morning, it's about Draymond getting right, not just for basketball, not just for the Warriors, but for his life.
Wow, that's profound, Monty. Let me ask you this, because we talked about it. Like, this is not fun, and I've criticized Draymond at times throughout the years. But yesterday, I was waiting, Monty, for a number, and I was going to move on with my life, come in here and talk about it with Steiny, 5, 10, 3. But when I heard indefinite, Monty, I'm telling you, something in my mind, I just defaulted to like, is this the end? Like, would you call me crazy or any Warrior fan that thinks, okay, is there a remote, like minute possibility that Draymond is not a Warrior or don that uniform on again?
Yeah, that's hard to say right now because, first of all, what's his trade value? If they decide they want to trade him. Second of all, they've stood behind him for so many things in the past. So at a point now where they can't stand behind him anymore, where are you with this? So you look at where things are, and if you're Draymond, you got to be asking yourself some serious questions. Some serious questions. So the number of games were never going to be an issue. They've tried that. And we saw where that got them. So at this stage, I think will he be a Warrior when he comes back? At this point, I think so. We don't know when that'll be. This is kind of like the Ja Morant situation, because Ja Morant was suspended indefinitely at first, and then they said, "Okay, 25 games."
That's a good point.
That's what they concluded. And keep in mind, like I've been telling people all along, the NBA's TV contracts end after next season, and they're already negotiating the next contracts, and they can promote Steph and LeBron and Luka and all these guys, but you don't want to go to a TV network and have them say, well, what about Draymond? What about John Morant? This is the kind of image the NBA is desperate to avoid. They've been here before. Back in the 80s when they had drugs involved in the league. They've had situations in the past where guys' conduct on the court, malice in the palace. I mean, for a while, people were like, "Oh man, do I want to go near the NBA?"
Right.
And the NBA is in a pretty good place here lately, and a lot of that is because of the Warriors and Steph. And so here, Draymond is doing these things, and it could impact the negotiations. And the league office is acutely aware of this because they're the ones who are deeply in the negotiations. And they don't want to see this. They don't want to have to deal with this. They don't want to have a network come to them and say, how can we be sure that your league is going to stay on track and play basketball when you got a couple of people running around doing stuff that's crazy like Draymond and Ja? What they did is different. But neither one of those guys is guys that the league wants to promote right now. This is the kind of thing you're dealing with. So there's a lot on the table right now, and Draymond, I thought Draymond would understand when he talked to Joe Dumars last time, after the Gobert incident. Dude, you're messing with our money, and our money is your money.
Mm-hmm.
Our money is your money. The more money we can make, whether it's BRI, basketball-related income, or TV rights or whatever, the more money there is for all of us.
Right.
And so, we want to have all the leverage we can when we go into these negotiations. And dude, you're kind of hurting us here. You're putting us in a bad light. We don't want that.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Great perspective on the franchise for sure. Guru asks me a question frequently, Monty, and I have not answered it other than I don't know ever. What do you think Joe Lacob's thinking?
That's a fair question. That's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
Joe's thirst for winning is pretty wild. I mean, he definitely wants to win, and he knows that Draymond has been a huge part of that. We all go back to what happened in 2016. When Draymond dropped out for a game because what he did again, the Warriors weren't the same, and they didn't win that series. They lost a 3-1 lead. And again, like I said earlier, they've stood behind him for all his transgressions in the past. And here we are now. This past summer, 5 months ago, they gave him a new contract.
Yep.
3 years, 4-year option, And so this is them standing behind him saying, we believe in you. We believe in you. And what's Draymond done since then? I mean, he's already missed almost half the game for one reason or another.
Right.
He's been ejected 3 times. He's been suspended for games. I mean, so you look at what like I said, it's accelerating, man. And Joe has to be like heartsick about this because it's not just, it's like, he got into it with Anthony Edwards, got into it with Donovan Mitchell, got into it with Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
And it's like, we haven't seen him at this level. We haven't seen his misbehavior at this rate ever. There's been isolated incidents, but he's 33 years old. And he was just saying the other day that he can't be the same guy at 33 that he was at 26. He's going the wrong way. And so if you're Joe, a part of you has to wonder, maybe even regret, did I make the right decision in signing off of that contract? Nope. And keep in mind, though, that again, the Warriors have stood behind him through all of this. They traded Jordan Poole. Why? Because they knew that it was time for Jordan to go, yes, but also Draymond. And so if you're Joe, you got to be wondering where do you go from here. Like I say, his trade value is not great, and it is at a point now where it's not about basketball; it's about Draymond's life.
Wow, that's deep, Monty. Speaking of where do you go from here, there's another component, the team component. They take on the Clippers tonight. I asked my producer Evan, who has to step up. He mentioned Kuminga, but it's more than just Jonathan. Like, how do they tackle this absence?
It's a little bit of everything. You need more Kuminga. I think, you're going to probably see the rotation shift. I mean, Kuminga's the obvious guy to plug in as a starter. But if you plug in Kuminga, do you stay with Looney or do you go with Sarge? That's an option there. And I'm sure these are all things that they're looking at, the coaching staff is looking at. But you're going to need more hands on deck. I mean, I think, Podziemski's been really good. He's been really good. But his role has kind of been filling in like that Gary Payton II role in some ways. But he's done a little bit of everything. He's done some of what GP2 does. He's done some of what Draymond does. His rebounding has been phenomenal for a guy his size. It's crazy. JK is the main guy you look at and say, okay, JK, we need you to be what you can do. You can't be Draymond. He doesn't have Draymond's capacity for basketball intellect. He doesn't have that. But so you can't replace that part. But there's things he can do that gives the Warriors some help, and mostly just be an impact player in the paint. Attack the rim, grab some rebounds, defend, do those things. That'll help this team. We've seen it. We saw it last game. When the bench scored 80 points and Draymond was sitting in the locker room, So that's the main guy. But yeah, this guy, I think you should see some Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah.
Give him a shot out there. Have him work pick and roll with Chris Paul. You've got some ideas out there. You got some options there. But Draymond as an individual, what he brings when he's at his best, they don't have that anywhere else. I'm not sure you can find that in the league.
Monty, a couple of days ago, I got kind of passionate that we were talking about Coach Kerr, and I know he's a Don around here, 4 rings. And I just remembered the conversation he had, and he went public with it with Moody, and he said he was out of the rotation, and Moody went to Sacramento, balled out, and was taken out. Talked to Kuminga. He didn't play the first half against Portland. He came in and saved him. Am I crazy to say, you know what, that I can criticize Coach Kerr for those moves? Like, how could you come to that decision and then get bailed out with the, like, do you follow me? Like, I didn't like that those guys stepped up when you deemed them not worthy to help, and then they helped you.
Yeah, Steve the next day said he screwed that up, and he did. It was obvious. Moses was the one guy making shots. He was 4-4 in that fourth quarter. The rest of his teammates were 2 of 17. So he's kind of keeping the Warriors afloat, and then he comes out of the game for Wiggins, which you understand Wiggins coming in. Wiggins was the team's best player that night. But Klay Thompson was done in the fourth quarter. And we could see it, and Steve didn't see it because of his loyalty, I think. He knows that Klay, Steph, Draymond are the guys who got him where he is, got this team some championships. So he believes in him. He's going to ride with those guys. But at this point, he's got to be at a point where he's saying, you know what, I got to do what I got to do no matter who's out there. Obviously, of those 3 guys, only Steph is playing at a high level. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. But he has to realize that, okay, it's time to start shifting away from Klay a little bit and from Wiggins a little bit and give the young guys a shot.
Monty, thank you so much for your time. As always, appreciate it. And, boy.
It'll be interesting. Yeah, no, there it is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thanks, Monty. Appreciate it, man.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. He just – one of the great things about Monty is sometimes he just spells it out so simply. Suspensions just don't work anymore. They just don't work. They never worked. It's gotten worse, and these incidents have never occurred at this rate. Monty was some.
He mentioned something off the court. Like, do you want to know that? Do you care? I'm just talking to the fans, Steiny. Like, no, this is just who he is. He runs hot.
Well, this is what.
But Maurice Lucas ran hot.
No, he didn't.
Moses Malone ran hot.
No, they didn't. That's the mistake we all make. No, they didn't.
Mahorn, Lambeer.
I think those guys are way different than Draymond Green. 510 from the Comcast Business Text Line. This is Steve Kerr and Bob Myers always mistakenly identified Draymond Green's emotional immaturity as passion. The message that sends to Draymond is the more belligerent he behaves, the more passionate he is.
Damn.
Absolutely a connection there. Let's go to Tristan in Temecula. Hey, Tristan, what's going on, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Perfect. Yeah. So, I think after, Draymond's suspension, this could be a blessing in disguise for the young kids, just because I think this whole season, the last, they've just been playing uncomfortable with him. I mean, I remember this earlier in the season, like who was it, a couple games that Draymond just yelled at Moody. And plus, personally, I feel like they played better.
Yeah. What's going on? Bad phone connection. Yeah. I'm actually looking at
He said the blessing in disguise.
This is
because you say if the young guys are going to play, then you're done.
Well, it also could be a blessing for Draymond.
Yeah,
too.
And you admitted that we know you're not perfect, Snotty, but like your outfit today. But there is a chance that if the young guys get a bigger role,
I just said that.
Maybe they still got action.
Wrong about
No,
I don't usually put a lot of stock in rah stuff.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is Draymond Green not being there is going to open up playing time for Jonathan Kuminga. And that, of course, it's within the realm of possibility that they can they win 7 or 10? I don't know.
Right. Yeah,
maybe.
I like
that. That would be
well, that's all you got now.
That'd be best case scenario.
Yeah.
I was looking at the numbers. Evan brought something up, which is interesting.
Numbers.
Do you realize that in fact, it was so interesting that the boss said, wow. And I said, that's Evan, bro.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
Yeah.
The point system with Draymond right now,
yeah.
23 games into the year. I didn't even, this is something I didn't realize.
All right, go ahead.
We're 23 games into the year, and...
Well, I'm not sure exactly how many flagrant points are allowed to accrue, but what I do know is that Draymond Green has already spent all of them up. So anytime he receives a flagrant 2 in the future, or he gets ejected, there's a technical point system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If he gets another ejection, whether it's deemed worthy of suspension or not, he will be suspended for the following game.
Right.
He's already gotten there through 23 games.
Correct. Yeah, he's already at the limit.
You were talking about, he could blow on somebody. You're out of here. Oh, man. Yeah.
Let's go to Dylan in Modesto. Hey, Dylan. How you doing, man?
Hey, okay. I'm really shy at that.
What's that? You're on.
Oh, hi, Donnie. How you doing today? Good, I think, right?
Yeah.
Everybody asked you guys that question.
Yeah.
To be honest with you guys, I listen to you guys every single day. I text you guys all the time. But I hear a lot of callers and everybody basically not saying that the Warriors are not really a team anymore. I hear you talk about it, Guru. Everybody talks about a team element to this whole thing. Is when you went out and got KD, you decided, okay, I'm going to move with KD, Dre, I'm going to move with Clay and Curry, and nobody else matters. So then when KD left, you get these rookies to come in, they buy into the philosophy, but at one point, like we say about Moody's, has the hotter hand, and he's being taken out. People are just tired of it. They're not getting along. They've lost that team element. Now people are calling in and they want to be fans like, oh, let's go like LeBron James and just fill in everybody around Curry. And Curry's been elevated at this point where he's more of a stature than the Warriors brand. Fans, like the people that are calling in with the heart, that's the Warriors brand. And somewhere we've lost that. That's what I believe the true problem is with this whole thing is we keep trying to fit in pieces around this whole, Curry. Well, look how many we've done with LeBron, and then he moves on when it don't work, right? And he goes to a new team, no?
Well, yeah. Hey, Dylan, thanks for calling, man. You did well.
But Curry ain't doing the LeBron trying to get out of Dodge. If he thinks the Patriots,
we don't know that.
Well, we hope it.
Of course.
Yeah.
The idea of this is the last dance. The comparisons don't match up perfectly, but
this wasn't in the script.
Yes, it was. It is the script.
The script was to lose because you got beat and tip your cap to the team.
The script. No, this is the script for the end of dynasties. This is what happens. There's no way around it.
Right, but we saw the Pistons lose to the Bulls on the court. Draymond's kind of robbing us of the end because you're not on the court
anymore. The Piston team ran its course.
Right.
They lost in the Eastern Conference Finals because the Bulls got better.
No doubt.
Okay, well, the Warriors are a 6th seed. They're not a
they may be 11th seed without Draymond is what I'm saying. I'm not saying, I see it, but this kind of just.
This is not out of nowhere.
Nobody had him not playing.
At the start nobody had who not playing.
Draymond. Like he may have hijacked this season because we don't know when he's coming back. So that wasn't in The Last Dance. The Last Dance to me when I hear that is everybody, you gave it your all and it was over.
Guru.
This is Draymond's
Green.
gone.
This is agendas from 7 different people conspiring to end a dynasty. This is Draymond Green getting his contract at the end of last year. This is about Clay not getting a contract at the end of last year. This is about Bob Myers looking at the whole thing and saying, I'm out. This is about Andrew Wiggins taking 10 weeks off last year for God knows what. We've never found out. That's fine. This is about Draymond Green punching another guy. This is about NBA players coming to the end of their careers and struggling to deal with their mortality. This is how it ends. This isn't an outlier. What you tell me the best way this ends right now with everybody under what's the best case scenario right now for the Warriors? You got 2 minutes. Best case.
Package Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, or every name but Steph Curry, and try to get you some youth, some guys that still got some youth in them, and they can play Warrior brand of basketball with Steph Curry. That's what I would do. When you say what you just said as eloquently as you said it, I agree. But at the end of the day, it ain't got to be that way. If what we're going to do in loyalty, if Kerr is over the loyalty thing, Clay, you're coming off the bench. If Moody's got it going or if it's right, like we got to go, and some may be in another uniform. That's how we can prolong this as long as we got 30. Is 30 perfect? Is 30 25 years old? No, but he's still badass enough, Steiny, to where if you could get some pieces and be comfortable in your own skin saying night-night to some of them.
Steve Kerr thinks they have the pieces now. He said that last Friday.
I think he was saying that for morale and hoping to galvanize the guy.
Here's what I believe.
I don't think they got the pieces.
Okay, here's what I believe. I don't believe they have the pieces either. So I'm also a practical person. So they don't have the pieces to be good enough to win a title. Don't tell me they can go out and get pieces who can help win them a title, meaning better players, and then come together in 3 months and go run the table and win a championship. Like, to me, as bad as this is, and it's bad, bad, they've got more of an opportunity with something that you know's happened already than bringing in Zach LaVine and thinking, oh, maybe everything will click, and that ain't going to work. Bringing, like, two new teammates around Steph Curry, and we're magically going to turn into a title team.
Okay, let's say you stay status quo, Stoney. That's scary too then.
Yes. I'm not saying anybody's wrong for this. Let's go to Bay Rob. Oh, you know what? 888. You know what? We're at the break. My bad. Bay Rob, hang on there. We'll get you, buddy. You know we always will. It's 11:26 in downtown San Francisco. And don't forget, download that Odyssey app. Holidays right around the corner. Now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. And you can listen to it 4 full hours of Steiny and Goo. You can also listen to the Morning Roast. They had Nick Bosa on earlier this week. You can listen to Willard and Dibbs. They chat with Steve Kerr every week, including tomorrow afternoon. Get it all on the Odyssey app. 888-957-9570 is the number on 95.7 The Game.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And if you're just joining us, we're talking about Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors, who, by the way, play tonight, 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
Was it a 7:30? 7:30 tonight.
7:30 in L.A.
Ooh. I wonder if I can make it.
Make it where?
To the end of the final horn.
You old geezer.
Tell me about it.
You better make it.
Hey.
NBA TV.
I'm very sensitive about that today.
Oh, you got to tell the story.
I will tell the story.
You got the hair of an 18-year-old, but you got to tell the story. Dude, that made my day. Because I'm laughing. This is my mom. I should get a shirt, Evan. I'm laughing with you,
no, you're
not at you.
I wasn't laughing, though.
But it was great that you shared. She got it wrong. Oh, look at me spilling the beans. We'll talk about it.
We'll see. We'll see.
I can't wait.
Not really sure.
That was incredible.
Here's the other way I've been looking at this. So we're talking about Draymond Green, suspended indefinitely. We just had Monty Poole on, and we're going to go to your calls in a second. I feel like the big three has always been talked about a lot. And I'm looking at the big three right now, and Curry's Curry. We know that. Okay.
29 a game.
The Klay Thompson. Now, Klay Thompson is on the last year of his contract. And I know there's stuff going on, but if Klay Thompson wants to retire a Warrior, he will always be able to retire a Warrior. All he's got to do is come to the right number with the Warriors at the end of the year. If he's not the player he was, if he's a $12 million player, he's going to have to take 12.
How about 24?
If he's a $24 million, he takes 24. If he gets an offer bigger and better, he can go somewhere else. And you know what? Come on back to get your number retired.
Yeah.
To me, what Draymond is doing and has done this year, he has now given up the right to retire a Warrior. That's no longer a priority for my organization.
Oh, I disagree with you.
Well, that's
no,
where I'm at.
I feel you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if I could trade Draymond Green and get a player, he's gone.
Okay.
He is effing gone. All right? And here's the other thing. If he can't, so what are you saying? If Draymond says, I want to retire a Warrior, you got to tolerate it for 3.5 more years?
Oh, no. I was saying you could come back and we would give you that. So you go where you got to go because your time's run out.
My point is,
he has
no say-so anymore.
Right.
No say-so.
If he were moved, I would understand it. I just don't understand how you come back from this. And Evan just talked about it. Mike Dunleavy talked to, I believe, Evan will help me out.
He just spoke to the media a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
And again, Mike didn't say anything wrong, but and I'm not trying to
what did he say?
I'll let Evan tell me. But
is the quote from it was, "We're committed to Draymond Green," when asked about his future in Golden State.
And I guess, Donnie, did you have to say that a day after? I guess, where's the tough love at? Did we have to go public with that? I'm still tripping that he can go to practice. I get what you're saying for the mental aspect of it.
What do you want him to do?
I want a takeaway. I want him to feel the brunt of his actions, not the GM a day after you get suspended indefinitely. We're behind him. That's what we've been doing from Jump Street, to me. Even if you feel that way, don't say it. Don't coddle him. I guess that's where I'm at. And I got to relax because I'm sounding like, no, you know what? I do want the Thor. I want the hammer to drop on him. And you talked about.
It has dropped on him.
The quietness and them not saying it, but we're behind him. So that tells me, here we go again. We'll do the old dog and pony show. He'll be back in about 2 weeks.
You want to bet? You want to bet he's back in 2 weeks? I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet right now.
2 weeks?
It will be longer than 2 weeks. I'll take that bet.
I feel that it'll be longer than 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the hammer. The other thing is, what Mike Dunleavy will say is, if he heard you say, he said he's committed. Yeah, we're committed to helping Draymond. That's what I meant.
And Evan did point out, they said the same thing about Jordan Poole. He did, that he was a cornerstone, and he was out of here fast, quick, in a hurry. And I'm not it's just man, let it marinate that this dude messed up. And
what do you mean?
Like
you just wanted to leave it to talk.
Yeah.
I thought now you're saying let's let it
but
marinate.
I didn't think that was coming out. I wanted tough love.
What does that mean? What's that sound like?
Dre messed up. We're disappointed. Now we stand behind him. That's what I'm talking about. Because
he did not say we stand behind him. He didn't go. He didn't. Committed is different than stand behind. Committed makes, to me, I feel like
committed is stronger than stand behind. But
I read committed as committing to helping this guy. We were committed to helping this guy. Turn. You know what?
I ain't mad at you.
Turn around his life. But why?
Again, I'm no doctor.
No,
are we really there?
With what?
So now we're saying he's got a problem. I don't think he's got a problem. I think he's got a problem of acting right because he don't listen or respect nobody.
But isn't that a problem?
Yeah, but it ain't clinical. And I got to be careful here.
Yeah, you got. I would be. I don't, because we don't know what's going on.
It's too late in the game. All of a sudden now we identify a problem. Let's get you some help.
The problem
should have did that when he punched Jordan Poole out and didn't get suspended. That's the stuff you can't. That stuff is far. That ship has sailed, and we can still Warrior fans be offended on how they dealt with that. That's enabling.
Well, they're also literally committed to him. Well, I mean, he's got 3 years left, right?
You're right.
Let's go to Bay Rob. Hey, Bay Rob, how you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny and Goose? Love you guys. Man, let's just rap for a second. Give me a minute. I got some stuff to break down. Now, I'm bringing this all the way back to Curry. We all seen this writing on the wall, you guys. We seen this writing on the wall for the longest. Steiny, you've been yelling, I'm sick of Draymond. We've all been saying we sick of Draymond. But for the love of him being in the family of the Warriors, we always forgave him and brought him back. And then at this time, when that contract came up, when he punched Jordan Poole, he kind of like destroyed the team right there. So Curry had a decision to make. And Curry's decision was to keep Draymond on that team. Because I know if Curry said let him go, he would have been gone. And we would have kept Jordan Poole. You know what I'm saying? Think about all the stuff that Jordan Poole had to endure and what he went through. And think about what we gave away that Curry has started. Jordan Poole was Curry's protege. Curry made Jordan Poole and start building him. We let somebody go out the door that was averaging 20 points a game for Draymond. And look at Curry return on his investment for signing up for Draymond. He's been kicked out. He's been suspended. He's been everything. Sometimes, guys, everybody can't go to the top with you. You got to let them go. You got to let them go. We should have let dude go. And I'm a part of that. I felt that we should have kept him too at certain times. Just like I said, family, the love, the history, and all that. But it was time for dude to go. And one more question before I get up out of here. Tell me what you rather have. Would you rather have Jordan go? Would you rather have Draymond gone and have right now in the lineup?
You're breaking up, Bay Rob. Bay Rob, I wanted to let you go, but
we get the gist of it, man.
We got you breaking up.
He wasn't wrong, Stoney.
Draymond Green, indefinitely suspended. There's one thing that I got to fight back on anybody who says, well, who saw this? Everybody.
You're looking at me.
Everybody. Like, you know what? And here's where maybe this will help. Maybe this will be my tough love.
Yeah.
You fell for it. You fell for it with Draymond. You actually bought it. You did. What? Wow. You did. You bought
it. Rob too. He admitted it.
You bought it.
But
you thought you actually saw this coming?
I rewarded you with the contract. I thought we were going to get the best version of you.
I didn't reward him with the contract. I didn't.
Oh, so you saying
this guy's been a problem forever? There was no way he wasn't going to be a problem the minute the ink signed.
You expected this.
How? Is this our first show together?
No, I guess Scotty, you never said he needed help. I'm not saying you're not saying you never went so far as I would stay away from him because he needs help.
I didn't go that far, but he's a detriment. You're going nowhere with the guy right now. How many, Do you just wash away last year?
No, I don't. And
yes,
I'm
you
the
do
guy
if
that
you think
wanted
he can
Jordan Poole
change.
still on the team,
All
man.
right, I can't.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that road, but Bay Rob just hit a nerve. We gave that was Steph's protege.
If you didn't see this coming, it's on you.
You know what? And I'm having problems dealing with it.
Savannah in Richmond. What's up, Savannah? Or Savala, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's Savala.
Okay.
I get Savannah all the time,
all right.
So don't worry about it. I just want to start by saying I love y'all so much. It's almost becoming like a problem. How much
A good problem.
So, a good problem. I have just two thoughts. I mean, the first is I'm just tired of hearing folks on the team say we can't win without Draymond. That may or may not be true, but at this point, it's not the right message to be sending, especially to the young guys. I think the message needs to be, it might be hard to win without Draymond, but not that it's impossible. So that's just a little thought. The second thing, I'm wondering if y'all have thoughts about whether this could trigger a morality clause in his contract that would free the Warriors up as an org, because this is violent and it's, now he has an indefinite suspension.
Right.
He's effectively, his misbehavior is making it impossible for him to fulfill his end of the contract.
Right.
So at what point, maybe y'all don't know anything about that. I know John Morant, morality clauses don't get invoked all the time, but I'm just curious if y'all have heard anything, have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, the Warriors, they terminated Latrell Sprewell's contract back in the day for choking PJ Carlesimo. Absolutely. That rose to the standard. I don't know if we're there yet, but I don't know that we're not there yet. You said, what's Joe Lacob thinking?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's one end of the spectrum? I can't believe the league is doing this again to Draymond. We just get screwed time and time again. Well, that's one end of the spectrum. The other
which
is,
I think is not.
Okay, well, the other end of the spectrum is, can we get off this guy's contract?
Man.
Can we get off it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of room in the middle. There's a lot of room in the middle.
And I tell you what, I need a T-shirt that reads, "I'm not piling on." You look at Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, Corey Joseph, TJD on the bench when their teammate hits Nurkic or inadvertently hits Nurkic, and get back to me. Because I'm telling you, eyes of the soul, Steiny, nobody was proud of that act. And again, people are backing you up. And I'm not saying you didn't.
But he doesn't have a problem. Nobody's backing him up, but you don't think he has a problem. You just think he's a bad boy.
Well, it's a problem that has not been addressed for 7 years. I'm going to 2016. And at every turn, Coach Kerr has told us, Dre, we need that fire and passion.
For 7 years, you've backed him up.
Exactly.
Right.
So how can we look at the guy now and say, you know what, we gave you kudos for that fire and that nastiness, and now say you need help?
Because there's new information which you rely on. The suspensions don't work. That's what's happening lately.
Monty said that.
It's gotten worse. That's what Monty said. And it's never happened at this rate. What is so hard to understand? He's been a problem. That
he's not getting it. Why is it happening? It's bam, bam, bam. It used to be bam.
Because never has it happened at this rate. It's not that hard. Since he's punched Poole, he punched Poole. He stomped Sabonis. He punched Nurkic. He choked Gobert. He's been ejected 3 times this year.
And he got into it.
What do you mean? Why now?
Talking to Ant-Man, and then Ant went off.
Clark the Shark. What's up, Clark the Shark? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing? God bless.
Hey. Yeah, Clark.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got a little point, and then I got another point. I hope that you give me one more a little time to say that.
You got
I'd
it,
like
Clark.
to hear your opinion. Okay. So anyway, I think the reason why they're going indefinite is they want Draymond to focus on himself and getting some help, and not to focus on like, well, in 8 games I get back in there and looking at that. If I do this, this, and this, I'll be playing basketball and everything will be cool. And I think Steph is the Christian on the team. I think he should take him to church and get him in the Bible a little bit, because that'll help him. He needs to come to Jesus moment, I think. And so anyway, so there's that. I'd like to hear you.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
A little Mark Jackson time. Yeah, let's go to church.
Clark the Shark, thank you for the call, buddy. Appreciate it. Hey, if Draymond Green decides tomorrow to go God, all the power to him.
God
Nothing wrong with having a little Jesus Christ in your life. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Or Buddha. Or Allah.
There you
go.
Buddha. I had to check
sleep on the Buddha.
Pops yesterday. He goes, you need to call on the Lord. I said, hey, buddy. I called him buddy. I talk to the Lord every day.
I hope you ain't talking about Steiny.
Please. You don't got a Bible in your house, do you? Steiny? Hey, Bucko, you're doing a show.
I'm trying to get some sound.
I said, do you got a Bible in your house?
Let me look.
No, the loud.
Let me look. I gotta look. I got enough Bibles in my life. I'm a Catholic school kid.
A lot of dust on
it.
All
right.
Dude, the look he gave, he had horns.
Do we got the sound of Barkley? You have to do it now. The sound of Charles Barkley talking about what really is going on with Draymond Green. Barkley put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And by the way, the pests of the months are whatever Daryl the Guru Johnson thinks of off the top of his head.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to D in Washington. What's up, D? Real quick.
Hallelujah. Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
And Maddie.
Yes, sir.
You both are right, man. You both are right. Stop arguing. But anyways, here's what I wanted to say. You know what? Warriors they definitely need to do themselves a favor and move away from Dre as soon as possible. Because if this guy remains a Warrior, number one, he will forever be a problem. Because referees, especially those he's been disrespecting over the years, they will find a way to penalize him or force him to make a mistake if he remains a Warrior. That's one. Plus, you also have opposing players. They're going to try to find a way to get under his skin. And once that happens, he's going to lose his mind. And for the next 4 years, are we willing to put up with that? I doubt it. So I think it would be a good idea to try to move away from Dre as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree.
And I'll say this about that. We've seen it, Ron Artest, Meta World Peace, Steiny. A lot of times, he thought he was playing with passion. He went over the line. I think of Terrell Owens. And my point is, they always found other homes. And sometimes if you're a candidate and you're looking at Draymond and you're saying, okay, he's went and got helped or whatnot, intervention, we know what he brings, maybe a change of scenery is on the table. And I'm being real, I think that with Klay Thompson. Like, I don't think Klay is done. I think if Klay went to another team to where, I'm just throwing the Lakers, I'm the hired assassin or I'm the hired shooter, it mentally would free him. So I'm just saying, as far as Draymond, he would be attracted somewhere else, I believe, to some other teams, especially now that he'll be going through this, whatever we want to call it, this program, and a change of scenery might do him right. And if the bench is capable of scoring real quick 80 points, maybe this is the silver lining is guys are going to get more of an opportunity in.
Who's given up anything for Draymond Green, a guy who may not play in the NBA this year? Who's trading for a guy who may be out for the whole year? We don't know. We have no idea. Who's trading for a player not knowing if they're going to have him in 5 games, 10 games, 20 games? And what are you getting for that player? You're not getting anybody that's going to turn you into a title team.
Thanks.
Nope. Steiny, I think the Warriors traded Sprewell to New York. Yeah, they did. They voided the contract and then ended up trading him to New York for Chris Mills, Terry Cummings, and John Starks. Would you trade Draymond Green right now for Ben Simmons?
Oh, my God, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just because
so
he's
you're
not even playing.
Well, he's going to be back in 2 weeks.
We've been saying that 2 weeks
He's
ago.
going to be back before Draymond Green.
Oh, wow. But when he's back, I'm taking Dre. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going nowhere then. So I think that's interesting. What about for D'Angelo Russell?
No.
Okay, because he's available. D'Angelo Russell. My point is this, is like, and I'm not being a jerk.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. So you don't think he's a problem big enough to get rid of. You're not there yet. That's fine. But I would be. I'd move him in a second.
Oh no, Stoney, I'm there.
Okay, well I just said, would you trade it for Ben Simmons? And you said no.
Yeah, I don't like that return. And D'Lo, I don't like that return.
You don't have a choice. It's Draymond Green, Goo. What do you think
saying
you're going
to? By addition, by subtraction?
Hey, you know what?
But no, I want to be excited. Draymond still brings a lot to the table, Stoney, and Ben Simmons ain't it, and either is D'Lo. You give me a DeRozan or a Zach LaVine somehow.
What and what Chicago want with Draymond Green?
I don't have all the answers, Sway.
Well, you do have an answer. I'm telling you who you can get for him.
Right.
And you don't want him, so that means he's not a problem for you. I'd lose this guy yesterday.
Yeah, you wouldn't have. You and I both were advocating. I took it. Remember, he won't come on the show because I said let's go to move on from him.
Let's go to Nick in Ohio. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hi, guys. Good to talk to you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Draymond is a stain on the Warriors' legacy. I mean, who's going to remember the Splash Brothers, the joy, the strength in numbers in that era without being overshadowed by this jerk? I'm calling him a jerk now because, man, okay, he's got problems. Okay, let's hope he gets better.
Right.
But I think he's going to be out at least a month.
Oh, I agree.
A couple of months. If he's going to get cured, if he's going to get therapy,
exactly,
it's going to take a couple of weeks for him to even recognize and own his anger. Because at this point, he's still saying, "I don't apologize." This guy, he's our Dylan Brooks. We have to live with it, I guess. That's all I got to say.
No, good.
Well, let's hope it ain't 30 days. Because if it's 30 days, Donnie, they really got to play their ass off to survive then. And could you imagine the side eyes that I would give Draymond if we're 12 under by the time you come back, or 14 under and it's holy hell? But I'm glad you were able to work on yourself.
But you're waiting for the buck stop for Giannis.
Well,
hey, it's a Christmas miracle.
I'll give you one. Dude, there's
another reason
being undercurrent.
There's another reason why the NBA may have used indefinite. I think we've
got a break now.
And it's very simple. All right, I'll tease it on the other side. I've heard nobody talk about why the league also may have used why they're doing the indefinite
part of it.
Part of it. I got a theory. Let's see. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Switch to Verizon.
I'm busting wood.
So the hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The Duran, right?
It's so funny. You're out of touch. You're out of time. Did I get that right?
It's a feel-good song.
By the way, I had a really discouraging conversation.
The Bart story?
No.
Oh, you got to tell that.
I don't have to tell that.
I'll tell it, because that's what you're the captain of. When I tell you stuff, you go snitch national radio.
You do not tell that story without my permission, or I will walk out of the studio.
Evan, get ready. Dude, it's the greatest story, but go ahead.
I forget what I was going to say.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I totally forget now. How do you feel?
Conversation in the commercial break?
Thank you, Evan.
Oh, yeah, with Harry.
Oh, when I said Luke's coming with us to the cafeteria tomorrow, and he didn't hear you say that, she's going, I don't want him to come.
I didn't say I don't want him to come.
What did you say?
I said big effing deal. I want him to come, but it's not a big deal. Okay. Harry.
Yeah.
Highly critical of Guru, a listener. We call him Harry. It's not his real name.
We've been good lately, though.
He's now starting to refer to himself in his emails as Dirty Harry. Even though Harry's not even his name. He said he was done watching the Warriors with Draymond Green.
Damn.
He said, I'll watch the Warriors till Draymond Green returns. I'm pulling for the young guys. Nobody agrees with me, but I believe the Warriors will be better without Green. There will be more scoring. Podziemski can pass the ball along with Chris Paul. I'll bet I'm right. It might take some time, but I bet the Warriors see they don't need Green and they can be better without him. I'll have you know. I'll have you know.
Harry.
I got back to Harry and I said, quit taking the easy way out. Be specific. I said they're 10-13. He's going to miss at least 12, 15 games. Put a number on it, Harry. Can't just say, I think they'll be better. And then they go 10-13 and he'll say, well, they look better. No, Harry. No.
I would tell Harry this. I kind of wish they did that before they gave him the new contract. And I appreciate you because I was coming to Monty Poole about, what do you think Joe Laker's thinking? And my guy did it. I'm being real here, Stoney, just quickly. What do you think Jordan Poole's thinking?
Oh, my God.
No, seriously.
He's laughing.
No, he's ruined. Draymond ruined him.
We don't know that. You think Jordan Poole's never going to be a good player again?
If you gave me the bet right now, honestly,
but you're waiting. But he's waiting for Wiggins. Jordan Poole's career is shot. But you're waiting for Wiggins.
Who was the caller that said he was Steph's protege? Steph raised Jordan Poole, but we kicked him to the curb. I get it. But look what the guy did for you when you rewarded him for 4-4 hundo. 15 games at least probably without him.
There's another aspect to this that I think might exist in terms of the league just saying the suspension is indefinite. You know what they're doing? You know what they're saying also?
Greasing the skids for if you mess up again?
We need more time. We need to take some time here. We need to take some time. Because if we hit him with a 10-gamer, nothing changes. Everything just is the status quo. And they're saying, we don't want it to be status quo anymore. You've overstepped your bounds. But so how are we going to handle it? You know what? We don't know. But you're not going to force us into a very quick decision. You're suspended indefinitely so that we can take a big breath. We can see where you're at. We can take some time, some days, some weeks, maybe a month or so. Just to give us more time. What did the one thing that Bob Myers,
our guy,
one of the few, not few, but one of the things I'll never forget is when he basically gave us his decision, or he gave us his theory on decision making, and he said, one thing we do is we never make a decision until we have to.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
So the NBA, I think, is saying, you know what? We're not making a decision right now. We're not. You're gone for now because we need more time to think about what we're going to do moving forward.
Now, again, I know he's not John Morant.
It's tall enough.
These are
by the way.
Oh God, thank you. Different circumstances, but let's be honest. His sabbatical and his to go get help. That was like a week. It felt like so. Ja.
Then he got 25 games.
Yeah, no, because he did it again. But the first initial.
Right, but John doesn't have as many incidents as Draymond. Not even close. Let's go to.
I was trying to feel good.
Let's go to. Do we dare go to Butkus? Do we dare go to Butkus in Lake Tahoe? I think I've teased it.
Where's Priest?
Butkus in Lake Tahoe. What's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah. Man, tough days. Maybe just want to give it a little silver lining. Dre finally starting a reconstruction of the Warriors so Curry can just have like one more shot at the chip. And, you know, Dre completely did a Bruce Lee roundhouse on purpose. I mean, there's no way around that. You know, athletes know what they're doing. And, you know, icing on the cake was a press conference, lying like a politician. League won't let the players hit and give, you know, possible concussions and chokeholds to $100 million players. So, I mean, Dre's so selfish and out of touch. You know, he just wasted 2 years of Curry's last few good years and destroying the team. Wiggins doesn't want to play with him. Younger guys probably think he's crazy. Paul just boarded the Titanic, so he wants out, I'm sure. And Clay can't create his own shot anymore. So love Clay, but give him $10 million, you know. And like other people have said, you know, the other teams are going to target Dre and turn him into the Tasmanian devil whenever they possibly can. So he's just not worth 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists anymore. It's just time for a new look and give Curry that last chance, you know, that he deserves to win a chip.
Hey,
so, thank you for your comment.
Appreciate it. Hey, Butkus, you ever see anybody ever see the Roadrunner?
Yeah.
With the Tasmanian devil?
Wild E. Coyote.
Yes, Guru's correct.
It's
Tasmanian Devil's got his own cartoon. No, it's not. They're different.
It is.
It's the
they're all Looney Tunes, but they're from different sections of Looney Tunes.
I want to. I tell you what, I want to punch people. I want to go Draymond Green on people.
There might be a crossover.
Yeah,
but
there was a joke in there about actually a Tasmanian Devil was under more control than Draymond. If you'll notice, the Tasmanian Devil was he was fast.
No doubt about it.
He was fast.
Why'd you need the Roadrunner then?
You ain't got it wrong.
The Wile E. Coyote always was going after the Roadrunner, never caught the Roadrunner. Am I right?
Yes.
Where did you tried to make
the Tasmanian Devil had a role in that cartoon.
No, he did not.
No, he was completely separate.
Anybody want to bet?
Yeah, I know. I grew
Does
up
anybody
on it.
want to bet?
I ate Fruity Pebbles
I will
after
bet
school
on this.
watching those cartoons.
The Tasmanian Devil
had his own.
has appeared on cartoon screens with the Roadrunner and or Wile E. Coyote.
Yes,
by the
he
way.
has,
Thank
but
you.
that's not his cartoon, though. Taz was first featured with Bugs Bunny.
It's like Putty on Seinfeld or Kramer on Seinfeld.
No, he ain't that integral.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, fine. He's like Newman.
Newman's show is Seinfeld.
In your
Steiny.
face.
Yeah.
Steiny's right. No, I'm right.
You are not right.
The Tasmanian Devil often appeared in Roadrunner cartoons. You know I'm right.
No. I'm going to say.
Bet me then. Bet me. Bet me.
I bet you 50.
Well, you just lost 50.
No,
The first time the Tasmanian Devil was featured in Looney Tunes was a episode in 1954 involving Bugs Bunny.
Right.
That's
Bugs Bunny.
He evolved into a character on multiple cartoons.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna get it.
Let's study Steiny.
Let me ask you this.
You're in denial. I know.
Can you turn his mic off?
Taz is also involved with Daffy Duck. He's also involved with other he's not from their section.
Which makes me right.
How?
I said he shared the screen with the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote.
You're in denial. You're being Draymond right now before
you guys don't.
John's actually doing some deep digging now. And
I got
apparently
something.
Taz has never been on with.
Dude, I grew up watching.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm wrong.
You are. Hey,
but
I love everybody calling
there's
in.
no way that I don't have a memory.
Turn his
of the
mic off. You're
of
right.
the Tasmanian Devil running away from the Roadrunner or Wile E. Coyote.
Watching all cartoons. You're cross. They didn't do that.
Elmer
Hey,
Fudd,
do me a
Bugs
favor.
Bunny, and Daffy Duck.
Do me a favor. Clear the lines of all this Draymond Green crap And let's get somebody in here who knows cartoons.
I'm him. All you got right was the Tasmanian devil was fast. That's all you got right. But listen.
I am so mad right now.
For all the Einsteins calling, and whoever called you Einstein, that was a segment. We need to do something with
Einstein Mets is the way to say it.
Not today.
You kind of just, especially not today. Listen.
I am so pissed.
How do we know teams haven't already been baiting Dre? The premise of they're going to start, maybe they've been doing it for the last umpteen years. I think they have. I'll leave that there.
By the way, y'all can go stick it.
Dude,
I got the biggest grin on my face if you're watching me on YouTube.
It's embarrassment. You're turning red. Yeah, you are.
Oh, please.
Thank you, John.
Please.
That was my childhood coming home from school.
I'm so mad about being wrong about that.
I'm trying to think what it was like.
You know what? It's like it's exactly like the car accident I saw.
You win
8 Christmases ago. It really is.
Please explain.
Boy.
I told you the story about.
I'll never forget it.
About 10 years ago, 10 years ago, I left work and walked to an intersection and witnessed an accident.
In the city.
I witnessed a pedestrian, a young girl, 6 years old.
Oh, my God.
It was traumatic. She got hit by a car, and she was hurt. Seriously, she was in the hospital for 4 days, including over Christmas. I was the witness who called 911.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I ended up talking to the father, and he said she was okay. But, yeah, it was traumatic.
Yeah.
So about 6 months later, I get a call from an attorney, somebody suing somebody, and they called me in for a deposition.
Oh, you're a big help.
Yeah. So I was in a deposition for 2 hours.
You got nervous.
They asked me questions, and I answered them to the best of my ability for 2 hours, told them what happened.
Yeah.
And they said, okay. And then the next person from the other, I don't even know whose side anybody was on, but the other side said, we have a dash cam footage from one of the vehicles, and they showed me the dash cam video, and I had everything wrong.
Steiny!
Everything wrong. What I remembered was just wrong. It was wrong. So now I watch a video, and they're like,
you got to be kidding me.
I'm like, wow. And they're like, well, do you care to recant? I said, well, obviously I was wrong. And then I said, does that mean I'm going to jail?
You probably hurt their
taste.
I was
scared.
Right.
I was really scared. It just goes to show you.
Like, what? Real quick. What?
I thought it was one guy's fault when it was the other. I mean, it was just that simple. I said, yeah, the dude in the left, I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't doing anything, Steiny. He got rear-ended.
Dude.
I know. So that's why I can laugh about not having the Tasmanian devil right.
Our memories suck.
All right. Draymond, let's go. Steve-O in San Francisco. What's up, Steve-O? Let's get it.
Hey, guys.
Back to Wiggins. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking my call. Tried to get in yesterday, and the phones were jammed. You guys at the crossover yesterday kind of called it, right? Because you guys were talking about the odds in Vegas of how long Draymond was going to be suspended, and the even odds were somewhere around 30 games or something ridiculous.
I saw some of those.
This wasn't on the board.
Right. I wonder how that gets paid out. But what ended up happening is the league took the decision away from the Warriors, who need to help Draymond out, right? Draymond needs help. The Warriors are stuck because they're like, oh, we got to support our guy. We can't tell him he's got to go and get help. The league just stepped in and said, go and get some counseling, get yourself sorted out, and come back to us when you feel right. The most important thing, I think, though, for the Warriors, if they are going to get this thing back on track, is I'm not sure that Draymond needs to practice with the team.
Oh, man.
He's a distraction. Can you imagine Draymond running around the court trying to plead his case during practice when they're trying to prepare to play the Clippers? Draymond needs to get himself sorted out away from the team and come back when he's ready to play.
Yeah, I thought it was strange, Steiny. And you know, a part of this that everybody's forgetting is Dre did speak. And he almost did what you talked about at the deposition, misremember Because he told you he really didn't think he did anything wrong. And even before then, he spoke about he's not going to change for anybody. He is who he is. So, Steiny, I just don't think Draymond, and I got to be careful again, he doesn't think he needs help. Obviously, he wants his job.
Doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter. That's what they're saying to him. I don't care if you want it or not. You either get it or you will never play in the NBA again.
And I've been in situations like that, and I've just sucked it up. You all right?
You have not been in situations like this.
My corporate job.
No. It's more. He's got to do more than suck it up, Goo.
Well, there's no test
he's got to go
going to take on paper that says, all right, you're...
Yes, there is. There may be.
You passed the bar exam. Go back and be all you can be.
There are checkpoints. Like, he's got to do things. If he doesn't do them, he will never play in the NBA
get that,
again.
But the things are the checkpoints going to resonate when he needs to use them and make decisions on the court? A 33-year-old man, to me and woman, it's too late. That ship has sailed. You think Draymond's going to, I'm going up to... Well, you know what? Chapter 4 of the manual told me, you know what? Come on, man. He is who he is. And you would be who you are.
Now, I can't disagree with you more in the nicest way possible.
If I'm a gambler, if I got a gambling problem, they don't send me to a casino.
And who's sending him to a casino?
No, when he comes back.
He can't be in the casino right now other than practice.
Right. But what we're asking him to get help on, I don't think he needs help because he is who he is. No, I'm being real, okay? 2, I don't think he's going to change.
Okay, so if you true, what do you do then? You just said you don't think he has a problem. You're Mike Dudley. Well, first of all,
TRY. You try. They're playing the game.
So you don't think Draymond has a problem?
I don't.
Okay, and you don't think this will do any good?
I don't.
Okay, well, Joe Dumars says you're wrong.
Right, and I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
he'll do.
I'm blown away.
Yeah, he'll do.
But you can win it But you want to win a title. What? Don't you get the irony? Don't you get it? Lucas, I'm going to look at Lucas because people will be like, Steiny, why are you yelling at Goo? I'm not going to. Don't you get the irony?
No.
Don't you get it?
No, listen.
You clowns. We can't win a title without Draymond Green.
No,
he just cost you the last 2.
No doubt.
You got lost the last 2 titles because of Draymond Green.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4 with them.
How's that working out for you now?
All I'm saying
you're
is
sticking up for Draymond right now. It's unbelievable.
I'm calling him out, and I told you he punched Nurkic.
Okay.
I'm one of those guys. That was real. What I'm saying to you all is I get change.
No,
but people need to want to change first. Dre is going to do what he needs to do, the mandates, to get back in the league. But if you're looking at me thinking this dude's going to come in and be something and that fire is going to be on simmer, you're crazy and naive. He's going to do it to get back to playing ball.
Okay, and then what?
This dude,
then what?
He's gonna act accordingly.
No, he's not. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again.
He can verbally get into anything and be fine. It's physical confrontation. He can't. He's got to avoid.
Guru, you're infuriating me right now because you just said, Guru. What you just say? Draymond can use his voice, and his voice is what escalates it to physicality. Like, that's part of what raises it to physicality.
Yeah, but now this is...
Jordan Poole was talking, Draymond Green was talking, and it rose to physicality.
But listen, what I'm telling you, Scotty, this is his 9th life. He knows now, it's on. They're on to me. The league intervened. He knows now. If I get into a tussle, Tristan Thompson, whoever, it might be Saran. So that's why that's going to be the counseling, is he knows now he's used up all his opportunities, and he's smart enough to know.
So he's smart enough to know he's used up all his opportunities, and now he's using that to game the system, to trick them, not follow their league protocol. He'll come back and be the same guy.
No, he ain't tricking no system. You're tricking it's hypocritical for the Warriors to say, even this year, and reward him with a contract since 2018 that, he now needs intervention and he's going to change. I'm sorry, but my 50 years on this earth lead me to believe that's too far. It's
what about
too
alcoholics?
Late.
What about alcoholics?
No.
What about people who drink alcohol?
Family.
Okay.
They fix that.
What's that?
That's real help.
Right.
Okay.
That's what he's going to get.
From who?
From anger management people.
Oh, man. this is where you've been sheltered. This dude, ain't nothing wrong with him. He runs hot, and they ain't never told him to run cold. And you want to sit here and sell me on some counseling sessions. He's going to be different. He's not.
Okay.
He's going to know if he F's up, he's unemployed. That's the counseling. And he's going to go to wherever he's got to go to meet the mandates. But don't tell me some magic dust is going to pop off, and now this dude's Pee Wee Herman.
That's why it's not magic dust. That's why this is more comprehensive than that. That's why Draymond is going to be gone for 10 games, 15 games, a month, 6 weeks, because there are consequences to this.
And he's paying them now. But you think he's going to just be 1-3?
I believe, no, he's not going to be able to snap his finger and change. The point is if you can tell me that people drink for 30 years and then, well, what happens when a person finally says enough drinking is enough drinking, I've got to stop? Well, I don't know. Actually, last night I didn't get that drunk, but 2 weeks ago I got really drunk. But you know what? Last night was what pushed me over. It's what pushed me over. Me, Matt Steinman, I'm done drinking. I got to stop. Do you realize how many people in our society have successfully gone from being an alcoholic to being sober? I view anger and anger management in a similar fashion. It can be overcome. This is, man, maybe, and you feel free to disagree. That's fine. I believe anger management, if you treat it comprehensively like alcohol and rehab. Chris Mullin went to rehab his rookie year voluntarily. He missed about 6 weeks, I believe. 6 weeks. Came back, never had a problem in his career ever
Beautiful.
Again.
Okay, I get that. And I'm not comparing that, but who the hell are people to call you and I to now all of a sudden say Draymond Green has a problem? You're not a doctor.
Right.
And that's what I'm taking issue with.
He's got a boss.
Okay.
He's got a boss,
yeah,
dude.
and the NBA implemented this. His boss didn't send him to counseling before, that's wrong.
I need you to please tell me what
Who are
you're
you
taking
to say
exception.
he has a problem is what and I'm talking to we don't know if he has a problem or not, and I'm taking offense to that. Who are you to say that Draymond Green has a problem? You don't have the wherewithal to do that. You're not a doctor. That's my point.
He's been ejected more than any other player in NBA history, other than Rasheed Wallace, who went through all kinds of suspensions and stuff like that.
I'm not. Help is real. I'm saying, who are you to say he has a problem? You don't have those credentials.
Really? 95% of Warrior fans are now no longer on the Draymond Green wagon because of what they've seen for 10, 12 years.
Well,
they're now saying, you know what, I'm not a doctor, but this guy's got an issue. But I
don't even think that's fair to him to say he has a problem. I'm being real.
That's what Kevin Durant said.
Okay, is Kevin Durant a doctor?
Well, do you need a doc? Would you need a doctor?
I'm just, yeah.
All right, 888-957. We can jump into more of this on the other side. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Don't forget, download the Odyssey app. Right around the holidays is the best time to do that. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Nick Bosa from yesterday, or Willard and Dibbs, who chat with Steve Kerr every week, including tomorrow afternoon. Get it all. Oh, get it all on the Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing.
wonder if I can make it.
Make it where?
To the end of the final horn.
You old geezer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. By the way, to the texter who...
Tasmanian Devil?
No, I was wrong on that. I'll tell you what. I'll create a soundbite for you right now that's self-effacing. What do you want me to say? I'll do any sound you want.
Right.
I'd like you to turn your camera on.
I'm going to give you a 3E.
No. See, people think like I'm really not going to turn my camera on. My computer's actually off right now. Seriously, I can't find the...
Why would it be off?
It's not... It restarted on its own for some reason.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
These drugs aren't for me. They're for my friend. You'd have to come outside.
Yeah, you tell me, Lucas. Come on now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And obviously we're talking about Draymond Green. Mike Dunleavy has spoken to the media. He was talking about they're committed to Draymond, committed to helping him, and committed to him because he's got 3.5 more years left on his contract. And yes, let's actually take a listen to the Mike Dunleavy sound.
We're committed to him. He's been here for a long time. He's hung a ton of banners and means so much to this organization. And like I said before, I think this is about turning this thing into a positive and getting better. And so I think that happens, and we feel really good because, again, his play has been terrific. It's just been his lack of availability that's not been great, and we want to make that better.
Mike Dunleavy. By the way, everybody, and every once in a while you react differently than us. And you were just saying, let me start over. You know what's starting to bother me? The constant bringing up of, he's got 4 rings. As if to say, well, who's been in the league for 12 years and never won? It's as if to say, if Chris Paul, over the course of his career, had acted the same way as Draymond Green, you'd stick it to him because, well, Chris Paul doesn't have rings, so he can't get away with it. You're almost saying, Draymond's got 4 rings, so he can do this.
But the team is trying to license him to do that.
Draymond's got 4 rings. Draymond's got 4 rings, and that means he can act a certain way that 4-time champions, you got to be a 4-time champion to act like Draymond. Right. Hey, you got to put up with it because he's a 4-time champion. Okay.
Can I say something?
I don't think he's a champ. Well, of course he's won 4 titles, but you think this is a championship player right now?
Can I say something to you?
No.
Sonny? Right, and I get that, but the rings don't. I'm just going on the track record from the team. They've never, identified. They've always had his back.
Yep.
Okay, you follow me?
Yeah.
And the Chris Mullin example, that was beautiful. I have people in my family that need anger management, all type of counseling. It's real. My whole thing is, Donnie, and I'm gonna bring up the race card. I have an issue. Mike Dunleavy just spoke. He didn't say Dre had a problem. So we got the angry black athlete that runs hot. Now everybody's picking up the phone and there's a doctor saying he has a problem. That just rubs me the wrong way. And I've criticized Draymond. And the team has never done anything like this before, and they've always had his back. But now everybody's a doctor, and the black athlete all of a sudden has a problem. I think let's slow down.
Well, I disagree.
And he's going to have conversations. They're going to talk. But before we diagnose him with the problem, let's relax. Because Mike ain't saying his business all out in Front Street. He'll have talks.
See, this is what I'm saying. It's like, I don't care how I feel or you feel.
Right.
If you're going to sit here and say, which I acknowledge, that the organization has enabled Draymond Green, and he got a suspension 5 games ago, and the league maybe isn't, let's say the league isn't crazy about the way the Warriors have been handling Draymond Green. The mere fact that the very least that happened was that the league said to the Warriors, I got news for you. You guys got a problem with this guy, and we're going to make it official now because you guys really haven't done that. So in terms of being a doctor, it's forget medical stuff right now.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars is the commissioner of the league, and after he saw what happened, he's got a problem. And the problem is the NBA and he no longer can work together. Like anger management, this, that, or the other thing, you can do that what you will. But all I'm saying is Draymond Green does have a problem. He's got a big problem. I don't need to classify it as anger management. I don't need to classify it as this, that, or the other thing. But you can sit there and I can sit here.
He's in trouble. Yes.
And say, Steiny, I don't think Draymond Green has a problem. And the way I always look at things is, I disagree because everything that's happening with the league is them saying, we have a problem. Like they are saying, we've got a problem with Draymond Green. And you know what? Like they get to make those rules. They might not be able.
Did it.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I think it's also important, too, to note the Players Association involvement in this because they didn't push back on it either.
Good point.
Like, they were in complete agreement with the league office. So, Andre Iguodala, who's the president of the NBPA, is saying, he's not saying that Draymond Green is, a head case or needs clinical help or he's medically out of bounds, but he is saying that there's something wrong with this guy that the league cannot basically control anymore.
Right. And does it matter to you? Forget doctors. Right. Does it matter to you that Nurkic thinks the guy neneeds help?
And
does it matter to you that Durant thinks the guy needs help?
Steiny, and I'm the guy that said what he did was despicable to Nurkic. My whole point in all this was the team has never took these measures. So they're intervening because they're saying to the Warriors, you guys have let this guy get out of control.
Correct.
All right.
So that's a problem.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a Draymond Green problem.
Which, no doubt about. Yeah.
So, I hear you. Let's go to Jim in the 707. Hey, Jim, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, great show. I love your passion, and Steiny, I love you poke Goo to get that passion out. It's amazing. It's a gift you guys have together, and I just love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
I think part of what Goo's trying to say to you is Green away from the court doesn't seem to have an issue with whatever he's got going on in his life that we know of. Has he ever been reported as hitting his wife or getting in fights at a bar? Has anything ever come up of those situations off the court? The deal is, I can't wait till this whole thing plays out and see what Draymond has to say after he's gone through it all, because really you don't know what his issue is. He does have an anger issue on the court, but by all counts, by everybody that's talked about him, it doesn't translate to off the court. And I think that's where Goo may be getting confused a little bit. He does have an issue, but it doesn't seem to be like just chalked up to an anger issue or any other certain issue. It's an on-court kind of Jekyll and Hyde thing. It's just bizarre. And as a Warrior fan, we're all kind of perplexed by the whole thing because we don't understand it either. And we just hope for the best outcome for the team and the players. But we're all kind of tired of it.
Thanks, Jim. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call.
And I'm one of them.
Really do. No easy answers.
But the problem he has, too, is he's in trouble at work. He's in trouble with his employer, and he's going to have to go whatever they lay out for him. Steiny, let me tell you, be the first one to tell you, and you already know, he's going to meet all the criteria.
Well, I would say two things. One is, if we're going to talk about off-court, he hit a guy at a bar. Slapped a guy from Michigan State at a bar. I mean, period. Don't say he hasn't had issues off the court.
Do you consider the pool thing off the court?
Yes, and that's what I was getting to next. To me, what he did to Jordan Poole was off the court.
It was awful.
It was off the court.
At work.
It wasn't a scrimmage. It wasn't heat of the moment. In fact, that punch was calculated because that punch, he meandered over. He put his thing in. That's off the court. That's street corner stuff.
And
it wasn't two players getting tangled up.
Steiny, and what was the discipline from that? From the Warriors?
Again, I'm You're right. You're right. There was no discipline.
That hurts. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. So my whole thing is, so now we're shocked that the league intervened? Because I've heard Kerr say the reason we got 4 rings or 4 banners is we need that passion. But at some point, not being an advocate, somebody's got to say something to him.
Say something. Like, what are you, like,
Well, that's what's going to happen
How many times have they said something? Who did Monty Poole said they talked to this guy? I get the idea that the next talk will work, to me, is more ridiculous than let's get this guy out of here for a while. Let's go to Roxy in Lafayette. Roxy in Lafayette.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. And
Sure.
I was calling for Goose comment in terms of what you're saying, that everyone is seeing that he has a problem. You know how it is when you have a problem, like, you know, in my life I have had a problem, but everybody else could see it, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of what you're saying, that the Warriors, they probably have talked to him. They probably told him go to counseling. He's probably doing all of these things. But whatever it is with Draymond is spilling over with his anger issues or what we're seeing on the court.
All right.
So he needs intervention. And I think that's what we're saying. We're not saying, you know, like, it's just he's a human being. He's not just a basketball player, you know? Like, sometimes we put all these players in these boxes that they just need to play basketball and don't have feelings and don't have passion. And it's like, no. You know, he's a complete human being, and he is having some extremely, I'm concerned about him. I feel sad, and yes, it's going to affect us, but it's like we have to be human, and we have to be like, and I'm so glad that they're caring and they're actually giving him this time. But if Draymond is not ready to face what he needs to face, it's never going to happen.
That's a beautiful call. Can I ask you this? Because this might be too strong for you. Please let me know, young lady. But he hit a teammate, and everybody saw it, and he didn't get suspended. So right then and there, to me, that should have been a suspension. But how surprised are we that the NBA had to step in? Because the Warriors right then allowed that behavior.
I agree with you. I did not also like what the Warriors did. But I think they also did it because, you know, they were going to get the ring, and they didn't want to suspend him because they were getting the ring. So they were tippy-toeing around it. So I think there's a lot of things that are at play, right? And so they have tried, like, little by little, okay, Dre, or whatever. He's doing what he needs to do, or he was. But it's out of, I don't know, and that's what we're saying, that he needs help. We all can see it. It's not because we're doctors, you know. It's just that it is a judgment, right? But we're not, I don't think we're criticizing, because I think in Kevin Durant, he was honest. I think, I don't know how to say, the player from
Nurkic.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, Nurkic said it in a way jokingly, but everybody can see that. And then Iggy knows Dre the best. So why didn't he say anything? Because he knows, you know. But like I said, once Draymond decides to deal with whatever it is, then it's going to happen. Because even if the NBA is putting all this pressure on the Warriors, but if he's not ready and he's like so against it, it's not happening. Nobody's going to force him to deal with whatever he needs to deal with if he doesn't want to.
Thank you, Roxy.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Roxy. Appreciate it.
I'm going to just throw it back at you, Offer. Do you think the Warriors regret not being more stern or seeking out help?
Yes.
Years ago?
I thought you were going to talk about the contract.
Oh, no,
yes.
Years ago?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And maybe that's why they did step in.
Well, I don't know that. I guess
I still don't know if the Warriors stepped in, though. Like, it was the league, and they presented that to the Warriors, and they obviously agreed with it.
That's what I meant. The league stepped in. Yeah. Not having confidence in the Warriors.
Well, the league, I mean, the Warriors can't suspend Draymond. the team for essentially what he did to Nurkic. Like, he just let the league deal with that.
Yeah, but they could have did it when he hit Poole.
They could have.
Yeah, and they didn't, and I think it was a bad look.
Well, I think that the verdict's in on that one. Yeah. Let's go to Rational Mike. Oh, it's Rational Mike.
Mikey.
Uh-oh. Hey, Rational Mike. Uh-oh. I got my guy John Lucan with a big smile on his face. We're getting ready to come down to the fog in Half Moon Bay, baby.
God, Goo, I can't believe you let him kick you out.
Oh, no, I mean, Mike, that was just, he was having some fun. I'm there, buddy.
Redwood Canyon.
Goo, if you don't want to play, you can sit at the old fireplace overlooking the ocean there and just drink cocktails.
A nice margarita.
Goo, that's where the action is. Goo, yeah.
You know what?
That's where
I'll meet you
that's
there.
where the Goo will shine.
There
right
you
there.
go.
The Goo will take over the patio fireplace looking over the ocean at the Ritz-Carlton. That's you.
Yeah, Mike, your bet, man, is hemorrhaging right now, that bet.
Radio show by that night.
Yeah, that bet's hemorrhaging, though, Mike.
Oh, it's one game. See, the beauty of being 66 years old is you've seen life.
Wow.
It's one game. The amount of time Draymond will be out will be equal to a bad ankle sprain, of which nobody would be saying anything about today. And I will prove that by saying, when Ja was suspended, he could not practice. When Kyrie was suspended for anti-Semitic remarks, he could not practice. Draymond can practice. That tells you it won't be February. Okay? Now, I'm going to say something that my good friend Steiny will not agree with. But
First of all, let me acknowledge that's a good point you just made.
Yeah, that's just reading the NBA as the NBA works.
Fair.
Okay? Because they would not have him come to practice for a month and a half.
Fair enough.
Okay? Now, what I'm going to say that will probably differ and may lose my rational moniker is that as somebody, been to a lot of games, been to events and stuff, the reason for the pampering of Draymond has always been he is the greatest ambassador for the team off the court. Steph and Aisha do magical things for the community. Draymond goes to the event with 45 people for 3 hours. Always has, always will, is the nicest Warrior you will ever meet. He'd be the one you'd want to watch their kids. That's the reason, okay? Now, I'm a little older, and I'm a guy that stands by my friends their whole life. Somebody gets in trouble for bail, they call me, or a package at jail. I don't forget my friends. I don't think the Warriors internal do either. Now, what I truly believe, this will be the unrational part. I believe the NBA did this to embarrass Draymond because nothing else works. Everybody beating on him, embarrassing him. Kevin Durant's comments are a freaking joke. Using Iggy all over the radio to say he signed off. The head of the players union, he hit somebody. What's Iggy supposed to do? And the biggest phony in this is Joe Dumars, who has known Draymond since he's 9. He didn't see fit to help him through Michigan State. He didn't see fit to help him along the way through all the other suspensions. Now he cares about poor Draymond. Make me gag.
Wow, Mike.
Hey, Mike, real quick, let me get your number in case I need bail money.
Yeah, no doubt. Go ahead and finish.
That's why they don't bail on him, because he's two different people. He's a different person off the court than he is on the court. He's really not doing anything different than he's always done. The position has changed. The NBA won't take it, which they shouldn't, to be clear. And they've had enough. So how do you get through? I can assure you what won't get through as a 66-year-old rational person to a guy that has $200 million in the bank is that 3 anger management classes are going to fix it. He's been doing it since he was a star in high school. So
Hi, Mike.
This is an embarrassment.
What?
Pardon me?
Go ahead. Finish up, buddy.
No, I was just saying, it's just what I believe. I believe this is, to a person like Draymond, this is what's humbling. Having the whole world and all of his peers talking about what a horrendous person he is. When besides the scenes, they're all telling him it was unfair. And one other point, if they wanted to trade him tomorrow, 10 teams would take him and say he just needed a change of scenery.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. I think that's high.
Yeah.
And, but you know what? Yeah, I think you could find a team that'd be interested in Draymond Green for the 9th man on their bench. But it better be a good team.
He's also been embarrassed before.
It didn't work.
I hate to say this, but some people are not as capable of suffering embarrassment as other people.
Is there anything worse than when we woke up to that Friday morning with him hitting Jordan Poole? If that was not the worst act of...
But we don't know that he was ever embarrassed by it.
Oh.
I was going to go back to the 2016 finals. I mean, I know that was kind of the first thing, and
he gets support there, Evan. Some people feel like he shouldn't. He got wronged.
Yeah, now we're talking about how he cost him a finals.
I just, I don't understand why, any time that there's change, why this one? I don't know. Right. Why is any alcoholic's last drink the one it was? There's just a moment at some point when Joe Dumars, the league, was like, okay, that's it. And the other thing is, this isn't happening in a vacuum. This has happened over years of the league dealing with Draymond, the league dealing with Draymond. And over the course of time, you can't tell me that the league hasn't told Draymond, you gotta stop this, okay. Otherwise we're going to keep hitting you. And the reality of the situation is, you're right. We can criticize the Warriors from now till the cows come in about enabling this guy.
Right.
And it looks to me like the league is saying, by the way,
we've had enough.
The way you guys have handled Draymond Green has been terrible over the years.
Okay. And Steiny, to that point, Nevin, what Monty Poole said and what you just repeated, Steiny, the rate, the fact that this Gobert thing is not, this thing was just a little while back. The fact that he has another issue right after that, but nobody asked, but I'd just like to share what hurt me with Draymond Green. Because, the last block I tried to defend him in a sense, and I've criticized him, Steiny. But what you talk about behind closed doors when your employer or your job is trying to tell you something about a problem you have with Kevin Durant, and you go on a podcast with Kevin Durant, and to me, this is just me, Steiny, you mock and you reveal what that conversation was about, and you basically mock the fact that they wanted to try to discipline you, and you got enough gravitas or you feel untouchable, like that hurt me, that he would put Kerr and Myers and talk the stuff that was supposed to be sacred and put that out there and get no punishment. Like, that right there is like, you don't see how can you sleep knowing you're making those guys look bad?
That's part of the problem.
You're above the law.
Okay, so you remember that from years ago. So when we said, when you say you don't like that people are saying Draymond has a problem, it's not just that he hit Nurkic, it's stuff like that too. It's stuff like that too. That's not normal behavior for you to say about your boss.
Oh, man.
Bob, you're about to F this up. I told Bob. So just because the Warriors haven't dealt with this properly doesn't mean that it hasn't been a problem for a long, 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 long time. And that's why I have no issue with Joe Dumars saying, yeah, we got a problem, and we got 12 years of evidence to back it up. Why now? Why not? Why not? Because he keeps going over the line. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast. They had Nick Bosa on. You got to go check that interview out. Willard and Dibbs, they talk to Steve Kerr every week, and they'll be doing it again tomorrow. Get it all on the Odyssey app. And that segment was also brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan. Hey, my brother.
It was wrong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru. Hey,
what's up, buddy?
I got to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
You know, I know and I don't know how much you want to get into it, but you got some stuff that you're dealing with.
With my son.
Yeah.
Yeah. My youngest.
And I've been dealing with something too today.
Oh.
And
Moms?
Not quite, but it's
Pops.
Not quite, but it's something that I realized something happened to me today, and it has just put me in.
I've been noticing you've been a little.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
you want to talk? Go ahead, man. It's our show.
Today I get on the BART train.
Well, good Lord.
I get in the BART train in West Oakland.
How many of them?
It was packed.
No, I thought you got robbed, but go ahead. All right.
No,
all right.
So I get onto a crowded BART train in West Oakland, and I walk in the door, and it's sitting there, and I'm standing, grabbing the grabbing the handle, and there's a woman sitting down. She wasn't young. She wasn't old.
Right.
I'd say she was 45. I don't know.
Okay.
She's nice. And she looked at me, and like we made eye contact. And she said to me, "Would you like my seat?" Would you like to sit here, sir?
What did you say? I would have read her to riot act like, look here.
Well, it's a packed train. So.
You got a head full of hair.
I was just.
You're like, God.
I didn't. I said.
Want to get away?
No, thank you. Do I look that old? That's what I said.
Dude, you look good to me, boy. Did she offer you her seat?
She offered me her seat.
You should have had some fun with her, like, you know who I am.
Next question.
But maybe she, or Steiny, maybe she was trying to hit on you.
Maybe.
I'm trying to be positive. You're right. Steiny, that would have ruined my.
You ever hear that Neil Young song? Old man, take a look at my life of a lot like.
It's like me on the hoop court when they say good pass, OG. I'm like, who is OG?
Hey,
oh,
goodbye.
Steiny, that had to hurt. Did you think about it how soon did you
I haven't stopped thinking about it.
It's a wrap. You should have just politely said, hey, why did you do that? You look young.
So I'm gonna have a conversation.
No, just have some fun with it.
With 30 people listening and eavesdropping? Oh, God.
I would have said, hey, I need some clarity. what did you see my weird? You see my lettuce? Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Well, my boy Reg B's on me bad.
How come?
The Dre take. I'm not defending, but you know what I mean?
I don't care about Draymond.
Dude,
I care about me aging. apparently right in front of the world's eyes. I don't like
Hey,
it.
but you aged her. How old was she, Steiny?
Oh, my God.
What if she's listening? Mister, I'm 30. You said I'm 40.
Uncle Looney, you perfect. She's stuck at the Steiny.
Wow.
I'm out.
Oh my gosh! All right, let's go to Jeff. Jeff's been waiting in San Jose for a while. It's like, you know what? I'm like having a good time and I'm laughing. And then I remember this woman and I want to know.
That was your knockout moment.
I would have probed a little more.
I'm out. Steiny, I lost.
I lost. I'm out.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, my man?
Doing well. I'm enjoying your show. It's like the longest I've ever sat in my car waiting to get on, and you guys have been great.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jeff.
So, and like always, you guys disagree with each other all the time. And I agree with you both sometimes, and the other one the other time. So I agree with Steiny when he talked about AA, and you know what, talk and book and help can help people,
no doubt.
And then later on, you said, you know what, it sometimes it can't. And I think in the situation of Draymond, I don't think any number of weeks of happy talk, retreats, spas, therapy, massage, behavior modification will work for that guy. I think it's built into him. So I have a question for both of you guys. If you can tell me what these 5 people have in common, I'll be impressed.
All right. I love it.
I'm ready.
Can we get the music?
Dude, I'm ready, Evan.
All righty. Go ahead, Jeff.
Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Kanye West, Mariah Carey, Mel Gibson.
Does this have something to do with religion?
Wow.
They've been canceled? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Evan said they've all been canceled.
That's a good answer, but no.
It is a good
They all
answer.
have...
Yeah, go ahead.
They all have bipolar 1 mania.
Oh.
And I think, and my guess, honestly, there's like 14 symptoms, and all the ones you can see from Draymond are there in Spain.
All right, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Jeff,
What?
He started out with a bang, but like I said,
well,
we don't know about Ye and at least, but you know.
Well, my feeling is,
I love you. Shake it off.
Like, to me, there's a difference between, using terms like bipolar. Now you need a doctor.
Okay, right.
Now you need a doctor. I don't know.
Right.
Now, Steiny, does Draymond have a problem? Oh, Draymond's got a big problem.
Yeah, he does.
My Kramer voice.
Yeah.
Let's go to, I'll tell you what. When you do this, when you come out of the gates and you do this, you better deliver. Steven Vallejo has a different take on Draymond. We'll see about that, Steve.
Okay, hi guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Here's my take. I think that this is all the Warriors' fault right about now because you should have gotten rid of him after he lost you guys the championship, the one against the Cavs, because that wasn't a championship. That was the championship. You got the best record ever in history on the line, and you don't change your actions. That shows right there. I care about me. I don't care about anybody else. So you should have gotten rid of him right then, because you could have gotten rid of him, gotten a real good player that would fit your system. You mean to tell me Kawhi Leonard couldn't fit your system? A good player like Serge Ibaka couldn't fit in your system. And the only reason that you kept him is because the next year you kept winning. You should have gotten rid of him then, because he showed you right then his true colors. I don't care about anybody else. I care about me. And so now you're dealing with that problem, because to say that he doesn't have anger issues is like saying you're blind, because everything that he's doing shows you he has anger issues. He kicks people in the balls. He's choking people. He's punching people. He's hitting people. And what you're seeing now is his athleticism has faded.
Yep.
So you're really seeing what he is. And what makes me sick about it all is the antics that he does after. It's almost like a kid when you catch him and he does something extra to show you, no, I'm really not at fault. And then he's not even apologetic. So this is all like the Warriors' fault. You should have gotten rid of him then because you showed I really don't care about nobody else but me. But you paid him because you kept winning. And winning erased everything that he was doing. Because, I mean, think about everything that he's done. Everything that he's done has been anger directed. So you can say, yes, he has anger issues. He has a problem in that area.
Steve, Steve, that was well said, man. That was well said. And I think, it doesn't matter if you didn't think this way a year or two ago, but it feels like the receipts are coming in that we're all starting to agree that the Warriors bear a lot of responsibility here.
All right.
That's fair. And I don't think anybody would. I don't think Bob Myers would walk away from that, or Joe Lacob. They would tell you what their thought process has been over the years and what they hope. But I'll bet you'll never get Joe Lacob or Bob Myers to say, actually, you guys are crazy. We've handled Draymond Green so well, you can't even. We couldn't have done any better. Of course they're not.
So yesterday was not a good day for the org. The fact that the league had to step in.
Well, the league stepped in because it had to step. Like the league was going to step in once there was an incident on the court. Like had Draymond Green played that game without incident, we'd be talking about the Clippers coming in today and Draymond Green guarding Kawhi Leonard. Like we would. But the minute there was an incident,
right,
all bets are off. Like all bets are off. Let's go to.
I guess before you get to it, kind of what Evan was alluding to earlier, Stoney. So it wasn't like the Warriors said, "Hey, let's get with the league."
No,
no doubt, right? There's something happening.
To me, this is Draymond punches Jordan Poole, and the Warriors don't have a discipline.
Okay.
And Draymond Green has the year he has last year, which is not full of, but more incidents. And remember, and I want to go back to Monty Poole saying, never at this rate. So he stomped on Sabonis in the playoffs.
Got a game.
Then this year, he gets into it with Gobert. He's been ejected 3 times. And then the last time, that's all been done by the league. So the league has been saying all along, Draymond, you got to. So then something happened on the court. And once it's on the court, now it's just the NBA. Warriors have no say-so. And that's the thing. Joe Dumars said, the great thing about this is that the Players Association, the Warriors, and us, the league, are all on the same page. Well, I'll take your word for it.
Right. No,
but it doesn't matter if they're all on the same page anyway.
And before we get out of here, Tuesday, we got to get to the basketball component. 7-3 or 8-2, 6-4. We can't rob them of whatever they can do. I'm kind of looking forward to tonight. I'm not happy.
How about 15-20?
No, that would be a nightmare. But what if Kuminga is really and he was already in his groove? What if he really knows now? You know what? And other guys, for that matter. What if we see Jackson Davis, who didn't have the best game the last game after I lobbied for him? But, I'm just wondering the ripple-down effect of I'm not counting them out. I'm doubtful.
Out for what?
But what if
You're not counting them out for what?
To win ball games and stay afloat until he gets back.
Yeah, no. They can win ball games and stay afloat. But this is the Warriors we're talking about, Goo. It's the Warriors. It's not, we're not a squad on the rise. Hey, can we break through? No. Your coach said a week ago you're a championship team.
That he did.
And now we head in to the next month with nothing but uncertainty. That's the thing. It's sabotages a season. There's nobody that can say what's going on with Draymond Green isn't negatively affecting this team.
Well, those are facts.
They holding us back, my brother.
That guy, I love him.
Let's go to Liam in Oakland. Hi, Liam.
The town.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
First and foremost, RIP to your confidence. Sorry about your story today.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You may as well. You may as well just put it in the coffin at this point. It ain't coming back. Draymond may come back. My confidence won't.
Oh, your hairline's still looking good.
Look at him.
You'll lose some weight.
Listen, yeah, my point I was trying to make is
Stop
with all this happening, it's just distracting from the year that Steve Kerr's having.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
What does he mean? A good year Steve Kerr's having? What kind of year is he having?
Go ahead, Liam. I was kind of doing
No, it's all good. No, he's having a terrible year. I mean, he's the bottom line. He's the reason why the Warriors are so disappointing right now. And, with the loss to the Kings, we got the loss to the Clippers, barely beat the Blazers. And then the last game, if it wasn't for Draymond, we'd be talking about same old Steve Kerr, the coaching decision. And so now with Draymond out, he basically has a new lease on this season, saying that, we lost because of Draymond's out. So he's got an excuse rather than being on the hot seat right now.
Well, listen, he's not under contract for next year. Thanks for the call, Liam. Appreciate it, and appreciate the kind words about my hairline. I hear you. D. Lou, the boss. Now, he's been somebody that I've never been a huge fan of on the YouTube chat.
My guy.
Steiny, go bye-bye. Steiny's confidence, go bye-bye.
You didn't tell the people there was another young lady we work with here. You ran the story by her, and she looked at it from a woman's angle and said the young lady, the whippersnapper, was striking up conversation for you to possibly, but you're spoken
and guess
for.
What?
Now look at you.
She was as truthful as Mike Dunleavy saying we want Jordan Poole to retire here.
Dude, don't go to that one. That one cut me.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Rich,
what's up, buddy? Hey, Rich, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put the rat on the table, man. Atco. Go Atco. I think when it really comes down to it, none of these individuals on this team are wanting to admit the obvious, and that is that this is over, okay?
Rich.
Everything they've done in Golden State, it was great. We enjoyed it. I'm part of that fan base. I enjoyed it. But the reality of the matter is, hey, the caller last week said the moment that they benched Klay Thompson, it's over. And they benched him. And now you got the situation with Draymond Green. It's over. This happened to a lot of great teams. It happened to San Antonio Spurs. It happened to the Lakers. It happened to the Celtics. It happens. Okay? But the core individuals, and I ain't just talking about the big three. I'm talking about Steve Kerr. He also goes for Joe Lacob. They are in denial, and they don't want to admit the fact that, hey, this was great while it lasted, but, hey, there's nobody more undefeated than Father Time. They might as well admit it. It's over.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, guys.
And Rich is not normally like that. But I'll tell Rich Steiny, we don't know that.
Right.
But,
and we don't know it's over. But what do you need to do? You need to be hit with a mallet?
No. What if Wiggins all of a sudden? What if he snaps out of it?
Okay. Then you're
like he did against.
Then you're a 500 team.
And what if Klay?
What about him?
We've been seeing signs.
Okay. Then
we saw bad signs.
Then you're a 42 win team. You don't believe what you're saying. That's the thing.
No,
you don't believe this team's going to win.
I'm a lover, man.
I know you are, but you're also. So let me ask you a question. If I told you right now the Warriors have a point, not 1%, 0.1% chance to win it this year, would you then just say, well, let's keep it rolling?
Oh no, and I'm telling you now on this day, Thursday, they need it. They change gonna come.
Well,
that's what I would do.
But no, you're.
Change. I'm over the big three.
Right. So they can't win it, is what. So you do understand. I told
Willard at the summit.
Right. They can't win it. Okay. So
it's currently constructed.
You can't have it both ways. You can't acknowledge this team isn't a championship team and then say, but we can't rob them of it. Now, if you're saying this is not a championship team, the only way they'll become a championship team is making moves. Well, that's
what I said. I changed it, and I admitted
so you admit this run's over. It's over with this group. See, you're unwilling to go. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're not alone.
I know we do the show, Stoney and Goo and Evan, but it's not about me in the sense that if they choose to stay the course, they control if they can win it or not. Now,
they don't anymore. See, they don't. I don't believe that. They're not the best team in the. What do they control right now?
Wow.
I don't know.
I hear you, man. Because when you talk like that, and then Rich saying what he's saying, the other part of this, and this is super fear. This keeps me up at night.
Mm-hmm.
How is Steph going to process this?
Well, he's processing it right now. I guarantee
this is not going to fly. Watching LeBron and everybody else try to get these rings at the end, that's all. That's a real another issue for Joe Lacob, possibly.
You say there's no chance Curry would go in there and say, "Get me out of here." You said there's no chance of that.
But then things like this happen to where
so there is a chance.
Yeah, if he's,
of course.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The 0.01% you put.
Warriors are actually 30-1.
Are they 30-1?
Go jump on him, Goo.
Thunder.
Yeah, go jump on him.
And the Kings.
They're better than the Thunder? Wow.
45-1.
Oh, well, nothing to see here. Here's the other thing. And you can say, well, you got to get – look, every day you move forward with this particular team is you're officially – get off me. You're officially wasting Curry now. I hate the theory of wasting Curry because it makes it sound like the powers that be – go out of their way to not put a team around him. I hate that. But if you're going to say, well, we've wasted Steph Curry's, you're wasting it now. Get your head out of the sand. You're wasting it now. Let's go to Keith in San Jose. He's got a positive Warrior take. Right off the bat, Keith, I put you right on without a lot of weight because I wanted to turn positive. What's up?
Thank you. I mean, the Warriors have given us so many positive vibes over the years. I mean, whatever happened to our support, like back in the Run TMC days? I mean, we just enjoyed the ride. I mean, whatever we got from it, we got from it. I mean, that's what sports is about. I mean, this sets up a good storyline where the Warriors might turn it around. But, I mean, us as fans, we owe it to them. They've given us 4 championships in the recent years. It's like we owe it to them to kind of sit back and enjoy it, and hopefully they turn it around, and we got to be there to support them. And, Draymond Green, yes, he got some issues, but, I mean, he's a key component of those 4 championships. And, yeah, maybe this is the twilight, but, they are champions, and they deserve to ride into the sunset with our support.
Appreciate the call, Keith.
They're doing that, except one guy's not on his horse, and we don't know when he'll be back on his horse.
Draymond, to me, has lost any right to dictate anything at this point.
And
even retiring as a Warrior.
Is there a soul out there that would argue? Because if I'm wrong and you're right, and this is disaster city and somehow they don't qualify or it's just not what we expected.
Of course.
This will be 2 seasons in a row. People can point at Dre and say, you're the reason.
But he doesn't have a problem.
Well, that was, you know what I was.
I'm not talking, but like, and I'll kind of bring it full circle. Like this is exactly what hit me from the end of last show to the start of this show. Like, of all the things, like the one thing that has become Draymond Green's got a problem, and the Warriors have a bigger problem.
And his biggest problem is he fears nobody in the organization.
That's what see, what the NBA did yesterday was saying, you know what, we're not sure what we're going to do, but we ain't sweeping it under the rug.
Man.
Let me tell you what we're not doing, Draymond. We're not giving you 8 games, and we'll catch you in late December. He's been
a national story. They have. And not for the right reasons. Again, because Jordan Poole made its rounds.
This guy. This guy had the nerve. What's funny is like, hey,
gotta go.
No.
I got Evans back.
We got 30 seconds. Can I squeeze something in 30 seconds? Well, 25.
Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick.
We got a guy who insinuated, and I'm using insinuated because he didn't do it directly, but we got a guy who insinuated that Jordan Poole was the issue last year and that now everything was going to be fine. You know what? I won't let it go.
I hear you.
I can't. We can't let it go.
5 seconds.
But we got to go.
That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians...
You got to go, my brother.
I wonder if I can make it.
Make it where?
To the end of the final horn.
You old geezer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you're ever on a BART train and it's crowded.
She was hitting on you.
And somebody says, "Would you like my seat?"
Oh, boy.
Just know it means you're old.
I would have
I'm
pro.
out.
Steiny, I would have pro. Hey, can I give my start lineup what I think is going to be tonight? If I were Daryl Kerr, I would be in a shirt and tie. I can't stand these NBA coaches with this apparel. Andrew Wiggins.
Swag King.
Andrew Wiggins, come on, buddy.
Yeah, he's earned it.
Steph, you know what's up. Moses Moody. Jonathan Kuminga. And Mr. Reliable. You're back in it, baby. Kevon Looney. Let's go.
I'll tell you what, that'll send a message. That lineup sends a message.
To who?
To the Clippers.
Spray Clay. No, I'm just.
Wait, did you say Clay?
No.
No.
Oh,
you didn't even.
I missed it.
I thought you would be up in.
That would send a message, all right. Not to the Clippers,
this has
though.
just shook the core to where Kerr might just be, you know what?
Oh, my God.
Who we got?
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but if this is Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, I thought it was her from the BART train.
Is this accurate? Antonio in Oakland. He is the most optimistic Warrior fan we have. And when I say we, I mean we. What's up, Antonio? Say it ain't so.
Oh, man, I'm starting to get those vibes where it's like it might be over. And if I feel like it's over, it's probably over.
Not you, eh?
Oh,
that's why I put you on.
Closing games, and, you know, it's almost like the Charles Haley situation. It's like when the Niners had enough, they just had to trade him. They traded him to the Cowboys. Wow. And, you know, it helped the Cowboys. But, you know, after all the Super Bowl championships, just like after all the NBA championships, it might have to be time to go, man. And might have to trade Green and Clay, and I love those guys because, you know, I think they're the best trio of all time, but something's got to change.
When did you get here, eh? When did you say I'm going to call and I feel this way and I'm going to share it?
Yesterday, but the call was blocked. I mean, you know, couldn't get through. But, I mean, ever since the last loss, really, and I don't like to lose because, you know, we've seen a dynasty up close, so. But it just might be time to go. That's all, guys, man. Hey, it hurts me to say it.
Antonio, seriously, can I say something to you? I'm proud of you.
Help him. What are you? It ain't over. Hey, just because you feel that way, they control it.
Look, if the Warriors are losing Antonio.
Dude.
Let me do it again. It's different, but it's the same. If the Warriors are losing Antonio's hope, nah. No.
I don't like that song.
Hey, now finish it.
I used to shoot guys back in the day, and I'd be down to my last buck, and the guy hitting me would sing that song, then he would 7 carats.
That's what the Holy Name student section, they chanted that a lot in January and February of 1982. Blue Jays 75. Why missing 59? Minute left in this one on the Castle on the Hill. Na 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 Steinmetz checking out with 22 and 11 tonight.
Look at my guy.
2-2-2.
I wish you'd have went D1.
I couldn't. I could not go Division One.
But I still wish you would have.
I couldn't.
You would have.
I got no.
You would have closure.
I would have had a walk on.
What? I hear you.
And I didn't have the guts.
Antonio, keep the faith.
Francisco's in Hayward.
The stat.
What's up, Sco?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. How are you?
Over here, hearing you guys talking about this guy that basically made us lose a 3-peat back with this 2016, and then I'm thinking, in my head, this guy's unreal. And what happened? I'm thinking, what happened to this guy's childhood? How did his parents discipline him or didn't discipline him? What did they teach him? What they didn't teach him? And I'm thinking more and more, getting home after my lunch. I'm getting home and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this guy's progressing. I said, this guy's progressing, and this guy's progressing. Last time he hit somebody was pulled in the head, in the face, and now yesterday or the other day we did that was another punch to the head.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking, wait a minute, how is this progression going? First first the kick in someone's balls.
There's been about 4 of them.
He steps on somebody's midsection, and now it's going higher and higher. And there's no repercussions. He keeps on doing this crap.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
That's the way I've seen it.
Yeah, no, that's a great summary. Appreciate it.
Well, we can't. That's your fake laugh.
No. I just saw something on the YouTube chat.
Read it. It's about me.
It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's from a guy named Chico. He said, "Did Guru play Division One?"
Yeah, I played it. Dude, Sunday nights at Chabot College. Avery Johnson was
that's
a Warrior.
college.
Steve Nash was still at Santa Clara.
My God.
I played with ballers, man. Jay Kidd. Yeah. I'm telling the truth, Evan. Isaiah Ryder, Lamont Murray. I played against Brian Shaw. I played against all of them in pickup.
They couldn't pick you out of a police lineup if they saw you.
Who asked that? I'm just telling you I was on the court with them.
Oh, the hair might be able to get him identified.
Keep Mr. Jennings. Oh, Evan.
You sure you didn't just watch these?
These were Sunday night run at Chabot. It was private run. And then Skyline Junior College.
Right.
We'd go.
No,
but Coach Poncac.
No, all that's well and good. Chico, though, actually meant like Division One.
Well, why are you laughing like you did? You didn't.
I didn't.
I could have won
because I'm a white guy. Nobody thinks I played Division One.
See, that's what bothers
and I didn't.
me. Is you believe that's why you didn't?
No, it isn't. No, what I'm saying is,
I feel like there's
this is why basketball is different than every other sport. You and I stand up next to each other and say, "Hey, there's a Division One player here. Who is it?" First of all, there's none of us. Neither of us.
Those are stereotypes.
You're gonna yes, you're gonna.
And if you said who has a higher IQ, who would you think get the?
No,
I'm just saying, who had the highest?
Okay, and then who's got the higher street smarts?
Dude, I would get it.
Exactly.
Shout out to the U.
Blah blah blah.
Let's go.
I didn't like that.
Didn't like what?
I don't know what we just did.
I know you don't like that you never played D1 or got a sniff.
Sounds like you got some there too, Steiny.
What's that?
A little chip.
Oh, he's got a bag of ruffles on your shoulder.
No.
Steiny admitted it's okay. I have closure.
What's the chip about?
How your college career went.
It went the way it went. I have no chip.
And now it's gone.
You won't even play the game now or pick up a ball.
I'm 60 years old, for goodness sake. 59. But I have no regrets about basketball.
Dude, look at
see.
You talk about the counseling, like I could be your counselor.
Here's the beauty about the fact your career's your career, and that's it. I mean, I played high school. I played Division III. Those are facts. Why would Sonny has a chip on his shoulder because he couldn't go Division I. What? I know I couldn't. I wasn't good enough.
Well, there was one.
I didn't leave anything out on the table. I didn't. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, Steiny, you should have done this, that, and the other. No, I did the best I could. Division III. That's where the chips fell, Goo. Yeah. That's all. That's where they fell.
I saw your picture.
Did the best I could. All you can do is your best. Oh, I did more than look like a baller, Goo.
Would you like my seat?
Evan played D1. He's the guy.
No, I didn't. I'm
That's
Division 3.
Another mistake. Are we keeping track of these today? All right, 888. No, forget the number, Steiny. You got Tibbs and Willard coming in on the other side. Hold your horses. That segment. This is a new one. I said we got a little new one here. That segment brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
For all contest rules, go to 95.7.
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru joined by Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
Yeah.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Hi, boys.
I told you Bart's story then started.
I hadn't heard it. I hadn't heard it. Did you tell it on the air?
I told it on the air.
That's courageous of you, Steiny.
Your writing's on the wall.
I've had conversations.
Fait accompli.
I had people come up to me on the street to ask me about you today, too. I won't.
You're going to make it worse.
I'll tell you.
Willard, we didn't need that.
Well, no.
Is Steiny really as big of a jerk as he seems on
And you
radio?
won't elaborate on the air?
I'm asking.
I will to you, but we'll wait until it's just me and you.
Oh, wow.
No, I won't elaborate on the air. I get asked about you guys all the time. What's he like? What's he like? What's he like? What's he like? I'm like, they're all terrible.
They're all the same horses' asses there are on the radio.
They're all awful, and that's why I don't let any of them speak.
Well, last time I seen you guys, you went over the odds on the suspension.
Isn't that unbelievable?
And indefinite was not on the board.
No, but
it hit me.
I wonder if you bet on it.
That's what I want.
No, I would think you get your money back.
No, I would think we wait and see how long it actually is.
You gotta wait.
Whoa.
At a certain point. Right.
So I'm still in it at 3 games.
Money back. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like your chance.
I hate him. I hate him.
If he's back next weekend, I'll pay you whatever you want.
But your guys' thoughts,
well, my thoughts right now, if you were gonna sculpt the odds in terms of what we know now, 1 to 10 is probably 50
almost
to
off
1
the
odds.
table.
Exactly.
No doubt. Yeah.
11 to 20 is probably about where it was.
It's on the table.
I honestly think that 21 to 30 is where the sweet spot is, which is where the odds makers had it originally. But
they know.
Exactly. They know. And
I know the hardest.
They know.
They know. Why are the Niners favored? They know.
Right. They're just better, Mark.
They know.
And why is Draymond out indefinitely? Because the league knows, and the league is better. And, Draymond, and I liked what you said, Goo. I'm kind of in your camp more than I am in Camp Steiny in terms of Draymond coming back. He's not going to change, and he's going to come back, and whatever he does to get through the protocol, it's like the concussion protocol. Do you have a headache? No. Even though my head is split and I can barely open my eyes, I want to play. And he's going to get through what he has to get through, and he'll come back and he'll do exactly what he used to do.
Well,
and they don't get penalized for a year.
Or he won't, and will point to the therapy that he went through for 22 days and act like that actually did something.
Exactly.
He's either going to comply or he's not. But if anybody has ever been through anything therapeutic, I'm sorry, one calendar flip from 1 month to the next.
Ja Morant on line one, even though those were different circumstances.
But that's a joke also. It's all a joke. It's all part of the show.
Steiny made a good comp, though, with Chris Mullin, where Chris Mullin, did he choose that on his own, Steiny? Or did the team kind of nudge him toward?
It was both. Nelly was like, dude, I think you may have an issue. Nelly.
Right.
Nelly.
Exactly.
Nelly says
exactly.
it to you.
And Mully was like, I think I do too.
So Chris goes away and he comes back, but when he came back, he was able to continue to do the work. And
Correct.
I still believe he's sober, and it's been now 2018, 22, whatever the number is. So he was able to go in and put in the work and come back and get better. But the problem with Draymond is what he has to do when he comes back is endemic to what his problem is, because the reason why he's so good is because he is Draymond. And part of being Draymond is having these issues, anger issues, violence issues,
but
whatever they are.
But the verbal's okay. It's the physical.
Well, I do kind of side with Steiny here, and I hate to say that because
it's not good for your brand.
Of our relationship. Yeah. It's not good for my ongoing brand, but the verbal leads to the physical. And especially now more than ever where, okay, he's out for 11, 17, 24, 33, whatever the number is. When he comes back, every opponent is going to goad him more than ever before. They're going to try to get his goat.
DK
like
Metcalf.
Shanahan. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, but he did it for so long without, we always were like, oh, he rides the line. Yeah, you got to come back and ride the line. And quite frankly, I don't think that's as hard as it sounds.
I agree.
Draymond can come back and be Draymond. Just don't choke people and whack them upside the head. Stop acting like that's part of hoops. It's not. Like, I love what Kevin Durant said.
And it was,
like,
man.
that's not the guy that I played with. This is different. I mean, we've all said it, and I've been at the front of the line. Like, yeah, this is him, but then taking it to these acts, it is a different level. This has been a different version of him.
But why?
It's got to go. I don't know.
And I think about Antonio Brown. Was Antonio Brown suddenly, quote unquote, crazy? Or did he get to a point where his skills had eroded so much?
Hit him hard, man. And I'm just saying,
you're right.
Cincinnati gave him back. He was never the same.
He wasn't. But, more and more as he got worse as a player, this became more prevalent. His behavior.
And what if
I never saw him slip like that, Gibbs. He still was a baller.
What if he, as he's getting older, also, what if right now it just so coincides that he's got more stress off the court with something than he's ever had?
Maybe.
Possible.
I think all of these are fair points. Let me add another. The reason that this happens, I think, later in guys' career, these stars that we're talking about, is that they are empowered in ways now that they weren't 7 years ago in their careers. They are now much richer. They are a much, much bigger name. They actually, Steiny, don't have the stress that maybe they had early in their career when they're trying to make a name for themselves. They're trying to get a big contract. Draymond is now on what? Is this his second or his third nine-figure deal?
Second.
Okay,
yeah.
Second.
The last one was $99 million, but
okay.
I know what you're saying.
Like that. Does that mean he can't have stress? Of course not. But this is why rock bands don't usually last 50 years, because each personality becomes its own individual brand, and they become bigger and bigger and bigger, and each of them are aware of their own standing within it, and they get to a point where those interests are no longer common.
Steiny made that point, Willard.
Yeah, they're too big for each other.
But with other dynasties, we watch him get old. Draymond's not showing up to the concert.
Yeah,
like this is different. Let's watch you age out. Then it's okay.
But each band member does it in his own way. Clay is having his own journey that's negative. Okay, Steph. I mean, that's a little bit more subtle. But he's clearly frustrated with, like, we saw the video the other night. That's not normal for Steph Curry, the frustration that he's showing. To me, that's where this is. We got a rock band, the Beatles, what have you, and they're about to break up.
And that's interesting. That's the first time I thought about it like this, is let's put all three of the big three together. So if you have Curry, okay, we know what his demeanor is. Yeah, I did see him kick a chair.
Right.
He kicked a chair the other night. All right. Well, that's escalated from normal Steph.
Yep.
Klay Thompson. And his issues have escalated.
Totally.
And so have Draymond's. What's the common denominator?
Age.
Father time.
Age.
Undefeated.
Losing.
Yeah.
He is undefeated.
Losing.
Yeah.
Losing.
He finally got Tom Brady. It took a while, but
their bodies are not doing what they want their bodies to do, and their team is not doing what they wanted to do.
And this is my line. I don't think I've ever seen Draymond Green, and I'm not blaming him, take the ball out of the hoop more than I've seen in the last couple of years. And you can't tell me he knew the big bear Nurkic was behind him, what it was going to take to try to box him out. He was frustrated, and whoopsie-doopsie, I hear you. Like, that was on purpose. That's just me. But come on, man, that was frustration.
Yeah,
it all is.
To me, it was not whoopsie doopsie.
It all is.
At all. I mean,
the skedaddle. But wow.
I spin 180 and I clock him perfectly in the jaw.
I mean,
and him saying, "Man, how could I punch somebody so accurately?"
We saw your
we've seen it. Yeah. You're pretty good at it.
Yeah,
you're pretty good at it.
I wonder, and it's only because he's brand new and hasn't had a chance to have something go sideways, or maybe we just don't know him well enough. But Chris Paul is probably going through the exact same thing. And on this is a microcosm of the other things that we're talking about. But why was he snappy in his first interview? It's all the same reason. It's like, I'm going to arrive somewhere and your first question is going to be about me coming off the bench when I've never done it before.
Wow.
It's all coming from the same place. You're all getting older. You're all less effective. And you're all having to face these issues at the same time. And it's not easy. It's a perfect Bart story today.
Wow.
It's perfect.
So with that said,
getting older stinks.
With that said, I needed some help early. I was drowning because the Chris Mullen, I got family members. Everybody needs help. Therapy, it's real. I need it. But I said, let's be careful, doctors that are calling saying Dre has a problem when the team has never did anything in regard to discipline. And he went on the pod, this is the one that really hurt me, with Kevin Durant and mocked and said stuff that was behind closed doors with Kerr and Myers on how they wanted to proceed and deal with his spat with Kevin Durant. Like, Dre, that's not good. Look towards your bosses. So with that said, how do we go from he has a problem when the team said, and the coach, and I love you, Kerr, we can't win without that fire. So to me, that's hypocritical.
Well, to me, it doesn't matter if we think he has a problem. The only thing that matters is if he thinks he has a problem. And that's, I've dealt with addiction. We all have in our lives, and whatever the addiction is. And, I've seen it up close and personal in my family. And, you tell somebody, yeah, you need help. And until they want to get help, until they want to admit that they have a problem, then it's not a problem. And you can tell Draymond all you want about X, Y, Z, all the things he's done, and say, Draymond, you can't do this. You need help. If he doesn't want to get help, then it's a non-starter.
Correct, but they now will say, if you don't get help, you don't play in the NBA anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, so now this is that moment of where the employer has said,
no doubt, show up to work.
This is it. Or don't show up to work. Don't show up to work. Show up to rehab and show up to meetings and show up to all these things. And then if you show that you're, really, quote unquote, on the path toward getting better, and it might not be a thing he can ever get better from. And I speak from personal perspective because I have anger issues. And Steiny can vouch for having seen me in...
We work with you. We had a show together.
You haven't seen me...
I'm playing.
No, you're right.
This is my dude.
No, you've seen flashes.
Yeah.
And you've seen flashes, and we've all had our moments here in this very room and the old room and the room before the room, and I know that I have certain issues, and I know that I have trigger points and flash points, and so for me, as a 55-year-old man, I'm trying to deal with what I deal with in terms of the things that set me off, and I'm trying to avoid those, and when I get in those situations, I'm trying to now be more observant of that. And that's where Draymond is, because there are things about being Draymond Green that lead him to get technicals, flagrants, ejections, and suspensions. So does he want to address it? And does he want to make those adjustments? If he doesn't, well, then he's going to be out of the league. And that's where we are.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Your transparency is real cool, first and foremost. But second of all, it's such a fascinating issue, too, because I bet we all encounter this all the time in our lives. And sometimes it's a very fine line we're walking when it's like, okay, now suddenly today we're going to go Draymond has a problem. When actually what he's doing is really just an extension of who he's always been. It's kind of like have you all ever been through this? Student in school, struggle. Teachers come down on them. School comes down on them, always at the principal's office. One day they show up and go, he's got ADD. And now suddenly, here comes the cavalry of kid has a problem.
Right.
Let's put our arm around them and help them. And I'm not saying that's bad. I don't know. I don't know if he's got a problem. Or
I was just getting ready to
do we all have a problem?
Well, but
we've all got a problem on some level.
Yeah, I think there's, if we're going to talk about medical, I want to put that off to the side. I think Joe Dumars, after whether it was a punch, and I know he wasn't disciplined by the league, couldn't be disciplined by the league, but I do think this is an extension of the last year and a half, the league saying, Draymond, it can't continue. It can't continue. And it's continued, and now it's gotten to the point where he's not going to play for a while.
What word did Monty Poole use? It's coming fast.
Monty Poole said,
this was like
what the league believes, suspensions don't work with him, that these incidents have gotten worse, and they're occurring they never have occurred at a rate this high.
That's where we're at.
Right. His last 26 games, stomp, choke, punch. Stomp, choke, punch. And that's only 26 games of on court. The stomp was last year. He came back and played 6. Man. This year there was the choke, and then now there's the punch. So Monty's right in terms of the frequency. The punch 2. Well, the first punch was more than 26 games ago. I'm talking about the frequency. No.
Okay.
Stomp, choke, punch.
Fair.
In the last 26 games he played of actual NBA basketball. Forget the Jordan Poole thing. Yeah. Because that's a whole year ago.
Let's put that on the table. What about the team moving forward, Atco, without Draymond? I'm not in the camp they're done. I'm in the camp of I'm watching, but where are you at? Like, in this thing, what were your expectations?
Well, and I hate to say this because I'm a Warrior fan and I'm doing radio with a guy who is very positive, but I hate to say this, but I'm more in Camp Steiny of they were already done. Because I think about no Draymond, and you already have no Wiggins.
Well, we don't now. Without him being there, we don't know what we're going to get.
Daryl.
If there's something,
and I'll say Daryl because I'm serious.
Okay, then what about when he comes back?
Daryl, he played.
Deal with that then.
He played 15 minutes last game because he stinks. Yeah. So you've got no Draymond and you've got no Wiggins, and you kind of wish you didn't have a Clay.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What does done mean?
Done means 37 and 45, and you're the 11 seed, and hey,
I'm not there.
Time to watch college basketball.
See, but there's got to be a middle ground because, first of all, before they won their title less than 2 years ago, many had this exact same statement. No.
Different circumstances.
So much stronger.
Go ahead, Mark. You're right. Nobody expects
it. Only the start of the comment. Said it about Tiger Woods before he came back and won majors. So
a major,
fine. Okay. But again, I want to define done because then you win the championship and you come back last year and they lose a playoff series with the big three healthy for the first time in their lives.
Okay.
But what does that mean? Does that mean done? In other words, have we reached such a level of championship or bust mentality because it's the Warriors that we're not here for them even just being a playoff competitor?
Steve Kerr said a week ago he thought it was a championship.
Correct.
So that's what
they're said that last year, and then as soon as they lost, they couldn't find a microphone fast enough to say we never thought we were a championship team.
Right.
So no different than the NBA now saying Draymond has a problem. It's a bunch of BS. What the league is saying is we're not having an employee do that. They're not saying Draymond has a problem. They're saying he's our problem. Man. Get him out of here.
Just getting back to the championship, and what does what mean?
Done.
What is done mean?
Here's what I used yesterday.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere. That's what I said. And I don't feel like they went anywhere last year. Now,
I thought last year was worth something.
Well,
after what they had to overcome, and they got to the second round.
I thought last year was the evidence that we needed that, you know what, it's not going to work. They're done. But Steiny, everything went wrong. Yes, and I look at everything going wrong as a sign they're done. Okay, they're going to come back and do it again. Now they're here right now. I'm not saying they can't get to the playoffs or they maybe can win a series, but I am at the point now where it's championships, because that's I don't know, Mark. Is it okay for the Warriors to go 43-39 this year? And they lose in a 7-game series to the Kings.
Again, is it okay? I mean, I don't know. Do we protest?
I'm fine with it.
It's fine.
I'm fine with it.
Curry is not.
That to me is evidence of them being done.
Steph Curry would not be happy with that.
Of course not. But Steph Curry's not going to be happy with anything short of a championship because of where he's been and who he is. But I guess my point, I'm not saying that's if you're 6 seed, that's fine. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in moments like this, we come out and go, they're done. And I would go, you didn't think they were going to win anyway. There was no point. Even preseason last year and this year, nobody who was really clear-headed and analytical would say that they thought the Warriors were going to win it all. And then they don't. and we go, they're done. It's like, but done doing what?
Championships. When I say, that's what I mean.
Okay.
They're done winning 8 playoff games in a singular
opponent.
They're done making a conference championship.
That's what 4 titles brings. You know what I mean?
I also know a lot of people who are okay with that.
That's
like, this is an inevitable, understandable result.
Right. And I think it is too.
Did they need to double down for 4 more years? Fair conversation.
Right. Wow. But I do think
Fair
it's
conversation.
And you know what? My goal for this season, if I would have been in the Warriors, was come into the season, see if you can get it right, and go 1 round further. Can you beat the Lakers this year? That team that. Okay, well, at that point, you're back to the Western Conference Finals, and you can still say, what do we do to get over the top? We're right there again. Okay, that didn't happen. Like, after all that's happened.
Yeah.
I think the days of saying, they're not a championship team. This isn't a championship team. It doesn't mean you quit.
Let me ask it a different way.
Go.
Steph done?
Of course not.
That's all I'm worried about.
But the days of Steph alone making this a championship team
can
are
happen,
over.
though,
So then I would argue that it's not done.
Right.
Because we could get to the end of this year. It's very plausible that Draymond does who knows what in the second half of the year.
Okay.
It's very plausible that Andrew Wiggins is a better version of himself by the end of the year.
All right.
And you decide we're opting out of Chris and we're moving on from Clay.
All right.
You've got a draft pick and money. That's all plausible.
All right. And not a ton of money, Mark.
Not a ton. Right. Not a ton. But could you reboot around Steph? Is that on the table?
I don't think you can reboot enough to make your team.
Well, I wanted to reboot. I wanted to already start the reboot, and then would be closer. You know.
Go ahead. We've been having fun.
So from that perspective, it's like, no, it's never done. It's what do you do next?
That's why we're watching. But we've been having fun. I'm like, what do you think Lakeup is thinking? Mark Willard and Dan Diddley, before we get out of here, you gave that man that contract, and this is how he paid you back. I would feel betrayed. If you're Lakeup, but you're Mark Willard, how would you feel if you had to deal with this and embark on this stretch without him again?
If I were a billionaire, I would probably be ticked at the league because that's the way they think.
But what? The league didn't choke anybody or...
Doesn't matter. Joe Lacob is about his business, and the league just came in and took one of his
but there
star
was an
performers.
infraction.
You asked me what I would think if I were Joe Lacob.
Oh, you would be at the league instead of Dre.
I don't think that.
Wow. Oh, okay.
But these are stubborn.
Dibs?
These are stubborn, high net worth, very selfish, powerful people who rarely see life through other lenses. Rarely. I guarantee you, I shouldn't say I guarantee, I would bet that there's been a phone call with the league going indefinitely. Excuse me, what the hell does that mean? I've got a business to run.
You would be hot at Dre, I got to believe.
Of course. Of course.
I would be too.
I gave him $100 million. And, you can't fault the league for doing what they did. They could have done this like 2 or 3 times ago. So if I'm Joe Lacob, yes, and I think about it logically, emotionally I'm mad at the league, but logically I'm feeling burned. Man, I gave this guy $100 million.
That's the word.
And this is how you do me? Come on, man.
All right, who you got today, gents?
Ramona Shelburne is going to join us in 20 minutes.
That's awesome. She is among the best.
Yeah, Kerr tomorrow, right? You guys got Kerr tomorrow. That's going to be great.
Is Jared coming on?
We'll see.
Greenberg?
Maybe.
Yeah, I like him.
Find out more details on him and where he came from. He came out of nowhere. I like him, though. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
We have the option in this contract.
There you go.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. Yeah, that's, to me, that's what I couldn't escape that thought all day, Dibs.
Yeah.
It's a rock band. It's a rock band, and it's probably getting about time to break up. And I mean that in a different way of like, trade Draymond or don't re-sign Clay. There's an aspect of this that's inevitable. There's just an aspect of this that's inevitable.
We talked about that, but I thought the inevitability wasn't going to be for years. And that to me is the part that I'm frustrated by because, yes, we thought that it was inevitable. And you're right. Everything is inevitable. You and I and this great radio show that we have, this great radio station. Heck, radio itself, Mark, the end of radio is inevitable. But the inevitability of the Warriors should not have been 24 games into this year. It should not have been this fast. The inevitability should have been after one. It should have been, okay, this year goes the way this year goes. And, Clay diminishes a little bit and Wiggins is finding himself and Draymond does what Draymond does. And Steph is still good. And you go 42-40 and you're the 8th seed and you lose in the play-in game. That's a bummer. You try again next year. And next year, everybody gets a little bit worse. And you go 40-42, and you're the 9th seed, and you make it through the play-in game, and you win a series, and then you lose in the semis. And then you try again. And everybody gets a little bit worse. And then you go 30-52. And in year 3, it's like, okay, Steph is 37, and these guys are all 35. And now we know that the end is nigh. The end is near. The inevitability should not have happened before the end of this calendar year.
I guess it depends on what you're talking about. See, I would argue.
I just laid it out.
I know
what I'm talking about.
But I would argue that we were well past that already. This has already been happening. They already lost in the playoffs.
Right, but this feels like they're falling off the cliff. Klay Thompson's getting benched.
It feels like
Andrew Wiggins is unplayable.
Right, but that's in the moment. We don't know.
Draymond Green is literally not playing because he can't control his anger.
But we don't know how the story ends. It's, you know what I mean? Like, we can go, it's over, but it's not because they all still have uniforms and lockers.
Well,
so, like
Draymond doesn't really have a uniform.
Yeah, but he does. He actually can
practice.
He'll practice with the team.
Attaboy.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah, we are.
You know what I mean? Clay might hit 5 threes tonight. I have no idea what the hell's going to happen next, which is the beauty of all of it.
Of course.
My point, though, is the inevitability. I mean this much more as a view from 10,000 feet than where we sit today in the frustration of Clay can't shoot, Andrew doesn't show up, and Draymond doesn't play for the team for a while. I mean this more so from the standpoint of when major, iconic pieces, groups come together and they grow together and they build and they become big and then they become large and then they become gargantuan. This is what happens. It explodes like rock bands staying together, iconic rock bands. You get a Rolling Stones once, maybe once, where it's like, yep, same people, and now we're old, and we're just still touring, and we still high-five one another at the end of the show. They become such big brands. They become so rich. They've all got their own sort of blueprint and interests of what they want to do next, and it becomes very, very difficult for everybody to stay blended, and that's where we are. Draymond Green should never, in a perfect world, have gotten to a point where he's so big that he's empowered to just be like, not only did I do that, I'm going to do it again, and you can tell me to stop doing it, and then I'll do it twice. How the hell does that happen when, in theory, you're the third most important band member? I'll never say that you weren't vital. You were.
He's the bass player, you're saying, or the drummer?
People will have these conversations about, well, we couldn't have won without Dre. Maybe, probably. Could Dre have won without Steph? Laughable. So how do you handle it when those who are actually not out front, you're not the lead singer, but you become so big that you've got your own podcast and your own future and your own brand and your own interests? It becomes almost impossible to stay together. And for me, that's what this year has felt like. It feels like the big three are on 3 separate journeys. They're all trying to figure it out. so far none of them have.
Right. And why are all three trying to figure it out? And, why are they trying to figure it out the way they're trying to figure it out? Steph is trying to figure out how to be Tom Brady and how to continue to be elite and great into his late 30s and early 40s. And he's on a nice track. Now, is he a little bit down from last year and the year before? Probably. That doesn't mean he's still not one of the 5 or 7 or 10 best players in the association, because he is. Klay Thompson is in a contract year and he's hunting it and he's searching for it and he's having the worst year of his career, and it's getting worse because he's thinking about it and he's grinding over it. Now he can't even finish games because his coach has rightfully lost confidence in Klay because Klay's not getting it done. And then Draymond's on a whole separate track. Draymond is, I don't know what Draymond's motivation is, or if he's even motivated at all, or if he's just in such a place that he can't control it anymore. Like, he used to be able to control it to where he wouldn't commit these acts that result in these punishments. He would get into scuffles. He would get texts. He would get ejected. He would cost his team games. He would commit flagrants. But now we're at a point where every single thing he does is monitored, watched, and punished 10 times. Would have been.
I mean, you ever watch the show Friends?
Of course, we watch it every night before bed. That's actually
really still?
That's now our in-bed show.
HBO Max?
We watch it on...
Or is it just on... it's on Nickelodeon.
It must be Nickelodeon.
Round the clock.
Yeah, so we get in bed usually about 10 or 10:30. I clean the kitchen.
That's adorable, by the way.
It's pretty cute.
It's like a Sacramento King.
No, it's pretty neat.
Really
so
is.
we put baby down about 8:30. We watch some Bravo TV because that's what the wife likes, and I watch my sports on my phone or my laptop, and then we get in bed and we put on Friends because we want something that's easy, innocuous, and simple.
6 actors, largely unknown. 2 of them a little bit. 4 of them not at all. All of a sudden, iconic. And
who are the 2 known, by the way? Jennifer Aniston.
Courtney Cox a little bit. No, I'd argue Jennifer was a complete unknown. Courtney Cox a little bit.
Going in.
And Matt LeBlanc a little bit. Maybe a touch of Matthew Perry, but nobody was big.
Yeah.
And then within 2 years, they're all iconic.
Right.
And do you remember when they did a band together strike? And they were like, we're not coming back until all of us gets $1 million an episode.
Yeah.
And the network was like, hell no. And then a week later, the network's like, here's $1 million an episode. And you're all going to come back. And then you start to see what happens through the years. And I was reminded of Matthew Perry, and may he rest in peace, but I was reminded of Matthew Perry for a period of time, left the show and the taping for a little bit because he had a problem. He had a drug problem. And off he went, and he had to leave the show indefinitely. And then he came back. And you have a 6-person iconic group that have all gone their separate ways, and some have been more successful than others. And Matthew was the one who really had the inner demons, and now he is no longer with us. That's a little bit of, that's a much more serious version of what Draymond is. But you notice sort of like, I've always noticed this. That's what happens when a whole group becomes iconic. You're all these massive individual brands now, and it's very difficult for everyone to handle that the same way. Klay gets introspective, seems to be mad at himself all the time.
Yeah.
Steph's the one who's like, dude, I'm here and I'm fine and I'm older than you guys. Why can't you come with me? And Draymond is the one who is just self-destructive, like Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
And every band has that. Actually, in the rock band, sometimes all of them are. But, Kurt Cobain, self-destruct. Like, right? Lane Staley, self-destruct. Like, that's what happens. And that's been my feeling now, especially when they won the last one, which was so great. And we all loved it so much because it felt so much more organic and homegrown and unexpected.
Yeah.
But they came out of that just with like, yo, we've now checked every single box. And how do you handle that? Now it's stratospheric. How do you handle that? And they have all struggled one way or another since then to really stay there. And they probably won't.
Well, you can't stay there. And that's part of the beauty of sports is that as you get older, other teams come up. And if you look around the Western Conference, there are many, many younger, more athletic teams that are probably better. So now you're 2 years removed or a year and a half removed from your title, and you're older, and teams know you because they've watched you. And some of these players actually were in high school or they were teenagers or kids when you won your first title. So they've all seen you. So now if you're a 20-year-old NBA star in the making and you're coming up and you watch these guys when you were 11 or 12 years old win titles, you're coming for them. So everybody's coming for you, and you're older, and internally you're broken. Draymond Green is flying off the handle. Kevon Looney is having a down year. Andrew Wiggins, you might as well not even put your uniform on the way you're playing because you're even more of a non-factor than your non-factor days. Klay Thompson is really off his game, and Steph Curry is left kind of holding the bag and getting frustrated because Steph Curry is about 95% of what he was 2 years ago, and he looks around and he's got no help.
888-957-9570, where it's likely heading, if I buy my own analogy here of the rock band, if Steph Curry's the lead singer, quite frankly, the truth of the matter is you can come back with a new guitarist, and the average fan really isn't even going to notice. Now, this is different. Klay Thompson's not just a guitarist, but the truth of the matter is we've all seen bands who do this. You've seen Journey's tour over the last few years. Steve Perry's not in the band anymore.
No.
He's at Giants games in the box. That's the only time he's singing now. But they've got somebody who sounds like Steve Perry. Okay. And they're touring and they're filling out arenas, and all the people who are somewhere around our age or north of it are singing from the top of their lungs, and they're having a great time, and they'll spend $150 for tickets, and they don't give a rip. The probability here is that the Warriors need to go find a new Draymond Green and find a new Klay Thompson.
You can't find him, though. That's the problem.
Very difficult to find.
Different from a rock band where a rock and roll guitarist can come in and play the notes, and he can bob his head with long hair. You can't find another Draymond Green.
Probably not. Probably
it's
not.
Probably closer to being the Beastie Boys, where they lost one of the Beastie Boys.
And that was a wrap.
And that's it.
And that's a wrap.
And
right?
Tribe Called Quest.
I mean, yeah.
It's over.
Dave Grohl saw what happened to Kurt Cobain and said, I'm going to go start my own band.
Sure.
We're not going to wait and still call this Nirvana.
So Steph's going to Charlotte is what you're saying.
No. That
would be the equivalent.
I'm saying that it's likely. I don't know how the Warriors do this, and this is a long story that will unfold.
Right.
But the likelihood is if the Warriors do want to, it's so interesting. We've been talking about maximizing the end of Steph Curry's career. And what we've thought that meant for so long was another younger acquisition next to the big three. Well, maybe maximizing the rest of Steph Curry's career is actually turning the big three into the big one. Maybe that's what they need to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're there yet.
Easier said than done.
Of course. Of course.
Because who's trading for either one of those other two in the big two?
You don't need to trade Klay Thompson. You can simply let the contract expire.
Right, but you can't replace him with a $42 million guy because you're so far above the tax threshold.
But you don't need a $42 million guy. You need a
can
younger
replace
guy.
him with like an $8 million guy.
No, or more. Or more. There are ways. There are always ways.
Yeah, it's a little tougher in the NBA than it is in the NFL.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. We'd love to hear from you. We see you starting the lineup, 888-957-9570, and the great Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is going to join us in moments. It's Willard and Dibs.
To throw the ultimate holiday dinner party, come to Lucky. This week, USDA Choice Beef Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the...
and all that stuff. But I think for what's best for us and Draymond and everybody is, we help him with the appropriate amount of assistance, and then we judge and base it on his comeback, depending on, when the right time is. So it's indefinite truly means indefinitely, and so I'll kind of leave it at that as far as getting into the specifics of what that's going to look like and all. A little of it's a privacy thing, a little of it's team policy that we don't get into that stuff, so we'll continue to help him with things.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not a problem I normally have, but I'm having a hard time pushing my cynicism away today.
Wow.
When it comes to this.
You're normally not cynical at all.
Yeah.
You're very glass half full, and in fact, the glass is 3/4 full.
Yeah, no, the glass is just full.
Right, it's half full of liquid, and the other half is just goodness.
I've never understood what this whole half full thing. Just take it over to the fridge and fill it up. Everything's fine.
Right, and if the glass is only half full of liquid, the other half is full of just genuine optimism and goodness.
Means it's got room for all kinds of other stuff. But yeah, I mean that because look, this isn't to minimize anything, but does Draymond Green actually now just suddenly have a problem? And a month of therapy apparently is all that's going to be needed, or 2 months of therapy,
done and done.
I don't know.
It's like a sprained ankle.
I don't know.
He's out 2 to 4 with anger issues. Isn't that how it works?
I guess it is. I mean, but I understand the bigger picture. It's a show. It's an entertainment entity, and they don't want this visual out there. Ramona Shelburne, one of our absolute favorites with ESPN, with further perspective on this. Ramona, hey, always great to have you. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
We're good. I mean, what's your take on that? Like, the league is sort of saying what? Like, you actually think they think that Draymond Green's got sort of an inner mental health issue all of a sudden, or are they simply on the real saying we do not want this to be part of our brand?
I think it was. I think it's more the second. Like the second thing you just said, where it's whatever it is. Like every time you talk to Draymond, every time one of these incidents happen, he is always very compelling. He has an explanation. He even after the Nurkic thing, he was very compelling in talking about I was trying to sell the foul and blah blah et cetera. And I think it's just there's too many incidents too close together, and it's not about what happens on each one. There's almost not even a differentiation between incidents now. Like to me, the thing with Nurkic was like completely different than the Gobert situation, right? Like the Nurkic one I thought was reckless. The Gobert one I thought was more intentional. Like that was a bigger issue to me. But like they all end up in the same category because they're so close together and because the spotlight is so much on him. And I think the league is really torn here because they want the Warriors to be good, right? Like of course the league is better off when the Warriors are compelling and good. And Draymond is one of the great personalities in this game. He has relationships with 2 rights holders, right? With ESPN and with TNT. He's on camera for TNT. He does a podcast. Like he will be the next Charles Barkley whenever he gets done playing, right? And so they want Draymond Green in the league. They just can't keep having these incidents pop up because it's a terrible look for the league every time, right? And I think it's they've given him and the Warriors chance after chance to sort of make it stop, and they just sort of haven't been able to.
Yeah, it can't stop, won't stop, because it's and basically it's how Draymond plays. He plays on that edge, but now we sit with an indefinite suspension. And Ramona, Warrior fans are asking, indefinite, yes, I get that, but what is necessary? What are the checkpoints for him to clear in order for him to get back? Because it seems very nebulous in terms of, like, what does he have to go to 22 counseling sessions and be able to look at a picture of Rudy Gobert and not want to choke it?
Yeah, no. I mean, to me, it's the last time the league did this, it was with Kyrie Irving, right? Last year when there was the anti-Semitic post and then there was the bad press conferences, and it was just like one terrible news cycle after another. I think there was like 3 or 4 terrible news cycles after another, and it was like the suspension was indefinite. I think first the Nets did something, then the league did something, and then it was like, it ended up being 8 games or something. right? And then I think all told,
sounds right. Yeah.
Some of it was time he had already served, and he had to acknowledge something, and he had to meet with some Jewish leaders, and there was a few things that he had to do. So I think with Draymond, like they'll have some things that he needs to do. They'll have a checklist of whatever. And hold on a second, my 5-year-old is like banging on the door and needs something.
Do it.
Nice.
Do it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. He's like, I left my juice in your room. And I'm like, it can wait 5 minutes.
Oh,
that's a flagrant one for the 5-year-old, for sure.
Yeah. Oh. Anyway, so he's very persuasive when he needs to be. So I think the league is like, they just need him to show them enough of I don't want to say a change, but enough of an understanding like this really won't happen again. And I think what's hard for Draymond is that the way he plays is on the edge. Like, see, he has that passion and intensity and fire, and like that's what makes him Draymond. And so, how do you be Draymond? Like, it's like taking a lion and putting him in a zoo. I mean, you can't. How do you do that? Like he's a lion. How are you going to be the same guy if you're worried? And I think with him, it's, he has always said like, well, I know how to keep it in check. Like when I have 15 texts, I don't yell at the refs, and I know how to whatever. But like, it's the sort of wild swings and the Gobert thing, obviously. And, those are just this Sabonis stomp. Like, I mean, I think he's aware that those are lines that when you cross them, he's going to get the heat is going to be on.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us. I'm going to ask you something that is in stark contrast to the word indefinitely. But in your opinion, Ramona, a Warrior fan should be thinking what in terms of a reasonable amount of time that we're not going to see Draymond?
Couple weeks, feels like, are we going to see, do they want to bring him back before Christmas? Do they want those headlines heading into the biggest TV day of this part of the year outside of the finals, right? Do they want that? Do you want it after Christmas and I kind of get through that Christmas game and then turn the page and maybe that's it, and maybe in between Christmas and New Year's, like, whatever it is, like he hasn't, like, it's funny that the Nurkic thing is the final straw because it was kind of, to me, at least, I don't know how it played for you guys. Like I thought it was reckless. I didn't think he looked like a wild swing, but I didn't think he was trying to punch the guy. I think he was just out of control. It was like a wild swing, too hard, too physical. But that wasn't as bad as the Gobert thing, So I don't know. Like it's I don't know what benchmark he's going to have to press, but I do know he and Joe Dumars are extremely close. They talk all the time. They've known each other since childhood. Like Draymond has told me, like, I wouldn't be where I am without the Dumars family. Like he still calls Joe for life advice. Like whatever he's going through, whatever he's feeling, like Joe is very well aware of the whole situation. And so I think, it's almost like he's getting a harsher punishment or treatment because Joe knows him so well. But the league doesn't want to hear any explanations from him anymore. They just want it to stop. And that's where we are.
And if they want it to stop, and they want it to stop through a certain amount of whether it's counseling or meetings or therapy or whatever the term is you want to use to describe the quote-unquote work he needs to do, how can you have him come back any sooner than a month if you really want him to put in actual work?
I mean, I think it's I think they want to see that there's a recognition on his end that there needs to be work done. That's my read of it, because at least in his public statements, that hasn't been articulated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. So if he starts the work, if he's putting in the work, then in your mind, that would allow him to come back sooner as opposed to when the work is quote unquote done.
That sounds right to me. I mean, I don't think it's like, go, look, this happened with John Morant too. And he had a quote unquote indefinite suspension. He went to a week of treatment and was back, I mean, was that enough? clearly it didn't change the behavior. It happened again, and then he got 25 games. And so they don't want this to keep happening with Draymond. They don't want these lines to keep being crossed. And I don't know what they do to do it. To me, it seems like they're setting it up for if it ever happens again, this could be you're out. You're done for the rest of the season. I mean, they're setting this up for even longer next time. That's kind of where where this seems to be going, like an escalation of games. Now, could I see a world in which he seems super contrite and everything changes in the next week? Sure. And gets into therapy or whatever it's going to be, whatever he needs. I don't know, but I clearly, whatever conversations he has had with the league have they don't even want to hear it anymore. Does that make sense? It feels like, they don't, when people just don't want to hear what you have to say anymore. It's just not about words anymore.
Yep. Absolutely.
So,
yeah. Go ahead.
This feels like with him. And I don't know. Is it fair? You should say each incident should be judged on its own, but they've made it pretty clear it's not being judged on its own. It's being judged in light of previous context and previous incidents.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Ramona, big picture, longer term. What do the Warriors do about this?
I mean, they just have to. They just have to wait and see how he is. I got to tell you, I still think there's a lot of support for him in that building. I think this notion that they're going to get tired of his antics and trade him or something, I don't get that feeling from anyone in any position of authority at all. I think they are still very fiercely loyal to him and understand how important he is to their team. They just want the same thing, which is for these incidents to stop.
I think the bigger question then spills over maybe even to Klay Thompson in terms of if this season continues to go south as it has so far, and if Draymond's unavailable and Klay continues to struggle, do you get any sense that there will be motivation to, quote, blow it up and maybe try to rebuild around only Steph?
That's an interesting question. The sense I've had from the Warriors all year is that they still really hold on a second. My earbuds just
live parenting.
I thought there was
an AirPod.
I thought your dinosaur chicken nuggets were next to you also, and you needed to get those to the
all
kid.
All of a sudden, the AirPod must have come out of my ears slightly, and then it started going on speaker. It was weird.
Yeah,
okay,
it's crazy.
So
Damn
I think my sense is with the Warriors is everything they have tried to set up. Every time you talk to them, they still feel like they have a really good team. They just haven't gelled yet. Guys just aren't playing well. I haven't felt that external narrative about them that the dynasty's over, that it's all done, that everyone's cooked or whatever. That's external. Internally, I think there is definitely some worry about why Klay and Wiggins have not been effective this year. There's some soul searching there, and there's some okay, we're making changes and maybe that lights a fire under one or both of them. But I was just with them a lot last week, and there was no crisis of confidence. They were fine. They keep thinking they're going to still be a really good team. One person even said to me, we've literally given away 4 games. We should be whatever it is, 14-8 at that time. I can't disagree with that. I think they gave away the Clippers game in LA. I think they gave away the Oklahoma game, both Oklahoma games, right? There was the Sacramento game. They've kind of given away a lot of games that they could have won.
Yeah, they stole a couple too early. You know what I wonder, Ramona, is it lip service though? Because I'll tell you what a lot of people wonder here. They said the same thing all last year. We're a championship squad. We're a championship squad.
Yeah.
And then Game 6 happens in L.A., and they couldn't get to a microphone fast enough to be like, yeah, we really weren't a championship squad. So are you buying the line this year?
For now I am, because it was not a line when things were bad. It was when they came into the year, people felt like the chemistry was awesome. They felt like the team was hungry and everybody was loving Chris Paul, and there was a lot of enthusiasm about Kuminga. There just really were good feelings around the team coming into the season, and they started off well too. and then things really took a turn, and they've just sputtered and sputtered and sputtered, and a lot of it's been connected to, Draymond's suspensions. Like, when he's not out there and when it's a big distraction for as long as it is, like, it's hard for them to function as the Warriors. They just, you can get away with bad Clay or bad Wiggins if you still have Draymond and Steph, but you can't get away with the, bad Clay, bad Wiggins if you don't have Draymond. And if Draymond is not only not there and functioning, but a huge distraction.
And I wonder, Ramona, how much of this affects the ongoing question about Steve Kerr and his contract. And have you gotten any sense of Steve Kerr maybe being a little bit more reticent about signing on for more of this?
I haven't gotten that sense. He did say something I thought was interesting the other day, or not the other day, but I liked it when he was asked about it, I guess preseason. He said something like, I'm comfortable playing it out, I'm comfortable going into the offseason, kind of the same way Bob Myers did, right? Like, playing it out and seeing where things are and how things are, et cetera. It's this all, when we look back on these last few years of Warriors history, I think the time that you should look back towards is right after they won the championship. Okay. There was a bunch of guys that I think were in line for extensions, whether it be Bob Myers or Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, who were not really offered extensions right after in the wake of that 22 championship. And a lot of things that have happened since are directly tied to those guys not getting the bag or not getting that reward for coming together and winning a title in 2022. And then the uncertainty that is sort of opened up in and around everybody's futures, whether it be Draymond last year. I think that was uncomfortable for him going into the year. I think there was a period over the summer where he was really unhappy with the whole thing. It's been like that for a while. And I think we'll look back and say, was that a mistake? I don't know. I mean, if they had signed those guys to extensions, does the same thing happen, except now you're on the hook for a bunch of money? Maybe. But it certainly left the possibility for this kind of dysfunction, this kind of uncertainty that sort of pervaded the last couple of years.
Ramona, nothing happens in this organization without a green light from number 30. What do you think he is thinking right now about all of this? Because he's had Draymond and Clay's backs all along.
The sense I got from Steph the other day, I thought he was fine. I think he's frustrated. He wants to win. He's playing hard. He knows what it means that they keep losing. He's sort of in a stay-the-course mode. I know he and Draymond are very close. They talk all the time. I didn't get the vibe that he had any issues with Draymond. I think what he says to his face, what he would say publicly, like there's no Steph venting to other people that he's not saying to Draymond's face, right? I think everybody's kind of in the same place on it, which is we love you, we need you, but you've got to find a way to be out there. You've got to find a way to keep yourself on the court. And, that's really the bottom line. It's the ball is in his court. He's got to find a way to mitigate his behavior, control his behavior enough that he's not continually in the line of fire here.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though, Ramona? The harder he tries to stay on the court, the less he's on the court.
I know. It's just whatever he's doing is not working. So you got to do something different. And I think it starts with a sort of just recognition that this is a problem, and there's a sort of I have to wait till he speaks on it. I've talked to him a lot throughout this, but I haven't heard from him since last night. And I don't think there's a huge recognition of like the pattern of behavior. I think there's a sort of, this is a challenge I'm going to meet, and I can't change who I am and how I play. I'm just going to, tighten things up. And it feels like a micro issue each time for him rather than a macro issue. So I think, let's wait and see what he says when he finally does talk. I think it'll be a few days.
Ramona, were you just referring to Draymond or Steph? Did you talk to Draymond last night?
Not last night, no.
Not last night.
I didn't talk to not after they suspended him. But within the last couple of days, after we talked after the Nurkic thing, but it wasn't it wasn't before the suspension. And so it was kind of, I think with him, he's still in that same place. And I think this is the harshest ruling of all. And I don't know where his head's at after that.
So
it takes a little time to process.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go in a minute.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, do it. Juice refills for everyone.
I got a story to get out, and I'm like getting my texts. My texts are blowing up here. So
okay. Momo, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Kid needs a juice refill, and an article needs to be posted.
No doubt.
So
that's things more pressing than being on with Willard and Dibs, although I'd imagine
not much.
Her texts are blowing up because she's on this show. She didn't say that, but I'm taking that as fact.
Spoke to Draymond right after the event in question.
Before the suspension, after the incident.
And I don't like what she just said with regard to Draymond. He's still in that same place.
What would you expect him to do?
I wouldn't expect anything.
Exactly.
I would not expect anything different.
Exactly.
I would hope for something different.
I get that. And for me,
that same place is labeled defiant.
Right. That same place is labeled Draymond.
Yeah.
And Draymond has made it from where he started in Saginaw with a single mother, growing up in a very hard scrabble environment, fighting through Michigan State in Lansing, getting to the NBA as a second-round pick, fighting his way into a starting lineup, becoming a 4-time champ, an Olympian, and a Hall of Famer. It's all born out of that same defiance. So for anyone to expect for him to now show contrition or self-awareness or some sort of apologetic behavior, it's not going to happen.
I'm sure his trip to rehab overnight is going to fix it all, though.
Right. And rehab, we're using rehab as an umbrella. He's not going to rehab.
No, I don't know where he's going.
Nobody knows. I'm sure he's not going to. I'm sure he's not sitting around a circle with 10 other people.
I don't know. What do anger management classes look like? I've never been to
probably one-on-one. I've never been to them either, but I would imagine he's not in a room saying, "Hi, my name's Draymond. Hi, Draymond.
My name is."
It's been 23 hours since I've gotten angry. It's not what he's doing.
Draymond Green. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your calls on all of this next. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for
I still think there's a lot of support for him in that building. I think this notion that they're going to get tired of his antics and trade him or something, I don't get that feeling from anyone in any position of authority at all. I think they are still very fiercely loyal to him and understand how important he is to their team. They just want the same thing, which is for these incidents to stop.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, big surprise. The Warriors are going to have Draymond Green's back.
Stunning.
Who's seen that before? But
it's worked before, too.
Well, and I'd argue what else, honestly. There is a piece of this when we start asking what the Warriors should do, what can they do. I'd ask, what else can they do? What else can they do? He's signed for 3.5 more years. It's not like, by the way, as we start talking about declining skills, Draymond is far from the poster Warrior player for declining skills.
He's been the second best Warrior this year.
Yeah, exactly. The guy is playing fine. So I think the Warriors, and I would buy this if they're sitting there looking at it going, dude, if you could just get him to sort of comply, we still have a player.
Yeah. Well, you have to think that when you've got 3.5 years. And I look at the Dunleavy quote from today, and he says, quote, I think this is something a lot of people see as a problem, but we're looking to turn it into a positive. That's Dunleavy. He's at a point in his career and his life where you want to get some things straightened out. Maybe you need a jolt like that. I think it's been very positive, very open, and I'm extremely optimistic. we can get where we need to go.
Of course he's going to say that.
With a guy under contract for 3.5 years and a guy who's won 4 championships. So, and Mike Dunleavy has been on the job for about 4 months.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, I mean,
so
what's he going to say? Like, you have to.
No, but it speaks to what you're saying about how the team is going to look at it.
Yep.
And, if it was a player in the last year of his deal, and even like you look at Jordan Poole, and, and Mike Dunleavy said, yeah, Jordan Poole's under contract, and we expect him to be, with us for, a long time, ... And he was traded about 4 minutes later. And now you've got Draymond Green, 12 years in the organization, 4 titles, Hall of Famer, DPOY, all the rest of it. What's he supposed to say? You know what? This is it. We've had it with Draymond Green. We're trading Draymond Green.
Well, even if they do feel that way, they're not going to say that publicly.
Because then his value would plummet, the rest of it. So, of course, he's going to say that.
His value has plummeted plenty. I will say this, and I don't know that anyone has said this yet. I really don't think the Draymond Green story is all done. Like, there's a lot of...
Of course not.
No, but what I'm saying is I still think he is a good basketball player. I do think that he's going to come out of this and function for the Warriors for the rest of this year and for next year, probably the year after that. I don't know. I know he's got 4 years. We'll see where he really, really starts to decline. But as you just said, he's not been bad this year. He wasn't bad last year. So there's a lot of the word done being thrown around today. And I know that people mean the bigger picture, the Warrior run, the dynastic group.
Sure.
And maybe that is the case. Are they done winning championships? Are they done, period? Are you done watching them? Done. He not done. He's not. This is not an ending. I do think that Draymond Green, and just get ready, Dibs, and throw something at me if you think this is ridiculous. I do think on some small level he's going to comply.
What does that mean? Before I throw something at you? Because we've done 2 years of shows now, and I'm yet to throw something at you. Other than harsh words.
That's true.
And the occasional, and I won't even throw you a dirty look. What gets you more is a dismissive chuckle. And I've learned that, and so I've really tamped that down.
I don't like a dismissive chuckle?
Yes.
I like a chuckle.
You don't like a dismissive chuckle.
I don't like anything that's dismissive.
Exactly. Exactly.
You hear it in my opinion? No. Jung-Hoo Lee, what a crappy signing. I'm sorry, you don't know that. I don't know that it's a good one. I'm not saying you did this.
I know this. Once he sets foot into San Francisco, he's asking for a trade. Because this place is a hellhole.
Sure.
We'll get into that.
We'll get to it.
I
got stuff.
Someday.
As you saw, I was just talking to KCBS, and some of the stuff might air over there.
Stop whopping me.
I'm upset. I'm upset with what Buster Posey said.
Good.
And I know a lot of you are.
Yeah.
And so we'll get into it.
No, we'll get to it. And
I just don't like dismissive in general. What's the point?
I don't want to throw anything at you, but I want you to say what you're going to say. You said...
I said on some level he's going to comply.
Right, and I think that's hilarious.
Okay.
I think it's hilarious. I'm Team Guru.
I think that Draymond is going to, when he comes back, I think that you're going to see him tap the brakes a little bit. He did not last time.
I think when he comes back, he gets a technical foul within the first quarter.
I'll bet you on that.
Well, I mean, obviously the first quarter is a little bit dramatic.
What would you put the over-under at?
3 games.
Okay, I'll take the bet.
You don't think that in his first 3 games...
I'll take the bet.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I'll take the bet. First 3 games.
He's getting a tech.
Let's bet.
What do you want to bet? Because do we want to
$1,000?
Do we want to wipe the slate clean?
Want you to pay for Christmas. $1,000.
$1,000 would just be a drop in the bucket.
I know.
I'm a newlywed.
Pay for one of my kids' Christmases. $1,000.
I already offered to babysit your kids, but I won that bet.
Yeah, but you still owe me a pizza, too.
And you owe me a night of babysitting, which is more expensive than a pizza.
It depends on how many hours, which we never came to.
Well, it's, yeah.
By the way,
gas money to get from your house to my house is more than a pizza.
Nobody said it was going to be at your house. Oh, we got terms to negotiate. I'm not bringing the baby to
your crib.
Well, then
you don't have baby toys.
Apparently, we've got
your house is not baby toys.
How do you know I don't have baby toys? Maybe I'm a complete weirdo.
True.
That's fair. 888-957-957. Let's go to Asante in the city. Hello, Asante. What are you doing?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, this isn't going well, Asante. You're going to need to say something else.
Words.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hi. Yeah, radio. Here we go.
No, I was on hold for like 3 hours. I'm just joking. No, hey, I'm feeling like with the Warriors, man. I feel like a lot of those players are looking to exit the team and head into a different direction. I'm thinking like Draymond can be possibly looking to head to L.A., Clay as well, you know what I mean? But I think it's over for those guys. I think it's over for this actual roster, to be honest with you.
Asante, you might be right, but can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How come every time something goes even a little bit haywire, we accuse Clay and Draymond of wanting to go to L.A. when their actions 1,000% of the time and their words have all been a neon sign that they want to finish their careers together?
I see what you're saying, but you're right. I still think that the relationships that these guys form outside of the organization, I feel like it's still tempting. I always thought, I promise you, I always thought that Draymond or Clay will be interested in leaving to the Lakers at the end of their career. I thought about this like 7 years ago.
No, I know we do, Asante, and they've never, ever, ever, ever done anything to suggest
it. Well, Draymond had a chance to do it just this last offseason.
And basically, I mean, he's even insinuated that he took less money. He has said, I want to ride out with the guys I rode in with. Clay's dad has been on Twitter within the last 2 months saying he's a dub. He's not ever going anywhere. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the Warriors are even going to offer him a contract after this year. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I just like this whole Lakers thing because LeBron's there and Draymond's with Clutch, and Clay's dad was a Laker and works for the team. We have constantly attached them to the Lakers, and there's zero evidence, none, that that's what they want to do.
Right. They've never said it. They've never taken that opportunity when they've had it. And, Clay had the opportunity when he was hurt, so it wasn't really much of an opportunity. He's got a great deal to stay in rehab and play as a Warrior. But Draymond Green had the chance just about 4 months ago, and he chose to stay here and take less.
YouTube.com/957 The Game. We'll be chatting it up on YouTube during the breaks on our chat window. So come join us over there, youtube.com/957 The Game. You can watch the show. In addition to listen to it, you can like and subscribe and get the content all day, every day, round the clock here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, a lot of you want to weigh in. So Andre, Dan, Jason, David, Eric, and Bruce, stay right where you are because here we come on Willard and Dibs.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an...
The sense I got from Steph the other day, I thought he was fine. He's frustrated. He wants to win. He's playing hard. He knows what it means that they keep losing. He's sort of in a stay-the-course mode. I know he and Draymond are very close. They talk all the time. I didn't get the vibe that he had any issues with Draymond. What he says to his face, what he would say publicly. Like, there's no Steph venting to other people that he's not saying to Draymond's face, right? I think everybody's kind of in the same place on it, which is, we love you, we need you, but you've got to find a way to be out there.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And as I said to her, the harder he tries to stay out there, the less he's out there. He's officially, as of tonight, missed half the games essentially this year, and he's going to miss a whole lot more. I will tell you something else, though, before we go back to the phones. Something else that popped up, and it looked like you weren't you surprised when I asked her what's a reasonable amount of time where we could think about maybe a return?
Yes.
She's like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks. My brain was
2 months.
No, my thought has been at least a month, which is about 10 games. There's 9 games left in December.
Yeah.
So my thought has been, let's see about January, which I still believe, because she brought up the point, like, do they really want this headline going into Christmas Day, their biggest day of the year? Probably not. So I do think it's going to be after that. But the fact that she's even talking about some sort of a reevaluation sensation within the next 2 weeks and potentially even before Christmas. I know 2 weeks gets us after Christmas, but I'm sorry to tell everybody, not that many shopping days left. But anyway, wasn't that a little surprising?
Yes, stunning, in fact. And if that is the way it goes, then that's a joke. The whole thing is a joke. It's a dog and pony show, and you never really wanted to help Draymond at all. If the whole thing is, we want to help Draymond Green, we want to help Draymond Green work through whatever it is that has caused him to do all these things. Stomp, choke, punch. As I said, his last 26 games, stomp, choke, punch. And you can go all the way back before that, flagrants, yelling at the refs, whatever you think his issue is. It's clear that the league thinks there's an issue. Okay, so let's address the issue. If you're going to address the issue, you can't address it in 10 days. Now, can you address it in a month? No, but at least a month gives you the proper amount of time for him to take a step back and maybe start to put in work, and it becomes more than just optics. And if you're going to say he's suspended indefinitely, well, indefinitely for me is more than 5 games. You already gave him 5.
Oh, he's going to get 5. He's going to get more than 5.
So if he gets 5, then he is back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's back on Saturday, December 23rd. That's 9 days from now. So that's not even 2 weeks.
No,
if you
that's not happening.
Okay, if you give him 10, then he's back January 4th against Denver at home. So then you give him 10. But if you make it indefinitely, that to me is more than 5. You've already given him 5. And it's more than 10, because if you give him 10, then you give him 10. So I don't see 2 weeks like Ramona was saying. If you're giving him just 2 weeks, then give him 2 weeks up front.
Well, I think that there's 2 things. One, they're buying themselves a little bit more time to figure this out. And 2, they're sending a message to Draymond that we're not going to write it in ink, because when we write it in ink, you go, okay, and you serve it, and you come back and you're the exact same guy.
Right, that's fair.
They need to, they're trying, I think, with their messaging, not to scare him. I don't know if you can scare Draymond, but they're trying to create some discomfort. Hey, Draymond, you're suspended, and I don't know when you're coming back. You know this. I deal with it like we all deal with this, right? You take something from the kid, right? I took the video game machine last week.
Yeah.
Within 2 seconds, when am I getting it back? And boy, does it drive him nuts when you go, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is an indefinite suspension.
Ooh, boy.
And I will put the damn machine back when I see you change. Okay, that's uncomfortable.
And not change once, but make it change and make it seem like it's going to stick.
Look at the man in the mirror.
Thank you, Michael.
So they're trying to create some discomfort. And they probably have, which is why I do think, and maybe I'm being so naive here.
Pollyannish.
Well, I don't think that he's going to be a new man when he comes back, but I think you're going to get a tiny bit of compliance. Not a lot. You're still going to be Draymond, but I think you're going to get a little bit of compliance because, look, the messaging, he can't come do it again. You do it again, that's it. year's over. You're gone.
No, you're saying do it again.
You cannot physically assault another player on the court.
Fine.
You can get a tech.
That's what I'm talking about.
You can bark at a ref. That's never going away.
Exactly.
That's not what I mean.
That's what I'm saying. He's getting a tech within 3 games for sure.
Right, and I will bet you on that. But I do think you're going to see him tap the brakes a little bit when he gets back.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay,
I'm not saying he's going to. I'm not saying he's going to double down. And the first chance he gets, he's going to clothesline or punch or stomp, and he's done all those things. He's flail kicked. He's groin punched. He's clotheslined, he's body slammed, he's stomped, he's punched, he's flailed. He's done it all. He's touched almost every box in terms of flagrant fouls. And I think when he comes back, it's going to be, I'm back. Draymond's back, and here we go. I'm back to doing what I do. I'm playing the way I'm going to play. League be damned.
Yeah.
I don't think he changes one iota.
I won't be surprised. Like, you might be right.
Yeah.
But I just think... I think that this is going to send the message to him that this is your last try now, unless you want to miss the rest of the year. And that threat will work. That's a lot of money now. Okay?
Yeah.
It's a lot of money that you'll forfeit if you go haul off and clothesline somebody again. So let's hear from y'all. 888-957-9570. Eric in Danville. Hi, Eric. What's going on?
Yeah, how you doing? Happy holiday to all of you. But look, you guys exaggerating too much, you know? I mean, if you look at the video, you could see that the guy held him in the back. But now, if you see how Draymond Green playing, he always with open arms. And when he turns around, he didn't hit him on purpose. Absolutely not. Have you seen, I'm sure you've seen a lot of soccer games. Have you seen Messi playing? I mean, this guy can chop your leg before you know. So come on, get it over with, you know? I mean, look what Lambert did. Look what the Draymond, what's his name, from Piston did.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman.
Leave him alone, you know? He made a mistake.
Eric, can I interrupt you for a sec? And the only reason is this. You speak for many. And unfortunately for you, I'm sorry, your days are done with regard to being able to fan like that. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're welcome to have any opinion you want. But these leagues, that's done. We're done with the old days of rub some dirt on it, get an injection, and get your butt back out there. You might be right. Are we all too woke now? Maybe. But you're going to the blue tent. You're leaving the game. You're not allowed to clothesline everyone. This is an entertainment league that does not want those visuals on television. This is a television show. And so anytime someone goes, hey, Lambeer did this and Rodman did that, different world, different league, different world, no dice, not allowed anymore. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
These people, but I'm saying we're talking about sport. But I look at the video for 100 times, and I see him getting held in the back.
Yeah.
And if you see Draymond playing, he's playing always with open arms. Quiet. I'm talking to the.
I love bonus takes.
What a perfect. Great. Yeah. What's the kid say, Eric?
What do you say? Do you like Draymond or not? Rom, do you like Draymond?
Yeah. See? There you go, Eric.
That's so great.
There it is.
Yeah.
Teaching America's youth perfectly.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and clock someone along the head if they touched you first.
Well, he was holding him, and that's what Eric was saying. Draymond was being held by Nurkic, and I think Eric was going to go on to say that, Draymond was just trying to get away, and he lost his balance, and his arm just happened to swing back and just happened to connect at full extension with Yusuf Nurkic's face.
I mean,
it was happenstance, Mark.
Listen.
Get over it. Nurkic actually, it should have been a double common foul, and let's play basketball.
It's amazing to
1977.
Me. Look, Eric's not the first caller the last 2 days to come with this take, which is that apparently Draymond is totally justified with all of these acts built together. The league is trying to tell him and all of you something very clear. This isn't about that act. It's about the actor. They're trying like hell. They're releasing statements that are telling you. He's not being suspended indefinitely because Nurkic held him and he hit him in the face. He's being suspended indefinitely because he has decided now to start acting in a way that is the opposite of what this multi-billion-dollar company sees as the way it would like to present itself to the world. That's why he's being suspended indefinitely. Just like John Morant, just like Kyrie Irving. The league doesn't like anti-Semitism, it doesn't like guns, and it doesn't like unnecessary violent views. That's why they're suspending these guys. It has nothing to do with one act. It has to do with the message that these players are sending on TV, and the NBA doesn't like it.
Yeah, in a contract year, as you mentioned yesterday, and somebody reported that, which is a great thing to point out, that the leagues are now entering into negotiations with their TV partners, and television ratings are everything, and the money generated by TV is what fuels this whole thing. And yes, Draymond is good for the drama part of it, but the casual fan, and I saw many Warrior fans in my Twitter feed talking about how they're done with Draymond, they want him gone, they're done with the Warriors and this and that. It's not an optic that the league wants to have one of their frontline players, one of their star players, acting in a way that runs counter to what the league is trying to promote.
888-957-9570. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. By the way, while you're there, you can do it for the other shows as well. Check out what they've been doing even today, Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo and their reactions to the Draymond suspension. And if you missed Ramona Shelburne on with us earlier, you can check that out as well. Let's go to Judy in Moraga, one of our absolute favorites. Hi, Judy. How are you?
Oh, my God, you guys, I'm like addicted to you. This conversation is so complicated. It's so intense. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but at the summit in May at Bonvino,
yep,
you asked, if Mark, it was you, like, should Draymond go?
Yep.
And honestly, it was a split vote. There was a lot of loud noise around it's time for him to go. But here we are, and now I wonder, first, what problem are we trying to solve with Draymond? Because is this personality? Is it mental health? Is it behavioral? Because the behavioral part is not working. He's gotten enough penalties, like a smart person could figure it out. Like, I better change my behavior or I'm going to lose my job. He hasn't figured that out. I believe it's a mental health thing because do you guys remember that documentary with Deepak Chopra where he was talking about his anger management issues and all that kind of stuff? He's been fairly open about his struggle with anger management.
Yep.
So now here we are with this indefinite suspension, and if this isn't, I'm with you honestly. In the if this is a 5-game, don't. I mean that's the wrong message for sure.
No doubt. Which is why, that's why I don't think that's why they didn't come down with it that way this time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a much bigger problem and a role model to boot. And last thing, I know other callers are probably dying to get in on this, but I called you guys when we were playing Boston and the crowd was chanting F you. And, here's Draymond's little guy with him. And I felt so badly. And I said, it's got to be so difficult from how you respond to that kind of pressure and that kind of anger. And yet I guarantee we've got fans all over the world that are thinking, what is this guy's deal? It's just sad. It's really sad.
Judy, thanks.
Judy, thank you.
We love hearing from you.
Yeah. And the good people of Bonvino out there in Walnut Creek.
It was a great day. I remember it
Phenomenal
well.
Day. Exactly. And you put it out there.
We've referenced it many times.
And you've crowdsourced and, you lead us through all these summits and you always put out a couple of questions to the crowd. And that one was maybe the most stunning one of all. And you said, how you feeling about Draymond Green? You want him back? Who wants him back? Who wants him gone?
It felt at least 50-50. It might have been 55-45, get him out of here.
It was a dead 50-50.
Yeah.
I think Judy's right.
Yep.
And I wonder now if we were in Buonvino today in Walnut Creek, it'd be a lot cooler if we were, quite frankly. And if you ask that same crowd, who wants Draymond back?
Oh, yeah. It would
who wants him gone?
Yeah, it would
It'd be 80-20, I think.
Might be 90-10. Yeah, I'm with you. I do like what Judy said. I think it's always important for us to remember this. I always look for spots where I don't feel like I can relate and then try to keep an open mind toward that. In other words, she's referencing like, okay, we hear Boston chant F you Draymond and print T-shirts. No one, and I'm not asking for anyone to feel sympathy. The man makes $25 million a year, and that's part of the show that he's in, and it's a very well-earned reputation. He's worked hard for it, and he got it. But let's not act like we know what it's like to be in that fishbowl. And so I don't know how that's affecting him.
Right.
I don't want to sound today like I'm blowing off the idea that he has a real issue. I just feel like we all do. We all do. I think everybody could use some therapy, and I also know that when you go to therapy, one session doesn't do it. Okay?
Of course.
And so what Ramona said that stuck with me is I don't even think the NBA is not looking at this like you got to go get fixed and come back when you're fixed. No, you got to go let this chill. You got to start. And if we feel comfortable with the direction of the process and the way that you're going to handle it going forward, then we'll talk about reinstatement. And that probably won't be that long unless he goes haywire in this process.
And
which
puts out a podcast.
Yeah, which he's not going to do. One thing we've all agreed on for years, Draymond's smart. He's very smart.
This is not about smart or dumb, though.
It is coming back. Oh, yes, it is.
Well, I think this is and yes, you can get through the protocols.
Play the game.
And you can come back. Yep. But if you come back, your problem is not going away. And I'm looking at some of the comments from what Judy referenced, the Deepak Chopra Prime Video show called The Sessions, where he acknowledged his on-court rage, and he explained how rage is, quote, 100% a part of his identity. And he went on to say, I go on the floor, and no matter what, no matter who gets in the way, it's coming out. But it's emotionally draining. So you're asking a guy who has issues with his own rage control, you're asking him to go into an environment where the very act of performing brings out the rage. It's competitive. It's physical. It's physically demanding. Your adrenaline is through the roof. You've got adversaries on the court and in stripes, and now we're asking him to be able to control this rage. I think that the very nature of him being a basketball player at this level is setting him up to be a failure in terms of rage control.
Well, that's interesting because he's been an unequivocal success.
He has, but he's always been... he's been a success, but he's also been a failure.
It's getting worse. I don't think he's been a failure very often until this point.
There have been incidents where his lack of rage control has cost his team victories.
Sure.
And there's been collateral damage.
No doubt.
To his lack of rage control.
Yes.
And it would be like being in our business and having an aversion to conversation. Like if you hated it to talk to people and you were in sports talk radio, it probably wouldn't work. So you're asking a guy who has anger management issues, and you're in a situation where people are going to try to get your goat. And
purposefully.
There are 19,000 people in Boston chanting F you Draymond, and you're supposed to contain yourself?
That's the other point that I think is a really, really good one and an interesting one, because you talk about if somebody has a problem, well, where do you go? Well, you're supposed to go to the place where everything is positively set for you to not get triggered. Well, when Draymond comes back, it's actually going to be the opposite.
Right.
The environment will not only be what often triggers him, but the people around him will be trying to trigger him.
Exactly.
And it'd be like, you know what I mean? It'd be like you come out of alcohol treatment and they send you to a bar, and when you sit down, everyone's going, drink, 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 drink. That's what we're heading for.
Right.
That's weird. That's different. And you're right. That's very challenging.
It's challenging, and it's unique to his career. And, his career, by nature of being a professional athlete, and you mentioned this before, the expectation is just handle it. It's part of your job. Handle going to Boston and having 19,000 people chant F you Draymond, because that's part of the job, right? And imagine if in our business, every negative thing said on the text line, on the phone line, on the YouTube feed, if every single thing that was negatively stated about you, I had to read it and you had to read it and the boss would come in and read it and, Grandy and Lucas would chant it and you'd be surrounded by it.
Not that far from the truth.
Yeah.
We can make that happen. If
Yeah,
you want.
exactly.
You already buzz me every time I speak, Grandy. So I'm used to it. You can't get to me. Yeah. Oh, that feels good.
I'm just saying, correct. I do buzz you.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah, he gets to you every day. What are you talking
What?
about? Yeah.
I love Mark Grandy.
Vince in the city. Hey, Vince, what are you
I
doing?
hate Mark Grandy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just got off of work.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Not us.
I got to sit in traffic now.
Yeah, boy.
Anyways, Draymond, I've been sticking up for him and, trying to defend him for a really, really long time. And it's getting really hard now to defend him. I remember maybe 6-7 seasons ago, Draymond was the guy who used to go around. He was like that annoying little brother who just kind of poke you in the side. He would do that to guys that he knew he could get texts called on to. And he'd get those guys teed up and he'd force them to change the way that they're played. Well, now that's changed. He's now the guy who everybody's going after. It's been apparent since 2018. He's the guy who's getting goaded into these calls. They talked about it before, and it's now it's just, now it's just Draymond being Draymond. But, it's kind of like bullies get bullied. And he was that guy. He's a tone setter. Somebody else said it. He's getting older. He may not be the same because he's definitely dropped weight so he can continue playing throughout the season. And now I think he's lost his edge and he's trying to find an edge and he creates an edge with all of this extra nonsense. And, I feel like Steve Kerr is going to have to go Phil Jackson with Dennis Rodman regarding Draymond if they decide to keep him. Because at this point, he's a liability on the court and he's taking up a roster spot. I hate to say it like that, but if you're not on the floor, that's somebody that could be on the floor playing to help the team win. And now you're banking on somebody who's questionable, whether they're going to finish the game or not.
Yeah, I don't think they feel that way, though, Vince. I get why you do, and I think you speak for many. But, Ramona even spoke to this. I don't think the Warriors are there at all. Vince, thanks. And I'm always drawn back to this when it comes to sports figures who are having some sort of trouble outside of the actual game, whether this is a legal issue, whether it's behavior within the game, but something that's outside of the X's and O's. The bottom line is if you can play and you can produce, they're going to keep trying to find a way to make you whole. And the Warriors really still feel like Draymond is good. They really still feel like they need him. I can't wait to hear what they say, by the way. This is another thing, and Steve Kerr tomorrow on Willard and Dibs. This is a team that has, for a year now, stated, we need him. We can't win without him. We're not a contender without the services of Draymond Green. And Steve Kerr just, as recently as Friday night, said, goal is a championship, and we're good enough to do it. Well, what about now? Because you've said you need him in order to do that, and now you don't have him.
Right, indefinitely.
So I'm really interested. I don't mean that that anyone's trying to pin them with their words, because the world has changed. But I'm very interested to hear how they spin that, what words they choose.
Right.
Going forward. Are you still a championship team? Because you said you weren't without him.
I think you're going to hear words like, stem the tide and, keep this thing afloat. And, we're still searching. We're 23 games in and we're still searching for our identity. And we're trying to get Andrew Wiggins up to where he needs to be. And, Clay is trying to find his place. And you know what, Mark? The other word you're going to hear, opportunity. Mm-hmm. This is going to give opportunity to Kuminga and TJD. And you know that AirPods has been playing great. BP off the bench. This is going to give opportunity to all what you fans want. The young guys. Play the young guys. Play the young guys. All right, Kuminga.
Here we go.
You ready for 30 a night?
Yeah.
30 minutes a night?
You're
getting it.
Let's see it.
Let's go.
Mike Dunleavy did address the long-term partnership of the Warriors and Draymond Green. We'll play that for you next. We'll keep going with your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I do want to tell everybody that, and probably in about a half hour, y'all know who Rowdy Tellez is?
I've just now heard of him.
He's a big, huge baseball player. Played for the Brewers, looks like a beer league softball guy.
Right.
He can hit the ball real far. And I think for a few years, when he was with the Brewers, it's like, oh, local guy, Rowdy Tellez.
What?
Northern Californian. And so he just signed with the Pirates as a free agent. I think like a $3 million deal a couple of days ago. And then he went on Foul Territory TV today and decided to speak on the Buster Posey comments about how the Giants essentially have a city problem, which was not his words, but that's how it got translated by the Chris Roses and Ken Rosenthals of the world.
Right.
And so now the national media has spent 48 hours telling everybody that the Giants play in the worst city in America. And we'll see how that goes. I think you and I both have some things to say about this. And Rowdy Tellez, who's from here, had a lot to say about it. And it might not be what you think. And he might not be who we think.
Right.
So we'll get to all of that coming up here in just a little bit.
I look forward to it.
But we promised the Dunleavy sound. Long-term relationship, Draymond and the Warriors. Here we go.
Yeah, I think so. We're committed to him. He's been here for a long time. He's hung a ton of banners and means so much to this organization. And like I said before, I think this is about, turning this thing into a positive and getting better. And so I think that happens and, we feel really good because, again, his play has been terrific. It's just been his lack of availability that's not been great, and we want to make that better.
Lack of availability.
That's not been great.
Right, but like you could have said that. Like his play is great. But his attitude has sucked. See, but they're still short of that, and I get why. But do you notice the subtle sort of messaging from the Warriors, which I think parrots what Ramona said that she has found out? The organization still totally has his back.
Of course they do.
Totally have his back.
How could they not? He's signed for 3 3/4 more years. He's got 60 more games this year, and then 82, 82, and 82. That's 306 games of Draymond Green.
Doesn't have to be that way. There's always another option.
Right, but it has to be that way until it's not that way.
Yeah.
And much like Jordan Poole, Jordan Poole's gonna be here. We signed him to a long-term deal, and Jordan Poole's gonna be here for a long time. Yeah. We have him under contract.
By the time he got to his car, he was a wizard.
Gone. Exactly. So same thing with Draymond Green. They're gonna stand by him until they don't stand by him. And they're going to stand by Draymond Green until the very end. I don't think they're going to trade Draymond Green. How can you?
Yeah. I don't think they want to. I don't think Steph wants to. We asked Ramona, how's Steph? He's fine. He's frustrated, but he's fine. You know what I mean? It's. I don't know if it's crazy or not, but Steph Curry is more patient with the teammates than the fan base is.
Right.
And he's got a lot more on the line than we do. He's got a lot more on it. The rest of his career, which is not long, is riding on who's playing around him.
This is house money for Steph Curry.
I don't think he thinks that.
I think that he is out there playing basketball to compete and to win, but I'm sure he's not grinding over his legacy. I need to win one more so that I can be ... But
I got somewhere, I'm going to put my vote somewhere in between the two things that you just said. Sure, obviously, just he's a competitor. Right. He's a competitor. Sure. Is he out there grinding on I need a fifth for my legacy? No, but these guys are wired differently. If you think that Steph is just so if I only end up with 4, that's fine. I don't think their brains are wired that way.
No, of course not. And the way he's playing this year, the frustration he's showing, it's because he wants to win. I'm not minimizing his desire to go out there and win, but when it comes to Draymond or no Draymond, even if he thought getting rid of Draymond Green would make the team better, I think that he would stand by Draymond as opposed to getting rid of Draymond Green with the possibility that your team might be better.
You think the loyalty is that high?
Yes, I do.
You might be right.
I do.
You might be
when it
right.
comes to Draymond and Clay. Clay, we'll see. It's a different story.
Tell you what, when people come to a realization, though, of how it affects them directly, you'd be surprised what a lot of people will do. You know what I mean? That loyalty. Take Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills. Yeah, this is my staff. I built this staff. We put this thing all together. We feel good about everything we're doing. Hey, coach, now you're 6-6. Don't really like what's happening. All right, fine. Offensive coordinator's fired. Offensive coordinator's fired?
Yeah.
The hell does that have to do with anything?
Can't fire yourself.
Exactly. So people will give you a pound of flesh if they feel like it's them or you. And if Steph Curry truly feels that his ability to win for the remainder of his career is blocked as long as Clay and Draymond are on the team, you might be surprised at what he would say. That's all I'm saying.
I'd be stunned, and especially when it comes to Draymond. Clay's a different issue because Clay got reportedly offered 2 years and $48 million in the offseason, and he turned it down, and now that offer is reportedly not on the table. So that might not be in Steph's control. Draymond Green, whether or not he gets traded, that's something that Steph Curry is going to have a say in. I don't think they're going to trade Draymond if they want to without Steph signing on to that one.
No, you're probably right.
Different story.
Well, and it's not now. The Clay thing comes up definitely at the end of this year. The Draymond thing floats in the atmosphere. I have no idea when this is going to come to a head, if ever. Maybe he will come back and he'll just be by freaking ya. Who knows?
Yeah, that's likely. I mean, yeah.
Let's get some more of your calls. 888-957-9570. Let's do Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie, what's up?
Hey, boys, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, last time we spoke, it was right before the deadline with Soto. We were talking about, does anybody want to come to Frisco? And Posey kind of like put a little deadly potion in there with his comments, but I don't really think that had anything to do with it. I would think not, but...
Well... probably about 20 minutes or so, we're going to have this conversation and play some stuff for you, Richie.
Yeah. All right. So basically, with the Draymond Green, and I heard when you say that where he came from and his background and everything. That really, and I don't think you're making excuses, but the guy's been in the league for 9 years. He's gone through that. He's made millions and millions of dollars. He's won 4 championships. There comes a point where it's got to be stopped. And I'm not comparing it to somebody that does something and slaps somebody and then punches somebody. Next thing you know, maybe he does something more. I think at this point in time, and you mentioned about the anger management, maybe he needs that. Maybe he does have to go to a place and say, my name is Draymond Green.
Maybe.
And I do have an anger issue.
Yeah.
And you know what? If he doesn't apologize, and you mentioned that too, and he doesn't see that he's doing anything wrong, because that was so blatant. And the NBA gets tarnished. I love the NBA. I've been following them for 60 years. And I hate this thing with the Greek freak the other night, chasing people about the basketball, the Draymond Green thing. We don't need that. And then real quick with your team, and I love your team. I'm a Knicks fan, but I've always followed the Warriors. They say that they're close. And I know you had an analyst on earlier. All teams are close. Like the Giants are close last year. They lost 9 one-run games in the last inning. But all what your record is. And right now their record says they're not that good. And it's funny. When Willie Mays retired, he said, I feel great. I don't know what the issue is. Well, the issue was he was 41. And the guys are reaching and they're committing fouls because the quickness is not there. And, they're close but not close enough. Again, that's what happens when you're not a winning team. So I think they're a good team, but like my Knicks, are they a championship team? No.
Well, yeah, probably not. Richie, thanks so much. Yeah, appreciate the call. I will tell you, when he said, boy, the NBA's losing me, he better apologize. 2 things. He did right after the game, number 1. But number 2, aren't you done with Draymond apologies or non-apologies? Why do we put so much into that? I don't really to me, the whole message of yesterday is no more words.
Right. Shout out Berlin.
Action time. No more words. I don't care if you apologize. I don't care if you host a podcast. I don't care if you tell people this is who I am and I'm going to continue to be me. Words, words, words. Everyone's done with the words. That's the message. That's not going to do it. Nobody wants to, Ramona said it, nobody wants to hear it anymore. This is completely, the cup is runneth over with the excuses and the words and the reasons and the I'll be betters.
So what are the actions that he can enact that would actually be meaningful off the court? There's nothing he can do off the court.
No, but no one's watching him off the court.
Right. So now you're going to suspend him indefinitely. And you're right, no more words. So now you're going to go do a month or 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever it is of treatment. And then he can come out and speak to it, which he won't do. But if he did, I've learned a lot in these 4 weeks and I'm ready to get back out on the court and I'm ready to be a different ball player out there. Well, no more words. So why would he say anything? All he can do is go out there and prove it and show that he's going to play a different way. But how is he going to play a different way when this is the way he's always played and this is the way that he's played and won?
Well, but it's not the way he's always played. There's two different aspects to this. He's always obviously played with an angry streak. He's not always hitting people every 4 nights. So
it was an accident, and he didn't. His words. It was inadvertent. He was trying to sell a call. He was trying to embellish a foul call, and he lost control of his arms.
Very few people buy that, and my response was, doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm not buying it either. I'm just telling you what he said, his words. This
is one of those situations where intent does not matter. I know people want, but he grabbed him. Yeah, great. Your behavior, whether intentional or not, has to change, and we warned you, and it didn't. And so now, Draymond, go bye-bye.
I was waiting for the drop. Draymond, go bye-bye.
Yeah. I liked the dramatic pause, actually.
I was waiting.
Go bye-bye.
I was leaving room for Grandy. Yes, he got there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Do you have the Ramona sound right there? Yeah, here's Ramona talking about that. No more words.
To me, it seems like they're setting it up for if it ever happens again, this could be you're out. You're done for the rest of the season. I mean, they're setting this up for even longer next time. That's kind of where where this seems to be going, like an escalation of games. Now, could I see a world in which he seems super contrite and everything changes in the next week? Sure. And gets into therapy or whatever it's going to be, whatever he needs. I don't know, but I clearly, whatever conversations he has had with the league, they don't even want to hear it anymore.
They don't want to hear it anymore. Remember I said Ellen Willard's phrase to me all the time when I was a kid, I've had it up to here. The league has had it up to here. So now you have to sit with the discomfort of the word indefinitely. Because if we do all sort of transfer the immature response whenever you get punished, the immediate response is, okay, well, how long? How long? Go to your room. For how long? I'm taking your
Until
car.
I say so.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't know.
Until I say so.
That's the answer. You go sit with that discomfort.
So no more words. So the only thing that Draymond can do now is to have his actions change the narrative, but he can't perform any actions because he's on timeout and he's in his room.
Right. They're going to give him another chance when they feel ready to give him another chance. I mean,
after which time he does what they need him to do.
Let me ask you
therapy, counseling, meetings, whatever it is. And I'm just playing devil's advocate because
I know.
I'm of the mind where he had this coming to him far long ago.
Let me ask you this. You think the league behind closed doors actually already knows about how many games?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I think the answer is 10 games. I think once we have the calendar change and we get to a new year, because you and Ramona, and when she was on, we talked about it, the optics of the Christmas game. So the Warriors play on Christmas yet again, and that would be, I think that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, and then Christmas. So he's going to be out for Christmas. If you would have given him 6 games, you would have given him 6 games.
I agree.
So I think he's getting 10 minimum, so he's out for Christmas. But do you want the narrative on Christmas to be Draymond's back and here's all the highlights of Draymond doing Draymond things, or the story of the Warriors are still without Draymond because Draymond was doing Draymond things. Either way, the Draymond Green part of the story is going to be a part of the story on the NBA's biggest day. So you'd rather have it be Draymond is still out because of...
Totally.
And if you're a casual fan, and that's when many NBA fans will watch on Christmas, if you're, you don't watch a lot of NBA, Christmas Day's become the NBA's day, even though this year you got football too.
Yep.
Shout out the Niners and Ravens in the game of the year. But if you're a casual fan, you don't want to see this guy playing on the heels of what he just did.
No.
You want him to be out and serving his punishment.
Well, I think that's true, casual or not, to be honest with you.
No, you're right.
The situations like this are when casual fans become much more than that. I dropped Christy's dog off at the groomer earlier today. You have 4 people in there. These 2 ladies, and if you wanted to sort of paint with a broad brush, they look like 2 people who would be the last people on earth to be big Warrior fans. And they had this little room that you walk into, and I walk in, 2 customers and these 2 sisters who run this business. And they're just like, and then there was the time with the foot on Sabonis, and they were just, and I mean animated conversation. And I think that's going on everywhere right now. Offices, living rooms, and that's the ultimate thing that happens on Christmas. You're exactly right. And so that furthers the point of why they won't want him back by then, because they don't want that to be, it's so much easier when it's just like, yeah, he's still not here. Okay, next story.
Yeah.
Here's how the Warriors have been doing without him. And that will be the lead into the game, as opposed to, as you said, a highlight package of him choking people.
Yeah. The stomp, the choke, the punch, and, even if you want to throw in some TMZ highlights, you have those 2 in case you need them to bolster your montage.
Let's go to Dan in Houston. Hi, Dan. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Oh, how you gentlemen doing? Quick question. Well, not even a question. I think that the biggest issue that I have is I don't really feel that the Warriors are done. Obviously, they're struggling. And I don't get this narrative around Klay. I think the context really matters. I think the issue with Klay is people keep comparing him to himself. But I think that Klay is still a better defender now than even so many other guards in the NBA, period. Younger or not, he just plays better defense than certain people. That's a fact. I think his biggest issue is that he's been tasked with doing more than he should, given other players not really stepping up, and in particular, Wiggins. But if you have a third piece doing more of the creative slashing or whatever you want to call it, then I think that just reduces pressure on him to do more, because the problem is you can't really take him out of his role. So that's, I think that's the bigger issue there.
Dan, thanks. I wonder this, piggybacking off what he just said, has this crossed your mind at all? I don't know how yet, and I think that's how it works. When bad stuff happens, and we've learned this over and over in our life, sometimes a year down the road you go, man, thank goodness for that. Jimmy Garoppolo, torn ACL. Poof, Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Right? Steph Curry, damn, ankle issues. Oh, 4-year, $44 million contract. Now you can have KD. A lot of times.
Pandemic. James Wiseman.
There you go.
Thank God.
Well, that didn't work out.
Oh,
but
yeah, sorry.
Anyway.
This is James Wiseman.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Anyway.
I get what you're saying, though.
That thing that you don't want, do you see the potential for that here? More minutes for Kuminga and he blossoms, or Draymond does react positively in some sort of a way, or the Warriors come back next year with, who knows, money to spend, draft capital, and young players who are much more experienced. Is there any chance that the next 4 weeks make the Warriors better over the next 4 years?
It's possible, sure. I mean, the Draymond part of it, I think is almost comical to think that this time it's going to take hold. This time Draymond Green's going to learn his lesson, And I'm kind of with Goo and what he was saying earlier, Steinmetz and Guru from 10 to 2 in terms of, he's going to play the game. He's going to get himself back whenever he can get himself back in the league. And it's going to be the same old Draymond. I don't think that Draymond Green is going to have that epiphany or that moment of reckoning where he realizes, man, I need to change. I need to change my way. And if he does, I'll be impressed, and I'll give him his flowers when that time comes. The other part of it, Kuminga minutes, TJD maybe getting in the rotation, and all the rest of what could be a positive outgrowth from this, I'll allow that. Yeah, that definitely could be something, and I hope it is for Kuminga because JK, he might be in the starting lineup tonight. We don't know yet.
Imagine he should be. Why wouldn't he be?
I mean, because Steve Kerr hates young people.
Well, that's true. I forgot. He does hate him.
Yeah, all of them. So, I mean.
Except for Pajemski.
It'd be more likely that he goes with Chris Paul because Chris Paul is 38.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
It's a good point. And he's built just like Draymond.
Right. He's older.
Come on, man.
We like the old people.
Kuminga better be in there tonight.
Should be.
He will be.
Don't know why he wouldn't be.
888-957-9570. How about Charles? It says on the San Mateo Bridge, I hope by now you got to the other side, Charles.
Yep, I'm in the East Bay, back home.
Good for you.
What's up? What's up, Willie? What's up, Dibs? Dibs is Charlie from the 01, man. I miss you over there. When's Dibber Claus coming through, man?
Yeah, the claws will be back, but with this baby, man, it's cutting into my bar time, Charles. You know that.
I understand. I got you.
Yeah, you feel me.
So, I'm an avid Draymond Green defender all the time. But
Charles, hold on. You either need to get closer to your phone or something's going wrong there where you actually fell into the
got
bank.
us on speaker. Come on, Charles.
You sound like you're 1,000 miles away.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, gosh, that's so much better.
Come on, man. You got to bring the A game. Let's go. This is drive time, Charles. You know better.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm an avid Draymond Green defender all the time, but on this one, I got to get on it because, see, it's a saying that my brothers say all the time: a grown man knows the world he lives in. And although I do agree with kind of the wussification of America, I don't think people should be beat people up on a basketball court and everything like that. And about the apologies, like he knows that the NBA has came out 2-3 times in the last 2 or 3 suspensions he's got and said that this suspension is based not on what he did in this singular event, but it's based on his overall history. So they let him know, hey, we got you on notice, and he's still doing the same types of things. Now, he did it on purpose. I mean, I know he didn't kill Nurkic like he jumped down on the ground and acted like he died, but that's not the point. The point is what he did. And they knew that he did it on purpose, and they're going to slam him for that because he keeps on doing it, and they already told him what they were going to do. Now, as far as him apologizing and all that, you can't. We live in a world now where, everybody expects this monotone response to every single thing in every single sport. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't even really be real. You look at an interview in 1985, 1992, them people was telling you, man, nah, I don't like him, or whatever the case may be. You can't say that anymore because we live in this hot take society that everything's such a big deal. So, it's like how Brock Purdy was the greatest quarterback of all time, and 3-game losing streak, and he's garbage. Now he's back being the greatest of all time. That's kind of like the microwave society we live in now. So the apology doesn't really mean anything.
No doubt. Well, Charles, we got to run.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. I'll come see you soon, Charles.
I'm glad you brought it up because, first of all, of course Brock Purdy's the greatest quarterback of all time.
Duh.
Who doesn't know that? But secondarily, yeah, and Draymond is one of the people who knows how to play the game. He knows what to say and when, at least so far. And I do think he'll do it again, and that's why he'll probably get back on the court sooner rather than later. Okay, we'll keep going with your calls, 888-957-9570, sponsored by Lucky California. But also coming up next, Rowdy Tellez, now a Pittsburgh Pirate. He's from Northern California. Wait until you hear what he said about Buster Posey's comments about the Giants having a San Francisco City problem. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
To throw the ultimate holiday dinner party, come to Lucky. This week, USDA Choice Beef Bone-In Ribeye Steaks in the Match Pack and Ribeye Roasts are just...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hang on, I'm sending a very important show-related text. Do you have anything you'd like to get off your chest?
I could have brought us back.
Okay.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs. Hit us up. 888-9579-570. Rowdy Tellez, your thoughts.
Okay, I sent it. Great job.
God,
Thanks.
man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good job. That was awesome.
I'm locked into this women's semi anyway.
Yeah, you are.
Volleyball semis.
In an uncomfortable sort of a way.
Not at all, actually.
Okay.
As a championship volleyball coach, this is one of the great events that goes under the radar. The national semifinals. Some high-level S.
Unfortunately, what's not going under the radar
Grandy.
are Buster Posey's comments the other day. And
it's a joke, to be honest.
It's really unsettling, to be honest with you. It's really unsettling that this was felt, and it's potentially even more unsettling that it was said publicly. Now,
are you going to read the comments
yes,
for the people?
Let's back up in case you don't know. Here's the story as it goes. So about a year and a half ago, Farhan Zaidi said something along these lines, but it was a little bit of a tiptoe around. The idea that they were having a hard time in free agency because of the city itself. Now, he didn't say it in as many words, but it was an insinuation sensation.
And there were chuckles interspersed, as I recall.
And it bothered people, there's no doubt. And a number of times since then, he has tried to backtrack on those comments and indicate that that's not really what he was saying. But his point at the time was we've targeted players with local ties. Okay? Jock Peterson, Mitch Haniger, ... Buster Posey came out earlier this week, and he just flat out said it. He just said it. And this was following the miss on Shohei Ohtani, and the media availability was about that, about what they tried to do to get Shohei Ohtani. Quote, Buster Posey. Something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, is there's a bit of an uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of the city with crime, with drugs. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball is secondary to life and the important things in life. But as far as a free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things. End quote.
Yeah.
Now, that gets picked up, and now the problem is it's being spewed by national media members all over the place. Some of them, I really, really enjoy their work and enjoy them as people, but they're speaking from cities such as Cleveland and New York, and they're simply grabbing this and running with it because Buster Posey said it, so why wouldn't they? Chris Rose, Ken Rosenthal, the Giants have a city problem. This is some of the most ridiculous poppycock that I have ever heard in my entire life, okay? Especially when the backdrop of these statements is to talk about the fact that Shohei Ohtani went to the Dodgers. Have you ever been to Chavez Ravine? Do you think that's a nice neighborhood? Are you kidding me?
It's Echo Park, Mark.
Yes, it is. And
Easy, we call it.
And nobody wants to do anything there unless you're going to a Dodger game. So to even point to the fact that the stadium surrounding area or the downtown of a city, a major city in America, is where most players would populate anyway is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How many athletes on the Warriors or the Giants live right next to Oracle or Chase unless they're Moses Moody and they're 12 years old living by themselves?
That is the correct answer is a lot of them, but it's the youngsters like TJD and Podziemski. I believe they all live within walking distance. Yep. If you're in your early 20s and you don't have a family and you want to spend all your time at the facility, then you live there. And the other piece of this, Mark, is that the area around Oracle Park and Chase Center, it's actually quite nice.
It is.
It's antiseptic, and it's as safe as any major part of any major city in this country. So to think that the idea of San Francisco's problems, and yes, there are problems, as there are in any other major city in this country, to think that that is a real deterrent to players coming to San Francisco is a cheap cop-out. And for it to come from Buster Posey, I think is reckless and franchise damaging.
Well, that's the big thing here. It's a completely separate issue that he said it. There are two issues here, that he felt it, and then that he said it publicly. The fact that he said it publicly is going to come off like an excuse as to why they've not been able to land free agents. And the problem is then it gets spewed everywhere, and now everybody just cruising around with, like, San Francisco has got a drug problem and a homeless problem, and it's like, yeah. San Diego, I've lived there, has a beautiful ballpark. It is surrounded by a really fun area that is overrun more than any other per capita American city by a homelessness problem.
Gas lamp? You're talking gas lamp?
Absolutely a massive problem in San Diego. So the idea that this city, our city, is experiencing this at a level that is different than every American city is buying into Fox News BS. And the problem here is that baseball is a much more Republican sport as far as its athletes are concerned than basketball and football. We understand the demographics of it.
Rich white people.
And that's why people have bought into this. And so if you're Buster Posey, I have no doubt that he is hearing this. Guess what, Buster? It's your job to dispel it. It's not your job to puppet it out to America. It's your job to tell all of these people, don't listen to the Bill O'Reillys of the world and the Tucker Carlsons of the world if we're going to have this conversation. Tell them what's actually going on. I walk through this city 20 minutes, two directions every day.
I do the same thing, Mark.
I've never felt safer. I've never felt prouder of this city. Is it in a down stretch? Sure. Cycles happen everywhere. But to buy in to complete crap that gets spewed in the media and then just regurgitate it out to the world as opposed to doing something about it and talking to the people in the building and explaining to them that that is completely not what's going on in this city is a total disservice to all of the fans and the organization itself.
And you don't even live here, Buster. I know where you live, and I won't put it out there, but you live close to where I live, and I won't speak to life in San Francisco as a resident because I haven't lived in San Francisco in 23 years. I lived in Oakland for 20, so I could speak more about life in Oakland as an Oakland resident for 20 years, but living in San Francisco, it's not something that I can speak on, and it's not something that he can speak on because he doesn't, even when he comes to San Francisco, I would imagine that he doesn't go into the areas that he is describing as areas that need some work because those aren't areas that are near the ballpark. And if you go to Oracle Park, you're not going to see a lot of the homeless problem. And, you know, their homelessness is an issue in San Francisco and in California for a number of reasons. But for you as a member of the Giants organization, it's your job to make this place seem attractive to free agents. And when you speak on it like he did, and this is all coming from Andy Baggerly's piece in The Athletic, we should give him proper credit.
Absolutely.
Because he wrote a great piece, and it wasn't just about this quote that we all have picked up on and we're all running with from coast to coast, but it's become a big thing. And it becomes negative stereotyping that affirms what many people believe, not only about San Francisco, but about many cities in California and in America. And if that becomes part of the narrative, if you're a free agent, like take Yamamoto, for example. I don't know. I know he was in Philadelphia today meeting with the Phillies. Yep. Does Philadelphia have a problem with crime, drugs, and homelessness? I haven't been to Philadelphia, but I would guess that they do.
Yes.
If you want to take any of the top 15 cities in America, you're going to find similar problems in similar fashions. If you want to go to Baltimore or New York, Detroit or Chicago, and all the rest of it. But to have Buster Posey, the number one Giants icon of the last 25 years, for him to be out there and put his name on it and put a face to this narrative is almost more damaging than anything.
And the damage that it does immediately showed itself, because here comes Rowdy Tellez on Foul Territory TV with a label across his head all over the internet, former Bay Area native,
right,
who's from Elk Grove.
Shout out, Guru.
And much love to all of our Sacramento listeners.
Eric Armstead.
That is not the Bay Area, and we know damn well the demographic difference when it gets into Sacramento County. Then Rowdy Tellez, here we go, via Foul Territory TV, just keep on pumping the beast.
I only know JD Davis, who I went to high school with, and he seems to like it, but that's close to home for us. We're sub 2 hours from there. So, for me, the city, man, it's just bad. I grew up going to Giants games. We grew up taking, Bart into the city. We grew up doing all that, and it was fine. But last 10, 12 years, man, it's just been a bad city. It's not nice anymore. It's not clean. It's hardly safe. But I don't know. I don't know on the baseball side. I don't know what goes on over there. I really can't speak much on that front, but it looks like it's just there's a lot of the recruiting process is different, and they're just not the same team. When you had Buster and Mad Bum and all those guys that were doing, they're winning World Series that's an easy recruiting process to bring guys in. But even then, I don't know what it is.
Thanks, dude. You've been living in Wisconsin for the last 5 years, so really appreciate you from Wisconsin to Elk Grove telling us what's happening on the daily inside San Francisco proper. Your point about the team, well taken and totally fair.
Totally fair.
And we all understand that. And these things are attached. They're attached because that's actually why the Giants are having a hard time with free agents. They can't tell a big free agent that there's another good player on the team right now. That's the problem. Sorry, Logan, who you're tweeting about this right now. Right. My bad. You're amazing. You're amazing. Logan just tweeted 20 minutes ago. Sounds like a lot of people who've never played or lived in San Francisco have a lot to say about it. Thank you, Logan, on the reel, also from Rockland, right next to Elk Grove. You know what you're talking about, and we love you. But this guy's been sitting in Wisconsin. You just signed in Pittsburgh, dude. You're going to tell me that we can't get free agents because San Francisco's running through some difficulties, especially in the last 4 years, and you just signed to go play in Pittsburgh? In Pittsburgh.
Lot safer, Mark.
I mean, please.
Lot cleaner and fewer homeless in Pittsburgh.
Rowdy is over 300 pounds. What are you saying, Rowdy? You having a hard time walking down Market Street? I do it every day. Every day. And there is absolutely zero issues. Are there people out there struggling like crazy? Of course there are, which is true in L.A. and San Diego and Seattle and Chicago and Pittsburgh, my friend, and Pittsburgh. So this is just one big negative swirl that is being fed in all kinds of different directions by people who have an agenda that is everything but getting the Giants to play better baseball and seeing this city for what it really is.
Well, one of the people who stoked the fires is Buster Posey. So that to me is and that's the biggest problem I have with all of this, because you're right. Is San Francisco struggling? Sure, it's in a better spot than it was 3 years ago in the midst of the pandemic, post-pandemic. The city is, I think, becoming more like it used to be in terms of downtown activity. You still have a transition. We have a transition in America in terms of retail, and San Francisco has always been a big retail town in terms of Christmas and shopping and malls and tourism and all the rest of it. So America's in a similar transition to what San Francisco is going through. But the fact that Buster Posey is the one who gave much more life to this and talking about players and players' wives, that to me was the worst part of it. So now you're saying
y'all go live in Lafayette
that players aren't
anyway.
going to come here.
I mean, stop.
Players aren't going to come here because their wives don't feel safe in San Francisco, yet you're going to live in, like you said, Lafayette or Hillsborough or Pacifica. Steph Curry lives in Los Altos Hills, for crying out loud.
Atherton, yeah,
right.
Exactly. Like the next family of four that signs a 9-figure deal to come in and actually live in San Francisco would be the first.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
And,
Clay, Tiburon, Steph, Atherton.
Right.
I mean,
I don't know where a lot of these other guys live, but, your younger single players who don't have the money or the wherewithal, they tend to live very, very close, walking distance from Oracle Park or Chase Center. But all the family men, you're right, they live elsewhere. So for Buster Posey to put that out there, to me, was far more damaging than what Farhan tap danced around last year.
Total head scratcher. Like, what was his motivation? Well, other than to use it as an excuse for why they didn't get Ohtani. And Mark, you were right. They're not getting Ohtani anyway. Exactly. To say that, we keep hearing this come up. Well, now you're going to hear it every time.
Exactly.
Now you're going to hear it every single time you have a free agent meeting. And you're, by the way, in the middle of having free agent meetings. We're just getting started. So
Yamamoto is looking for teams right now, and he's deciding between, let's say, 6 teams. And now he's going to look at the Giants and go, geez, Buster's a legend, and he's saying that players and their wives don't feel safe in San Francisco. Take them off my list.
Well, he's 25. I don't even know what his family situation is.
Right.
But if you want to go get Blake Snell, and I don't know what his family situation is either, he's coming out of San Diego Gaslamp. Maybe he sees what's going on there and he doesn't care at all. But you'd ask the question, hey, Buster, what do you mean by that?
Right.
Great. Awesome way to start the free agent bidding. Filmo Mike. Hey, Filmo, thanks for calling. What's up?
Oh, my God. Buster Posey, he lost me. I hope he don't get into the Hall of Fame, honestly. For real. Because what it is it's a total disconnect. It's a total disconnect. It was a movie, Last Black Man in San Francisco. If you ain't from the city, don't talk about the city. Do not say anything about San Francisco. I'm not from San Francisco. I'm not from Oakland, but I stay in the town. People tell me, how's the town? Is it really that bad? Hell no, it's really not that bad. It's like any other major city. You're going to have some good stuff, some great stuff. You're going to have some knuckleheads. To speak on statistics, in the early 2000s and the 90s, it used to be 140 murders, 125 murders in San Francisco. We're nowhere near that now. Same with Oakland, 150, 175 murders. We're nowhere near that now. And Buster Posey got a lot of nerve. You know why? Because I ain't never seen Buster Posey at a Junior Giant event. Not one time. You talk about how bad the city is. Won't you come outside and help somebody? Guess who I did see at Junior Giants events? The people that say was an a-hole. Barry Bonds. He showed up. Matt Williams showed up. So if our city's so bad, won't you come outside and do something to help the city? And so do you that, okay, you can make it out. But now you want to sit back and be on your high horse. I ain't feeling Buster Posey. Tell his ass he ain't never making the Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Filmo.
I love it. I didn't know he was staying in Oakland. It's good to know, Filmo.
He is going to make the Hall of Fame, and he should. And by the way, these comments continue with Buster saying that he's really bummed that this is the way it is because they've moved back out here, he and his kids and his wife.
Sure. To the city.
And they love it here. Yeah. Well, I don't know. No, he's not living in the city.
I know he's not living in the city.
But neither are we. So I'm not going to speak on it that way. I'm just talking about, my frustration with Buster is that they said it publicly. Again, I have no doubt that they do hear that. I have no doubt that they do hear that. There is a national political agenda that is using San Francisco as a prop. It's been going on for years now. And the problem is
political nonsense.
Right. And it's your job now as an ownership partner with the Giants to dispel it.
Exactly.
When people who've been living on the Bible Belt are suddenly looking at a free agent contract, it's your job to, darn it, we heard it again. No, tell them that it's a bunch of bull.
Right.
Tell them that you're going to find that in any American city. Has anybody, I love this. Oh, everybody wants to live in L.A. Really? Anybody actually want to live within the city limits of Los Angeles, California? Are you kidding me?
Right. Is any Dodger living within a 5-minute drive of Chavez Ravine?
Hell no.
You're living on the west side.
Take it from somebody who spent 20 years living down there.
Yeah.
The idea of even working in L.A., let alone living in L.A., is disastrous to most people. The school district is a non-starter.
The traffic is a nightmare.
But how could we compete with L.A.? Because they've got great suburbs. We don't? Are you kidding? Have you seen Clay's house? The dude's on a boat. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about crime and drugs in the city, Mark, and it's out of control here in San Francisco. I'm going to start working from home because I don't feel safe anymore, Mark. Buster's right. The city is too dangerous for me, Mark.
I love the fresh air walk to the building.
I do too. It's been fun.
I love it. And when the clocks change, it's now dark and it's at night and there are people everywhere and I feel safe. And this time of year with the buildings lit up and the holiday season, man, this place is still here.
Oh, yeah. It's great. There's that one building down there on California where you walk through there's all those Christmas trees.
Yes.
All the street trees.
I stopped and took pictures of it last night.
And then we get to go by the Transamerica building on our way, depending on your route. And if you don't watch out, there's someone coming up from behind you, and that person's me. Because you leave
That's
first.
the only time that I'm terrified.
I got you in the garage.
There's that weirdo with his shorts on again.
I got you in the garage this week. I got you. I finally tracked you down because you leave first. You get like a 2-minute head start, and then sometimes I'm able to almost catch up to you. And I got you on Monday.
You did.
You were on the phone.
You did.
And all of a sudden I was there. Ran up on you.
I'm looking at the clock right now because I feel the emotion from people. And all of you on hold, I don't want to go to you and then tell you you've only got 30 seconds to talk. So Marco and Connor and Peter and Alan and Paul and Bjorn.
We got Bjorn?
Bjorn from all...
Thomas Bjorn or Bjorn Borg?
Look what I'm looking at. We got 2 in the city.
Yep.
We got 2 in the East Bay. 3 in the East Bay. Some in the extended East Bay. We got callers from the peninsula.
You don't know the peninsula?
I know the peninsula.
I
know the peninsula. So here's the beautiful side of this, is that we're heading for 5 o'clock. We've got all the time in the world. Tim Kawakami is going to jump in on this conversation. But if you want to call and weigh in, I promise you we will take your call. So stay right where you are on that. Also, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. You can also jump in and watch all of this unfold and join in on the conversation on YouTube. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You get to watch us live. And if anybody swears, you'll be the only one who hears it. And I do feel like that's possible maybe in this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, S.
F them picks.
Totally.
Like it and subscribe for all of our content all day on 95.7 The Game. Your call's next. It's Willard and Dibbs. This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
'Twas a holiday evening and all through the house.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're literally in the process of clearing out space for you. I think we both really want to hear from you on this one.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. I've heard enough of you. No, I honestly, Mark, and I only said that because you set me up perfectly. And it's
I get it.
A little too honest, but I did like the passion with which you delivered that well thought out statement about your feelings, because you don't normally feel that way, especially about the Giants, and you're frustrated, and your frustration is mixed with a little splash of anger, and it's also a little bit of just, I think, rational thought and behavior about this city. And you and I have gotten to know the city a little bit better over the past 3 months that we have been walking back and forth, and I know it's just a small part of the city, but being out and about, boots on the ground, seeing people at night in the dark, going up and down the hills and around the streets, and being here now for whatever, you've been back for probably like 5 or 6 years since you moved back. It's been about that. And so you've seen the city from when you came back in 2019 through the low part of the pandemic. And I do think the city has bounced back in many ways in terms of cleanliness and robustness and tourism and all the rest of it. And I do think it's getting a bit of a bad rap. And the whole thing about a death spiral, that was the term of the year. San Francisco's in a death spiral.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying that when we walk through the city every single day, there's like a yellow brick road and rainbows are popping out of all of the businesses. I'm not trying to say that. You want to know what San Francisco looks like? For those of you who either work from home or you're out of the area or you live in the suburbs or whatever. You want to know what San Francisco from the inside looks like right now? I can tell you exactly what it looks like. A big American city.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. And so it's got all the stuff. It's got people struggling with mental health. It's got people struggling with finances. It's got businesses that are struggling. It also has businesses that are booming.
Yeah.
It has a lot of people walking through it. It has
traffic.
It's got a lot of positive. It's got a lot of negative. Welcome to being one of all of the cities in America. So I want to make sure that point gets made too. I'm certainly not here tonight trying to say that San Francisco is better than Seattle or LA or San Diego or Chicago or anything else. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's commensurate. But if we're all going to now buy into this idea that the Giants have a, quote, city problem, well, now you're feeding the fake animal is what you're doing. And you're also setting yourself up to have to deal with something that's not even real. So now you've got to speak your way out of a perception. And I've always hated that phrase too, by the way. Perception is reality. No, it's not. No, it's not. It
is in many ways.
No, but it doesn't have to be.
Right.
Like just settling for perception is reality is essentially giving up on the idea of changing somebody's perception, which can change in a hot second.
It can, but when you have one of the greatest players in your franchise's history and a member of your ownership group coming out and perpetuating that perception, that goes a long way toward making that perception a reality. And that, to me, is the most hurtful part of all this is it's Buster Posey saying it. Let's just say that it was a less popular Giant, somebody who is considered to be a lunatic, a guy by the name of Aubrey Huff. If he comes out and says all these things about San Francisco, we can dismiss that as, well, you're an idiot. You're a moron, and you are so far on the extreme of extremism, nobody gives a crap about what you say. But this is Buster Posey who said it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it all the more damning to me.
Couple of pieces of breaking news from Jeff Passan in the world of baseball. One is that the Dodgers and the Rays are officially in agreement on a trade. This has been a poorly kept secret, but a trade that will send pitcher Tyler Glasnow and outfielder Manny Margot to the Dodgers from the Rays in exchange for right-handed pitcher Ryan Pepio and outfielder Johnny DeLuca, a couple of their young players, prospects, and it's all contingent on Glasnow signing an extension with L.A., which is expected. Also, right-handed starter Jack Flaherty is in agreement with the Detroit Tigers on a one-year deal. So some hot stove items going on there. All right, we promise going out to you, and my goodness, that's what we want to do. Peter in San Ramon, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Peter, what's up?
Hey, everything is beautiful. I'm not really enjoying this conversation.
Well, thank you.
Let me just start by, there's only two cities. I'm 75 years old and lived a lot of places. There's only two metropolitan areas I have any interest at all in living in. One is right here, where I've been since 82, and one is Washington, D.C., where I grew up. I've been to the Gaslight for a few days. That was nice. I lived in Denver 5 years. They're a bunch of cowboys. I don't really need to go into that. This morning, I took an Uber ride with a driver. I got a habit of asking people where their accent is from. The guy was from the Cameroon in Africa, and we had a nice conversation about Afrobeat music. This afternoon, I got a ride with a guy from Yemen, and we had a nice conversation about the best coffee in the world. There's no place else I'd rather live than here or D.C., and part of it is international, cosmopolitan, worldwide reality. The rest of the country got no idea what's really going on in the world. Thanks, guys.
Peter,
Thank you.
Thank you.
The rare Cameroon-Yemen double dip in an Uber. Yeah. The Cameroon-Yemen double dip is rare. But to his point, you can find that here in San Francisco.
Yes, you can.
A city of great diversity. And it's an international city. And, you know, you talk to one guy about African music and you talk to another guy about best coffee in the world. That's an encapsulation sensation of what you can find here in San Francisco.
Cha-ching! What a weird give up, too. Just think about this now. You're the San Francisco flipping Giants. Your roster is not where it needs to be. Nobody will dispute that. So, again, the baseball part of the hesitation of a major free agent, fine. I totally get that. But you've got all the money in the world to offer, and you're going to tell me that you have a hard time. You have a hard time looking at a free agent and his family in the eye and explaining to them how they could live here. And when I say here, I mean the Bay Area as a whole. You're going to tell me that you can't speak to this place? Honestly, that's wild. What an unbelievable give up. Like, yeah, San Francisco, what the hell am I going to do?
Homelessness and crime. That's it.
The Tigers just signed someone. Have you ever been to Detroit? Their windows have been boarded up for 25 years.
Downtown's on the rise, Mark. It's come a long way.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Last time I was there was for the Super Bowl between the Steelers and the Seahawks, and the whole city was boarded up.
Yeah.
And it was 2 degrees.
You and I were there for the Final Four back in 2007 or 8.
Was that Detroit? I thought that was Atlanta.
I thought we were there for both. We were in Atlanta. It was Atlanta, Detroit. There was an Indy in there as well.
I do know that when I went to Detroit, my hotel room got burglarized. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Right.
Yeah, there are problems. And the Giants just fed one of them and made it bigger. Let's go to Bjorn in Palo Alto. Hey, Bjorn.
Hey there, guys.
What's up?
Not much. First, I would just say, just real lightly, I think we could probably take it easy a little bit on Buster. Let's give him a year in the front office, and he'll probably figure out how to avoid sound bites like this.
Well, yeah, Bjorn, I think that's fair. I don't want to cut you off. I'm going to let you say everything you want to say. I'm not, livid with Buster Posey. I know some of the callers have said that. I think this was a mistake, and I just think it's very unfortunate that he said it publicly and that he doesn't know that this is going to feel to fans like an excuse. But I take his comment at face value as if to say, I'm sure he is hearing that. I just wish he took that and said, okay, it's my job to help try to change their mind. Go ahead, Bjorn.
100%. I'm hoping that he can take this as a learning experience. And that, I think to some degree it might be incumbent upon the Giants and maybe other Bay Area franchises as well to recognize that this is a perception that's held by the outside world about our space here. And when we're offering 10 years and $700 million to a guy, it's not just hey, we're going to hang banners for you, that will matter to, people a couple decades down the road. You're also going to be a big part of turning around this really exciting time for our area. And, I'm not sure how to do that. But I think that could be a selling point for the Giants and for other franchises here. That you're not just going to win on the field or on the court, but you're also going to really make a difference in the lives of the people here. You can be a community participation sensation.
Nice, Bjorn.
Well done. That's a good job, Bjorn. It really is.
Steph has his Eat, Learn, Play organization that I think is amazing. And a selling point to a Shohei could be you're not just going to excel on the baseball field. You're going to excel in the lives of the Bay Area people, especially the people who need the help from you the most.
Yeah, Bjorn, you know what? Thank you. I wonder about that because the Giants sort of publicly stated that their pitch to Shohei was going to be less about, oh, this place would be great for you, and it's more about, boy, you'd be great for this place. And that feels like a lot. That feels like a lot of pressure to look at a free agent and be like, yeah, I know you're here for money and you'd like a nice place to live, but boy, you could change this city. I don't know. Do people want that? Does Shohei want to change the city? Does he want to be the savior? Or did he want to be somewhere that was comfortable?
He wants to be somewhere where he can win. And, if it's comfortable and it fits. And I don't think that Steph Curry initially set out to change the world in the way that he has. But when you get success and you get money and you get comfort and you get, into a situation in a community where you're starting to feel like it's time to do something that is profound, that's when Steph Curry really started making his mark. Early on, he was doing the thing with mosquito nets in Africa, and I'm sure he still does, but it wasn't until he was well established in the Bay Area in his career that he became a real local force. And then he's gone out and done great things with golf and historically black colleges, and he's done a lot for golf for the underserved golf community and all the other millions of things that he's done. But I don't think it happens the other way around where Ohtani comes here and it's like, okay, I'm going to set about and, get my initiatives rolling. You wait a couple of years until you're established in a community, then you do the other things.
Well, especially if you're not from the community.
Right.
Like if somebody came to me and they're like, okay, we would like you to do radio in Austin, Texas, because you could save the city. I'm not looking to save Austin.
Right.
I'm from here. I'm not looking to save somewhere else.
But if you were there if they gave you a 10-year contract,
yeah, maybe
by year 2 or year 3, and you were there and you got to know the community, you'd be like, whoa, this is an area where I think I can make an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. We're taking your calls. Buster Posey's comments from a couple of days ago from The Athletic and Andy Baggerly saying that something he thinks is noteworthy and unfortunately keeps popping up from the players and even their wives is a bit of uneasiness with the city itself as far as the state of the city, crime and drugs, whether that's completely fair or not. Perception is reality, frustrating cycle, not just with baseball. As far as a free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things. Here's Mayor London Breed reacting to that comment.
I don't like to usually beat up on other cities because I love LA. I don't like them when we're playing their team, but I love going to LA and visiting. But when you look at crime per capita, San Francisco pales in compared to most major cities, including LA. And I think it's unfortunate that information was put out there and implied something. And we as San Franciscans need to be a part of making sure that we dispel the misinformation, that we put out the facts about what's actually happening in the city. But my goal is not to, again, put another city down. It's to say that the comments weren't, San Francisco has had challenges with perception. Perception and reality have been two different things, but there are problems. Major cities have problems, and our goal is to combat those problems.
That's all real fair. And by the way, that is courtesy of KCBS. Those comments from San Francisco Mayor London Breed.
Yes, and if you look at any of the major cities, you're going to find a variety of major crimes and, cities that have higher crime rates, and different crimes are committed in different cities based on the breakdown. And I don't think that you look at any of these situations in terms of sports and find very often athletes who don't want to go somewhere because of crime rates. I think it's more likely that you would not go somewhere because of tax rates as opposed to crime rates. Or, some athletes have talked about the political leanings of a place as a reason why you wouldn't want to go there. And again, though, that's usually like 5th or 6th on a list. It's money, it's competitiveness, it's front office and managerial, it's teammates, ballpark, then taxes, political, crime rates, and the rest of it.
Right. And mentally struggling people down the street from the ballpark. Like, honestly, That's stopping people from signing with the Giants because someone's got a sandwich board a block away? Come on. Connor and San Leandro. Hey, Connor, what's up?
Hey, guys. The Giants are well known for having a very high ratio of coaches to players. And I think we need to deploy that with respect to communication professionals and members of ownership in the front office. Like, not just one is going to get this done. The notion that we're dispelling misinformation about San Francisco, or the fact that the fans feel the need to defend this incredible city and region at a time when Yamamoto is unsigned, makes what Buster Posey did the communications equivalent of a noble tiger. It's when you have no outs, you have bases loaded, and your team is incapable of getting an easy run. That's exactly what he did. Think about it. We didn't sign Shohei Ohtani. Fine. We got a nice signing. Our GM even got to spike the football against the Arson Judge stuff. And then everyone in the Bay would have been distracted by this because of Draymond Green and his Mortal Kombat moves. And we could have faded into the weekend and no one would have thought anything negative about our team while we would have continued to pursue folks like Yamamoto, a pitcher when we have a far fence. And instead, Buster Posey decides to lick his hand and stick it on the third rail of local government politics. I know what I'll do. I'll pit everyone who loves this city against the wives of potential free agents while Yamamoto and other folks like him are unsigned. I don't think we should go easy on Buster at all. I don't think Buster should go easy on Buster. I think he should recognize what he did, take accountability for it, or someone should talk to him. Like Patrick Ewing is known for talking to those college basketball players for their bad shots. Did you practice that shot? Like, what was it that you thought that you were trying to do by sparking this political conversation so that all of us are now debating about politics instead of how to get the next free agent? It really feels like he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Rack him.
Boom.
That's a good call.
That was a really good call.
And I had never heard the expression noble tiger before.
No.
Had you?
That's going to be the name of my fantasy team next year.
It's an acronym. It's an acronym for no outs, bases loaded, ending with team incapable of getting easy run. I had never heard of noble tiger.
Me neither.
And I had to Google
the
it.
Giants are really good at it. That's why they wear orange and black, apparently.
There was about 5 or 6 rat-a-tats in that call. Really good.
Really good. Nice job, Connor.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of agreeing with him in terms of the Buster angle, and I'm not trying to go all in and say Buster must go, but this is the biggest mistake that Buster Posey's ever made as a Giant.
I agree. And obviously, when he was a player, I mean, other than, grounding into a double play, he had none. So, yes, he's the biggest.
Hanging in on Scott Cousins. He should have gotten out of the way.
Okay. You know what I mean.
You know what I'm kidding.
No emotional mistakes to this point.
Right.
But this is one, because the other thing that, whether, again, and gee, Buster, sorry to use your words against you, but perception is reality. And the perception is, off of comments like this, that you're trying to set the fan base up for failure. You're trying to create an out. You're trying to explain before you don't get Yamamoto why you're not getting Yamamoto. And there's 2 things on that. Number one, there's absolutely no reason with the power of your organization in this city. There is no reason with the financials that you guys have that you should not be able to go out and get free agents. Number one, there's no reason. But number 2, even if there was, sorry, you've joined the team at a time when the fan base is not going to give you that out. They're just not. There's not going to be any points for second place. Shout out Top Gun. You're not going to be able to do it. If you don't, you're not going to get them all. If you don't go get Yamamoto, fine, go get Snell, fine, go get Montgomery, whatever. It's not like we're going to hold feet to the fire of you need to get every free agent. But if you think that you're going to be able to get to April and have a week off season again, and anybody in this fan base will say, well,
homelessness.
What are you going to do?
The city, Mark.
No one's going to say it. So there's no point. Like, I'm racking my brain right now trying to figure out why Buster would say this publicly. Because if you think anybody's going to have sympathy, if you think that anybody's going to accept that as an excuse, you are mistaken.
Right. And it's not like this, even if you think that this is the case, it's not like the city suddenly has this problem if you think that it's a problem. This didn't happen overnight. San Francisco has had homelessness for the better part of, forever. As long as there have been unhoused people, San Francisco has had unhoused people. If you want to go back to the 60s, when Haight-Ashbury was the hot spot and you had people camping in Golden Gate Park, well, those people were unhoused, and that's 60 years ago. So this is not a new problem. To come out now after just one free agent miss and have this comment be on the record, and you're Buster Posey. Maybe he doesn't think that his words have as much power as they actually do. If unnamed, and I don't want to rat-a-tat-tat Pete Patella here, but if Pete would have come out and said the exact same thing, it's not a national story. It gets picked up, and it's maybe a 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah.
I don't think that it has the same weight and the same impact as it does with Buster Posey.
I agree with you, but he also may not have gotten the same pass. In other words, Giants fans might have called for his firing if he had said that.
Well, Buster's an owner,
but
so
this
what
is
are you
Buster.
going to do?
Well, and he's Buster.
Right.
Who the hell doesn't love Buster? My kids still have jerseys. How about Alan in the city? Hey, Alan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Just a couple things, really. Just first thing is and I hope your YouTubers and your Twitchers that are out of the area are listening intently on this. But yeah, I vacationed out of Dallas this past summer, and the first question I'd always get is it really that bad?
Exactly.
And I tell them, I tell them, it's like, I'm glad you brought that up because, one, this takes money out of my pocketbook because I work in hotels, right? And I tell them, we're like any other major metropolitan city, just like you've been saying, Willard, is that we have our warts. I'm not saying we don't, but it's like anything else, New York, Boston, Seattle, whatever, right? And I hope these out-of-market people that are watching your show and on Twitch and the middle media go back and say, hey, you know what? It's not that bad. Now, bringing it back to Buster Posey and the Giants it kind of feels to me as I'm listening to your show that what Buster was saying as part of ownership now is that the Giants have whiffed on so many free agents that he was trying to come up with an excuse of why we didn't get Ohtani. And forgive me if this has been already discussed, but, I think that it was an easy thing for him to say, oh, why we didn't get Ohtani is because of this, not because of anything else. And, I think it just became an excuse for him.
I agree, Alan. And by the way, an excuse that didn't need to be made. Great call, Alan. It didn't need to be made. No one needs an explanation as to why Shohei Ohtani chose to hit in between Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts as opposed to hitting in between Tyro Estrada and Lamont Wade. Nobody needs that excuse or explanation. It's obvious. He lives there. He doesn't want to move. He loves the beach. They've got a better team right now. You've got work to do to build this. Nobody was saying Ohtani or bust. We all assumed they weren't getting him.
Exactly. So why would you come out then and make those comments about a guy who I don't even think Shohei Ohtani has a wife? And I have
no idea.
I have a wife.
I think you're right.
And
I think he doesn't.
I'm looking at the coverage here of him.
Have a lot of offers
in a Dodger uniform and number 17, and he's got his translator there, and it just drives home the point further of, it feels like a bigger loss than it actually should because of what Buster Posey said.
Well, and it feels like a bigger loss than it should because he's on the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right? Listen, I get it. It's not like it wasn't a tough day for the organization, but maybe the organization had expectations that the fan base didn't. Let's send the message back to the Giants. We didn't think you were getting him anyway. Some of us had hope. You always have hope. Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
You always have hope, and my thought always about Shohei was this dude does weird things. Apparently, he was on a plane to Toronto that he wasn't on, and once upon a time, he picked the Angels when he could have been a Yankee. A weird dude, but not this time around.
Right.
This time around, he went with the obvious choice, and that's fine. That's fine. Shohei Ohtani's existence in your lineup does not automatically put you in the World Series. Let me see if I can come up with an example. How many playoff games has he played in his career?
Yeah.
So
zero.
The Dodgers didn't win anything this week. They got Shohei. Good for them. Rather than coming out and having a press conference talking about how the Giants can't get free agents because there's dirt in the city, why don't you go get choice 2? Why don't you go do that? That's where the energy should be right now. Instead of telling the national media, oh, by the way, we're in the midst of talking to a bunch of free agents, and while we're doing that, want to let you know, hey, free agents, we got a problem here in San Francisco that you don't like our city.
Right.
It kills me, Dibs. It hurts my heart that he just said, I go to Texas, and people go, is it really that bad? That doesn't surprise me, though.
Yeah.
That's Texas.
And you told your story about playing golf, and people from Sacramento are like, how do you even cope out there?
You want to know what really gets me, though? Do you want to know what really gets me? My own parents.
Tom and Ellen?
Who raised me here.
In the Bay.
And one of them born and raised here herself. They raised me here. And maybe this is just them being a mom and dad and being elderly, but they don't like that I've got to walk down the street in San Francisco. Now, yeah, maybe that's just being them and being worrywarts, or maybe it's the fact that at their age, you know what a lot of people do? They watch the news.
Yeah.
They watch the stupid, ridiculous news.
Tonight, we look at San Francisco, a failing city.
And I say I say that as a member of the media who's down the hall from news people.
And you're on the news right now.
But that's radio. It's rather different. Christy texted me the other day. We don't watch the nightly news. She texted me the other day. She goes, I just had a random night where I was sitting at home on my own. The girls were out. I turned the news on. She goes, this is the most awful thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't ever want to watch it again. There's just listed 7 stories that were the first 7 stories she watched, and it's just death, destruction, no hope.
Yeah.
Good night. It's like, what are we?
Don't forget the weather coming up.
Good Lord.
A warming pattern.
Like, newsflash, people know that's not what it's like in the real world. No. That's the news. And if you don't know in 2023 that the news is full of crap on TV, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it's what moves the needle.
They're trying to get you to watch.
And that's why we did 4 hours on Draymond Green and a punch of Yusuf Nurkic yesterday. It's the sports version of it.
It's a little different.
It is, but
that's what interests
the point,
people.
I think the greater point is the same, though. We're doing it to draw listeners, and then the TV news people are doing that to get you to watch. Coming up, a terrible story in Antioch of a neglected child, and bum bum bum, and hey, and then the weather, and it's just.
Do they still do a kicker? Do they still go to the zoo at 6:54?
Sometimes,
and they're like, "Look, the panda had a baby."
Panda watch.
Do they still do that?
Yeah.
Or are they just like, before we go, one more murder we wanted to tell you about?
Before we go, remember that cute puppy we told you about in Antioch? Well, he's gone.
It got eaten. He got eaten by a coyote.
It's not funny.
I mean, my
funny.
God, what? I don't watch, so I don't even know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with you. I don't watch as much either. But it is, the old expression you remember from when we were in school: if it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah.
And that's. That part of it hasn't changed. But to this point, about Buster in the city, this false narrative about the demise of San Francisco, and I'm looking at the quote right now in Andy Baggerly's article in The Athletic, and it's really deep in the piece. And Buster said a lot of other things to Andy Baggerly, and he just says something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, as there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself. As far as the state of the city with crime, with drugs, Buster Posey. And there's a bit of uneasiness. Honey, don't sign with the Giants. I'm uneasy about the state of the city.
But Echo Park, crushing it. Echo Park is just beautiful this time of year.
I'm looking at the prevalence of homelessness per 100,000 people in the country, according to the Brookings Institute. And San Francisco's 1. New York City is number 2. They have 2 baseball teams.
Where's San Diego?
Boston is 4. LA is 5. Portland, DC, Oakland and Berkeley. Seattle is 9. And you got to go. San Diego is 18th.
I tell you what, when you're in San Diego, it's all they talk about. The new every night. Homelessness. That's all it's about. The city is obsessed with their issue.
And if you run down the top 20, I'm just looking at it, I think 12 of them have Major League Baseball teams, including Philly, Baltimore, Detroit, and Atlanta. Those are all major cities.
That's why all the free agents are going to the Twins.
Yeah, Minneapolis is 23rd.
Oh.
And
Brewers.
Well, and Milwaukee's probably further down.
Yeah.
And here's, just one final note about homelessness. You're going to find them in warmer climates
sure.
than you are in colder climates. Sorry.
Yes, because they have a better chance to survive.
Thank you. It just makes me so mad.
Spencer in Oakland. Hey, Spencer, what's up?
I just wanted to come on and say, I'm an Oakland kid. We've experienced this over here on our side of the bay for what feels like my entire life. It was a huge part of the narrative around the conversation when the Raiders left. It's a huge part around the narrative, the conversation, even though the Warriors packed Oracle, every single night, even when they were awful. It's a huge part of the conversation when the Warriors decided to go across the bay. It's currently a huge part of the conversation when it comes to the A's and wanting to relocate to San Jose. And I think San Francisco is getting just a slight taste of what we have had to deal with for a very long time. I mean, there are a lot of wonderful things about both cities. But when it comes, especially you guys are talking about the politics of it all. When it comes to the politics of it all, we get put in a corner by the rest of the country and pigeonholed for certain reasons. They're too liberal. They have too many homeless folks. Or, when it comes to Oakland, that conversation a lot of times is, race-based as well. So it's kind of been a problem in the Bay Area on our side for a long time. It does pain me. I love the Bay as a whole. Of course, I appreciate Philmo Mike earlier, talking about Oakland and how we used to be, one of the murder capitals of the country, and we are nowhere near that. I do see a lot of the struggle now has spread far beyond where it normally is in our city, and there's a lot of desperation. And I know that San Francisco is experiencing some of that too. But, on a higher end, on a higher level, it is way better than it used to be. And it is frustrating to hear people. I feel for San Franciscans. It does pain me. I love going to San Francisco. My new wife and I, we go over there and we go to dinner sometimes. It's important. That we have this kind of cross Bay love. I know we have a rivalry. It's like Mayor Breed said. She loves LA. She doesn't like them when, we play them. But nevertheless, she loves L.A. So I love San Francisco. I just think maybe next time, people on that side of the Bay hear people talking about Oakland in a demonstrably negative manner, maybe you could step up a little bit and say, Oakland, has a lot of good things about it because you've now experienced what we've been dealing with for decades.
That's super interesting. Spencer, we want to get to a lot of people.
Spencer, thank you.
But that's very fair, and that's very well said. Especially in our world of sports, where the only time Oakland has come up the last handful of years is to talk about which team is leaving in the next 2 months.
And unfortunately, to your point about TV news, when you put on TV news, a lot of times all you hear about is, break-ins and car theft and carjacking, and that's Oakland and San Francisco, and it's even, in other communities around the Bay Area, we don't see a lot of stories about things that are improving or crime rates that are going down. And I think that time, a lot of that leads to what we're talking about, which is this preconceived notions about places.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Let's keep going with you. Moose in San Jose. Hey, Moose, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibs. Moose, you there?
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Good evening.
I'm calling because I wanted to. You can just put it right there.
I think it's the last.
Moose, are we good?
You want fries with that, Moose?
Thank you. Colin, everyone's making really good points here, guys. But look, at the end of the day, Buster Posey does have his beat on. First point I want to make, actually. I don't think Ohtani came whether or not because of the politics of the area and things like that. You're 100% right, Willard. He went there because he's getting $700 million to basically move down the street at best, be at the beach, and I think ultimately he wanted to be in LA. That's totally fine. But I think a lot of the callers here, they are making good points. I love the Bay Area. Lived here my entire life. Spent many years living in San Francisco as well too with my wife. But the people that are calling saying that everything's all happy-go-lucky here, ultimately, I think I'm not going to say I'm living in La La Land, but we have to be real with what's really happening around us if we ever want to make change and kind of change the perception of what is going on around here. There is a reality that's happening. Homelessness has gone up. COVID made things a lot worse. COVID also made things worse in terms of businesses leaving, small businesses being shut down. You have a lot of boarded up buildings, things like that. I hate to bring up politics and sports. It sucks, but we're shooting the messenger in terms of going after Posey with what he's saying here, because I do think he does have some point here. Some point in what he's saying. Is it relevant to why Ohtani didn't come? Probably not.
But Moose, did you say that anyone just came on here and said everything's happy-go-lucky? Who on earth said that? No one said that,
I heard
Moose.
some of the callers. Well, you guys made a point that that's not the reality you guys see, and it's just kind of stuff that's going on in the news, and the news is just only selling evil.
No,
and I agree, the news does do that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of problems around here.
The reality is there are a lot of problems around here. Nobody said otherwise. The reality is those problems exist in just about every city. Are there some that are worse here than others? Sure. There are some that are worse there than here. Everyone's got its own sort of unique problems, and then there's others that are not. San Francisco's had a harder time getting over COVID, for example, than some other cities. I firmly believe that, and we all know a lot of the reasons for that. Nobody's saying, like, I'll freely admit to you that if things are, if we look at them in terms of what's trending, is San Francisco trending? No, it's trending downward. It's in a down cycle. Do I think it'll rally back? I most certainly do. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this conversation has now set this out into the public sphere in a way that is inaccurate. It is overstating what's going on. When you've now got multiple national reporters doing shows today talking about the Giants' quote-unquote city problem, as if San Francisco is just 10 times worse than every other American major city. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I hope no one takes any of this to sound like anyone saying everything is just hunky-dory here in the city.
Absolutely not.
No, but when you compare it to what's being said, understand that San Francisco absolutely, for political gain, has been used the last handful of years as a poster for what's wrong, and that's an agenda, not a reality.
And whatever you think about that statement, whether you think that's true or not, and it's a perception that it's been used in that fashion, and I agree with it, but to me, the bigger point is you have a Giants owner, a representative of the team, taking that very notion and making it a fact in terms of why they can't get free agents. That, to me, is the biggest part of this story. Whether or not you think that certain news networks are using San Francisco and misrepresenting what San Francisco is and what it's become, the fact that one of the members of your organization, if not one of the faces of your organization, came out and used that basically as a reason why it's tough to get free agents here, that's a far bigger problem than what news networks are doing in terms of the Giants and their ability to get free agents.
And I said it already. I don't want to shoot the messenger here. I think Buster made a mistake. I'm not all hot after Buster Posey. I think that this was a strategic mistake. I don't think that this needed to go public. I certainly don't think that it's going to resonate as a reason to Giants fans why it's okay that you don't get free agents. And I have no idea what the pluses are for saying what he said.
There are no pluses.
And therefore, you've got to understand, at least from my mind, someone who works in this industry, from my mind, when you've got people like this, major celebrities in major spots who speak publicly, they're very, very careful with what they say. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
And in fact, this comment on a light version was already stated by Farhan, and he's had to answer to it for a year and a half.
Exactly.
Still trying to moonwalk out of this.
Exactly.
So to step forward and do it again in a firmer way is quite a decision.
Especially at the front end of free agency. There's only been one major signing, and yes, you got the Korean center fielder to come here once he passes a physical, which I think is going to happen today or tomorrow, and hopefully that deal gets done.
Supposedly it was today.
And it gets done, and he passes, and he gets introduced, and that's a win. But in the meantime, there are plenty of other free agents out there, some of whom maybe haven't ever really been to San Francisco. And now you have Buster Posey basically saying, San Francisco, it's a problem right now. And I'm hearing whispers.
I mean, maybe they already know that they didn't get him. But Yoshinobu Yamamoto, 25 years old, has never. How many times has he even been to America?
Right.
I have no idea. Guy's on a national tour right now to every major city in America. And he's sitting there making his own sort of decisions seeing his own things. Who knows what he likes? I don't know what speaks to him. I don't know where he wants to be. The rumors are New York, but who knows? So, fine. You're putting your pitch out there, and as he goes city to city, you send out a national story that, boy, everyone's really having a hard time with San Francisco.
Yep.
Not Philly or New York. Those are fine. Those are clean, and everybody there makes $250,000 a year. That's what those cities are like. I mean, what on earth? Why would you send this message?
Uneasiness with the city in terms of crime and drugs. Are you telling me there's no crime or drugs in New York, Boston, L.A., Detroit, or Chicago?
And all the small cities, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, there's no drugs?
A bigger issue.
Streets without drugs right now, let alone cities?
Yeah.
I mean,
Buster could have spoken to the office vacancy rate in San Francisco, which is at 31.8%, the highest in history. And is that a deterrent for players to come here? No. But I think that's a part of why they haven't been able to draw as much.
Yeah.
Is offices are more vacant here downtown than ever.
No doubt. No doubt. And is that momentary? Is it not? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I can tell you that it's a lot more full here in the city than it was last year and the year before that.
That's for sure.
I can tell you that. That I can speak on. Let's go to Eric in Walnut Creek. Hey, Eric, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
What's up?
First-time caller. I thought I'd call in just because, I don't know, maybe a unique perspective just living in, growing up in the Bay Area, living in San Francisco for like 8 years, then New York for 5-ish, and then L.A. for the past 3 before I moved back up. I think there's a few things. I think it's a hard sell. So if you're trying to sell San Francisco, I mean, the fact of the matter is they've never really had many free agents that they've signed dating back to Barry Bonds. So it's a hard sell. It's a unique city. Unless you're from here, it's tough to explain the city compared to other cities. I think a part of the bag story that wasn't talked about was he talked about urban living and how that's big and how that culture loves living in, high-rise buildings, whatever it might be. There's just not a lot of those here, and the ones that are around the ballpark. So if you're looking for that, New York, Chicago might be a better fit for you. So, and then LA, you have the weather, you have the beach. So that's kind of a slam dunk if that's your speed. So I think it requires a specific type of salesperson at the top of the org to be able to sell the uniqueness of the city. I think maybe that's what we're missing. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, Eric, thanks. I don't know. I mean, that to me, that's just I just don't find that hard. You know what I mean? Like people, like this makes me laugh that those of us here in the Bay Area are like, well, LA's got the weather. Yes, LA does have the weather. Yet you here in the Bay Area have the weather over everybody else in the whole country.
Except San Diego, but you're right. In terms
Dodgers,
of
Padres
weather.
beat you beat everybody else
But if you're a free agent, and let's say you are Yamamoto, and you're coming to America, and you're looking for a spot, well, wherever you pick, keep in mind that for 81 of your playing dates, you're going to be on the road. So to me, it's not as easy as, okay, I'm going to the Dodgers and I'm going to spend my whole time in L.A. No, you'll be in Denver. You'll be in Arizona. You'll be in San Francisco, San Diego, and every other city in America that has a baseball team.
And in the offseason, you're probably going to be in Japan if you're Yamamoto.
If you want to go home again.
Would be my guess.
So
or quite frankly, wherever the hell you want to be for $300 million.
And that was my point earlier about Buster Posey saying what he's saying, because if you're a free agent, and Buster himself never had to go through this. He was a Giant. He's always going to be a Giants. But if you're going to be a free agent and you're 7 or 8 years into your career, you already know what the deal is. It's money. It's years. It's can I win? It's how's the structure? And then, how are my teammates? Then you might think about the city and is there a high rise near the ballpark and all the rest of it.
I don't know, man. Like I have never been a free agent athlete, but like I've watched this now for years, and I think I can count on, give me my 2 hands, I could probably count how many times a player has just taken less money, period, end of sentence.
Right.
You be the high bidder, you win. That's the way it works for most free agents.
And of those players, they almost never choose that lower deal because of location.
Because of location.
It's because of the team, or I want to play with so-and-so, or I like this manager.
You know, you might want to, second half of your career, start thinking about family.
Yeah.
Right? I've got an ill parent, or where do I want to raise my kids? Sure. Yamamoto's 25. What are we doing? Be the high bidder. And then I'll take my chances. You be the high bidder, I'll take my chances every time.
Yeah.
Bet you walk out of there with 75% of the free agents. Let's go to Fred in San Jose. Hey, Fred, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say that, I had the privilege of traveling around the country over the past couple of years of several states. And, I was asked the same question many times about the quality of life in the Bay Area. Was it so bad? And, we're hearing these stories. And what struck me was that in a lot of these areas, it was akin to being in a third world country. And I thought, wow, I think these folks have really bought into what the media is putting out there, because their own situation wasn't really good at all. Places that had lack of infrastructure, no sewers, roads that were unpaved. And it was just real interesting to hear that perspective, and the fact that they had just bought in to this narrative that's been put out there about San Francisco and the whole Bay Area, actually. So,
that's what I'm saying.
I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Fred, great call. That's what I'm saying. We're here. We don't hear it. They're not telling you.
Right.
They're not telling, if you're watching national news, maybe you get it, but they're not telling you. But they have successfully told many portions of this country that San Francisco looks like that movie Ready Player One. The sun doesn't come out.
Yep.
It's dark and smoky 24
Garbage
hours
everywhere.
a day. The buildings are sideways.
People are making fires and trash cans on the corner.
Every single person is out in the streets looking for food at all times, stealing it right out of the hands of someone else. That's what honestly. And you all see it. You see what people in this country think about things.
Well, and you hear it, like you said, all you have to do is take a trip.
Yeah, the people believe anything.
Travel anywhere to the south of L.A. and to the east, all the way across to, the Atlantic Ocean, and go to any of those other states, Bible Belt, Gun Belt, we don't like human rights belt, whatever belt you want to call it. You go into any of those states and say you're from San Francisco, and you're going to get the same questions we all do. Is it really that bad? Is it really that dirty? Are you really homeless yourself?
You're like, why do you think I'm here?
Exactly.
I'm trying to run from San Francisco now.
The place is awful.
Don't make me go back.
Totally.
Can we take a larger view at what we're talking about here?
Please.
There is a quote on the internet and now being run around all different corners of baseball media that is pitching the idea that the San Francisco Giants are having a hard time getting people to live in California.
I thought you were going to say they're going to move the team.
Let that sink in for a second. Forget the country. How about the globe? The whole globe. If I said to you, the whole globe, what might be the absolute most desirable place to live based on weather, financial opportunity? We're having a hard time getting people to say yes to California.
Place is dump.
Give me a break.
Too many homeless, too many drugs.
Give me a break.
Or maybe it's too many homeless, not enough drugs.
That's a rough one.
I can't remember.
Oh, it's a Warrior game tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. The Warriors Live starts in 20 minutes.
Where are they playing?
San Francisco. Be careful.
Yeah, seriously.
No.
It's a 7:30 game, actually. So there's going to be a little bit of best of the game, and then Warriors Live at 6:30.
Thank you, Grandy.
Yeah.
With the Grandy man at the helm.
Grandy's like, do not cancel my show.
Well,
please.
He gets an hour today.
Yeah.
Bonus Grandy today.
Woo! So best of, and then Warriors Live. Warriors and Clippers, 7:30 is the tip-off.
That game's in L.A., right?
Warriors Live at 6:30, yes.
Be careful.
I hope the Warriors get out of there alive. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Get to more of your calls here in a sec on Willard and Dibs.
My little
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Warrior basketball around the corner. I don't know if you've heard, but Draymond Green will not play.
Confirmed.
So that's going to make it tough.
Yeah.
Clippers are hot. So are the Raiders.
14-0.
14-0. The Chargers. Good Lord. Staley's on a death march.
Yeah.
Good grief.
I mean, just do it already.
You won't.
They won't. I mean, they're so dysfunctional.
It's crazy.
And Sean McDermott, I think, was in a similar spot until they beat Kansas City, and now he's back.
And I think they're going to beat Dallas this weekend. I think the Bills can make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Schedule's tough, but I think they can do it.
And he had enough of a vote of confidence from his team to where he may not lose his gig, as was previously predicted right here on Willard and Dibs.
We'll see. We'll see where the season ends.
Yeah.
We'll see if it ends in the playoffs or not. They're still very much alive. They are one of 247 7-6 teams in the AFC.
Right.
So we'll check that out. All right, before we do get to Grandy, followed by Warriors Live, let's keep taking as many calls as possible. We're talking about the comments that Buster Posey made with regard to the problems the Giants are having in free agency, having the city itself and its problems continue to come up. We freely acknowledge, who wouldn't? San Francisco has its issues right now. There's no question about that. I'd even call it a little bit of a down cycle. I do think it's a cycle. I think it'll be back. To separate San Francisco from all of the other major cities in America, I think is pretty wild. I think it's buying into a political agenda that has clearly been out there. I think saying it publicly is counterproductive right now while you're trying to sign free agents. So it's never to say that the Giants or San Francisco doesn't have any problems. It's to say that the idea that San Francisco is so much worse than any other major American city is just factually incorrect.
Exactly. And, Buster's comment is getting the big headline in terms of the drugs and the crime of the city, but he also went on to talk about how he loves the area. It's been home for him and his family for every year except for the one in Georgia. And he did say that he sees things that could possibly turn around in a positive direction, the way things turned in a negative direction around the COVID pandemic.
Sure. I mean, yeah, you got to express hope, but the media, as you know, is only going to grab the headlines.
Of course.
And so the headlines make the rounds yesterday. Oh, San Francisco, the city, is the problem now for the Giants. Let's go to Griff in Petaluma. Hey, Griff, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, you guys are right on point. A caller a few minutes ago called in about the reactions they get from other people in the U.S. here from traveling around. And I wanted to chime in. I've been able to travel internationally a good amount last couple of years, mostly Europe. And the only reaction I get when I tell people I'm from San Francisco is, wow, how lucky you are. What a beautiful city. What great food. How well-educated people are that stand up for what they believe there, and that it's a world-class city. They got the same level of engagement with San Francisco as someone living in, Plano, Texas, but they're not exposed to the same, BS that they hear on the media because they're not in the U.S. here. So it's absolutely ridiculous, and it is very hurtful that it came from Buster. That's all I got to say.
Griff, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Great call, and I think that's very important for people to know. You want to know why in other countries they don't have that perception of San Francisco? Because those people don't vote here. So they are not talked to the way that they are about this.
And they
city.
don't have the channels that are constantly promoting or denigrating San Francisco in the way that these certain networks do. Because what have we known about the Senate over the course of the last 8 or so years? Well, the Speaker of the House was from San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi. And she was enemy number one among the other side of the aisle from the Republican side. And the Republican network bashed her, bashed the city, and on and on and on. And so that's been something that's been in place for a long time.
Well, they needed a prop.
Right.
They run by fear. That's how the whole thing works. They run on fear. That is their gasoline. And so if you run on fear, you need a prop where you can show some video and go, oh, God, don't let the whole country turn into this. And then there's like a homeless person. Oh, my God. You mean that's all that's there in San Francisco?
B-roll of one city block.
Just stop.
One drug transaction in 7 tenths. And it's like, well, that place has gone to hell in a handbasket.
It's tough. Paul George ruled out tonight by the Los Angeles Clippers.
Fear?
No Paul George.
Fear of California?
I think he wants to stand with Draymond Green.
Gotcha.
And so they will both be out tonight. Let's go to Leo in San Francisco. Hi, Leo. What are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. It's been a crazy couple of days, with Draymond and the Posey thing. Let me just say quickly in my opportunity to travel all over this country in both rural America, large cities, small cities. And the only thing I think when I relate that to what Buster said is there's one of two things. Either he didn't take any time to do his research before he opened his mouth, meaning that he's ignorant of the facts, or second, he was looking for an excuse. I'm leaning more toward the excuse side, not so much for Ohtani, but Yamamoto. And I think they look at things in free agency and they realize, you know what, we're not going to have a very good free agency here in San Francisco, and we got to come up with something. And, for Posey to say something along the lines of, the drug issues here, if you looked at the facts, the biggest drug issues that are going on, the biggest problems we have are in rural America and not in the large cities, and that's a fact. So very frustrating to hear those kinds of things, misinformed people for whatever reason. But for me, I think it was merely an excuse for going to have a very unsuccessful free agency period.
Leo, thanks.
One last thing.
Real quick. Go ahead.
One last thing I want to take real quick. I disagree with Bibbs, who earlier said that Buster is the most iconic Giant in the last 25 years. Without a doubt, that's Barry Bonds, not even close.
Thanks, Leo. They're different. They're different kinds of icons. And Barry obviously has a lot of pluses and minuses with regard to his legacy. I get where you're coming from. Buster Posey's was as clean as a whistle and has the championship pedigree. I do want to be careful. It sounded to me like Leo was saying that Buster came out and was like, well, the city is filled with drugs. No, Buster's saying that that's what he's hearing from families, and I have no doubt that he's right. I have no doubt that the Giants do hear that. My issue with it is, dude, do the work to dispel it. Because it's not, I'm not going to say, it's not true. Of course there are drugs. It's not completely out of line with all American cities. It is a narrative that's been built politically, number one. But my bigger question is simply, why would you say this publicly?
Exactly.
If I had him in the room right now, that's what I'd say.
And he was being very candid in the Andy Baggerly article in The Athletic. And you applaud him for being not only available, but for being candid. But you also have to have a sense for public relations and what your words will mean. And when you put this out into the universe and it gets picked up, a lot of people who want this to be true look at the quote and go, see, even Buster Posey sees it.
Yep.
Even a Giant legend sees it. He sees what we've all believed. So now I know it to be true, Mark, because Buster said it. And that becomes even more damning.
No doubt. No doubt. He's got the cachet, and that's what makes it, I think, even harder. And he was more direct. He was more direct about it than Farhan was a year and a half ago. Don in Berkeley. Hey, Don, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call, and thanks for having this serious conversation. A couple of things. I've been working on the opioids litigation as a lawyer for the last 6 years, and your last caller was exactly right that it all started in Appalachia with the Sacklers and Purdue selling the opioids as the answer to everybody's pain, and it wasn't addictive. And that grew into the fentanyl crisis that San Francisco and every other city in the country has been suffering from. I agree with your point that San Francisco's been made a punching bag, and you have to acknowledge that a lot of sports and a lot of sports media come from the conservative side, where they want to have that punching bag and they want to blame San Francisco. And if before it was the drugs, it was Nancy Pelosi, or it was LSD, and it's been going on for a long time. I work in San Francisco. I've lived here 40 years, and I think it's a great city, and I hope that Buster Posey's comments don't cause free agents not to come here.
Tom, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. I am so fascinated to now see where this goes next, because the Giants are actually, as I said the other day, on the tote board, they're actually off to a really good start.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did not get Ohtani on a $700 million deal, though they said yes to it. And then they got Jung-Hoo Lee and...
Well, we hope.
Yeah, exactly.
He might have heard the Buster comments and said, drugs? Crime?
I'm not taking that physical.
I'm out.
I've also heard what you do to people after physicals.
Yeah. You tend to fail them in physicals. Yeah. I didn't study for this physical.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll check with you later tonight.
Yeah, call me.
The Warrior
Call
game.
my people.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is a shorter edition of the best of the game, but not so short that they didn't get Momo in it. Ramona Shelburne, our conversation with her will lead it off with our guy Grandy here, and then it's Warriors Live leading you in to dubs and clips tonight on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much, everybody, for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
During the Jeep Wrap Up the Year sales event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xE for $359 a month for 36 months with $3,979 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 1/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably